After this bodybuilder soldier got injured on a mission, he could only spend his days reading martial arts novels to escape reality. But just as he was about to read a new chapter, everything went black. Mu-jin, wake up, Mu-jin. We need to get to morning exercise. A voice called out, morning workout. The voice boomed, nearly causing Mu-jin to jump out of his skin. Huh? Eh? Mu-jin mumbled groggily. The bald monk shouted, we're gonna be last? Everyone else already left. We're gonna get yelled at. Mu-jin was completely bewildered. Kid, how did you get into my house? Who is this kid? Who shaved his head like that? The bald monk looked up at Mu-jin, his face incredulous. What? Kid? I'm older and bigger than you. You're bigger than me? Mu-jin stared at the status window. Choi Kang-hyuk, a personal trainer and former Special Forces soldier, stood 180 centimeters tall, with 8 to 10% body fat, 90 kilograms of muscle, and a 650 kilograms max rep. Choi Kang-hyuk, looking concerned, asked, Kid, are your eyes hurt? Mu-jin's mind struggled to process the situation. How did he even get into my house? My house, huh? Mu-jin looked around the room, finally recognizing the familiar surroundings of the Shaolin Temple. He reached up to touch his bald head in disbelief. Eh? What? Mu-jin, now in the body of a young novice monk, is suddenly grabbed by the shoulder. He panics, feeling his bald head for the first time. What's wrong with my hair? And where am I? What is this old-ass house? Pauses, trying to collect his thoughts. Then, recognition dawns on him. He called me Mu-jin. It sounds familiar. Shaolin Monk Chronicles Murim Geijiang Mu-jin, the protagonist, who just entered the Shaolin Temple. Well, Munchkin Growth's Shaolin novel book Possessed Coins 1. That's the name of the main character from the novel I was just reading. The horrifying realization hits him. Why am I Mu-jin? Where am I? Wait, no. My body! My muscles! I just fell asleep after reading. He stares in disbelief. Mu-jin, still reeling from the shock of his reincarnation, wonders if this is all just a dream. Phew, I did have a lot of dreams like this back when I read a lot of novels. What are you talking about? The other young monk urges him to hurry. We're gonna be really late. Yeah? Let's go. Mu-jin thinks to himself, what an adorable kid. The other monk is already halfway out the door. Let's hurry. Okay, Mu-jin shrugs, deciding to play along for now. Yeah, since this is just a dream, I'll just enjoy the situation. Suddenly, an enraged voice booms. Late to the first schedule of the day. You need to be taught a lesson. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes across the courtyard. Take your places. Mu-jin is startled by the sudden outburst. I'm sorry. Whoa, this dream feels real. Mu-jin squints, recognizing the exercise. Horse stance? Is he talking about squatting? He watches the other monks assume the position, their knees buckling inward. Wait, what the hell? Mu-jin can't help but interject, horrified by their form. You're gonna wreck your knees if you do it like that. Monk Biob Gang barks out orders. Everyone, get into position. We'll be starting with a horse stance. Mu-jin looks on, confused by the terminology. A horse stance? Is he referring to squats? He grimaces, watching the other monks struggle with the exercise. Monks wobble precariously, their knees caving inward with every rep. Mu-jin's eyes narrow as he surveys the scene. Something is wrong here. He realizes the danger of their improper form. My knees will be a goner if I train like that. As Choi Kang-hyuk went through rehabilitation training, he started to do proper exercises. He knew just how important lower body and core exercises were more than anyone else. There were times when he saw trainers who taught wrong exercises and focused solely on upper body exercises. They're missing out on the core of exercising, he thought. Meanwhile, Mu-jin observes the other monks with a critical eye. This ridiculous exercise that's unfolding before him couldn't hold back his frustration any longer. No. Their legs are too far apart. They need to straighten their backs and naturally lean forward. Mu-jin's inner gym bro was screaming. It's a situation where a true gym goer can't tolerate. The lower body is the foundation of martial arts. For someone who knows that, why would you ask us to do this? He continued his tirade, laying down some hard truths about proper form. If you aren't able to use your lower body to maintain your balance, you won't be able to exert your strength properly in any punching or staff techniques. Mu-jin can't believe what he's seeing. What is he saying to these kids who don't even have the right posture? Fortunately or unfortunately, he's not the kind of man to just allow others to exercise with the wrong posture. Even if that means, Mu-jin screams internally, it's only happening within a dream. TSK, you ignorant rascals who don't know a single thing about exercising. The other monks are shocked by Mu-jin's outburst. One of the monks asks him, Mu-jin, what's wrong? Mu-jin is furious. Brat. How dare you shout nonsense in the middle of a training session? Mu-jin unleashes a verbal barrage on the other monks. How dare you make up excuses just because the training is tough? Do you think that's behavior befitting of a Shaolin disciple? Get into position right now. Mu-jin wonders if the martial arts novel setting is making him feel the energy from their shouts, But even so, he thinks to himself that he needs to say what needs to be said, because he simply pointed out that something was wrong. Mu Jin is determined not to back down from mere intimidation. Is it possible to hit 500 kilograms for the big 3 in 3 months? A video on YouTube says it's possible. You need to focus on exercising instead of talking. This is way easier as compared to dealing with that horrible member. One of the monks is shocked by Mu Jin's outburst. You're a Shaolin disciple. Are you saying that the training of Shaolin is wrong? Mu Jin is impressed with the realism of the dream. Wow, this dream is so realistic. I'll play along and speak like a martial artist would. Mu Jin continues his tirade, backing up his claims with diagrams. Yes, if we keep training with the current method, we'll injure our knees and suffer greatly in our later years. Normal joint bone cartilage synovium. A joint that has damaged cartilage. The bones of a joint that has damaged cartilage will rub against each other each time it moves. Another monk scoffs at Mu Jin's medical assessment, looking down at him. That's just an excuse made by those who are weak. Mu Jin's eyebrow twitches. Pardon? Mu Jin counters with a question, his tone laced with sarcasm. Isn't martial arts for the weak to train their bodies and minds? But you're saying this isn't something the weak can learn. What a contradictory statement. The other monk stammers, clearly taken aback by Mu Jin's logic. The way Shaolin trains is different from what you've mentioned. We train in martial arts so that we can improve ourselves and achieve enlightenment. Mu Jin strokes his chin thoughtfully, a sly glint in his eyes. Oh, I see. Are you saying that the Shaolin is a place where the weak can't achieve enlightenment? The monk panics, waving his hands defensively. That's not what I mean. Monk Biab-gang's face contorts with frustration as he argues his point. I'm saying that we train our bodies in a harsh manner so that we can train our minds, he continues, explaining the reasoning behind their rigorous training. The mind of a human is weak. We seek comfort in times of difficulty, and evil thoughts invade our minds easily. We're training our minds in advance so that we can endure and make it through such times. Mu Jin, with a skeptical expression, questions the monk's logic. I guess training our mind is only needed when we're young. What nonsense are you suddenly spouting? Monk Biab-gang looks back at him, confused by the question. Isn't that what you're saying? What? Mu Jin explains his interpretation of the monk's words, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You said that in order to train our minds, it's okay to damage our knees when we're young. After we grow old with a damaged body, we won't need to go through tough times like that. Mu Jin pushes further, questioning the monk's understanding of enlightenment. Does that mean that if we suffer a little when we're young, we'll definitely be able to achieve enlightenment? Monk Biab-gang overhears Mu Jin's comments, and feels a strange sense of unease. Is that so? But really, something feels weird, That little brat glances over at Mu Jin, pitying his lack of enlightenment despite his age. Oh, the monk over there. I wonder how much he's gone through, for him to still be unable to achieve enlightenment at such an old age. The monk's frustration reaches a boiling point. This crazy brat. How dare a young brat, he shouts defiantly. Say that to the first-class disciple Hai-young? Monk Biab-gang's anger flares as he prepares to unleash his power. Monk Biab-gang unleashes a wave of spiritual energy, but Mu Jin and Choi Kang-hyuk remain unfazed by the display. Monk Biab-gang is furious. This is what a first-class disciple is like. The other monks watch in stunned silence. Monk Biab-gang continues, I heard everything you said. He explains the Shaolin philosophy. Like what the second-class disciple said, the martial arts of a Buddhist group is usually used to train oneself. That means it's just a tool to reach enlightenment. He narrows his eyes, challenging Mu Jin. However, our martial arts are different. What's different? Monk Biab-gang declares the purpose of their training. Our martial arts are used to rescue the masses. We use it to protect them from evil and demons that harass them. Monk Biab-gang's lecture on Shaolin philosophy is interrupted by Mu Jin's incredulous outburst. Ha! Are you saying we are doing training that'll damage our knees so that we can protect the masses? Monk Biab-gang's eye twitches in irritation. Biab-gang thinks to himself that Mu Jin is a bad influence, but the rules prevent him from punishing a new monk. Monk Biab-gang decides to call Mu Jin's bluff. In that case, if you truly think that the training methods of the Shaolin is wrong, then prove it yourself. Mu Jin is taken aback by the challenge. How would you like me to prove it? Since our training is wrong, that means you know the correct way to train. Monk Biab-gang points directly at Mu Jin. If that's the case, Monk Biab-gang decides to call Mu Jin's bluff, stating, I want you to try to win against those who've learned by the Shaolin training method. Mu Jin, clearly apprehensive, asks, Who will I be up against? You're not asking me to defeat you in a fight, right? Monk Biab-gang replies, It'll only be fair if you fight against someone who joined us at the same time as you, right? Mu Gung, step forward. A monk steps forward, replying, Yes, sir. Monk Biab-gang continues, If what you said is true, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. I'll give you 7 days starting from today. After you train yourself in the methods you consider to be correct. Monk Biab Gang finishes his sentence, you'll spar with him. Mu Jin, looking at his opponent, is clearly worried about the size difference. That guy's obviously of a different weight class from me though. He calls this fair? Mu Jin fumes internally, thinking seriously, acting like he cares about fairness. He wants to keep me pinned down while leaving me no room to complain or talk back by using someone who joined at the same time. He looks up at Monk Biab Gang and Mu Gung, thinking, what a horrible senior. Monk Biab Gang smirks, thinking, haha, now that I've created this situation, he won't be able to say anything more. Alright then. Mu Jin clenches his fist, thinking, I'll do just that. Do you think I wouldn't be able to win against some brat? He whispers menacingly, just wait and see after 1 week. Monk Biab Gang watches Mu Jin walk away. Mu Jin, you've chosen to take the hard path, huh? Amitba. Mu Jin wastes no time getting to work, barking, start your training. Yes sir! Yes sir! One of the monks questions him. Mu Jin, why did you do that? Just go and apologize to Monk Haiying now, okay? Mu Jin ignores him and yells, Mu Yo! Get back into position. Yes sir! The other monks are not happy with Mu Jin's behavior. Who does he think he is? Impudent brat. Mu Jin declares, I'll see you in 7 days. Mu Jin's training regime is intense, and the other monks struggle to keep up. Hup hup hup. Suddenly, Monk Biab Gang appears, looking furious. Mu Jin! He confronts Mu Jin directly. Why are you doing different exercises in the midst of training? Monk Haiying permitted this. Am I not allowed to do it? Are you rank higher than he is? Another monk intervenes to defend Mu Jin, though he is clearly intimidated by Biab Gang. You little. A promise is a promise. Just leave him be. I understand. Hup. The monk is sweating from his efforts. Mu Jin continues to push the monks, correcting their form with a critical eye. That's not how you should exercise. Goodness, your knees will be goners if you do that. Mu Jin continued to push the monks, determined to whip them into shape, but he was also concerned about their well-being. You're still so young. Who will take responsibility if you damage your knees? He kept on correcting their form. Just pretend he's invisible. Your cartilage will be damaged at this rate. I feel the pain you guys are going through. Gosh, your training is so painful. Namo Amitba. Choi Kanghyuk, who had been training for about 2 hours since early morning, was ready to get the nutrition he needed. Mu Jin, we need to go eat now. Mu Jin replied, alright, let's go. He hadn't realized the huge impending problem that he was about to face. Mu Jin stares at the food before him. This is what we're eating. The meal of Buddhists in front of him consists of only vegetables. They're vegetarians. Mu Jin was taken aback because he hadn't thought about the dietary restrictions. While being a vegetarian is natural in a temple, thank you for the meal. What about my protein? He glared at the side dishes. What kind of shitty side dish is this? He stared intently at the food. Suddenly, Mu Jin was startled awake. What's happening? Why can I smell the food when I'm dreaming? He sniffed the air. It does smell pretty good, even though there's nothing but vegetables. Mu Jin turned away from the kitchen. So what if it smells good? In the end, they're still just vegetables. Monk Biab Gang sat silently. Suddenly, one of the monks slams his bowl on the table, shouting, Isn't this child abuse? Hey, no talking in the midst of eating. One of the other monks chimes in, We spent all morning training. Aren't you being too harsh by only giving us vegetables? Biab Gang slams his hand on the table. Stop talking nonsense during mealtime. Are you going to keep being this disrespectful? Another monk is taken aback by his reaction. This won't do. I'll teach you a lesson. Why is he getting all angry after giving us such a shitty meal? The disgruntled monk clenches his fist. If we exercise that much, we need to get protein. I won't let this go. The disgruntled monk is not ready to let his hunger go unaddressed. I can't let my morning exercise go to waste. Suddenly, a voice booms out, Ahem ho ho ho. Monk is shocked. Hall leader Hyunmun enters the room. Hall leader Hyunmun? Ho ho ho. I was passing by, so I came in. Hyunmun food hall leader takes care of meals in Shaolin. Hyunmun smiles. Looks like you're very hungry. He reassures the hungry monk. If the food's not enough for you, you can get more. No, there's enough food. Hall leader Hyunmun smiles warmly at the hungry monk. Do you want more of the side dish? It's just the grumbling of a hungry child. I'll just be generous and overlook his grumbling. Mu Jin shocks everyone by asking, Do you have protein supplement? I mean, chicken breasts? Hyunmun is taken aback by the strange request. What? What kind of crazy nonsense is he talking about? One of the novice monks asks Mu Jin, why have you been acting strange since earlier? Is there really something wrong with your head? Mu Jin, seemingly ignoring them, is fixated on his goal. We need to eat protein. We need to eat it. His eyes reflect his intense drive. My muscles, my body. Mu Jin squints, realizing something strange. He thinks to himself, when I exercise I get tired. On top of that, I can smell the food. If this was a dream, I would have woken up by now. Don't tell me, is this reality? He clenches his fist, realizing he needs to do something about this situation first. He looks around at the other novice monks in the Shaolin Temple, thinking about something appropriate to say. Mu Jin bows slightly. My apologies. I think I acted weird because I was too hungry. I misspoke. All leader Hyunmun nods. Yes, he must have been too tired from training. He clears his throat. Also, I'm sorry, but Mu Jin, complaining about side dishes, asks, may I please have some beans and mushrooms? Hall leader Hyunmun stares in disbelief. Mu Jin's request is met with silence. He's definitely crazy. Whether this is a dream or reality, Mu Jin knew he needed protein. He sighs, resting his head in his hand. Mu Jin sits with the other novices, listening to the Buddhist scriptures. I can't believe we're solving Buddhist scriptures right after getting beaten in early morning training. I think even Buddha would be scared of the harsh schedule. Mu Jin thinks to himself, well, for now, let's say I've entered the world of the novel. How on earth do I get back home? Mu Jin suddenly perks up from his studies. Oh, since I'm in the novel, can I get out when the story is completed? Mu Jin's eyes gleam with newfound optimism. Looking at it from that perspective, the situation isn't all bad. Since Mu Jin is the protagonist in the novel, he possesses exceptional talent, and Shaolin Temple is the strongest among the Orthodox Alliance. We're talking about Shaolin here, the North Star of Mount Tai. He raises his hand, gazing at the Shaolin Temple in the distance. Mu Jin slams his hands on the desk, his eyes wide with realization. Mu Jin's brow furrows. If there's a problem, Mu Jin realizes, it would be that. I think I've been marked by others. He clenches his fists, thinking, well, the deed has already been done. Since things have come down to this, I'll win in the spar and get them to acknowledge my training methods. Nearby, Monk Hyunmun exclaims, are you serious, Monk Hyunmun? Grandmaster Hyunguang chuckles, ho ho ho, yes, he's truly a unique child. Ugh, I apologize in his stead. The Grandmaster asks with a sly smile, so, what do you think of Mu Jin? Monk Biab Gang states that after the 7 days he's given Mu Jin, he'll spar with Mu Gung to prove that what he said is correct. Another monk, Haiyung, agrees, saying that he can't think of a better idea than that, and as practitioners of Buddhism, they can't punish a disciple just because they act out of line. Haiyung then asks if Mu Jin will be facing Mu Gung in a spar, because from what he's heard, Mu Gung is the most competent disciple among the new disciples they've gotten this year. The scene shifts to an overview of the Shaolin Temple, where they recruit hundreds of new disciples every year. Among them, some would drop out because they can't withstand the harsh training of Shaolin, and some would only learn the basic martial arts and go to an outer sect. The Shaolin Temple recruits hundreds of new disciples every year, but in the end, only 10% of those who joined would remain in the main temple. That's why in this period, the first-class disciples or the elders would usually not know the names of the new monks. Mu Gung was one of the few rare cases. Yes, Mu Gung. He'll teach that child a good lesson. The day of the promised fight has arrived, and the sound of footsteps echoes in the Shaolin Temple. The promised 7 days have passed. Monk Biab Gang addresses the 2 nervous novices. The 2 of you, get ready to spar. Monk, Mu Gung, stares at Mu Jin, who is sitting on the floor. Mu Jin, what are you doing? Mu Jin stretches, completely unbothered. Stretching. Mu Jin, completely unconcerned, begins his pre-fight stretches, but when Mu Gung asks what he's doing, Mu Jin has to translate his fitness jargon. Stret? What's that? Right. I need to say it in martial arts terms. Tendons extension technique. Mu Jin then gives a quick rundown on why stretching is important. Stretching. It's done before the actual exercise. It prepares your muscles and tendons so your body isn't shocked. Various postures and stretching methods exists. It increases the flexibility of your muscles and increases the movement range of your joints. Mu Jin then suggests Mu Gung try it out. If you're curious about it, how about you give it a try? You want me to do it too? Yeah, do it in advance. Mu Gung, looking utterly bewildered, attempts to copy Mu Jin's stretch. What are you doing? I'm not sure either. What's with that strange posture? Mu Gung seems to be a natural. I just need to put my legs in this position. Mu Jin is impressed. Yeah, you're doing really well. I wonder if it's because he's young, but he's so quick at picking things up. The other monks can only watch in awe as Mu Gung unleashes a flurry of blows. Consecutive punches. Look at Mu Gung's punches, he shouts with each strike. Crowd is impressed. Mu Gung is incredible. I can hear snapping sounds from his punches. Mu Jin watches, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Shoot, I'll be in deep trouble if I get hit by that, huh? He's so cool. I'm supposed to defeat that guy with just 1 week of training. He ponders how he'll manage it. How do I beat him? Then, an idea sparks in his mind. Oh right, Mu Jin has a plan to win, declaring, I just need to use that. Monk Biab Gang watches Mu Jin's strange behavior. Mu Jin, looks like he wasn't making an excuse to escape training. Biab Gang observes Mu Jin leaning against a tree. Although he didn't listen to our instructions, Mu Jin, what are you doing, leaning on the tree? He seems to have trained in his own way. Mu Jin replies to the monks. I'm practicing a method to subdue Mu Gung in an instant. One of the other monks asks. You're doing that? The bald monk, Biab Gang, is puzzled. But why do you keep rubbing against the tree? Biab Gang considers Mu Jin's odd training method. The bald monk Biab Gang thinks to himself that Mu Gung will easily teach Mu Jin a good lesson. Monk Hai Yung spots Biab Gang staring at him and thinks, he's looking at me. Hai Yung's face is shadowed as he thinks, I'm sorry, but I'll climb the ladder by trampling on you. Hai Yung gets into a stance and clears his throat. He shifts his weight, preparing himself. Hai Yung asks, can we start immediately? Hai Yung, shadowed by his own ambition, scoffs internally, sizing up Mu Gung and thinking, look at him acting all tough. Hai Yung steps forward with a determined look. Step forward. I'll show you. Hai Yung gets ready to throw some hands, announcing, alright, let the spar, the results of my consecutive punches, which I've trained for 3 months. With the challenge laid down, the fight begins. Begin. Hai Yung's eyes widen in disbelief. He stares in shock, unable to process what just happened. What? Hai Yung's boast is immediately cut short as Mu Gung suddenly charges in, throwing a punch. He's suddenly charging in? The blow connects with full force. Mu Gung continues his assault, not giving Hai Yung a chance to recover. The other monks watch in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Hai Yung reels from the unexpected attack, barely managing to stay on his feet. You little. Mu Jin watches the fight, a thought crossing his mind. I can't use a modern martial arts on a child. Mu Jin reflects on the techniques he knows, realizing they could be lethal if used incorrectly. In his current situation, he decides the technique he's about to use on Mu Gung will be one that even children around the age of Mei Jin can endure. A tackle. Mu Jin slams into Mu Gung, sending him flying. After the spar started, the time taken to subdue Mu Gung was just around 1 second. Armbar. The surrounding monks are shocked. What was that? Get out of that. Is a Shaolin disciple incapable of enduring something like that? The surrounding monks are in disbelief. Mu Gung! That's impossible. I never thought Mu Gung would be taken down so quickly. Mu Gung lies on the ground, face contorted in pain, and that he'd make such an expression. The word spreads like wildfire. He got subdued. Mu Gung struggles against Mu Jin's hold. What is this? This is impossible. What on earth is he doing to me? After the second-class disciples regained their composure, they shouted all sorts of ridiculous advice to Mu Gung. Mu Gung, put strength into your legs. Roll yourself out of it. But they also knew it by then. Even though they don't know what an armbar is, they've trained for at least 10 years in martial arts. The surrounding monks know just how painful that position would be on his arm. Mu Jin speaks calmly. Hey, if you resist, your arm will be broken. Just surrender. The second-class disciples watch as Mu Gung's arm creaks under the pressure. Hey, get up now. That kid hasn't even trained that much. Mu Jin continues to apply pressure. Come on. The bone in your arm will be dislocated if I exert more strength. I'm sure you can feel it. You could end up a cripple if something goes wrong. The sound of cracking bones echoes through the training hall. What are you doing? Get out of there quickly. Give up already. Mu Gung screams in agony as Mu Jin continues to apply pressure to his arm. The other monks watch in shock as Mu Gung is thrown to the ground. The bald monk, Mu Gung, looks up, stunned. Panic sets in on the faces of the second-class disciples watching the fight. Mu Gung, defeated, begs for release. I let go already. Sorry, this was my bad. Mu Gung is helped up by the other monks. Monk Hai Ying. The onlookers are starting to sweat. What do we do? The morning sparring match between Mu Jin and Mu Gung has taken a turn. One of the monks helps Mu Gung up, dabbing at his face. Why did you guys have to make 2 children fight? The victor is Mu Jin, the chain punch. It's one of the 8 extremities fist, also known as Bajiquan. It utilizes the fist, the elbow, and the shoulder as the main weapons, allowing you to quickly defeat your opponent in short range. And it is known for being very powerful. Mu Gung has mastered the chain punch the most out of all of the young monks. Even the second-class disciples were impressed by his chain punch, but this morning, his brilliant chain punch pathetically lost. Mu Gung is on the ground, defeated, after putting up without even proper resistance to some strange young monk who uses weird techniques. Mu Gung clutches his arm, whimpering in pain. Tears stream down Mu Gung's face as he cries, "It's so unfair." What? What do you mean, unfair? Monk who comforted him replies, You charged at me as soon as it began. You attacked me with some strange technique that wasn't the chain punch. Mu Gung sobs, I can win against anyone if it's a fair fight. The other monk pats him on the back, replying, Right, you're the best. Our little Magungwa, you're right. Mu Gung sniffles, retorting, I'm Mu Gung, not Magungwa. A voice calls out, Ahem. Mu Gung does have a point. The bald monk Biab Gang's statement causes an uproar. What? Biab Gang continues, It's given that one would use Shaolin's martial arts when sparring in Shaolin. You have broken that rule. Mu Jin is taken aback by this logic. What kind of ridiculous ideology is that? Biab Gang presses the point. So, ahem. So why didn't you use the chain punch? Mu Jin grits his teeth, explaining, had I used the chain punch, the fight would have dragged on forever. Why is he nitpicking this? If that happened, we would have both gotten severely injured, so I just prioritized the essence of a duel, which is to take down the opponent. The bald monk Mu Gung sits on the floor, wiping his eyes. I did make him cry, but I was able to take him down without a single physical injury. Sniffle, sniffle, that's nonsense. You fought him without using Shaolin's martial arts. An uproar erupts in the crowd. You're the ones talking nonsense. What? The monks discuss Mu Jin's fighting style. Shaolin's chain punch was so easily defeated by some new, untrained kid and his strange technique at that. One monk clenches his fist. I don't want to admit it, but Mu Gung did lose. We're just refusing to acknowledge that. Another monk worries about the implications of the fight. At this rate, people might start doubting Shaolin's martial arts. The monks panic. Or worst case scenario, all of the new disciples might leave Shaolin. The other monks are left in disbelief. Hai Yung, what are we supposed to do? Bald monk Hai Yung notices Mu Jin's expression. He's smiling. What is he thinking? Mu Jin is approached. Mu Jin. He answers with a simple yes. The monk asks, is it true that you used that technique in order to take Mu Gung down without doing him any harm? Mu Jin confirms it. Yes. The monk smiles serenely. Then you stayed true to the essence of Shaolin. You are the winner of the duel. The surrounding monks are shocked at the decision. What? Mu Jin is surprised. You're telling me this boomer is really acknowledging that I won? However, Grandmaster Hyun Guang explains, the reason your skill was more effective than the chain punch is because your opponent's level was that of a loser's. Mu Jin is taken aback. Loser. Hyun Guang continues, the ultimate reason we learn martial arts is to take down evil and the demonic heads who have learned martial arts. The Grandmaster declares, I'll personally show you the essence of Shaolin's martial arts. Hyun Guang flexes his arm, the real power of Shaolin, which can take down the evil demonic heads. Bring a boulder. One of the monks responds enthusiastically, yes sir. The monk struggles to lift a massive boulder. Two monks struggle to bring a massive boulder into position. One of the monks watches in awe. Whoa, is he gonna destroy that with just his fist? I never thought I'd see his martial arts with my own two eyes. Whoa. Grandmaster Hyun Guang prepares to strike. Watch closely. This is the true power of the chain punch that you are all learning right now. Hyun Guang begins his strike. The Grandmaster's fist glows with power as he unleashes the chain punch. Grandmaster Hyun Guang unleashes his chain punch with a mighty yell. His fist slams into the boulder. Boulder explodes into fragments under the force of the blow. The shattered pieces rain down. The surrounding monks, including Biab Gang, are stunned by the display of power. Whoa! One of the monks exclaims, did you see that? A boulder bigger than a person just broke to pieces. That's amazing. That's the power of the chain punch? So we can do that too if we train hard? The surrounding monks are awestruck by Grandmaster Hyun Guang's display of power, including Biab Gang, who is standing right next to him. Biab Gang is completely floored. Whoa! The bald monk is fired up. Kaya! That's it! That's real martial arts. In his mind, he imagines the possibilities. Martial arts is like that. Just one impact is enough to break open a mountain, and one swing of the sword can bring down hundreds of enemies. And one punch is enough to explode the enemy. Biab Gang blinks, trying to process the imagery. Explode. The bald monk, Biab Gang, is questioned. Mr. Hai Yung, didn't you say that it's to overpower the enemy without harming them? Hai Yung is taken aback. Yes? The monk points out the obvious. But you broke the boulder to pieces. The boulder is now a pile of steaming rubble. Hai Yung continues to stare at his hand. Other monks look on, unsure what to make of the situation. Hai Yung stammers, right? A strange silence took over the training hall once again. Around morning that day, Hyun Sung, our Hut Hall leader in charge of education, asks Hai Yung's master, so what you're telling me is that this kid, Mu Jin, defeated Mu Gung with just one move? The Grandmaster Hyun Guang replies, that's right, master. He's definitely no ordinary child. The bald monk, Hai Yung, says yes. He's rather arrogant, but he trains the chain punch the hardest out of all the young monks. It's just. Grandmaster Hyun Guang finishes his thought. You're worried that he's training the chain punch to try and figure out its fatal weak points. The Grandmaster Hyun Guang narrows his eyes. Yes, he continues, if he imagines two dark figures as he says, a spy of the unorthodox alliance or perhaps the demonic cult. The Grandmaster continues, if that child. Biab Gang is shocked by the Grandmaster's words. Is a spy. What the hell is he saying? Monk Biab Gang doesn't believe Mu Jin is a spy. I don't think that's the case. There's no need for him to do something so eye-catching if he's a spy. Maybe he's using reverse psychology. Grandmaster Hyun Guang strokes his goatee. There's nothing to be worried about. More importantly, he's still a new disciple. We'll observe him over time and find out if he's just unique, or if he really is a spy. Hyun Guang squints, contemplating. Biab Gang is still thinking about it. Come to think of it, maybe he's from a martial family? Biab Gang gestures, elaborating on his theory. That makes sense. I doubt he could have come up with those strange training exercises by himself. Those training methods could be what he learned in his family. Hyun Guang nods in agreement. Hugh, the greatest figure in a child's life is their father. Maybe he just wants to prove that his father's teachings are better than Shaolin's, which has been around for more than a millennium. Mu Jin would have passed out if he heard about how ridiculous their conversation is. And since he defeated Mu Gung, he'll become more arrogant. What should we do about him? Grandmaster Hyun Guang takes a sip of tea. Alright, he then suggests. How about we leave him to Biab Gang? Biab Gang replies, what? You mean the one who's in the discipline court? Hyun Guang replies, don't worry. Biab Gang has volunteered to join the Arhat Hall instead. Biab Gang smiles at the other monks. Good work today. Let's go back and have a good night's sleep. Hyun Guang assigned Mu Jin to Biab Gang, who volunteered to join the Arhat Hall instead. But as the monks walk through the temple, Biab Gang peers from behind a corner, a strange look on his face. His eyes widen in alarm. The monks stop in their tracks. Let's just take another path. Huh, that's so random. The other monks peek to see what the fuss is about. What's over there? Did you see a ghost? They spot Biab Gang in the courtyard. What is he doing there? The monk realizes who it is. The mad dog, rules fanatic. I mean Biab Gang. It really is him. What is he doing here? The monks watched Biab Gang from behind the corner. He usually trains late at the training ground. What is he doing here? Can't you see for yourself? He's practicing the horse stance. But why is he doing that here instead of at the training ground? Biab Gang is sweating and gritting his teeth as he holds the horse stance. Well, it's obvious. I guess he wants to keep training without rest. Damn, he's so tenacious. The monks continue to observe Biab Gang. We already know just how tenacious he is. Stop acting like you're new here. That's true. He's called the Mad Dog for a reason. I think his nickname shouldn't be Rules Fanatic but Rules Dog instead. One of the monks smiles. The Mad Dog of the Discipline Court, Rules Dog. What a befitting place for him. Another monk sighs. TSK. You still haven't heard? He's going to be in the Arhat Hall starting tomorrow. The monks are shocked by the news. Wasn't he confirmed to be in the Discipline Court? There are even rumors that he'd become the next master of the Discipline Court. Why would he go somewhere else? Are you saying that I need to live life with that mad dog again? Among the second-class disciples, Biab Gang, who is pretty influential. The mere mention of his name sends shivers down the spines of the younger monks. He has always grilled his juniors ever since they were third-class disciples and maintained the discipline of Shaolin. He said that he's going to join all the halls and courts to learn about the rules of Shaolin before going back to the discipline court, as expected of the rules fanatic. He lives and swears by rules after all. The monk admits, well, that's why despite being scary, he's worthy of respect too. Monk continues, the protector of rules, Biab Gang, has worked hard to be a role model for the rest. It's because he doesn't think it would be correct to ask others to follow the rules if he's not able to follow them himself. Obviously, he also spent way more time in basic training than the others. After training without much rest, his knees underwent brutal training, the monk adds, as we see Biab Gang holding a horse stance. Biab Gang's knees were in terrible shape. If he didn't use internal energy, even walking would be tough. That's how damaged his knees are right now. However, he didn't care. Basic training is both physical and mental training. He had considered the pain that came with the training to be a part of training his mind, and he just finished practicing the horse stance for more than 30 minutes. Biab Gang took a moment to catch his breath. Mu Jin, huh? In Biab Gang's imagination, Mu Jin was the problem child and a promising disciple of the Arhat Hall. He was determined to teach Mu Jin the correct mindset a Shaolin disciple should have. Suddenly, the monks looked up, confused. Huh? Biab. Biab Gang stood before them, his muscles bulging. Biab Gang? What are you doing here? He grinned sheepishly. I'll be joining Arhat Hall instead, so I'll be working with you guys from now on. Haha, I wasn't late today. Really? Biab Gang flexed, happy to be there. Yeah. I look forward to working with you guys. Biab Gang, formerly from the Discipline Court, currently in the Arhat Hall, nicknamed Rules Fanatic. One of the monks stared in disbelief. Whoa, that body of his. He looks like a soldier. The other monks whispered amongst themselves, worried. Why is he joining this place? Don't let him hear you. This is really bad for us. More murmurs spread through the group. Who is he? No idea. What is Biab Gang doing here? Mu Jin watched the scene unfold, quickly understanding the situation. I see. He must be the second-class disciple's disciplinary Biab Gang. Biab Gang announced, we're starting morning training. Mu Jin thought, well, that's none of my business. The monks groaned as they were ordered to take a horse stance. Mu Jin, surrounded by monks, contemplated the situation. In order to guide someone, we must first find out the exact problem. He continued, if you know the enemy and yourself, you will win every single battle. I need to know the root of the problem in order to treat it accurately. Mu Jin narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the other monks. He analyzed their stance. His legs are spread wider than his shoulders, his back is straight while he's keeping his butt outwards, and his toes are facing forward. Mu Jin crossed his arms, imitating the stance. Is this how he's doing it? Mu Jin continued to analyze the horse stance. After each movement, he would breathe in and breathe out when he gets up. What's this? It's not any different. Mu Jin, still in the horse stance, was not impressed. I still feel the same pain as when I do the horse stance. I guess this is all a trick to escape training. The muscle monk decided he had to intervene. I need to teach him a lesson. That's not how you do it. Mu Jin stood over the smaller monk, arms crossed. What? Your posture is wrong. The young monk looked up, confused. What's wrong? Mu Jin was determined to get this right. I'll have to teach him from A to Z. Mu Jin watched the other monk's attempt, and his face scrunched up in pain. I don't know why he's trying to copy what I'm doing, but every time he bends his knees, I can hear his knees popping. Mu Jin noticed the disciplinary master's bad form. His body is basically screaming, my knees are damaged. As a trainer, I can't ignore this. He considered the possibilities. Come to think of it, he's supposed to be the disciplinary master here. Wouldn't it be really good if I have him on my side? Mu Jin's eyes gleamed with determination. I'll make my life easy in this place by winning him over since he's got authority here. I just asked you what's wrong. Mu Jin approached the bald monk, ready to give him some advice. If you do what I did with a bad knee, then it'll do you more harm than good. Can you trust me and move according to how I tell you to? The disciplinary master looked up, confused. What? Mu Jin was already putting him through a stretching routine. That's good. Your body is so flexible. Stretching lunge set. The disciplinary master had no idea what was going on. Mu Jin demonstrated a stretching routine. This is called the tendons extension technique. This posture will loosen the muscles in your knees. Monk Biab Gang watched with a confused expression. Mu Jin continued, if you do this warm-up before the actual exercise, you'll be able to even do the movements in a softer manner, and reduce the pressure placed on your knees. I can feel the difference. Mu Jin kept going. Do this movement with a 30-second interval and that makes a set. I mean, you just need to do this 3 times. Monk Biab Gang looked even more confused. A what? A set? Mu Jin stammered. I just misspoke. Mu Jin paused. Since you've done it once. Mu Jin pressed on Monk Biab Gang's knee. Do you feel better now? Monk Biab Gang grimaced in pain. Mu Jin realized the extent of the damage. He feels pain even though I'm just lightly massaging his knee. Ugh, the training he's done has put so much pressure on his knees. No wonder it's so damaged. Monk Biab Gang seems to be considering what just happened. He says, at first, it was so painful as if someone just hit my knee, but now, I'm feeling more relieved and, strangely, refreshed. Mu Jin claps his hands together. Alright then. Mu Jin towers over Monk Biab Gang. We were on the second round, but we stopped, so we're starting it again. Now, get up. Monk Biab Gang replies, huh? Right away? Mu Jin places his hand on Monk Biab Gang's back. Training waits for no man. Monk Biab Gang replies, wait a minute. Grandmaster Hyun Guang watches the pair. Mu Jin. Just what kind of child is he? Monk Biab Gang encourages Mu Jin. You can do this. Okay. The other monks watch the pair, unsure of what's happening. What is Biab Gang doing with that kid? I can't tell. Mu Jin, ever the helpful trainer, explains, when your knee doesn't feel good, you need to do this kind of exercise. But who is this Monk Biab Gang? He's also called rules fanatic, someone who's fanatical over rules. The one crazy over rules. Biab Gang is the dog of the discipline court, nicknamed Mad Dog. Biab Gang had been haunting the second-class disciples without rest ever since they joined Shaolin Temple, so they know just how crazy and obsessive he can be. But that very Biab Gang is now acting friendly. Mu Jin continues his training with Biab Gang, telling him, we'll rest for a while and repeat this 15 times. Alright. Mu Jin asked Biab Gang, was the posture you were doing earlier as if you were sitting on a chair? Yeah. You said I shouldn't do that just now. That's because your knees are currently in a bad condition. Biab Gang replies, you need to bend your knees slightly to reduce the pressure put on your knees. He nods, got it. Just bend my knees slightly. Mu Jin says, I'll summarize it and tell you the sequence of the exercises. Biab Gang replies, alright. Mu Jin explains, 1. After you bend your knees slightly, slowly sit down. He continues, 2. As you sit down, you must avoid exerting strength from your knees. Exert strength only from your thighs and butt. Mu Jin continues to guide Biab Gang through the exercises. 3. Just like step 2, only exert strength from your thighs and butt when standing up. Biab Gang, visibly straining, completes the rep. Mu Jin encourages him, great job. How do your muscles feel? The bald monk replies, oh, it feels fine. Mu Jin nods. Good. Let's rest a little now. Biab Gang furrows his brow, concentrating. I'm definitely feeling less pain. Mu Jin beams, ready to move on to the next exercise. Now that we've done 3 rounds of this exercise, let's move on to your calves. Yeah, this is what an experienced personal trainer is like. Mu Jin thinks to himself, for members that look like soldiers, unlike their fierce appearances. Mu Jin continues his thought, comparing Biob Gang's situation to the gym members in his past life. They're really weak to people who are very friendly. You have the best posture amongst our members here, while I have nothing more to teach you. Mu Jin continues to shower Biob Gang with praise. Wow, this has managed to correct your posture so quickly, as expected of someone who regularly exercises. Haha, Biob Gang chuckles in response. Of course, it's been 18 years since I've joined Shaolin Temple. Ho ho ho. The other monks watch the exchange with concern. Did he really go mad because we keep calling him Mad Dog? One monk wonders if Biob Gang has finally snapped. Maybe he's gone crazy. Another monk clutches his chest. I feel my blood pressure rising. Namo Amiba. Hai Yun, overwhelmed by a headache, decides to ignore the pair for now. Alright, let's go get breakfast. Great job, everyone. Mu Jin continues to advise Biob Gang. Do what I just taught you when you're training your lower body. It would work best if you do it before your actual training. Although Biob Gang looked like he was bewitched as he followed Mu Jin's instructions, he didn't just follow them blindly. Okay, I understand. Biob Gang decided to follow Mu Jin's instructions after experiencing Mu Jin's training methods for himself, receiving personal training, stretching lessons, and even a massage from a top-class personal trainer. His techniques are incredible. I experienced almost none of the knee pains that I usually experience, and I could feel the stretch in the muscles of my lower body when I trained. Biob Gang asks, are these techniques taught to you by your family? Mu Jin replies, pardon? Biob Gang continues, seeing as how they're so effective, you must be from an extraordinary family. Mu Jin thinks to himself, I was told that those techniques were passed on within your family for generations. He smiles, oh ho, they had this kind of misunderstanding, huh? Mu Jin thinks back to how he was acting. Thinking back, I did act a little strangely. I was wondering how to come back from that. But this is great. Biob Gang puffs out his chest and laughs. Yes, I learned them from my family. Haha, those are magnificent techniques. Biob Gang's smile fades slightly. But, Biob Gang continues, my praise only applies for the treatment it did for my knees. We're training for martial arts, and Shaolin has a history of 1,000 years. It's the best. I understand your heart for your family, but it'd be great if your training in Shaolin also improves. Mu Jin looks surprised by the comment. Biob Gang asks, I'll take note of that. Mu Jin, are you done? Mu Jin grins, eager to leave. Yeah, I'm done now. May I take my leave? Yes. Thanks for today. Biob Gang tells Mu Jin, if you're hungry, you should have eaten first. Hee, I wanted to wait for you to eat together. He then says, let's go eat. And Mu Jin replies, okay. Suddenly, another monk interrupts them with an ahem. It's Monk Hai Yung, who exclaims, Monk Hai Yung, I apologize for being unsightly. Ho ho ho, so you do know how you looked? Hai Yung continues, I have to know my enemies to win my battles, so I had to experience it myself. Ugh, so, what do you think after experiencing it for yourself? The other monk replies, from what I experienced from Mu Jin. Hai Yun believes Mu Jin comes not from a family of martial artists, but from a family of physicians. Another monk asks, really? Hai Yun contemplates, why do you think so? I think I should tell you this first. Biob Gang reveals, actually, my knees are in pretty bad shape from harsh training. The other monk is shocked. What? Why didn't you say anything up until now? Biob Gang explains, I didn't want to worry my seniors and elders. And most importantly, I didn't want to show my juniors a weak side of me. Biob Gang continues, even my juniors, who had trained with me for more than 10 years, haven't noticed that my knees are in bad condition. He recalls the other monks saying, great work today. Today's training was tough too. See you guys later. If you exercise like that, you'll hurt your knees even more. He thinks to himself, but to my surprise, he noticed it immediately. Biob Gang wonders, could it be? He realizes, yes, it was the movements I did with Mu Jin. He taught me exercises that didn't strain my knees. Biob Gang's discovery about Mu Jin has the other monk thinking. He might come from a family of physicians that treat martial artists. Of course, that's not the case. What do we do with him? Because of such a talented child like him, the training of Shaolin is about to collapse. Biob Gang is ready to step up. Please don't worry. I'll guide Mu Jin onto the correct path. The other monk asks, you do that? Biob Gang explains his plan. Young children tend to listen to the words of grown-ups that they're close with. Instead of being forceful with him, I'll get close to him and slowly teach him the training methods of Shaolin. The other monk thinks, alright. Let's not rush things like you suggested. I guess we'll need to take things slow. The other monk relies on Biob Gang. Biob Gang, I'm counting on you. A while later, it's afternoon training time. Training is rough. Mu Jin is struggling. Buddhism lessons right after breakfast. I really can't get used to this. One of the other monks notices Mu Jin's discomfort. Mu Jin, your face is turning purple. Mu Jin replies, I know. I wonder if it's because my body's still young, but the food coma is real. Biob Gang announces, It looks like all of you have perfected the form of the chain punch, so we'll go on to the next training. He continues, one can only exert the full prowess of martial arts by harmoniously combining internal and external energy. From today onwards, we'll prepare you to master your internal energy. Biab Gang declares that two of them will demonstrate how. Biab Gang instructs the monks to assume the lotus position. Two of the monks look confused. The lotus position? What's that? Mu Jin is struggling to get into position. Huh. Oh right. Mu Jin gets into the lotus position. I remember that posture now. Biab Gang instructs, first, close your eyes and focus on your breathing. Biab Gang instructed, breathe in as deeply as you can through your nose. After that, allow the air you've breathed in to pass through your nostrils and throat, and keep breathing until it reaches your energy core. Wow! Mu Jin's eyes sparkled. Finally! The day that I can finally learn the martial arts I've been dreaming of has come. He thought the lotus position suddenly looked so cool. Biab Gang instructed, now that you've taken a good look, get into the lotus position. All our training has been exercising so far that I was starting to get sick of it. We're finally learning something that looks like martial arts. Mu Jin wasn't the only one excited to learn. Since it's the martial art they're finally learning after all the basic training and practicing the form of the chain punch, this inevitably gave the young monks a new reason to train. They're finally learning the 1,000 years old martial arts of Shaolin. They all were dreaming of being able to break the boulder, like Monk Hai Ying showed them, by doing a good job in learning the martial art. The monks focused on Hai Ying's voice and breathed in and out multiple times, filling the hall with the sound of their collective effort. But something about this training felt strange to Mu Jin. Monk Biab Gang corrected the seated novices. I get that this is a breathing technique. Your posture is wrong. Focus. What's going on right now? It's somewhat different from the Shaolin training methods that I see in novels. Mu Jin wondered, are they not going to teach us the Kaiyan for inner energy cultivation techniques? Things like Yin and Yang, the 5 elements, and Bagua, the Oriental philosophy stuff? Mu Jin frowned slightly. Well, I'm sure there's a good reason for all this. 1 hour later, Mu Jin, who had been tackling all the training methods of Shaolin up until now, had been doing his best this time as well to follow all that he was told to do. This was because it was time to get some inner energy, and he was excited while thinking that he'll be doing such. He imagined the source of power that allows a human to split a mountain and fly in the skies. He assumes he'll be able to obtain inner energy, a transcendental power, that'll allow him to do all that. Mu Jin grinned, picturing himself as a protagonist in his favorite Murim novels. I'm learning the inner energy cultivation technique, the epitome of Murim novels. To think I'd be able to use the inner energy that I've only read about in novels. Monk Biab Gang addressed the novices. Everyone open your eyes. Biab Gang explained the purpose of their current training. The energy circulation technique that you just learned is a basic breathing method that allows you to feel energy and accumulate it within your body. Since you need to be able to feel energy before you can perform inner energy cultivation techniques, Biab Gang continued to encourage the novices to train hard. Every day, you are to practice the energy circulation technique whenever you're free and practice hard so that you can feel energy. One of the monks looked frustrated. They're not going to just teach us the inner energy cultivation technique. I can't believe they're making us start from basic breathing techniques again. Mu Jin considered the implications of Biab Gang's words. So, they're saying that in order to gain inner energy, I must be able to sense energy first. Monk Biab Gang is handing out books to the second-class disciples, which contain images of a human's meridians. What is this? The book that the second-class disciples are giving out now has images of a human's meridians. Biab Gang considered the book in his hands. The book is thinner than I had expected. Meridians? There's no need to memorize the whole book, just memorize the main meridians. You can use it when you're circulating your energy or to use it to subdue your opponent. Mu Jin grinned, looking at the book. Oh ho? Meridians, huh? The book explained the concept of meridians. Meridians passageways where energy flows within the body. Energy is not the only thing that flows in them. Inner energy does as well. Because of that, understanding the meridians is something that's definitely needed for learning martial arts. Biab Gang began the lecture. We'll now teach you the names and the locations of the meridians. Step forward. This is Tinghui and Suchai. Mu Jin stared intently at the diagram. It will flow past this part of the scalp. The flow of energy within a body. I'll memorize all this by today. Later that evening, Biab Gang instructed them to memorize the meridians and practice the energy circulation technique. Once they were familiar with the technique, they could learn Shaolin's enlightenment cultivation technique. Mu Jin grinned, already thinking ahead. That means I could try out some moves right after I master the energy circulation technique to a certain extent, right? That person, he thought, noticing someone. Mu Jin was shocked to see the bald monk training late at night. Biab Gang? Oh Mu Jin, what are you doing right now? Biab Gang, shirtless and showing off his physique, replied with a smile. Haha, my knees don't hurt as much thanks to the exercises you've taught me. I'm trying to train more. Mu Jin stared in disbelief. I can hear his joints creaking. I taught you those exercises that don't hurt you so much so that your knees can recover. Biab Gang scoffed. TSK. An iron only gets stronger the more it's struck. Look at my arms. Look at these awesome muscles that I've trained over 18 years. Muscles, my ass. That's all skin since you only ate vegetables and nothing with protein. Biab Gang, ever the musclehead, had a unique perspective on training. Iron only becomes stronger if you strike it in the correct manner. If you overdo it, it'll break. The same applies to humans as well. Mu Jin sighed, seeing the monk's stubbornness. I'm sorry, but can you take a seat here? Huh. Oh, okay. Mu Jin gently placed his hands on Biab Gang's knee. I'll massage you. I'll do some pressure relieving for you. This will hurt a little. Biab Gang braced himself for the pain. If it hurts a lot, just tell me. Mu Jin began to work on the injured joint, his expression softening. Massaging such injured knees reminds me of the past. The monk's mind drifted back to his time in the Special Forces. The time when I was in Special Forces. Mu Jin's memory flickered back to his time in the Special Forces. He recalled, my body got severely injured when I tried to just grit through the training after already being injured. He remembered the grueling missions and the pain he endured. Even though I suffered so badly, my mission required me to cross a river. Mu Jin's memory showed him being carried away on a stretcher. In the end, I was forced to retire from the service. The memory continued, showing Mu Jin sitting alone in the rain, looking dejected. At that time, I really lived through every day without any energy. Mu Jin's eyes were filled with a steely determination as he recalled his past. Mu Jin watched as monk Biab Gang considered his words. Biab Gang's expression softened. I feel like I'm seeing the old me from back then. Biab Gang continued, if your body is injured, you're the only one who suffers. No one else will take responsibility for it. So please treasure your body. Mu Jin tilted his head slightly. Mu Jin. Did that sound too much like a lecture? He replied, yes, senior. Biab Gang placed a hand on Mu Jin's head. I don't know what you went through before you came here, but Shaolin doesn't abandon their disciples just because their bodies are in a bad shape. Biab Gang smiled warmly. No, they won't abandon anyone regardless of what happens. Biab Gang stared intently at Mu Jin. Well, if you say so, I'm sure that's the case. Ahahaha. So, starting tomorrow, you should trust me and train in the ways of Shaolin. That was the first scream Biab Gang let out after joining Shaolin for 18 years. Ahem. Sorry for taking up your time. But where were you going? Biab Gang asked. Mu Jin replied, oh, I was going back to my room to practice the energy circulation technique that I learned today. Biab Gang questioned Mu Jin. The energy circulation technique? Shouldn't you already be able to feel energy from the inner energy cultivation technique taught by your family? Since you're from a physician's family, you should be able to read the flow of energy. He internally panicked. Shit, Mu Jin stammered. Oh, I haven't learned it due to some personal circumstances at home. Biab Gang replied. Oh, is that so? Mu Jin thought to himself. Right, they think I'm from a physician's family. I need to pull myself together. Biab Gang stared at Mu Jin, proposing ahem, in that case, how about practicing the energy circulating technique here? Right here? Mu Jin agreed. Yes, I was also thinking of circulating my energy after I'm done with my training before I go back to my room. Oh, I see. When I'm doing my energy circulation, you should also train together with me. Mu Jin continued, who knows? If I circulate my energy beside you, you might be able to sense energy more easily. An idea sparked in Biab Gang's head. Oh, that does sound convincing. Biab Gang thought to himself. No matter how much I tried to feel my energy, I still had no idea what it'd feel like. But if he uses energy beside me, I might be able to learn something from it. Biab Gang patted his knee, deciding, let's give it a try first. Biab Gang, ever enthusiastic, declared, I'm ready, senor. Haha, I'll start circulating my energy too, and be focused. Mu Jin, seated in front of him, responded, pay close attention and learn what you can from what you see. I hope this will help you. Mu Jin closed his eyes, beginning his energy circulation. Biab Gang watched Mu Jin intently, sensing something different. This is the real energy circulation. It feels like the air around him is different. Biab Gang focused, determined to understand the difference between himself and Mu Jin. I'll take this chance to find out what's different between me and him. Suddenly, Biab Gang's eyes widened. What was that? I think I just saw something. I didn't see that when I was practicing by myself. Monk Biab Gang's eyes dart around, trying to make sense of what he's seeing. Could that be what we've been talking about? The shirtless Mu Jin sits in meditation, his body now radiating an intense, fiery aura. Biab Gang is completely stunned. That's energy? Mu Jin focused on his energy circulation, following the Shaolin methods. When breathing out, breathe out through the mouth. Gather all the evil energies within your body and breathe it out. He continued the breathing exercise. When breathing in, breathe in as deeply as you can. Mu Jin visualized the energy flowing through him. Absorb in the pure energy of nature until it reaches your energy core located at the center of your body. The shirtless Mu Jin continued to radiate a fiery aura as he breathed. Mu Jin had an epiphany. I found the difference between myself and Biob Gang. Breathing technique, posture, absorbing energy. I failed at all of them. He centered himself again. Start from breathing in again. Store the energy. Imagine it. The flow of energy. Mu Jin's eyes snapped open, glowing with renewed energy. I did it. I felt the energy. Monk Biob Gang's face showed his surprise. But Biob Gang sat in the courtyard, still recovering from his injuries. He looked down at his hands in disbelief. That's all there is? Mu Jin was shocked by the tiny amount of energy he could gather. The size of a grain. I can't believe it's so small that it's a miracle I can even feel it. No, Mu Jin thought to himself. People would call that truffle chips with even 0.0000000001 of truffle. My progress can be considered a success. Mu Jin was able to regain confidence quickly. Mu Jin, now shirtless and visibly more muscular, turned to Biob Gang. The difference in their physiques was becoming increasingly obvious. Monk Biob Gang watched Mu Jin in awe. Did he already feel energy? Monk Hai-young and Hyun Sung were right. Biob Gang was certain of it now. This child, he'll become a pillar that'll hold up the 1,000-year history of Shaolin. Meanwhile, Mu Jin was making progress. I've gotten a rough grasp of how to sense energy and store it. He focused intently. I've practiced the breathing technique a lot, so it's stable now that I'm familiar with it. But something felt off to Mu Jin. But why does it feel colder now? Biob Gang was shocked to see Mu Jin's physique. Oh, you finally opened your eyes. So much time has passed already? Mu Jin apologized for the late hour, but Monk Biob Gang waved it off. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was this late. Don't worry about it. They're about to strike the bell. Go back to your accommodations quickly. Biob Gang watched him leave, a thoughtful expression on his face. Mu Jin, now alone, clenched his fists, radiating energy. Thank you for instructing me. I'm surprised that he's already reached this level even though he's sensing energy for the first time. Biob Gang chuckled, crossing his arms. Haha, you'll be able to learn the Enlightenment Cultivation Technique, a basic cultivation technique of Shaolin now. Mu Jin tilted his head, a question forming. I can sense energy now, but don't I need to memorize all the meridians in order to learn the cultivation technique? Biob Gang raised an eyebrow. You're from a physician family, shouldn't you know all of that by now? Mu Jin laughed nervously. Yeah, I was just joking. I let my guard down again. Biob Gang smiled. Ho ho, that was an unnecessary joke. It's late, go back quickly. Mu Jin bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Mu Jin frowned, annoyed by the sudden physician family setting. Ugh, what's with the stupid physician family setting? He realized he had to memorize all of the meridians in a single day, as the next day was morning training. I have to memorize all of the meridians in a day. The next day's morning training. The monk in charge called out to the group. Those who can sense energy and have memorized the meridians, step forward. Mu Jin sighed in relief. Phew, I managed to memorize all the meridians somehow. Mu Jin stepped forward with the others. It feels good to be one of those that step forward. Suddenly, he paused, noticing something amiss. Mu Jin looked around at the group. Has everyone stepped forward? Huh, what? Monk Biob Gang addresses the group, explaining that they must sense energy and memorize meridians. Mu Jin, observing the others, wonders if sensing energy is easier than he initially thought, noting that quite a few of them step forward. Biob Gang tells them the next step. One of the monks replies, yes, sir. Mu Jin thinks to himself, Mu Jin is supposed to be an exceptional genius. What's happening here? Biob Gang holds up a book. This is the basics of the Shaolin cultivation technique. It's also the foundation of our techniques, he says, showing them the Enlightenment Cultivation Technique. Biob Gang opens the book. Alright, since this is the basics it won't take long. I'll teach you slowly from the simple steps. The monks look on in awe as Biob Gang begins to teach. Whoa, amazing. Monks are surprised. Did all three of them sense energy and memorize the meridians in a day? One of them asks. Another replies, yeah, I guess. Monk Biob Gang and the others return sooner than expected. Oh, they're coming back. That quickly? One of the monks asks Mu Jin, how did you learn all that in a day? And you came back so quickly. Maybe it's because it's the basics. It wasn't that complicated. Biob Gang explains, firstly, you need to circulate the energy you breathed in following a certain sequence. The higher you go, the more dangerous it is when you mess with the wrong meridian. Biob Gang realizes they're not following. You didn't understand a single thing I said, did you? Not a thing. Biob Gang tries to encourage them. You'll be able to do them soon. Focus on breathing for now. Okay, hee. Mu Jin continued to memorize the meridians and sequences until he's got it perfectly memorized. He memorized the basic martial art of Shaolin, the Enlightenment Cultivation Technique. Mu Jin sat in meditation, surrounded by other monks. I can definitely feel energy filling up faster. Well, in terms of decimal points, It feels like it went from 0.0001 to 0.0001. He was getting stronger, even if it was only by a tiny amount. Even so, I can't believe I'm really learning about the inner energy that I've read about in novels. I can feel myself growing. Damn it, this is so fun. Mu Jin was excited about his progress. Now this is martial arts. This is what it's like to be a protagonist. Mu Jin's training progressed smoothly, and his energy circulation improved. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Mu Jin, look at this. Mu Jin turned to see who was calling him. Muyel? Where did you go this whole time? The bald monk, Muyel, was trying to figure out what was going on with his fellow monk. He stared with wide eyes, trying to understand what he was seeing. Muyel was trying to figure out what was happening. What are you doing? Muyel exclaimed. This isn't a corpse. He's fine. You mean you killed him? Muyel recognized the monk being dragged around. No, this is Mu Kyung. He joined Shaolin earlier than me, he asked, so why are you carrying him and dragging him around? Hee. I couldn't carry him on my back because I was too scared. What? I need to get him up, but he's completely out of it. Muyel watched as Mu Jin carried the monk upside down, and he told him, Muyel, wait a second. Muyel stared intently at the monk, trying to figure out what had happened. He narrowed his eyes. The dirt on him is obviously caused by you. Muyel examined the body more closely. But this bruise, he continued, it looks like someone beat him up. Someone beat him up? Muyel observed the bruises on the monk's body. Yeah, it looks like a footprint. There's quite a lot of bruises on his body. Whoa, you're right. Monk Biab Gang is lost in thought. Come to think of it, his name sounds a little familiar. He remembers Mu Hyung, who was tall, scrawny, and looked gaunt unlike other kids. He looked like a scarecrow with sunken cheeks. Right now, this is the image of him that Mu Jin barely remembered in passing. But the memory that Mu Jin had remembered was something else. Mu Jin is struggling to place the name. I don't recognize his face, but his name is strangely familiar. Mu Kyung. Mu Kyung. I've definitely heard that name somewhere. Mu Jin shakes his head, trying to clear his thoughts. I can't recall. That's not what's important now. But why would he get beaten up? Muyel looks up at Mu Jin confused. Who knows? Do you want to know why? Yeah. Do you know why? Monk Biab Gang is still trying to figure out who could have done this, but he has no idea. Well, if he's this beaten up, he thinks he might have some idea. Biab Gang declares he knows someone who'd know for sure. Muyel asks who that could be. Biab Gang explains that they need to find someone who joined even earlier than Muyel. Muyel realizes who Biab Gang is talking about, the person who sparred with Mu Jin previously. Mu Jin arrives, looking serious. What is it? Monk Biab Gang tells Mu Jin that they were just discussing the person who beat up Mu Gung. Monk Biab Gang is surrounded by other monks, one even doing a handstand. Seriously, what happened? He asks. Biab Gang considers the possibilities. Mu Gung? Did he do this? It'd be a relief if that crybaby had the guts to beat someone up like this. Biab Gang suddenly has an idea. Mu Yo, you told me this previously, that Mu Gung joined Shaolin the earliest among the new monks here. So, he should also know what the place was like before we joined. Wow, you're so smart. Let's go talk to him now. Biab Gang carries the unconscious Mu Kyung, while Mu Yo follows. They arrive at their destination. Mu Gung emerges, looking annoyed. What is it? Mu Gung gets knocked out cold with a single chop to the neck. Biab Gang stands over the fallen monk. Oops, hee. Biab Gang stands over the unconscious Mu Gung, while the other two monks look on, speechless. One of the monks finally speaks up. Did you just end him? Biab Gang, looking annoyed, replies, why should I waste my precious training time on you guys? Another monk is shocked by his senior's attitude. What the hell is with his attitude? Aren't you our senior? Is your training more important when you have a junior that's badly injured? Biab Gang smirks at the monk. Hey, aren't you my junior too? You'll become a senior that got beat up by a junior though. Are you alright with that? The monk stammers, trying to defend his honor. That was because I let my guard down back then. Oh, sure, I'm sure that's the case. Mu Gung is furious about being crushed by his junior. Mr. Mu Gung who got completely crushed by his junior, you little rascal. Mu Jin continues his assault. Strikes keep landing. Mu Gung is sent flying. He hits the ground hard. Mu Jin has Mu Gung in a hold. This little rascal is using weird techniques again. Twister. Oh my, you lost again? Biab Gang smirks, confident in his assessment of Mu Gung's skill. The results will be the same even if we fight 100 times. You don't understand why you're losing, don't you? Mu Gung, enraged, attempts to break free from Biab Gang's grip. Shut. Yua. How's this? Biab Gang maintains his hold, unfazed by Mu Gung's struggles. If you tell me why he's in that state, I'll tell you why you lost. Mu Gung's fist is being squeezed. Mu Gung is kicked away. Biab Gang watches Mu Gung stumble back, a knowing smile on his face. That's probably why he has an attitude towards me. He has a grudge for losing to me before. Biab Gang furrows his brow, piecing together Mu Gung's motivations. He's very prideful, yet he lost to some technique that he's never seen before. Do you mean it? He must be curious about why he lost, and that must bother him a lot. Biab Gang turns to Mu Jin, his expression hardening with concern. Firstly, why is Mu Kyung this beaten up? Mu Jin answers, why else? It's because he got on the bad side of Mu Tae and the others, that mannerless bastard. He pauses, then adds, who's Mu Tae? One of Shaolin's outer sect disciple, the only son of the Seeable escort establishment's owner. Mu Jin continues, explaining the family dynamics at play. Mu Kyung's father is a porter of the Seeable escort establishment. He elaborates on the situation. Monk Hai Mun was trying to recruit Mu Tae into the main temple, but discovered Mu Kyung's talent when he was there, so he brought him together with Mu Tae here. Mu Jin finishes his explanation. The problem is Mu Tae thinks that Mu Kyung is trying to crawl over his head despite being the son of a porter, and started bullying him because he felt like Mu Kyung was an eyesore. Mu Jin is shocked at the situation. Are they crazy? Aren't they also Shaolin disciples? The other monk explains the sad reality. It can't be helped. His father is working for Mu Tae's family. He can't even tattle on Mu Tae. Mu Jin's frustration mounts. If this place was a normal school, then I guess I can sort of understand. But this place is the Shaolin temple where they teach the ways of Buddha. What have you been doing? Don't you have the greatest influence among us? The monk shrinks back, intimidated by Mu Jin's intensity. What can I even do? Aren't you the strongest? You can just protect him, can't you? He continues, his voice rising in desperation. There's 3 of them. Fighting even one would be tough, so how would I take on 3? How could you say that? He says you're the strongest though? Mu Jin looks at the other monk with a puzzled expression. Monk Biab Gang explains, that might look like the case in Mu Yel's eyes because the 3 of them don't take their training seriously. He likes it. They don't take their training seriously? Monk Biab Gang adds, I already told you that they're outer sect disciples. The martial arts of an outer sect family generally uses Shaolin Temple's martial arts as the base. He probably already learned the basic martial arts of Shaolin, and so he doesn't take the training here seriously. Monk Biab Gang continues, was he one of those that stepped forward with me? Monk Biab Gang thinks to himself, he's a bully, but has already completed the prerequisite learning. Unconscious Mu Kyung lies on the ground. The unconscious monk, Mu Kyung, is starting to stir. Mu Kyung sits up, clutching his head. Ouch, where am I? He looks around, dazed and confused. Mu Kyung is surrounded by other monks, their expressions a mix of concern and curiosity. Other monks approach him, their faces softening. Don't worry, we're not going to hurt you. One of the monks explains, I heard about your situation from Mu Gum. What do we do about him? He's totally avoiding people out of fear. The monks are concerned about Mu Kyung's well-being, and one of them reflects on the situation. Just how badly was he beaten and bullied for him to become this scared? I can't believe school violence is taking place even in the Shaolin Temple. The monk continues, thinking about Mu Kyung's options. Since his father is working for Mu Tae's family, even if he wants to talk to Monk Haiyun, he's worried that it might cause more harm. The monk wonders, is there no way to help him? Suddenly, a bright light flashes in the eyes of one of the monks. The monk turns to Mu Kyung. Mu Kyung? I think I can help you. Can you hear me out? Mu Kyung looks up, hope flickering in his eyes. You can help me? It's simple. Biab Gang, with a confident smirk, suggests reporting the bullies to Monk Haiyun. Those guys who have been threatening you with your father. Let's report all of them to Monk Haiyun. Mu Kyung's expression is still one of fear and helplessness. Mu Kyung looks doubtful. Are you just teasing me? There's no way they'll let my father off. Biab Gang waves off his concerns. That's also pretty simple. That'll be resolved if you become a disciple of the main martial group. The words a main martial disciple appear on screen, as the implications sink in. Biab Gang explains the distinction. Would be a disciple that's been accepted into the main martial group and continues to train there, while outer sect disciples usually stay outside of Shaolin. So even if they're from a big escort establishment, they can't recklessly interfere with a main Shaolin Temple disciple. But not everyone can become a main Shaolin Temple disciple. Everyone realized why Mu Jin said that, and what he was aiming to accomplish. All except one person. Mu Jin continued, think about it, they're just outer sect disciples. They can't threaten a main Shaolin Temple disciple and his father. Of course, there's also a chance that this won't work. However, the Shaolin Temple will never abandon any disciple no matter what happens. Time to see if what Monk Biab Gang said is true. Monk Haiyun and the Shaolin Temple will never let these people off. Mu Jin extends his hand to Mu Kyung. What do you say? Wanna give it a try? Mu Jin pressed Mu Kyung. Why aren't you saying anything? Is it because you don't have the confidence to become a main disciple? Mu Kyung stammered, that's. Mu Jin continued his relentless goading. Do you intend to allow your father to stay and work under the family of someone who bullies you? The thought visibly pained Mu Kyung. If you give up, then your father will have to keep working under Mu Tae. Mu Jin leaned in. Are you okay with that? Finally Mu Kyung relented. I'll give it a try. Mu Kyung agrees to Mu Jin's plan. I'll go for it once more. Mu Jin replies, perfect. That's a wise decision, Mu Jin declares. I'll now tell you about the second plan. Mu Jin asks, we can't just let them bully you until you become a main disciple. What do we do then? Mu Jin reveals his strategy. It's nothing complicated. We just have to beat Mu Tae down first. 3 days later, it's free time in the afternoon. Someone asks, Mu Kyung is here today, right? Another replies, of course, he is. Mu Jin's plan was in motion, as he whispered to Mu Tae, the only son of the SEO Bull security establishment leader, that if he didn't come, he'd send a letter to his family. Why? Mu Tae's underling stretched his arms. It's been too long since I got to stretch my arms. Mu Hwan, another underling, replied, it's been a while? It's only been 2 days. 2 days is a long time when we're used to giving him a daily beating. Mu Wai responded, so that's how it works. Mu Hwan asked, don't you think he's been hanging out with some strange guys these days? Mu Wai noted, oh that crazy brat, Mu Jin, and the idiot Mu Yo? Mu Hwan added, yeah, and Mu Gung is also with them. Why would that spoiler who always acts like the role model be mixing with them? Mu Wai shrugged. How would I know? They might all come here today together. That'd be even better. We'd have even more targets to beat up. Mu Tae grinned, clearly excited. Kuhu, this is great. I've wanted to beat the shit out of Mu Jin for a while now. Mu Wai agreed. Yeah, he's been acting way too out of place, hasn't he? I've never liked how Mu Gung was a goody two-shoes. Mu Tae's underlings reminisced about Mu Gung's past humiliation. Do you remember how much he cried before? Of course I do. I thought he'd quit right away, but he's still here. Cuckoo, just you wait and see. I'll be the one to make him cry this time. Mu Gung, hearing their taunts, could only think to himself, hey, Mu Gung, they're calling you a goody two-shoes. What do you think? Ha, that's what they think of me, huh? Mu Tae's group arrived, ready for a fight. That little bastard really brought them all here. While they're not running away, huh? Mu Tae's underlings were not intimidated. Why would we need to run away? Guess you're overflowing with confidence after you beat that gorilla with nothing but bronze? Mu Gung took offense to the insult. Did you hear that? He just called you a gorilla with nothing but bronze. Any of you, just bring it on. I'll make sure you never say shit like that again. One of Mu Tae's underlings stepped forward. Did you think we'd be scared with just that? Good, I'll be your opponent. I guess I'll be retaking the remaining one? That Mu Tae guy over there. One of Mu Tae's underlings declares that Mu Kyung will deal with him. Mu Kyung nervously replies, yeah. The underling grins, asking if Mu Kyung has forgotten what he taught him. Mu Kyung meekly responds, yeah. Mu Kyung wonders if he can really win against him. His opponent assures him that there's no need to worry. Another underling walks by, commenting on Mu Kyung making friends and feigning envy. The underling taunts Mu Gung, calling him a crybaby gorilla and promising to keep him in his place. Do it if you think you can. The first underling calls out to Mu Kyung. The underling looms over Mu Kyung, his face obscured by shadow. You want to hit me? Mu Kyung shrinks back, terrified. He's too scary. I can't do it. If you hit me. The underling's expression twists into a sinister grin. Who knows what will happen to your father? Mu Kyung's eyes dart around, picturing his father's plight. Father, if you don't want to see your father working under such a boat, there's only one way around it. The underling continues to manipulate him. We have to teach them a lesson and you have to become main disciple. Don't. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension. Don't pick on my father. The underling throws a punch, but Mu Jin intercepts the blow. Are you out of your mind? Mu Jin's grip tightens. The underling is shocked. Ho, you stopped that? Not bad for a gorilla. He struggles, realizing the extent of Mu Jin's strength. Why is he so strong? But then, a new thought occurs to him. No, what's more important is, Mu Gung is giving off a totally different vibe right now. Mu Gung, surrounded by younger monks, asks, what? Why should I be involved in this? A junior needs help. Are you going to stay out of it? Or are you scared of them? Ha! Who's scared of who? Mu Jin replies, Mu Gung, since you've decided to help, let's finish what we were talking about just now. Mu Gung retorts, why are you deciding that for me? And what we were talking about? Mu Jin stares intently at Mu Gung. Weren't you curious about why you always lost to me? Mu Gung clenches his fists. Yeah, what's the reason? Mu Jin explains, the chain punch you used is definitely fast and strong. But that's actually all there is to it. Mu Gung seems confused. Isn't that what's most important in martial arts? Mu Jin takes a stance. You'll understand if you experience it with your body. Alright, I'll attack you with the chain punch's first technique. I want you to try avoiding it. Mu Gung, enraged, prepares to strike. Mu Jin easily dodges the first technique. Good, great dodge. Mu Jin grins as he prepares the second technique. Now, I'm going with the second technique. Dodge it again. What is he doing? I thought this would be difficult, but it's actually quite easy to dodge. Mu Gung prepares to dodge again. Here I go, dash. I just need to dodge this normally. Mu Jin suddenly switches to a low kick. Alright, now for a low kick. Mu Gung is sent flying. Koa, what the hell? Why did you lie? He thinks to himself. Exactly. If your opponent already knows what's coming, who just get hit on purpose? Biob Gang, still on the ground, listens intently as Mu Jin explains, you need to deceive your opponent for your attacks to work. Mu Jin continues to lecture him. Get it? Your punches are fast and powerful. I acknowledge that, but, he explains further, showing him how obvious his movements are. Before you even punch, I can tell what you're about to do just from your posture. Biob Gang, frustrated, replies, I just need to be so fast that my opponent can't dodge even if they know what's coming. Mu Jin smiles slightly. Sure, you're not completely wrong. But that's only correct when you become the strongest in the world someday. Mu Jin elaborates, referencing another novel. For example, like the protagonist in the previous work of the author who wrote the Shounen Chronicles, Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. The blade techniques of the protagonist who was the strongest in both the unorthodox faction and in the world. The novel said that his blade techniques couldn't be dodged even if they knew what it was. Biob Gang listens intently as Mu Jin continues his lecture. In other words, if you're not the strongest in the world, what you said doesn't apply to you. Mu Jin continues, telling him, so, until then, you need to deceive your opponents. There needs to be psychological warfare, like saying you'll use paper in a rock-paper-scissors game. Understand? Suddenly, the monk restraining Mu Gung is struck, and Mu Gung asks him, what? Is this all you have? Mu Gung, enraged, prepares to attack. Right now, Mu Gung declares, I'm going to attack with the chain punches first technique. Do your best to dodge it. Mu Jin continues to lecture the defeated Mu Gung, telling him, until you become fast enough for people to be unable to dodge your attacks even if they see it coming. You need to know how to use some deception. Starting to get it now. Monk Biob Gang is deep in thought. I've never thought of this before, because using deception is cowardly behavior. But, he's correct. Why is mixing in feints a cowardly behavior? Mu Jin nods. I think you're right. Since I learned something good from you, here's some advice. Some advice? Mu Gung points at Biob Gang. Just now, you said you wanted to fight with Mu Tae and his underlings, right? It'd be dangerous to underestimate them just based on your fight with me. Biob Gang looks up, confused. What is he talking about? Mu Jin continues to press his advantage, taunting the defeated Mu Gung. Didn't you say that you're stronger than them? And I defeated you though? I wasn't fighting you at my full strength. What's that about? Mu Gung explains himself. If it had been a real fight and not sparring, I would have used the martial arts of my family. Obviously, I'd also use the inner energy that I've accumulated so far. Mu Jin seems satisfied with this explanation. I think this is good enough. Biob Gang looks on, a bit confused. Why did you bring us into such a remote corner just to show us your martial arts? Mu Gung answers, because I don't want to upset the elders by using my family's martial arts. Mu Gung grins, then asks, Mu Yul, can you go keep a lookout for us? He thinks to himself that they're going to be so surprised. Biob Gang is eager to see what Mu Gung has been hiding. Alright, show it to me now. Mu Gung replies, okay. With this, he'll finally. Mu Gung is getting serious now, demanding a little respect. Respect me a little, right? His eyes narrow in concentration. He unleashes a powerful strike. Ha! The force of the blow is evident. Biob Gang's eyes widen. Oh, he analyzes the attack. This is definitely different from when he used the chain punch. It's got power and speed. This should be around the level of a high school boxer. Mu Jin watches as Mu Gung prepares for another attack. Although the power isn't as strong as I had imagined, but considering his age, he's pretty much a monster. Mu Gung throws a flurry of punches and kicks, each snapping the air. With every kick or punch, the air is snapping. This is why he said things could get dangerous for me, huh? Mu Jin realizes the danger of fighting Mu Tae and his underlings. Because if I fight Mu Tae and his underlings right now, they'll all use their own martial arts to fight me. Mu Gung is sent flying. Mu Jin smirks, looking down at the defeated monk. Well, what do you think of my full power? Nice. It's pretty impressive. I see why people say he's the strongest among the young monks. Mu Jin remains unimpressed. But he's not able to freely control his own inner energy yet, right? If this is all he has. Mu Jin realizes that Mu Tae is beatable, and he urges the bald monk Biob Gang to join the fight. It's possible to take him on. What are you doing just standing there? Biob Gang hesitates, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. If you're not coming. Before he can finish his thought, Mu Kyung leaps forward. I will. Go over first. Mu Kyung analyzes the situation as he charges toward their opponent. After seeing Mu Gung and this guy, I can tell there's a certain form and posture to punch in order for them to utilize their inner energy. He prepares to strike. And compared to Mu Gung, this punch is child's play. Mu Kyung throws a punch. Mu Kyung charges in, analyzing his opponent's moves. The martial arts they use are probably chain punch. Its movement range is predictable. Mu Tae dodges the attack with ease. He dodged that. Mu Kyung is shocked. Maybe him defeating Mu Gung wasn't a fluke? He continues his assault, but Mu Tae remains unfazed. Biob Gang watches the fight, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. Is it my turn now? Dempsey roll. don't come any nearer. Biab Gang grits his teeth, psyching himself up to join the fight. Mu Jin grins, seeing Mu Tae's defensive stance. Oh? Defending your face? He follows up with a swift blow to the gut. Here's a gut punch. Mu Tae coughs, the force of the punch clearly taking its toll. He glares at Mu Jin, anger rising. Little bastard. Mu Jin doesn't give him a chance to recover. He presses the attack. Mu Tae is sent crashing into the ground. Mu Jin's eye reflects the image of the bald monk, Mu Tae, launching himself forward. Hiya! Mu Tae's attack lands with explosive force. Mu Jin is sent flying. Mu Tae, lying on the ground, begins to sniffle. His face contorts in anguish. Mu Jin is taken aback by the sudden tears. Whoa! Why are you suddenly crying? I'm going to tell my father about this. The bald monk, Mu Tae, clutches his head, utterly defeated. Ha! Mu Jin scolds the sobbing monk. If you do this, you're making me look like the bad guy. You bullied Mu Kyung so badly and now you're crying that easily? Mu Jin suddenly realizes they aren't alone. Whoops! I forgot about the others. Mu Jin crosses his arms, unimpressed. You didn't even last one round. I guess I was worried over nothing. He wonders about the others. Mu Gung is done. What about Mu Kyung? Suddenly, a strange sound catches Mu Jin's attention. Wait, what on earth is that sound? Suddenly, a voice shouts out. Mu Kyung! The bald monk yells. Stop hitting him. He's already lost to you. Mu Kyung! He reaches out, trying to stop the brutal assault. Mu Kyung! Then, it hits him. Mu Kyung! I finally remember after seeing him look like that. Mu Kyung! Mu Kyung! Mu Kyung! Mu Kyung! It's Mu Kyung! Mu Kyung! Mu Kyung! I knew I've heard his name somewhere a lot of times. He recalls the rumors. The one who makes a complete mess of his opponent's face. The one who stains both his hands red with blood. The image of the bloodied monk flashes in his mind. Eyes that are full of madness. Blood that stains his face as well. The bald monk, Biab Gang, is certain, it must be him. He realizes that Mu Kyung is a character in Jie Kyung's first novel, Return of the Demon Supreme. The most insane character of all, a villain character. He loves blood more than anyone else, Mu Kyung the Blood Monk. Then, a memory surfaces, the novel that I liked when I was young. I forgot it all as time passed by. But there was an illustration of a memorable character that was hidden away in a corner of my memories. He remembers the villain's catchphrase. This character would always say that all humans are evil. The image of the blood monk flashes in his mind, and that he would use blood to wash away the cycle of sins from them. A lunatic, the blood monk. The sight of Mu Kyung standing over his defeated opponent suddenly triggers a flood of recognition. The scene that Mu Jin is watching right now had reminded him of the madness and horror of the Mu Kyung that he had read about in the novel. Mu Jin stares in disbelief at the monk he just empowered. What have I awakened? He can't believe what he's seeing. I was only intending to raise his self-confidence. What is with that appearance of his? Mu Jin realizes that if he leaves Mu Kyung to his own devices, Mu Tae might actually die. No, that's not what's important now. If I leave him be, then he might really kill Mu Tae. He calls for help. Mu Yo! Help me out. Okay. The other monks pile on Mu Kyung, trying to restrain him. Calm down, Mu Kyung. Let me go. He tried to bully my dad. Mu Kyung is consumed by rage. It's all over. My dad dash. After the ordeal, Mu Kyung lies on the ground, panting heavily. He struggles to catch his breath. Someone really almost died back then. How is he so strong? Mu Jin watches as the other monks tend to Mu Kyung, who is still on the ground, sobbing. He can hear Mu Kyung sniffling. The other monks try to console Mu Kyung, who is covered in blood and dirt. Mu Jin thinks to himself, I guess he's still not the blood monk yet. He continues his train of thought. If my memory serves me right, the blood monk only ever appeared as a crazy person in the novel. It didn't mention how he became the blood monk. Mu Jin wonders, did he cross a line he wasn't meant to, after enduring such absurd situations where he was constantly bullied? Suddenly, Mu Jin's train of thought is interrupted by a shout, as he notices Mu Yel standing tall and imposing. Two monks look on at the scene, realizing, oh, we're in deep shit. Suddenly, Monk Biab Gang's voice booms out, demanding, Monk Biab Gang, you better give me a good explanation for what's happened here. Grandmaster Hyun Gwang is furious. Mu Jin, explain to me what just happened here. He turns to another monk. Mu Gung, even you're involved. Hyun Gwang's face is red with rage. Give me an answer immediately. This needs an explanation. Hyun Gwang bellows, naming those involved. Mu Jin, Mu Gung, Mu Yo, Mu Kyung. Mu Jin stands behind the crying monk, as Monk Biab Gang looks on, furious. Monk Biab Gang demands, Mu Jin, what are you doing? Monk Biab Gang's eyes widen. Mu Jin responds, please take a look at Mu Kyung's body. WH. What is all that? Monk Biab Gang grits his teeth, demanding, tell me exactly what happened. Mu Jin explains, these injuries that you see were inflicted by fellow monks who bullied Mu Kyung for 2 months. Mu Jin stands tall, his back muscles rippling as he explains, They had called Mu Kyung out to beat him up again today, so I decided to help him. Monk Biob Gang stares intently. He asks, "Is that the truth?" Monk Biob Gang's face contorts with rage as he demands, "Mu Wai, Mu Huan. Raise your heads. Is everything he said true?" Monk Biob Gang continues, "If you dare lie to me, I'll—" He is then interrupted by another monk. Monk Biob Gang. "What's wrong? Why are you yelling so loudly?" The two monks who were kneeling on the ground are now coughing and seemingly in pain. The scene is chaotic. Monks are sprawled out on the ground, clearly beaten. This is, what on earth? Monk Biob Gang's face is a mask of fury as he demands answers. "Mu Kyung, I want you to tell me." Mu Kyung, bruised and battered, struggles to speak. "What happened was..." Mu Jin places a reassuring hand on Mu Kyung's shoulder. "It's alright, Mu Kyung. You just need to tell them exactly what happened." Mu Jin continues to reassure Mu Kyung. Monk Biob Gang is someone who's fair and just. Mu Jin's expression softens. "No need to be scared." The camera focuses on Mu Kyung's tear-filled eyes as he sniffs, ready to speak his truth. He began to explain. What Mu Jin said was the truth. "I have been beaten up by Mu Tae, Mu Wai, and Mu Huan for the last 2 months. Mu Kyung broke into uncontrollable tears. He slowly told them about what he had experienced for the past 2 months. He was very emotional, so he couldn't articulate the details, but he got the main point across to Monk Biob Gang. Mu Jin continues, "You said that the Shaolin Temple will never abandon their own disciples regardless of the situation. Since Mu Kyung is a disciple of the Shaolin Temple, I had thought he needed to be protected." Mu Jin's argument continued to build momentum. "But those other children are also disciples of the Shaolin Temple." Monk Biob Gang's expression hardened. "Are you saying that these people, who threaten the lives of a father and son, are disciples of the Shaolin Temple? Is that really what the Shaolin Temple stands for?" The two monks stared each other down, the tension palpable. Mu Jin stood firm, waiting for an answer. Monk Biob Gang finally relented. "Yes, you're right." Just then, Hyun Sung, hall leader of the Arhat Hall, approached. "But that's only true if what you and Mu Kyung said are true. We'll begin to look into whether that's true here and now." Hyun Sung declared, "If what you've said is true, then those children will cease to be disciples of the Shaolin Temple." Monk Biob Gang's face was stern. "I trust that a fair and just investigation will be carried out. Though, even if they cease to become disciples of the Shaolin Temple, what has happened here will not be overlooked either. The Shaolin's martial arts are meant to subdue our opponents." He looked down at the unconscious child. "Isn't this far too brutal considering they're just children?" A tearful monk confessed, "I'm sorry. I was just..." He continued, "I did that. I was too angry with those people who bullied Mu Kyung. I wasn't able to control my emotions. This was all done by me." Mu Kyung looked up, shocked by the confession. Mu Jin thought about his actions. "It's true that I started all this." He considered the possible outcomes of Mu Kyung taking the blame. If Mu Kyung's belief is made to shoulder the full responsibilities and betrayed like this, I don't know when he might become the Blood Monk. Mu Jin smiled slightly. "If I try to protect him, that he won't become the Blood Monk, then wouldn't he become the best comrade I could want?" Mu Jin was told that this was the place where monks meditated while facing the wall to attain enlightenment. Biob Gang instructed Mu Jin to stay there, talk to no one, and repeatedly meditate while looking at the wall. "I see," Mu Jin replied. Biob Gang announced, "Alright, we're here." Biob Gang informed him that he would be receiving his punishment in that cave. Biob Gang continued, "You're to face the wall and meditate within the cave. You're not supposed to look out of the cave, even when you're sleeping or eating. You'll be given water and rice balls from time to time." He ordered Mu Jin to go in and start his punishment. "Understood," Mu Jin responded. Mu Jin, facing the wall in the cave, exhaled deeply. He realized, "I was hoping it wouldn't be the case, but this copy experiences a world that creates every novel by the same author, Jie Kyung. I possessed a character in Shaolin Chronicles, but a character of the Return of the Demon Supreme appeared." Mu Jin continued, "I knew that the Return of the Demon Supreme and the Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles shared the same world." He paused, thinking, "On second thought, I think that it's just the world that's the same. I think both protagonists are in the same time period, active in Central Plains, active in demonic cult. They're active in different areas, so it's unlikely that they'll run into each other." He added, "And in the second half of the Return of the Demon Supreme, the protagonist of the Shaolin Chronicles, the Divine Monk, would appear. That means all the novels are in a similar time period. My actions might influence events that take place in the other novels." Mu Jin grew concerned. "What if my unnecessary interference has caused a butterfly effect and gets in the way of the other novel's protagonist's growth?" Mu Jin, deep in thought, realized that to get stronger, he'd need to find the right places and connections. But he lamented, "If I want to become stronger from now on, then I'll need to find the right places and connections. But other than the ones that'll affect the protagonist's growth, I can't remember anything else." He sat cross-legged, lost in thought. "These novels are ones that I've read more than 10 years ago. I only remember the overarching story, while my memories of the exact details are vague. Mu Jin's eyes widened with concern. If I steal those opportunities from the protagonists, and the story developments get screwed up, I don't know how Shaolin Chronicles will turn out. He recalled his decision to take in Mu Kyung, the monk with the sly grin. And I already took in Mu Kyung, who was supposed to become the blood monk. I need to make sure that works out somehow. Because Mu Jin envisioned a battle scene. The protagonist of the Return of the Demon Supreme would gain enlightenment and become stronger in his fight with the blood monk. He panicked, realizing the potential consequences of his actions. The blood monk has now disappeared along with the enlightenment he's supposed to gain, which is all because of me. Mu Jin sat cross-legged, clearly frustrated. This is so fucking complicated. Where do I even start from now? As Mu Jin continued to ponder his next move, a figure emerged from a cave in the distance. It was Monk Byaub Gang, observing Mu Kyung from behind a rock. Byaub Gang watched Mu Kyung, impressed. Looks like he's focused on repentance right now. To think a child of 12 years old is able to have that level of concentration and repentant mindset. Byaub Gang continued to admire Mu Kyung, and the special techniques and talents that he's shown us previously. This child become the pillar of Shaolin. A while ago, Monk Byaub Gang sighs heavily. He apologizes to his master, feeling responsible for failing to protect the young monks. This is all because I'm still lacking. Sorry, master. It's because I failed at watching after them. It's alright. So, how's the investigation? About that, Byaub Gang reports the findings of the investigation. After interrogating all the new monks, their testimonies were all the same. It's true that Mu Kyung was constantly bullied. The news casts a dark shadow over the Shaolin Temple. This is an incident that brought great shame to Shaolin, a great martial group. The atmosphere in the Arhat Hall is pretty bad. Grandmaster Hyun Guang enters the room. I have just returned. Come in. Byaub Gang and another monk seem to be aware of something that Hyun Guang also knows. Hall leader, have you noticed as well? Yes, too. You too? Master, what are you talking about? It's obvious from Mu Kyung's face and hands that he was the one who beat up Mu Tae. Yes, Mu Jin just wanted to protect his friend in that confusing situation, and so he took the blame. That's right, Hugh. It seems we've gotten both a disaster and blessing appearing at the same time. Isn't it more like the blessing found the disaster and stopped it? If it weren't for Mu Jin, there's no telling what else would have happened. The monks remained silent, considering the implications. Monk Byaub Gang speaks up. I have something to say about this incident. Grandmaster Hyun Guang nods. Go ahead. Byaub Gang continues. This incident isn't due to any certain person's fault. Everyone is at fault. Compared to trying to blame someone or cause someone to regret, it's more important for us to make sure it doesn't happen again. Monk Byaub Gang is still trying to get to the bottom of the situation and asks, do you have an idea in mind? Mu Jin answers. I think the biggest cause of this incident is due to the lack of training. The lack of training? Mu Jin continues. They did such a vicious thing because they have too much stamina left. To prevent that from happening, I'll just plan training that will tire them out more. Asks Byaub Gang. May I proceed with that? Byaub Gang replies. I'll leave this matter to you and Hai Yung then. I'll be a little busy for a few days to wrap this matter up. Byaub Gang decides that the 3 children need to be punished and says, now that we know the 3 children are guilty, they need to be punished accordingly. I'll go to the discipline court first. Mu Jin replies, understood. I'll do my best to guide the children. 2 hours pass, and one of the monks observes Mu Jin, still in meditation. It's been more than 2 hours, yet he hasn't moved in the slightest. He's truly incredible. Another monk adds, there's probably no more need to monitor him. First monk says, I'll come back tomorrow early morning. The second monk says to Mu Jin, movement art Mu Jin, I'll bring you water and rice balls from time to time, so no need to worry about that. Just focus on your mediation. As the sun began to set, Mu Jin walked away from the Shaolin Temple. Meanwhile, Monk Byaub Gang watched him disappear into the forest. He smirked. Phew, he's finally gone. Byaub Gang continued, I was in the special forces for 7 years. It wasn't for nothing, you know? That means I can easily sense it when he's nearby. He collapsed dramatically. Geez, what should I do to spend time for 7 whole days? I don't have beans or mushrooms to give me the protein I need for exercising. Byaub Gang's eyes widened. Now that I think about it, when was the last time I ate meat? Byaub Gang's stomach rumbled as he remembered the taste of meat. Right, I ate some fried chicken right before I came here. That crispy skin that crunched with every bite, and that tender meat. He lay on the ground, fantasizing about his next meal. So hungry, I need some meat. His eyes darted around, searching for a solution to his protein deficiency. But where can I get meat from? An idea struck him with the force of a lightning bolt. Hey, Byaub Gang grinned, a predatory glint in his eyes. I can just hunt for meat. Meanwhile, a young girl sobbed in the forest, a snare lying uselessly on the ground as a white rabbit hopped away. The rabbit dangled helplessly, caught in the snare. Keek! The young girl remained hidden in the grass, unaware of the impending doom. Biab Gang's eyes locked onto the helpless creature. Protein. Jackpot. His face contorted with ravenous hunger. The girl remained hidden, oblivious to the danger. On the other side, near Mount Songshan where the Shaolin Temple is, lies Yuchen Prefecture. Shaolin disciples spread out to gather information in the area. They talked to the people. Thus, they heard about what happened. Shortly after, they gathered at the entrance of the Eseobal escort establishment. Let's go in. All right. The Eseobal escort establishment. A bald monk in yellow robes stepped forward. I'm Hai Gul, the vice hall leader of Shaolin's outer hall. A man in green robes greeted them. Oh my, welcome. Shaolin monks arrived at the Eseobal escort establishment, where they were greeted by a man in green robes. I'm the escort establishment owner, Shimin Pyong. Shimin Pyong, the escort establishment owner, and Mu Tae's father. Shimin Pyong clasped his hands together, bowing slightly. It's an honor to meet the invincible fist. Mu Tae stood between the two men, his head bowed and his body trembling. Shimin Pyong narrowed his eyes, his expression turning dark. Can you please tell me, why is my son trembling so badly? Biab Gang stood stoically, surrounded by other monks. Shimin Pyong's face contorted with rage as he demanded answers. Can you please tell, why is my son trembling so badly? Biab Gang stood firm, surrounded by his fellow Shaolin monks, ready to confront the escort establishment owner. Eseobal escort establishment owner, Shimin Pyong. Biab Gang declared, his voice booming with righteous anger. The reason he's acting this way is due to his own wrongdoing. He should have been training his body and mind to be pure, but instead he bullied his friend and caused conflict within the Shaolin Temple. Shimin Pyong looked shocked by the accusations, clutching his trembling son. What? Not only that, from what we found out as we talked to people within the Yuchen Prefecture, Biab Gang pointed an accusing finger. We found out that the Eseobal escort establishment has been coercing money out of the people here. Ugh! Biab Gang clutched his prayer beads, his face a mask of fury. I can't believe that an outer sect that follows the Shaolin Temple would dare to do such an evil deed. Biab Gang's rage reached a boiling point as he issued a severe command. Make it so that these people can never use martial arts again. Ba! The Eseobal escort establishment members looked on in horror as their leader screamed at them. Kook! Stop them now! Stop them this instant! One of them responded, Yes, sir! A Shaolin monk in orange robes unleashed a furious barrage of blows. Another monk continued the assault, his fists glowing with power. The monk's hand crackled with golden energy. The Shaolin monks continued their brutal beatdown of the Eseobal escort establishment. Huck! The monk stood over the fallen leader of the Eseobal escort establishment, who groaned, My martial arts. Biab Gang's voice boomed with righteous fury. Take everything they've taken unfairly from the common people and return it back to them. The remaining members of the Eseobal escort establishment looked on, terrified. What do we do now? This is looking really bad. Biab Gang scanned the crowd, his gaze intense. Is Mr. Bang Jian here? The bald monk's question was met with a hesitant response. I'm Bang Jian. What's the matter? Bang Jian's eyes widened in shock. Biab Gang broke the news. I'm sorry, Mr. Bang. The child that was bullied by Mu Tae was none other than your son. Bang Jian was stunned. He was being bullied. Biab Gang bowed his head. I apologize for not being able to stop it from happening. I know this won't suffice as an apology. He continued, vowing that the Shaolin Temple would take full responsibility for the matter. Hai Gul and the other Shaolin disciples helped Bang Jian transfer to work under other escort establishments affiliated with the Shaolin Temple as a porter, a place that was stable and righteous, unlike the Eseobal escort establishment. Mu Jin, now alone, continued his journey. He paused, spotting something on the ground. What's with this sloppy trap? Inspecting it closer, Mu Jin was unimpressed. It's a little similar to the rabbit trap I made yesterday, but it's different. The trap is totally trash compared to what I made. He frowned, his eyes narrowing. Who tried to copy my trap after seeing it? More importantly, there's someone else on this mountain other than me? Mu Jin's head snapped up, his senses on high alert. Wait, I hear something. Mu Jin spots a girl, and she's clearly not happy to see him. The girl screams as she bolts away. Mu Jin yells after her, demanding she stop. The girl pauses, glancing back to see if she's lost him. Is he gone? Mu Jin is already on top of her, reaching out. He grabs her. I got you! The forest floor crunches underfoot. Monk Biab Gang pauses, hearing the noise. He's tackled a girl to the ground. A girl? The girl is terrified. Biab Gang stammers. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. What is such a pretty girl doing in a dangerous place like this mountain? She's still on the ground, tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry. Biab Gang's voice echoes from off-screen. Want some food? The girl chews thoughtfully on the meat that monk Biab Gang provided. Biab Gang grins at her. You're enjoying it, huh? Just how starved were you? Did you try to copy my rabbit trap because you were hungry? She sits by the fire, looking up at the monk. Yeah, but aren't you a monk? Is it alright for you to be eating meat? Biab Gang waves a hand dismissively. Oh, about that. I have my own circumstances. Don't worry about it. The girl stares at the ground, clearly unconvinced. She looks back up at Biab Gang. Why are you so deep in the mountains though? This place is under the Shaolin Temple, but your clothes seem like they're from outside. Girl hesitates, thinking about what to say next. Oh, Suddenly, a vision flashes before her eyes, showing a scene of abandonment and despair. Father, please don't leave me here. Nanny, why does everyone hate me? Is it because I'm useless? Or was I just not supposed to be born? Monk Biab Gang watches her, realizing something is troubling her. I guess she has her own circumstances that she can't speak about too. I'll stop asking and change the topic. Biab Gang changes the subject. Oh, by the way, can you please keep my rabbit hunting a secret? The girl looks back at him, curious. Why is it because you can't be caught eating meat? Biab Gang grinned sheepishly. Oh, well, there's that. But there are also other reasons. Biab Gang continues, in return, I'll help you get home. The girl's eyes widen in surprise. What? Really? How would you do that? Biab Gang tells the girl, a shirtless monk will soon come to this place. Yeah, he's quite influential, so he'll be able to help you easily. The girl wonders how he knows this. How do you know that he's coming? Monk Biab Gang smirks. Because I can sense his presence. Biab Gang advises her. You just need to wait at the entrance of the cave. Mu Jin stands before the cave entrance when the girl pleads, please help me. The girl is startled by Mu Jin's sudden appearance. What is an outsider doing here? I got separated from my group and lost my way. Mu Jin replies, I'll help you get home then. She realizes that he is, indeed, shirtless. Mu Jin's eyes widened as he considered the girl's words. He turned to her, his expression serious. Did you, perhaps, see a boy in that cave? Meanwhile, back in the cave, Monk Biab Gang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The girl looked up at Mu Jin, her expression unreadable. She seemed to understand something, a realization dawning on her. That's why he asked me to keep it a secret. She continued, No, I was scared of the cave so I didn't go near it. I didn't see anyone go in or come out of it. From a distance, Monk Biab Gang watched Mu Jin's progress. I knew Mu Jin wouldn't disappoint. Since he's doing well so far, I guess I can go back down now. Mu Jin turned to the girl. Follow me. I'll bring you down the mountain together and get you home. Okay. He asked her, what's your name? Oh, she replied, Ryuseowa. Thank you, little monk. I'll be sure to pay you back for your help the next time we meet again. Suddenly, a faint noise tickled Monk Biab Gang's ear. He peeked inside the cave, his face twisting in frustration. They're gone. Mu Jin lay exhausted on the rocks. I'm kinda tired. Wait, I didn't ask her for her name. He shrugged it off. Well, it's none of my business. Mu Jin was confident they wouldn't cross paths again. I doubt we'll meet again. Meanwhile, Monk Biab Gang was looking for Mu Kyung. Mu Kyung, are you there? Mu Kyung, standing alongside another monk, responded nervously. Yes, Monk Biab Gang. Did you call me? Monk Biab Gang had something important to reveal. I have something to tell you. It involves your father too. Monk Biab Gang was looking for Mu Kyung. Mu Kyung, are you there? Yes, Monk Biab Gang. Did you call for me? Monk Biab Gang had something important to reveal. I have something to tell you. It involves your father too. Biab Gang told Mu Kyung everything that happened in Yichun Prefecture. The Aseobu escort establishment, run by the parents of Mu Tae, who bullied him, had completely closed down, and the Shaolin Temple has introduced his father to a new workplace. Mu Kyung listened intently. Biab Gang reassured him. So, don't worry about the outside world and do your best to become a true disciple of the Shaolin Temple. Mu Kyung was moved by Biab Gang's words and Mu Jin's actions. Tears streamed down his face. I'll do my very best. Mu Jin placed a hand on Mu Kyung's head, a gesture of encouragement. I'll definitely become a true disciple. Just as Mu Jin has said, the Shaolin Temple never abandons its. Mu Kyung was fired up. Disciple. Gotcha. Mu Jin reflected on his past. The fourth day among the training I received in the Special Forces, there was survival training. Naturally, that included training on procuring food in the locality, so hunting isn't hard for me. He realized the oversight in his actions. The one thing I didn't think of when I cooked the meat for that girl back then, reference from Chapter 15, was that if I hunted animals and cooked with an open fire, I could get caught. Mu Jin knew that in order to leave as little traces as possible, he better cook in nearby caves. He needed to make sure that he left as little evidence as possible, because he wouldn't have enough time to clear up all the mess and pluck out the fur. He'd cover it in mud, cook it, and then pluck out the fur along with the mud. Although this wasn't perfect, he could get his protein this way. It was also his first time eating meat after coming to the Shaolin Temple, so he felt much relief from it. The fifth day, Mu Jin would get up earlier than the bell striking of the Shaolin Temple to face the world in a lotus position. You ask if that's for the sake of training hard in meditation? Mu Jin sensed someone approaching the cave. No, it's because of a certain presence that comes near to this cave. Monk Biab Gang peered inside. I had thought he was hard-working, but to think he'd already be up to meditate. Biab Gang watched Mu Jin sitting in meditation. Or did he spend time reflecting overnight? The bald monk placed a bamboo container and a small pouch next to Mujin. Biab Gang approached Mujin. Haha, to think you'd be meditating with such concentration, you're incredible. He tapped the pouch with his finger, leaving it next to the bamboo container. Biab Gang watched as Mujin sat in meditation. I can't believe they expect a young kid to survive on something like this for a week. This is really too harsh. For food, I'd eat the grain ball and drink the water that's given once a day. I make up for the energy that I lack with my hunting. You could say that I've gotten some sort of routine in my life at this point. It was the 6th day. Once I've gotten protein and energy, I must put my body to use immediately. 6, 7, 10. I'll warm my body up as much as possible by doing as much exercise as I can. Biab Gang kept moving his body. 3, 4, 5. I realized something as I kept moving my body. He noticed the breathing method used while exercising is similar to the energy circulation technique. So he thought, I tried to challenge myself by combining the enlightenment cultivation technique and exercises to start my own kind of training. Biab Gang felt more refreshed than before. The results of this training is that my body feels more refreshed than before. It's a pity that I don't have much time left. I didn't know at this time. He was about to discover something new. That this process is the training process of the energy accumulation art. Mujin's wall-facing meditation has come to an end, and a voice tells him, today's the day your wall-facing meditation ends, you can get up now. Mujin asks, may I speak now? And the voice responds, of course. Monk Biab Gang tells him, it's almost time for early morning training, so let's go to the training ground right away. Mujin agrees, yes, Monk Biab Gang. Biab Gang asks Mujin, how was the incident handled? You mean Mukyung's incident? Mujin confirms, exactly. Biab Gang replies, after investigating Mute's family, we found out that the Seolbul escort establishment had been committing numerous atrocious deeds in the village. Monk Biab Gang recounts the aftermath of their confrontation with the Seolbul escort establishment, stating, and so, we destroyed the martial arts of everyone in that place and shut them down. We also introduced Mukyung's father to a new workplace. Biab Gang continues, oh, and the intensity of training has increased in the last week. Is that so? Biab Gang tells Mujin, so far, I've allowed you to train in your own way because of what I promise you. But to be fair to the rest, you'll need to follow the training of the Shaolin Temple now. Mujin is clearly still not happy with this arrangement. Seriously, he's still on that. Mujin argues, can I increase the intensity of my own training? I'll do even tougher training on my own then. Biab Gang responds to Mujin's whining with a simple invitation. Let's see you try it first. Arhut Hall Training Ground. Mujin is greeted by his fellow monks. He grins asking, have you guys been well? Hee, it has been really tiring. The training's that tiring? One of the monks wipes his brow, confessing, I almost gave up. Mujin puffs out his chest, declaring, this level of training is nothing to me. Mujin's boast earns him a sharp glare. Just then, a senior monk barks, the early morning training is going to start now. Get in position. The junior monks stare at the bags of rocks being brought out. One of the monks looks down at the sand pouches in confusion. Sand pouches? A senior monk barks at the novices. Those who have gotten their sand pouches, go back to your position quickly. That's what caused the training to have gotten tougher. He shouts, get into horse stance. Mujin's return did not stop the tough early morning training from starting. As the training got several times tougher, the young monks began to sweat profusely. Mujin also used the sand pouches, making a free weight dumbbell version to do his own exercises. Mujin examines the sand pouches. Although I don't really like the grip and sense of balance that these sand pouches give, he grins, thinking to himself, but it's not like I'm training to be a bodybuilder at this age, so this could be perfect. They whisper to each other. Can he not tell what the situation is like within these training grounds? I know, right? Suddenly, the monks notice Monk Biab Gang approaching. Monk Biab Gang is here. Is he finally about to reprimand Mujin? He's finally going to get scolded. Monk Biab Gang glares at Mujin. I already told him that the training has gotten tougher, yet he's training by himself in an easier manner. Monk Biab Gang watched Mujin with a suspicious glare. Other monks noticed that Mujin was sweating far more than they were. He's sweating much more than the others. Does that mean his training is tougher than our increased training intensity? But then, Monk Biab Gang realized something else was at play. Wait, that's not what's important now. This heavy and sharp energy. Could it be? Mujin grinned as he lifted the sand pouches, now glowing with golden energy. The energy accumulation art? Mujin had just unlocked the energy accumulation art. This is an energy circulation technique that can only be done once one has successfully accumulated energy in their body and has gotten used to energy to a certain degree. This art allows the user to break out of the norms of a physique and display superhuman strength. The boulder breaking demonstration that Monk Haiying showed previously belongs under this category, and it's also possible to use it to do things like flying in the sky or moving at extremely fast speeds. However, Not everyone can attain this. It's something that can only be attained after an epiphany on energy has been achieved after numerous trial and errors. That's supposed to be how it is. Mu Jin strained as he worked out. This is great. I was getting sick of just body exercises. I can't believe they're giving me dumbbells to work with. Mu Jin felt the burn. My triceps are going crazy. Overhead extension. The early morning training involving the sand pouches was hell for everyone else. But Mu Jin felt differently. I can feel my muscles getting worked. Young muscles react immediately with a good workout. Side lateral raise. He had begun to use the sand pouches as dumbbells to do modern exercises. A face full of ecstasy. Hugh, this is perfect. The other young monks were surprised by his weird posture and began to stare at him. What is wrong with him? But Biob Gang looked at Mu Jin in a slightly different light now. Biob Gang's eyes narrowed. Sweat beading on his brow. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. That's the energy accumulation art. Since when was he able to use it? Biob Gang approached Mu Jin. Mu Jin, 1 second. Mu Jin tilted his head, looking back at the muscular monk. Mu Jin replied yes. Biob Gang gestured for him to follow. Follow me. Biob Gang had something important to ask. I've got a question for you. Biob Gang's expression was grave. It's just as Biob Gang said. Biob Gang's eyes widened as he realized. That's definitely the energy of the energy accumulation art. You're asking me, when did I become able to use the energy accumulation art? Mu Jin internally panicked, thinking to himself, this is probably the result of the wall meditation training. Reference to Chapter 6. But if I tell them that, then I'm basically admitting to them that I was doing other stuff and not my punishment in the cave. He decided to play it cool. In that case, I was just trying things out. Mu Jin continued his explanation. My family places a lot of emphasis on breathing techniques, spewing tons of bullshit, and it seems I got excited today after not exercising for a while. He elaborated further. Oh, my family's breathing techniques are similar to the energy circulation techniques here, so I tried to apply the same principles. Biob Gang and Mu Gung were shocked by Mu Jin's explanation. What? Monk Biob Gang cleared his throat, explaining, the energy accumulation art should only be achievable after the enlightenment cultivation technique has been mastered. Ahem. Although enlightenment cultivation technique is a basic cultivation technique, it still takes a few years to master it. Are there only very few strong ones who mastered it that's able to achieve this easy accumulation art? He continued, that's why after the foundation is laid with the enlightenment cultivation technique, they'll learn the next level of cultivation technique. It's more effective to focus on using the next level's cultivation technique to circulate energy for 2 hours, compared to accumulating energy with the energy accumulation art after they've mastered the enlightenment cultivation technique. Biob Gang elaborated on the implications of Mu Jin's talent. But if someone's able to attain the energy accumulation art after learning the enlightenment cultivation technique for a few days like Mu Jin, they'll be able to accumulate energy much faster than their peers. He went on, if they learn the next level's cultivation technique on top of that, then its prowess will increase by folds. And if he's able to use the energy accumulation art at such a young age, he might also be able to successfully learn the higher level cultivation techniques quickly. Biob Gang paused dramatically. Ahem. So then, Biob Gang and Mu Gung stared at Mu Jin, the latter's massive muscles practically bursting out of his robes. You're saying that you're able to do this normally? Mu Jin beams. I can only do it when I'm using my family's exercising methods. Looks totally Mo sent. Biob Gang and Mu Gung exchanged dumbfounded glances. A black bird flying overhead. Mu Jin asks, if there's nothing else, may I continue my training? I'm starting to lose muscles. Mu Gung, still shirtless, relents. Alright, go on. Mu Jin sprints away, leaving a trail of dust behind him. The bald monk Biob Gang remarks, I think you got a little too greedy there. Mu Gung sighs ba. A bell rings, signaling the end of training. Great work, everyone. The bald monk, Mu Kyung asks, Mu Kyung, you're doing that today too, right? Yeah, let's help each other again. Mu Jin spots Mu Kyung doing the muscle lengthening technique with another monk. Oh, wait, Mu Yo? You're doing the muscle lengthening technique with him? Mu Yo responds, yeah, we've been doing this consistently even when you weren't around. Mu Jin seems surprised. As Mu Yo explains, the two of them seem interested in doing it too, so I taught them how. Mu Jin asks, you taught them? Mu Kyung chimes in, I'm not sure if it's because he taught us it, but my body feels better after I do the muscle lengthening technique. It does hurt a little though. Mu Jin thinks to himself, I taught Mu Yo quite a lot of stretching exercises though. To think he's not only able to keep up, but he's even teaching others. Mu Jin reflects, I didn't think about him since he wasn't mentioned in the novel. But on second thought, I think he's pretty good with his body. He then adds, hee, ants are delicious. Mu Jin watches Mu Kyung doing the muscle lengthening technique. He thinks to himself, is he unable to become a martial master because while he's talented, he's an idiot? Yeah, that could be possible. He doesn't even know where the acupuncts are. Mu Jin decides, well, I'll look into that later. But, Mu Jin then asks Mu Kyung, What about you? What? What do you mean what? I'm asking about you. Mu Kyung asks, why aren't you doing it? Oh him? Mu Yo then chimes in, we did it previously because his body was as stiff as a wooden puppet. Before Mu Yo can finish, Mu Jin yells, Mu Yo, don't say any more. Huh? Mu Jin asks Mu Yo, your body is stiff? That's why you're not doing the muscle lengthening technique. Mu Yo, caught off guard, stopped talking, and Mu Jin yelled at him, Mu Yo, don't say any more. Huh? Mu Yo, flustered, replied, that's right. I have a stiff body. So what? He quickly tried to backtrack. I didn't say anything. It's not like having a stiff body is bad or whatever. Ha, that's precisely what the muscle strengthening technique is for though. Is that so? Mu Jin reassured him. I don't intend to make fun of you for that. And I'm not some trash that'd make fun of others who are working hard. Suddenly, another monk exclaimed, wow, look at Mu Gung. He's huge. Another monk added, I heard he's really strong because he comes from a family of martial artists. I wished I had a family like him. A third monk chimed in, since he came from such a good family, he must be really talented too. He's probably a genius without having to work hard, right? Another monk, clearly jealous of Mu Gung, thought to himself, of course I'm so envious of him. He scoffed, working hard, ha ha. Mu Jin overheard him and turned to the jealous monk. I wasn't expecting you to say what's correct. One must never make fun of those who work hard, right? Mu Jin grabbed the monk's shoulder. So then, Mu Jin forced the monk into a painful hamstring stretch. Let's work hard. National exercise 7th exercise hamstring stretch. The monk screamed in pain. Kawa, that fucking hurt, you asshole. Wow, your body really is just as stiff as Mu Yo said. We'll have to keep doing this in the future. The monks do jumping jacks at Mu Jin's command. 1, 2, 3, 4. He erg 2, 2, 3, 4. The monk leading the exercise says this is easier, so I guess you guys can follow easier. He continues, Mu Yo has always hung around Mu Jin. Mu Yo continues, and he's gotten really good at doing physical stuff. Whoa, doesn't that hurt? Wow, that's possible. Mu Jin was also pretty surprised when he saw me doing this, especially that crazy flexibility of his. Monk states, there's Mu Jin who suppressed me, the strongest among the main Shaolin monks in our age. He finishes, Mu Yo, who's a little stupid but very talented, and Mu Kyung, who easily beat up Mu Tae. Monk Biab Gang grits his teeth, a competitive fire burning in his eyes. They're all monsters, but I'm also working really hard so that I won't lose out. I'll always be. He roars with determination, vowing to be the strongest. Thanks to the addition of sand pouches into the dawn training, it became an enjoyable time doing various free weight exercises. I practiced energy accumulation training in my free time. I accumulated more energy through energy breathing and was able to grow stronger. Mu Jin also incorporated stretches with the monks in between training. Keep your back straight. Don't lean forward. Training was intense. On a closer look at Mu Jin, 2 monks observed Mu Jin, whispering amongst themselves. Don't you think his shoulders have gotten wider? Yeah, I agree. The monks wondered if Mu Jin's special training methods with the 3 disciples were the reason. After 10 days had passed, a change occurred for the training sessions. During dawn training, Mu Jin addressed the monks. Now that most of you have learned the enlightenment cultivation technique, the next step would be learning the inner energy cultivation method. Mu Jin gestured to 2 monks behind him. The 2 behind me will step forward and demonstrate. The monks responded with a resounding yes, sir. One of the monks began to explain the movements. The first move is the core punch. Start circulating energy, then pull the accumulated energy in your energy core to go past the energy C point, the gastric cavity point, and the great palace point. Monk, demonstrating the core punch, explains, after that, 70 of your energy will go to your right arm, pass by the breath vessel point, and then head to the shoulder bone point. The remaining 30 will go to your left arm, shoulder bone point, breath vessel point. Understand all that? Mu Jin, internalizing the instructions, thought to himself, so after I gather the accumulated energy in my energy core, I just need it to split into 7 to 3. He tensed, ready to execute the technique. I think this is the next step. Chain punch. He launched his fist forward with intense focus. The first move, Mu Jin unleashed the chain punch, a burst of energy erupting from his fist. Mu Jin felt a strange sensation as he unleashed the chain punch. This feeling? Is this concept one where a part of my body is strengthened as the acupoints are stimulated by my energy? Continued to analyze the technique, now picturing the energy flowing through his body. Is the reason for distributing out the energy instead of sending all the energy into one arm so that my body can maintain balance? If that's the case, it'd make it hard for my left arm to play that role when my energy grows even more though. Mu Jin realized there was more to the technique than he initially thought. I need to also put some energy into other places, for example, in order to properly use the first move of the chain punch. He finally understood the complete picture. You must also put energy into your lower body. I knew it. Mu Jin's eyes widened as another realization dawned on him. Wait, if that's the case. He now understood the importance of balance and control. Since I need to send energy into my legs and not just my arms, I must be able to control my body as a whole. Mu Jin felt his head throb with the complexities of the chain punch. Ugh, this is way more complicated than I thought. He imagined a real fight, the stakes high and the pressure intense. If I want to be able to execute such complicated steps in a real fight, I wonder how much more training I'll need. Mu Jin refocused on the present. For starters, he attempted the technique, but his movements were awkward and unsure. I don't know how it's supposed to be done. Like this? Or like this? Another monk watched Mu Jin's flailing attempt with growing concern. He's screwed. Mu yelled, hold on. The monk approached Mu Jin cautiously. What have you been trying to do? I suddenly couldn't remember what we just learned. Mu Jin watched the other monk struggle to recall the correct sequence. Can you tell me what you remember? Harm. The monk, clearly flustered, began reciting the steps, though he seemed to be getting them mixed up. I think it goes from the energy core to the Great Palace Point to the energy C and then to the gastric cavity point. Great Palace Point gastric cavity point energy C. Great Palace Point gastric cavity point energy C. It's energy C to the Great Palace Point, and then to the gastric cavity point. Mu Jin listened intently, trying to decipher the jumbled explanation. Next would be splitting the energy into 70 for the breath vessel and shoulder bone point in your left arm. Energy goes to the right arm. You're right-handed, aren't you? Monk's face lit up with realization. Oh, you're right. Mu Jin sighed, realizing the traditional methods were overly complicated. But it is too much. This is why Mu Yel didn't appear in the novel. I'll explain it simply for you. Mu Jin decided to cut through the complexity and focus on the basics. Don't care about the names of the occupants. Can you gather energy here? The monk looked down at his abdomen. Yeah, I'll give it a try. Mu Jin guided the monk. Now try moving it here. Next would be this part of your shoulder. The monk Biab Gang, seemed to get the hang of it. Wow, I think it's way easier to do it like this. Mu Jin was glad. Mu Jin warned him, if you get confused again, ask me. I feel like you might forget it real quick. But, Monk Biab Gang asked, where do I move the energy after here? Here? Mu Jin internally facepalmed. He thought he's got the brains of a goldfish. That was how Mu Jin started to learn how to use the chain punch. Hai Yung and the second-class disciples would teach one new step each day. Since this is foundational martial arts, there aren't a lot of moves and they were able to teach everything within 10 days. After that, everyone was trained separately based on how fast their progress went. Tada. Now, in the present, 71 days have passed. Mu Jin, Mu Gung, Mu Kyung and Mu Yel have all successfully learned the 10 moves of the chain punch. Hey, 20 seconds have passed. Really? Okay then. Let's start doing squats next. The monks have been doing squats, or skuts as they call them, for 71 days now. Dawn training is underway, and Monk Biab Gang observes the scene. They're all training hard today too. He furrows his brow, straining to hear over the sounds of the training monks. Who's breathing so loudly? Biab Gang's eyes dart around, trying to locate the source of the heavy breathing. He spots Mu Jin, struggling to maintain his squat form. Biab Gang is shocked to see Mu Jin covered in sand pouches. Just how many sand pouches is Mu Jin using? And how does he have so much strength and stamina at his age? Monk Biab Gang is still watching Mu Jin's training. He's amazed by his muscles and stamina. His body is even bigger than those who joined the Shaolin Temple earlier than he did. He wonders how Mu Jin achieved all that by his own strength in just 2 months. Was he really right about things? Mu Jin continues to give advice to the other monks. If you train with your current method, your body will be damaged in the future. If you exercise like that, your knees will become even more damaged. What you're doing right now, it'll be even more effective if you do it before exercising. I'll do training that's even tougher. Biab Gang sits alone, contemplating Mu Jin's words. Is the training of the Shaolin Temple truly wrong? Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. Training time is already long over, yet you're still here, Biab Gang? Monk Biab Gang is approached by a massive, shirtless monk. Oh, greetings, Monk Hai-Yung. Ho ho, looks like you're worried about something. Sometimes when you speak out your worries, you'll realize it's not that big of a deal. So, feel free to tell me what you're thinking. The hulking Monk Hai-Yung looms over him. What's causing you to be so troubled? Biab Gang hesitates, then blurts out, about that. It's regarding Mu Jin. Mu Jin? Monk Hai-Yung looks confused. Monk Biab Gang, I think I heard you wrong. Hai-Yung looms even closer, his shadow falling over Biab Gang. I said the hall leader is looking for you. The other monks accused Mu Jin. Mu Jin, did you beat someone up again? Just admit you're wrong this time, okay? TSK, creating trouble again? These little rascals, they're talking all sorts of trash when I've helped them to grow so much. Monk Hai-Yung tells Mu Jin, the hall leader is waiting for you, let's go now. Mu Jin replies, alright. Let's go. Mu Jin wonders, did I create trouble unknowingly? He continues to ponder, why would the hall leader suddenly be looking for me? The hall leader of the Hyunsung Arhat Hall is waiting. From somewhere, a voice echoes, "Ho, Mu Jin improved that much in such a short time?" The voice belongs to monk Hyunsung, who's deep in thought. I already figured out he was talented and a little eccentric, along with the unique training techniques, but I thought that was all. To think Biab Gang would pay so much attention to him. Monk Hyunsung asks, "Can you bring Mu Jin to the hall leader pavilion?" "You want me to bring Mu Jin there?" Bald Monk replies, "The solution to that kind of question isn't something that we can find by just thinking about it between ourselves." He continues, "So, I thought meeting Mu Jin in person and talking to him might be better." Monk Hyunsung nods in understanding. "I understand, Monk Hyunsung." Monk Biab Gang stares intently at Mu Jin, who wonders, what is this? Mu Jin grows more uncomfortable under the bald monk's gaze. Why did he call me here and do nothing but look at me for the last few minutes? Mu Jin begins to suspect the monk is doing more than just looking. Wait, that's not what's important now. Is he glancing at different parts of my body? The camera zooms in on Mu Jin's face, highlighting his discomfort as he realizes he's looking at different parts of my body. Mu Jin flushes red with embarrassment as Monk Biab Gang continues to stare. This is a little embarrassing. His muscles can still grow more. Mu Jin shifts his stance, trying to break the awkward tension. "What are you suddenly doing?" Side quest. I just wanted to stand in a different position." Monk Biab Gang breaks the silence with a chuckle. "Ho ho ho. It's been a while since I've met you like this." "Yes, this is the first time since that last incident." The monk continues, alluding to a past event. "Ho ho. That incident wasn't exactly a good one either. Have you called me here because of that incident?" Biab Gang takes a sip from his cup before answering. "That's not it. I just wanted to confirm something with my own eyes, so I called you here." Mu Jin stares back, waiting for the monk to elaborate. "And after seeing you, I know for sure now." He asks, "What do you mean?" The bald monk explains, "I think your body has grown much faster than any of your peers that have joined the Shaolin Temple." Biab Gang narrows his eyes, getting down to business. "However, that's not the only reason I've called you here. Mu Jin, is it true that your eye-catching growth is due to the family's training method that you've been doing?" Monk Biab Gang's words give Mu Jin pause. I think I know where this is going." "Don't do that. Do the Shaolin Temple training." "That must be it." Biab Gang stands tall, listening to Mu Jin's assumption. "Are you trying to find out if my training method is indeed better than the Shaolin Temple's training methods?" He answers, "No, not exactly." The bald monk continues, "The Shaolin Temple isn't that closed-minded. I wanted to make a proposal to you." Mu Jin recalls Hai Rung's warning. "That training will ruin your knees. This must be done in order to protect people." He thinks Shaolin isn't a closed-minded place? What would be the proposal? Biab Gang explains the temple's philosophy. "The reason why the Shaolin Temple has been able to last for 1,000 years is because we've maintained a mindset to fix our shortcomings and taken what's good for us. There are times when we be gentle and times when we be tough." Mu Jin replies, "I'm not sure I get what you're saying." Biab Gang takes a sip of his tea. "If you can prove that your family's training is good, I'm thinking of accepting it." Monk Biab Gang refers to those weird training methods of your family. Mu Jin is taken aback. "Did I hear him wrong? He'll accept my training method?" Mu Jin is shocked that Arhat Hall leader, Hyunsung, would consider his training. Before being a martial artist, he's a monk who practiced asceticism to become Buddha. That's a huge decision to make to improve the Shaolin Temple further. To include Mu Jin's training would simply be a training that they're uncertain of. But now he's saying that the Arhat Hall that's in charge of the younger monks' training would test it out first. If things go wrong, Hyunsung will be punished by the discipline court. Despite that, he's still decided to take the gamble so that the Shaolin Temple can become even stronger. Mu Jin wonders why Biab Gang would potentially make the pillar of the Shaolin Temple with years of history even sturdier. If his training method really is effective, why would I do that? Monk Biab Gang's expression hardens, his brow furrowed in frustration. Mu Jin is taken aback by Monk Biab Gang's request. "What? What do you mean why?" There are more than 70 new monks. I need to do my own training too." Mu Jin continues, explaining his reluctance. "And because of the incident from before, they've been treating me like I'm insane. Look, a lunatic is walking by. Come on, you're talking too loud. Haha. They won't want to follow the training methods of a lunatic like me." Monk Biab Gang interjects, clearly annoyed by Mu Jin's self-deprecating tone. "Lunatic? You should mind your words. Actually, I can really tell if helping them to grow will be more beneficial for me, or whether making Shaolin stronger will help me to see the ending of this novel." Mu Jin hesitates, thinking about the work involved. "But I don't really want to waste my time and efforts into training those rude rascals." Two monks whisper to each other, "Did you say he's crazy?" Monk Biab Gang stares intently. "However, if you really want to test it out, I have one condition." Monk Biab Gang proposes a condition. Meanwhile, inside the Shaolin Temple, the novice monks are sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a surge of energy fills the room. "Wake up!" One of the monks jolts awake, biting his tongue in the process. I bit my tongue. What happened? Is it already time for training? I didn't hear any bell sounds yet though. Mu Jin's voice booms through the temple. Are you here to play in the Shaolin Temple? Wake yourselves up and run to the training grounds. What? It's really time for training? The other monks are understandably confused. Huh, what's this? They see Monk Biab Gang and Mu Jin standing in the middle of the training ground. That lunatic standing in the middle of the training ground? Yeah, what is this? Monk Biab Gang begins to speak. Ahem, the reason we've woken you up earlier than usual is because we'll be adding some training to warm your body up before the dawn training. He continues, gesturing towards Mu Jin. Additionally, Mu Jin here will be overlooking your daily dawn training from now on. The other monks are not thrilled with this announcement. What is he talking about? That's never happening. That lunatic will overlook our training? It's inevitable for tongues to wag if a peer who has a lousy reputation is suddenly put in charge of training. Mu Jin is determined to prove himself. But now that I'm in charge of this, I won't let them underestimate me anymore. Mu Jin silences the crowd. Quiet. Instructor mode on. He declares his intentions to shake things up. From today forward, I'll be teaching the training methods of my family during the dawn training. Mu Jin lays down the new rules. During the training, I'm not a new monk like all of you. You are to call me instructor. Monk Biab Gang watches Mu Jin's display of authority. He doesn't even have that much energy within his body yet. Ahem. Biab Gang smirks, impressed by Mu Jin's spirit. But I like those eyes of his. Another monk can't help but snicker at the situation. The crowd's murmurs turn into outright mockery. Why would we do what he said? Who the hell does he think he is? I guess he's really gone crazy. Mu Jin's face contorts in fury. What? You're laughing? He throws down the gauntlet, his eyes promising pain. I'd love to see if you can still laugh after today's training. Mu Jin challenges anyone who doubts his authority. Those who have problems with me being the instructor and you think you're better than me, step forward. Including those who laughed over there. He ups the ante. In the sparring that we do, if you're able to overwhelm me for even an instant, I'll give up on being an instructor and train with all of you. Mu Jin surveys the group, a predatory glint in his eyes. Good, is that all? Mu Jin, ever the showman, throws down the ultimate challenge. All of you, come at me together. The sparring starts. Now, the group of monks surge forward, a wave of orange robes crashing toward Mu Jin. But the monks are immediately dumbfounded, unable to locate Mu Jin. What? Where did he disappear to? Is that all? I've been training so hard to keep up. There's nothing that I'll lose even for 1 second. Before the monk can finish his thought, Mu Jin reappears behind him, ready to deliver a brutal lesson. To weaklings like you that be done. Nothing but useless exercises. The monk crumples under the force of Mu Jin's strike. Kook, bastard. Hey, do something about that asshole. The other monks shout, stop him. Mu Jin unleashes a chain punch. His fist barrage is too fast for the other monks to follow. Monks are sent sprawling. Mu Jin surveys the scene. Anyone else who wants to try step forward, he says, his tone brooking no argument. The remaining monks hesitate, looking at each other nervously. Silence. I'm a man of my word, Mu Jin declares. Mu Jin points a finger, his expression serious. I will lead the training from now on. Don't forget to address me as the instructor during dawn training. Mu Jin's rigorous training continues as he shouts, now everyone, get down on the ground. He continues his instructions. If your stomach touches the ground, the sand pouches will be double for you. 1. The monks struggle to keep up, gritting their teeth as they perform push-ups. You'll bend your arms and raise your body back up on 2. Mu Jin observes the monks with a critical eye. 2. I wonder. Flashback shows Mu Jin in his past life, wearing a military uniform. If Mu Jin has taught others back home before? Mu Jin's training method was proceeding smoothly. The monks look surprised as one of them says, but Mu Jin wouldn't be managing all 70 of the new monks himself. We're helping? Whoa, you guys already learned from me before. They were able to control the young monks and educate them. It's basically a group physical training, as Mu Kyung teaches his own peers. His confidence will probably also increase from there. Although he's a Buddhist, Biab Gang, who is more alike to a soldier, was able to learn the perfect training for himself through Mu Jin. Some of the monks are on the ground, exhausted. Those children, are they really the ones who were fooling around before? I guess this way of taming them also works, huh? Biab Gang watches Mu Jin train the young monks to let go when it's needed. And if it seems they're about to cross a line, there shall be no efforts in being harsh. Are you going to do anything else stupid from now on? Kawa, my legs. I ought to learn from this and use it on my juniors. The effects of training appeared quickly within the young monks. It could be because they're young. There was an obvious improvement in their stamina and body physique. As for the older monks that felt a little uneasy and unsure about Mu Jin's instructor mode, he addresses them. I'm not trying to rush you, but I'd like to find out about the items that I asked for previously. As the results showed with time, they began to trust Mu Jin, and one of the older monks responds, that has already been prepared. It's over there. Mu Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's finally here, the thing Mu Jin asked monk Hyun Sung for training the younger monks. An iron shelf, iron bar, and weights. A power rack and bench press set. Mu Jin examines the equipment. The rest are made of wood except for the iron bar, so it's a little unsettling, but it should probably be fine since it's still pretty light. I'll put all this to good use along with the sand pouches. The truth is, even with the 3 musketeers helping out, there's a limit to how much they could teach more than 70 young monks, and Mu Jin also didn't have enough time for his own training. That's why Mu Jin made a request for this custom-made set, complete with an iron bar and wooden weights. Mu Jin's excitement was palpable. Awesome! I can't believe I can do these exercises in the Murim. Are you saying this can make the rest stronger? Of course. Mu Jin's chest and gluteus muscles were twitching in excitement at the prospect of working out. 4 months later, through consistent training, Mu Jin was able to improve to the next level. No, to multiple levels ahead. The bar and the wooden weights he would lift were around 90 kilograms, about 200 pounds. Mu Jin was able to lift weights beyond his body weight at just the age of 13, and was getting stronger quickly. Mu Jin finished his 12th set. Phew, flexed his arm, calculating. I guess this makes the total weights lifted across the 3 major exercises to be 230 kilograms. He grinned, already planning his next goal. If it's just 1 set, I might be able to do close to 300 kilograms in total. Mu Jin felt a great sense of satisfaction every day. He lived a satisfying life by managing a big number of young monks, and also trained diligently personally. He continued this life of his consistently. Autumn and winter went by. Then the white snow melted and plants began sprouting again. Afterwards, young monks left the Shaolin Temple. They were people who failed to learn martial arts within a year. One of the monks reported, "Master, there were a total of 50 young monks that remained this year. That's less than a third of the monks that left the last time round." The master grinned. That's all thanks to Mu Jin. At this point, it'd be foolish for anyone to refuse to acknowledge Mu Jin's training methods. He continued, in fact, Hyun Sung went beyond acknowledging Mu Jin. He's now a great supporter of him. I should quickly get more iron shelves and bench presses for the Arhat Hall. He said we must get all of the equipment. Because Hyun Sung has seen great results from Mu Jin's training methods, there was hope in getting those exercise equipment in bulk. But even the great Shaolin Temple is limited in terms of budget when it comes to getting expensive items. Fortunately, it was not a totally hopeless case. Monk Biab Gang stroked his chin thoughtfully. After practicing Buddhism for around 50 years, I thought I had forgotten my greed for things in life, but I really hope the day we test them to join the Shaolin Temple officially will come soon. Official admission test. The last test of the new monks that's used to choose the disciples that'll be directly under the Shaolin Temple. If Mu Jin's training methods are proven with that test, then it won't be just a dream for the Arhat Hall to purchase all that training equipment. Half a year later, Mu Jin, who was in a growth spurt, had grown about 10 centimeters taller in a year. He's able to do a total of 400 kilograms across the 3 major exercises with 12 sets as the standard. Although some might say that it's slow growth because 1 year and 9 months have passed, yet it's only 400 kilograms. Mu Jin isn't a physical trainer, he's a martial artist. If he grows his muscles too much, it'd actually get in the way of doing certain movements in martial arts. That's why Mu Jin only grew his muscles to the perfect size for martial arts, to just the level of celebrities being called they have the perfect body on TV. Whoa, wow, look at this body. Did someone draw these muscles or what? Thanks to his training, Mu Jin's body was slowly developing and transforming his muscles into the muscles of a martial artist, not a bodybuilder. As Mu Jin continued his training consistently and passionately, Hyun Sung left the Arhat Hall and transferred to another place. Meanwhile, Hyun Sung, the Arhat Hall leader, approaches the abbot. Abbot, I'm Hyun Sung, the Arhat Hall leader. I'm here to talk to you about the official admission test that will be taking place 5 days from now. Come on in. Hyun Sung steps inside. The abbot replies, I've already heard that the majority of the new monks have made it to the official admission test. The abbot chuckles. Ho ho, that would be a great blessing for you, wouldn't it? Hyun Sung responds, if you're saying that, then it must mean you're pretty confident. Amit ba. Ho ho, yes, I have no qualms about it. Hyun Sung, the Arhat Hall leader, confidently stated, I guarantee you that the results of the official admission test will be unlike any before. Abbot Hyun Chun, Shaolin's abbot, listened calmly. The abbot replied, I'll look forward to it then. Time passed until the official admission test came. All the high-ranking monks from different places in the Shaolin Temple gathered in the Arhat Hall. Actually, there aren't usually this many people gathered for the official admission test. But thanks to Mu Jin, there were a total of 49 new monks that made it to the official admission test. Excluding the outer sect disciples, there were a total of 42 new monks. That means they're all gathered here to witness this astonishing result. Good things must also be shared with others. Master, I fully agree with you. Of course, there were also some doubts. One monk questioned, Master, maybe the reason there's so many of them here is because Monk Hyun-sung took pity on them? The other monk dismissed the idea. I doubt it. Hyun-sung came to me and told me this yesterday. Hai Gul, Shaolin Outer Court Vice Court Leader, said that this time's new monks were truly exceptional. Monk gestured. Look over there. The other monk's jaw dropped as he saw Mu Jin and the other trainees. These are the new monks that'll be taking the official admission test this time round. What? They're the ones? He stared in disbelief at the sheer size of the new recruits. But their bodies look like they're at least second-class disciples. Isn't that proof enough? It was the reason for Monk Hyun-sung's confidence. Mu Jin stood before the assembled monks, ready to put them through their paces. Thank you all for coming here despite your busy schedules. Monk Biab Gang stood nearby, observing the proceedings. He declared, there are a lot of new monks taking part in the test today, so I won't say much. With that, the test was about to begin. We'll start the test right away. One of the assembled monks was already feeling the pressure. Hey, wooden puppet, don't get all scared. Why am I a wooden puppet? Mu Kyung, don't get all nervous on me too. The monk's comment seemed directed at Mu Yul. Mu Yul didn't seem to notice. Nah, never mind. Alright then. Mu Jin cracked his knuckles, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he addressed the assembled monks. Let's have some fun. Mu Jin's training was about to be put to the test. The test to join the Shaolin Temple officially is simple. The one who's taking the test will fight a second-class disciple. The instructor candidates of each hall that help to oversee the test will choose who shall become a third-class disciple in their hall. The second-class disciple will not fight at their full strength, so that the one attempting the test can display his skills. But, is that really a fight with a second-class disciple? It's been over 20 exchanges. I can't believe he still has so much strength. Grandmaster Hyun Guang chuckled, observing the sparring match. No wonder you're so confident. It seems the standards of this batch of new monks are quite high. Ho, this is all thanks to Buddha looking over us, but we've only seen less than half of them so far. Monk Biab Gang watched the sparring match closely, but said, it's alright for you to make a judgment at a later time. Biab Gang seemed unconcerned about the skills of the new monks. He doesn't seem anxious at all. I guess that just means that the skills of the new monks are the real thing. Grandmaster Hyun Guang stood next to Biab Gang, listening to his comments. I'll know for sure after seeing more. The next disciple is coming up. A voice boomed. New monk, Mu Yul, step forward. Mu Jin gave Mu Yul a knowing smirk. Mu Yul, you remember what I told you previously, right? Mu Yul grinned mischievously. Yes. You told me to have as much fun as I could. Right, go wreak some havoc out there. Mu Yul grinned, ready to put on a show. Okay. He stood opposite his opponent, a picture of confidence. Mu Yul declared, I hope we have a good match. Alright, let the match. Before he could finish, Mu Yul launched a flurry of attacks. Begin. Monk Biab Gang watched the fight closely. He's mastered the 10th and 13th technique of the chain punch. With this, I've got an idea of how much martial arts he's learned. Biab Gang continued his analysis. Next would be, the bald monk. Biab Gang wanted to check how he reacts to situations and whether he can use his martial arts in different situations. Distancing. Biab Gang moved to strike, but the new monk nimbly dodged the attack. The new monk's eyes widened. What? Biab Gang was shocked by the monk's agility. A new monk is moving so nimbly. The bald monk focused his energy. In any case, I've got him. But the new monk slipped away, avoiding the blow. What in the slippery hell? The monks watching from above were in awe of the new monk's abilities. Oh, Biab Gang was impressed. To think one can move in that manner. Those instincts are close to an animal's and his body is also moving like one. He continued, he's also got really good judgment along with a strong and flexible body that can execute what he wants immediately. Biab Gang turned to the monk beside him. Biab Hyun, take a good look. The monk replied, yes, master. Biab Gang smiled. That child will become your disciple. He'll be under us. Hai Gul, Shaolin Outer Hall Vice Leader, nickname, Invincible Fist. He declared that child will be able to perfectly master our Shaolin 5 punch. Match ended. Mu Jin mused to himself, that crazy flexibility of Mu Yul is definitely his talent. I was thinking about how I could bring out its full potential. He continued his thought process. For Mu Yul, who couldn't do anything because he was confused by the acupoints and flow, he had only focused on practicing the steps of the martial arts, and how they link to each other without understanding the flow. Mu Jin smiled, thinking, so, I made sure the movements of the martial art, and the flow of inner energy was engraved into his body through practice. Thank you for the match. If he can't understand it, then I just need to make it so that it's easy for him to memorize it with his body. Grandmaster Hyun Guang was shocked by the progress he had seen. How on earth did you train them to be this good? Did you give them the lesser revitalization pill without me knowing or something? Biab Gang laughed. Ho. Abbot, it's still too early to be surprised. Mu Jin called out, new monk, Mu Gung, step forward. Mu Jin smirked at the new monk. Yo, wooden puppet. What was that? Just telling you to relax. Mu Gung, the new monk, tried to project an air of confidence. Ahem. I'm already relaxed? The other monks in attendance were flabbergasted by Mu Gung's sudden transformation. What was that? Am I seeing things right? Maybe he lied about his age? Is he really one of the new monks? Whispers rippled through the crowd, stunned by the sheer size of the man before them. How could a new monk grow so big in size? That's at least 186 centimeters. Mu Gung, remembering his training, steeled himself for the fight. I've been training for 2 years for this moment. I endured all those harsh training sessions. I will never lose. Begin! Mu Gung roared, charging forward. The bald monk Biab Gang watched with interest. Mu Jin, how do you think Mu Gung will perform? Mu Gung. Mu Jin thinks back to Mu Gung's training. In return for having a lot of strength due to his large body, his body isn't very flexible. That's why I came up with a training schedule that focused on achieving a certain level of flexibility before training his strength. And Mu Gung is also really hard-working. Mu Jin recalls the results of his efforts. The current Mu Gung is a tank that can also be a damage dealer. Mu Gung's fist hurtles toward Mu Jin. Mu Jin realizes the gravity of the situation. I know this is just the admission test, but if I don't use any inner energy while dealing with such power, prepares to channel his inner energy, I might just die if I get hit. Inner energy surge. I'll increase my inner energy. Mu Jin's fist glows with power as he prepares to meet Mu Gung's attack head-on. Mu Jin meets Mu Gung's attack head-on, fists colliding with explosive force. The two monks exchange blows, either giving an inch. Mu Gung continues his relentless assault, his superior size and strength evident in each strike. From the sidelines, the other monks watch with rapt attention. Oh ho! One of the observers comments on the fight. That child is not only strong, but he's also including feints in his attacks. I think he's the only one among the new monks to fight on par with a second-class disciple so far. The monk in the center, with the large beaded necklace, seems impressed by the display. Not bad. The monk with the large beaded necklace asks, "Oh, monk High Dam, successor of unmovable invincible body art Rolai Divine Palm Strike, are you pleased with him?" High Dam replies, "I can see clearly just how hard he worked to minimize any unnecessary movements. That's evidence of how hard he's worked." High Dam continues, "With that attitude of his, he might be able to walk down the right teachings of Shounen. Hoo, everyone's looking at me." Mu Jin, watching from the sidelines, thinks to himself, "I need to look even better, to look even stronger, to be flasher." Suddenly, Mu Jin notices his opponent's stance falter. An opening. Mu Jin seizes the opportunity and unleashes a devastating blow. The monks are left speechless by Mu Jin's devastating display of power. Monk Hai Dam breaks the silence, clearing his throat. Ahem, I guess he's still young, so he still has some ways to go. He needs some proper education. Hai Dam continues, "I'll take him in and teach him personally." The defeated monk, now dwarfed by Mu Jin's physique, hangs his head in shame, thinking, "I'm trash. Come on, it's possible to make mistakes. Don't feel too upset, but I admit that was kinda funny. Ha." Another monk steps forward, a nervous smile on his face. "Mu Jin, I'm next. See you later." "Mu Kyung is next, huh?" Hai Dam watches the next contender with a knowing look. Although he hasn't fully overcome his past traumas yet, he needs to keep practicing to suppress the insanity within him so that he won't become the blood monk. Another monk steps up to the plate, a bald man named Mu Kyung. Mu Kyung is, see you later, even more dangerous than Mu Yel or Mu Gung. Mu Kyung unleashes a flurry of blows. 6 young strikes, invincible punch, unmovable stride, boulder-destroying finger strike. He keeps connecting different martial arts endlessly. The monk's rapid-fire technique leaves the others in awe. Just how many martial arts did he learn? It's like he's learned everything. The crowd is speechless. He is a genius. Hai Dam watches the display with a keen eye. That's right, just keep going like that, Mu Kyung. Hai Dam notes Mu Kyung's initial nervousness. Things are progressing smoothly, except he was a little nervous at first. The problem starting from here would be, the bald monk, Mu Kyung, is in the zone. It's been a while since the fight started and he's gotten really excited. Haha. I hope he doesn't go crazy here. Someone yells, "Stop. The match is over." But the monk doesn't seem to hear. "I said the match is over. Stop." Mu Kyung is lost in the thrill of combat. Something feels really good. This instance feels really good. His eyes widen with manic glee, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he repeats, "It feels good. It 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 feels good." Another monk looks on in horror. That look on his face, don't tell me, did his insanity take over him? The bald monk's eyes glow red with terrifying bloodlust. "Stop, Mu Kyung. Get a grip on yourself." Someone perched high above the Shaolin temple drank from a gourd. I wondered why there was so much noise coming from within the temple. I thought the abbot finally went crazy and started a drinking party. Looks like today's the day of the admission test. Below, one of the monks dodged a flurry of attacks. Ho, he's one slippery bastard, dodging all the attacks. Another monk watched the match. That guy, he's an idiot that high damn would like. The monk's face twisted into a sinister grin. Oh, that guy, ho, his expression. The observer on the roof seemed to be enjoying himself. This is so interesting, he grinned, staking his claim. He's mine! As the berserk monk pummels the other into the ground, the force of his blows sends dust and debris flying. The berserker's fist glows red as he prepares to deliver the finishing blow with an 18 Dharma strike. Dharma strikes don't do it. The impact of the blows sends out a shockwave. Berserk monk's hand clutches the other monk's leg. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Monk Haiguan, still drinking, appears on the scene. Monk Haiguan, yeah, you called for me? Hiccup. Hai damn, shouts Haiguan. How dare you drink liquor within the temple? You must be wishing to enter the repentance cavern again. He then adds, Hi damn, you're so good at making jokes. I wouldn't dare to drink liquor. It smells like water. I know you work hard, but you mustn't cross lines. Hi damn declares to everyone observing the test, my seniors, peers, and juniors that are observing this test. Sorry for interrupting this so abruptly, but I think I have to take this child under me. Hi damn continues, while that child indeed has exceptional abilities. Ahem. Hai Dam explains, based on the insanity he's shown, the best person to deal with him would be Monk Haiguan, who's the leader of the Demon Extermination Squad. They're the only ones within the Shaolin Temple that are excluded from the law of no killing, and thus walk the path of the Azuras. He finishes, it's a place where people gather to kill terrible and evil beings that are impossible to guide in order to protect the world. The leader of the Demon Extermination Squad, Haiguan. Grandmaster Hyun Guang decides, that might be better for everyone. If that child learns under Haiguan, who fights against demons, then Haiguan might be able to help him control that insanity within him. Haiguan places a hand on Mu Kyung's head, declaring, Child, looks like you belong to my side. Mu Kyung is visibly shocked by the turn of events. Haiguan laughs boisterously. You're surprised at what you did. Looks like I've taken in someone who's even crazier than I am. After announcing his intentions to take in Mu Kyung, Haiguan jumped over the wall, signaling his disinterest in the remainder of the test. Although there was some initial confusion regarding Mu Kyung and Haiguan's sudden departure, everyone regained their composure and resumed the admission test. Except for one person, a slippery loach, a mountain-sized giant, and a child with insanity within him, the second-class disciple that helped with the test throughout. I wonder what the next one will be like. Mu Jin, step forward. Is he also the kind with a good physique and strength? He doesn't look very special on the outside. If you asked me who the strongest young monk is this time around, I'd choose him without any hesitation. Him? How are you so confident in him? Mu Kyung, whom we saw a while ago, he's someone who learned most of the Shaolin martial arts, while Mu Jin is the one who helped Shaolin advance forward. I've undergone some pretty brutal training for the past year. Kind of training I went through would be, Mu Jin, there you are. Mu Jin explains that he's a little stuck in his martial arts, and is trying to meditate to cool down his head a little. The bald monk, Biab Gang, asks if he hasn't already mastered Swift Whirlwind Sweep and 9 Regal Kicks. Mu Jin reveals that he was actually contemplating energy accumulation training, prompting Biab Gang to ask if he's mastered the Enlightenment Cultivation Technique. Mu Jin admits that he didn't master it, but he ran into a problem while trying to use the Enlightenment Cultivation Technique. He explains that he's usually able to circulate his energy well, but there are times when it's impossible. He asks when that happened for Biab Gang. Mu Jin looks on with concern as Biab Gang responds, when I breathe and when I sleep. Mu Jin is visibly confused. What? Isn't that normal? Biab Gang clarifies that he can understand why it happens when he sleeps, but he stops circulating energy way more often when he breathes, just like when he eats food or drinks water. He asks if Mu Jin is thinking about a way to accumulate energy even when he's breathing or sleeping. Mu Jin considers Biab Gang's words, finding a strange sort of genius in the monk's eccentric way of thinking. I guess even a genius has his eccentricities. I've never thought of something like he said before though. Biab Gang suddenly changes the subject. Have you heard of the Iron Guard? Mu Jin is taken aback by the question, as a memory of bandits using the Iron Guard flashes in his mind. Isn't that a third-rate martial art that mountain bandits learn? If you don't want to get beat up by this fist covered in Iron Guard, hand over all your money. Biab Gang clears his throat. Ahem, the Iron Guard was originally one of the famous basic martial arts of the Shaolin Temple. It hardens one's body to defend against techniques or weapons that are metal. But it suddenly started to be used less. The reason is, he continues, explaining the Iron Guard's limitations, because it isn't of much help with fighting martial masters that have achieved a high level of martial arts, because it's unable to defend against the sword aura and enhanced energy that the martial masters use. Biab Gang then elaborates on the Iron Guard. But why did you start talking about the Iron Guard? Alright, the outside thinks that the Iron Guard suddenly protects one's skin against external impact, and trains one's skin to be as hard as iron. But that's only when you haven't mastered it. Biop Gang explains that the true Iron Guard also absorbs energy using their skin. Bald Monk continues, explaining that the Iron Guard that exists in the outside world was taught by those who left Shaolin after being unable to master the true Iron Guard. Mu Jin's eyes widened. That means if I can succeed at learning the true Iron Guard, I'd be able to absorb energy at all times? Even when I eat or sleep? Mu Jin's mind raced with possibilities. And if I also train in the energy accumulation training, that effect could multiply in folds. Biop Gang explained, the original effect of the Iron Guard is to absorb energy into their skin and strengthen it. The absorbed energy can only make their skin tougher. It's totally useless then. Mu Jin's eyes gleam with excitement. No, not really, Mu Jin realized. If I combine the Iron Guard, a basic martial art of the Shaolin Temple, along with the modern physical training I've learned, I might be able to put it to good use, he thought, a smirk spreading across his face. Mu Jin was a genius when it came to learning martial arts quickly. In order to become a third-class disciple, one must learn up to at least 70% for each of the 3 basic martial arts of the Shaolin Temple within 1 year. Mu Jin had already completely mastered all 3 basic martial arts, meaning the level of his basic martial arts was higher than an official disciple in the Shaolin Temple. But since he learned martial arts much faster than others, he yawned, realizing that he'd run out of content to learn. And while he was able to compensate where he lacked with the physical training he's had somehow, he needed an original martial art that was exclusive to just him to prepare for what's coming ahead. Mu Jin was cooking up something in his mind, and it looked like it was going to be good. Mu Jin suddenly yells, "Please teach me the Iron Guard." The monk Mu Yul asks, "Hey, why is he acting weird again?" "That?" One of the monks responds, "Why is he trying to harm himself? He's always done that." "True, he was a complete nut job to begin with." Mu Jin continues to punch himself, thinking, "I need to get used to the impact on my skin. I need to get used to the Iron Guard." He smirks, thinking, "I might be able to find out how I can use the energy that I absorb into something I can use freely if I do that." Another monk looks on in shock, noticing the energy radiating off of Mu Jin. How does a new monk have so much energy? Mu Jin realized he had the energy he accumulated through the energy accumulation training, and now he had the method to use that energy. Grinned, surrounded by a golden aura. "My very own martial arts collaboration," he declared to the room. "I'll show all of you it here and now." Mu Jin is the one who'll help Shaolin advance forward. Grandmaster Hyun Guang overhears the monks talking about Mu Jin, the child who will advance Shaolin. That saying, the monks finally arrive at the Arhat Hall. It feels like we're talking about that person. Hyun Guang is being carried on someone's back. "Ho ho, I'm sorry for this. Just because I said I want to see this times and mission test, this much is nothing," he continues. "But it took us a long while to get here because you had to carry me on your back. Ho ho, I just thought of this as a slightly longer stroll. It's alright." Biop Gang is carrying Hyun Guang on his back. "Don't we need to go a little further in? Biop Jian, you won't be able to see from here." Grandmaster Hyun Guang, perched on Biop Gang's back, explains that he's still not able to judge whether one is qualified to be a disciple. He'd like someone else to take a look on his behalf and decide for him. Suddenly, the order rings out, "Mu Jin, come forward." As Mu Jin steps up, Hyun Guang is impressed. What a perfect sense of balance he has even though he's so young. But that energy, is it advanced energy? Mu Jin gets ready. The command rings out, "Start." The observing monks are stunned by Mu Jin's explosive charge. What an explosive charge! What kind of technique will he use? Mu Jin unleashes the 9 regal kicks. He follows up with the plus Guanyin strike. Mu Jin shouts, "Here I go dash." He prepares the first technique of the chain punch. Mu Jin launches the core punch. The force of the blow is immense. Mu Jin gathers strength. "I gather strength in my lower body by combining the principles of 9 reveal kicks and swift whirlwind sweep. Then use the 6th technique of Guanyin strikes principle to strengthen the core of my body to amplify its power. Lastly, I use the first technique of the chain punching principle to give another boost to my shoulder. This is the combination of various martial arts principles." Mu Jin declares his new style, hybrid martial arts. Mu Jin is on the offensive as he yells, "The second technique." Monk Biop Gang struggles to defend against the onslaught. "I can't believe how much of an impact got through even though I used 10 years of energy to block it." Biop Gang grits his teeth. The second attack is coming." Monk Biop Gang attempts to dodge the incoming strike. "I'll dodge in this direction." Mu Jin anticipated the move, his grin widening. "That was a feint." Mu Jin's fist connects with Monk Biop Gang's palm, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Mu Jin's grip tightens around Biop Gang's hand. Such immense grip strength. Biop Gang finds himself overwhelmed by Mu Jin's relentless attacks. "I don't think I can reserve any energy while fighting him." Grandmaster Hyun Guang watches the fight intently. "I can't believe he's able to exert so much power with the little energy he has." Mu Jin unleashes a flurry of blows, each strike precise and powerful. punch, palm strike, kick, finger strike, stride, punch. So far, he's only trained in basic martial arts. Kick and stride techniques are just basic Shaolin martial arts that use one's legs, like the swift whirlwind sweep and 9 regal kicks, Arhat palm strike, Guanyin strike, boulder destroying finger strike, including the martial arts that use the upper body. He's only using basic martial arts, yet he's overwhelming his opponent. Instead of learning the next step, he has created something totally new by combining what he's learned. Grandmaster Hyun Guang observes Mu Jin's unorthodox approach. That's the path of a grandmaster. He's so young, yet he's already walking the path that I walked. Hyun Guang turns to monk Biob Gang. Biob Gang. The monk replies yes. Hyun Guang asks him to move closer to the training ground. Mu Jin's face is a mask of determination, sweat beading on his brow. This is the Murim, huh? He reflects on his journey, realizing how far he's come in a relatively short time. I've been training my body and my martial arts continuously for close to 2 years, but I never had an opportunity to use my strength properly during these past 2 years. Mu Jin relishes the opportunity to test his limits. Right now, being able to use my full strength without worrying about injuring my opponent, this is the true sparring. He's experiencing the thrill of a real fight, the nervousness that comes with fighting someone strong, the exhilaration of fighting with everything one has. Time seems to slow as he focuses. In this sensation that feels like the world is moving slowly, Mu Jin's eyes are locked on his opponent, but something unexpected happens. Mu Jin's eyes could only see his opponent. What? He's stepping back? Mu Jin finally figured out why his opponent quit, but then he noticed something was off. I finally figured him out. Why did he suddenly quit? Why is it so noisy behind? He turned to see what was happening. Is that WH? Why is he here in person? Could that person be? What's happening? Everything's split. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, revealing someone unexpected. Up like the Red Sea did. Is he Moses? Was Grandmaster Hyun Guang himself. Grandmaster Hyun Guang, I pay my respects to you. The other monks immediately bowed their heads in respect. Greetings, Grandmaster Hyun Guang. He's someone so influential that everyone paid their respect without any hesitation. Grandmaster Hyun Guang addressed the abbot. Sorry for disrupting the admission test, abbot. I'm sure you did this for a reason, Amitabha. Grandmaster Hyun Guang stepped forward. Actually, I stepped forward because I have a question for this child. For me? The Grandmaster's request took Mu Jin by surprise. Would you mind lowering your robe? Why did he ask me to take it off? Mu Jin shrugged, figuring he had nothing to hide. Well, I'm not satisfied with this body yet, but there's nothing to be embarrassed of. The Grandmaster was impressed by Mu Jin's physique, his body, side chest ho. Now this could be called a natural martial body. Hyun Guang continued, perfect body balance and muscles to learn exceptional martial arts. In the fight earlier, you combined 6 basic martial arts as one. Is the reason you trained your body for the sake of using that martial art? Mu Jin was taken aback by the Grandmaster's insight. How did he realize that? Grandmaster Hyun Guang, flanked by other monks, asked Mu Jin. Shaolin has a wide variety of martial arts. He used the same style of martial arts as the Grandmaster? Can you tell me why you chose to do that instead of learning other martial arts? Mu Jin, now shirtless, addresses the Grandmaster. I'm not that smart. That's why instead of learning many martial arts and making it complicated, I tried to combine the martial arts that suit me the best and focused on them. The scene flashes to a memory of Mu Jin. That's the solution that Mu Jin came up with after thinking for a year. The narrator chimes in. Because he's not the original protagonist of the novel, Mu Jin. He wasn't confident that he could learn advanced martial arts like Mu Kyung, who was extremely smart. What on earth is this talking about? Which is why he thought of the hybrid martial arts, which combines basic martial arts. Basic, while this is a really effective method, it'll require one to move their energy around throughout their body at the perfect proportion so they can use their energy properly. And if various martial arts are used in combination, then their energies would be amplified and it'd be hard for their body to bear the pressure. So, Mu Jin trained his body to be able to withstand the power of the amplified energies. That meant as long as he has a strong body, then he wouldn't have to think as hard over it. On a closer look, Grandmaster Hyun Guang could tell that Mu Jin had also learned the Iron Guard, to use a body that's been trained to the extreme and the power of your skin to control the excessive power's flow. Grandmaster Hyun Guang realizes Mu Jin has created his very own martial arts. Just who the hell is this old man? Grandmaster Hyun Guang says, Abbot, I would like Mu Jin to be Biob Jian's disciple. Are you saying that? You'll raise Mu Jin yourself? Outside, under the moonlight, Mu Jin wonders, what exactly is going on? Back in the Arhat Hall leader's room, Mu Jin thinks, was that old man someone that powerful? Mu Jin's body did look pretty damaged, and just based on his outer appearance, his body is far from the usual Shaolin monk's body. He cleared his throat. I've never heard of his name in the author Geijiang's novels. Ahem. Abbot, Mu Jin asks, Do you know who Grandmaster Hyun Guang, that you met on the training ground, is? I have not heard of him. The abbot replies, the reason I asked you to come here is not just because I have questions for you, but because there are some things that you need to know as well. The abbot continues, I must tell you about our Grandmaster, Hyun Guang. The abbot tells Mu Jin, I must tell you about our Grandmaster, Hyun Guang. At one point in time, he was known as the world's greatest martial talent. The abbot continues, back when all the second-class disciples, including me, had Hyun as part of our names, Hyun Guang had already accomplished exceptional feats at the mere age of 32 years old. He elaborates, back then, he had already reached a level surpassing our seniors, who were one class above us, and had Kong as part of their names. At that time, the Shaolin Temple had guessed that Hyun Guang would easily become the strongest in the world in 10 years' time. The abbot asks Mu Jin, how did the body of someone like his become so damaged? The reason it became like this is because a dark image of an older man flashes as the abbot declares, the invasion of the demonic cult. Mu Jin's eyes widened in shock. The demonic cult? The abbot continued his tale, a dark vision of the past unfolding before Mu Jin's eyes. Yes, during the time when I was a second-class disciple, the demonic cult invaded the peaceful Central Plains. The image shifts to a group of monks ready to fight, their faces determined. Since one of our values was to protect lives, we also fought in order to stop them. But wars are places where no one knows what accidents would happen. The abbot's story continued, revealing more about Grandmaster Hyun Guang. The older monks had stopped Hyun Guang from participating in the war because he was tasked to lead Shaolin's future generation of monks. The scene shifts, showing monks in orange robes rushing out. In return, our seniors that were Kong and GM needed to participate in the war. A monk cries out in anguish, a blinding light erupting behind him. The scene descends into chaos, with monks facing off against demonic cult members, blades clashing in the bloody war. The abbot's story continues, painting a brutal picture of the past. A monk, riddled with wounds, stands defiant against the demonic cult. Impudent demonic cult, you dare invade this place. His face contorted with rage, he declares, you won't be leaving this place alive. The abbot's voice is heavy with regret. In the end, because he kept throwing himself in harm's way to save us, the severe wounds he incurred kept growing in numbers. He continues, his expression somber. Even if we had really died back then, if Grandmaster Hyun Guang had remained safe, things would be greatly different now. The abbot concludes, the reason that Grandmaster Hyun Guang is in that state is because of the injuries he incurred from that time. Is that true? A voice confirms, indeed. Mu Jin steps forward, offering a surprising solution. Can't we just give him treatment then? I think I might be able to help. Grandmaster Hyun Guang is taken aback by this unexpected proposition. WH. What? Are you really able to help him? Another monk echoes the sentiment, disbelief etched on his face. Not even the great revitalization pill, or the divine physician was able to help him. Yet you're able to do that? Mu Jin clarifies the extent of his capabilities. First of all, it'd be impossible for him to recover his inner energy. Secondly, it'd also be impossible to fully cure him to the extent of his former body state. He continues, tempering expectations. However, I might be able to help him to walk independently again. Mu Jin then reminds them of his previous success. You probably know this from Monk Hyun Sung, but even Monk Biab Gang's knees have gotten better, haven't they? The Arhat Hall leader presses for answers, wondering if Mu Jin's treatment could extend to Grandmaster Hyun Guang. What you did for Biab Gang, will it also have effects on Hyun Guang? Arhat Hall leader, what is that about? Hyun Chun's question, Hyun Sung started to tell him the events that had happened for the past 2 years. He recounted the process of Biab Gang's knees recovering, and how Mu Jin greatly improved the standards of the new monks with his training methods. Hyun Guang, his eyes widening, could barely believe what he was hearing. Is that all true? Aren't the results of today's admission test enough evidence? Another monk chimed in, pointing out the obvious challenges. Are you saying that training method can treat Hyun Guang's body? But Grandmaster Hyun Guang's body condition is far worse than Monk Biab Gang, so it'd be impossible to achieve results with just that training method. The Grandmaster leans forward, his expression a mix of hope and desperation. So, and several requirements are needed. What are they? If we can treat him, then the Shaolin Temple will do whatever it takes. Abbot Hyun Chun was serious about what he said. All martial artists in the world want to develop their physique, and so various martial groups or clans would look for ways to develop their physique in the way they desire for generations. They'd use basic techniques like using acupuncture, tonic medicine, unknown sorceries, or even recklessly and horrifying things like forcing methods to change the physique of a young child whose body is not completely set in place yet. Shaolin has also done countless trials and errors to treat Hyun Guang, but no one succeeded, and it even worsened his body condition as his body was given stress and extreme side effects appeared. But Mu Jin's methods were different. It required time and effort to transform one's physique stably. When one looks at the participants of the admission test, No one could deny the efficiency of his methods, because Abbot Hyun Chun had seen the results of it with his own eyes. If he wants the great revitalization pill, I'll gladly give it to him. If a greater sacrifice is needed, I'll gladly do it. Just like how our second abbot, Hai Jie, did it. I'd gladly give up an arm. But what Mu Jin needed was quite different from what he was thinking. Does the Shaolin have martial arts that control lightning energy and extreme yang physique? Why is he asking about those? A short while later, come in. The disciplined court leader, Hyun Gong, stepped forward. And Hai Dam, successor of unmovable invincible body art and Rolai divine palm strike, made his presence known. One of the monks explained, the guy with the larger body is the one who took Mu Gung in. I've heard about the situation on my way here. The disciplined court leader under the senior monk of the 3 trained monk, Biab, added, tell us what we need to do. We'll do anything as long as we're able to help Grandmaster Hyun Wang. Mu Jin smiled. Oh, in that case. He crossed his arms and requested, could you please use the lightning divine palm strike, and control it so that it's at its weakest while using it on my arm? Grandmaster Hyun Wang was taken aback by Mu Jin's audacious request. What are you talking about? What kind of crazy request is that? The monk with the lightning energy powers thought to himself, when they asked for Hai Dam, who could use extreme young physique, and me, who could use lightning energy, I thought he was going to ask me to do something like burning away the waste that was blocking the blood vessels. Mu Jin responded to the monk's hesitation. Is that impossible? I'm not asking you to tear my arm apart or burn it with lightning energy. I'm talking about just inserting a faint amount of lightning energy into it. The monk, though still perplexed, agreed to try. I'll give it a try. Monk unleashed a controlled burst of energy. Lightning divine palm strike weaker version. How's something of this level? Grandmaster Hyun Guang recoiled in alarm. Are you trying to burn Grandmaster Hyun Guang alive? That's too much. The monk with the lightning energy powers hesitated, realizing the intensity could be dangerous. His body won't be able to endure such a strong current. I need you to reduce that to less than half of what you just did. The monk, face contorted, took this as a personal challenge. Is that provocation? Ahem, I'll do it. Mu Jin tried to reassure him, but the monk was already committed. If it can't be done, it's alright. We're talking about Grandmaster Hyun Guang's safety and treatment. I said, I can do it. Mu Jin then explained the complications of the situation. Actually, physical therapy equipment would be needed for Hyun Guang's treatment. But equipment similar to it doesn't exist in this worldview. And then the treatment went well for Biab Gang because he's young. But the situation is different for Hyun Guang since he's grown old and weak. Mu Jin had a simple solution. How's something of this level? Lightning divine palm strike extremely weak version. Yes. This is perfect. And so, Mu Jin explained what he wanted Hyun Guang to do. Mu Jin knew exactly what was needed to help Grandmaster Hyun Guang recover. The equipment that can definitely be found in a physical therapy clinic in the modern age. That would be electrical muscle stimulation. Mu Jin's plan for Grandmaster Hyun Guang's recovery involved some unorthodox methods. Hyun Guang looked skeptical. You want me to send electricity into the muscles? Exactly, Mu Jin confirmed. Mu Jin explained the science behind his madness, showing a diagram of muscle fibers being stimulated. When a small amount of electricity is sent into the muscles, it can accelerate the metabolism of the muscles and circulation of blood. It can also increase the size of muscle fibers through repeated muscle contractions. Hyun Guang looked even more doubtful. Just sending electricity into the muscles can produce such effects? How long does it take to see the effects of such a treatment? Biab Gang was listening intently. Mu Jin answered, we can only know for sure after using the treatment on Grandmaster Hyun Guang. I think we should see some effects after about 1 month of treatments. Mu Jin turned his attention to another monk. Next, Monk Hai Dam, I'll tell you what you need to do. Mu Jin had a special request for Hai Dam. Just like what Monk Hyun Gong did to me, I want you to use the extreme yang energy on me, so my martial arts can be of use to the treatment, he requested. Monk Hai Dam unleashes the extreme yang energy Rolai divine palm strike. Mu Jin winces in pain. It's so hot. You can't do it like that. Biab Gang looks on, concerned. Mu Jin tells Hai Dam, there's no need for you to place your hand on me directly. So, please make it far weaker. Mu Jin elaborates, you just need to use the extreme yang energy and place your palm near the target area. Just like how the sun is in the sky. He instructs him to weaken the energy. Make it weaker and just place it near my palm. Extreme yang energy 2 fingers. Mu Jin tests the new level of heat. This level of heat is perfect. Mu Jin continues his lecture. Hyun Gong will take on the role of electrical stimulation treatment. He continues, and Hai Dam will take on the role of devices known as shortwave diathermy. I want you to do this for 15 minutes just like Monk Hyun Gong would do. Mu Jin explains, just the effects of the heat from the heat energy touching the skin would relieve fatigue from the muscles and accelerate blood circulation, and sunlight would also detoxify the muscles and joints under the skin. He concludes, which is why if a hot light, which is similar to a sun, is focused onto the treatment area. It'll help greatly. Is it really going to be effective? The monk in orange robes is skeptical. Did I hear you wrong? I'm asking if those techniques can really make Grandmaster Hyun Guang better. Biab Gang replies with a concerned expression. While Biab Gang's recovery and the growth of the children in Arhut Hall are surprising, Grandmaster Hyun Guang's situation is completely different, so we need to approach this with caution. Mu Jin considers the monk's skepticism. So then, how can we trust techniques that only you know of and then actually use them? From their perspective, that does make sense. He furrows his brow, determined to get through to them. But I'm an expert on this, and am trying to sincerely help them. As Mu Jin, formerly Choi Kang-hyuk, worked as a personal trainer, he'd not only obtained a recognized physical therapist license in Korea, he'd also obtained the license for rehabilitation massage. And as he researched on various exercises like yoga or weight training, he also learned about nutrition eventually. The reason he studied so much was because he wanted to know the correct knowledge to properly treat his damaged body from the past. As a result of his hard work, not only was he able to properly rehabilitate his body, it helped strengthen his body greatly. He smiles, reminiscing about his past. When I think of how I studied night classes in technical colleges for those licenses, I was really young back then. Mu Jin's knowledge extended beyond just martial arts. He also had expertise in personal training, food and nutrition, yoga, Pilates, rehabilitation techniques, and even expert knowledge on physical therapy. He was the only one who could look at Grandmaster Hyun Guang's body, which couldn't be treated in this era, and think he could make it better. That person is Mu Jin. Mu Jin didn't have to do it, but after seeing Grandmaster Hyun Guang's weakened body for a short moment, he was shocked because his situation is pretty bad. Mu Jin faces the other monks. But as a practitioner of medical techniques, I only chose to step forward to help because I sincerely want to help him. If you don't like how I'm intending to do it, then please tell me that now. I'll try to find other ways. One of the monks speaks up. We weren't able to help Grandmaster Hyun Guang to stand up no matter what we tried. Ahem. A completely new method of treatment that we've never tried before. Mu Jin stares intently. If his medical techniques really work on Grandmaster Hyun Guang, if there's a chance, even a very small chance of that happening. I damn couldn't say anything, even after he got carried away and said those things earlier. One of the monks asks, "Did you say it'd take a month?" "That's right." Another monk, his expression stern, warns Mu Jin, "Firstly, we'll follow your instructions for 1 month. But if there's no difference in 1 month's time, we'll make sure you pay the price for ridiculing your elders." Mu Jin finds himself surrounded by monks, their eyes glowing ominously red. He simply replies, "I understand." Mu Jin grins, ready to continue, and says, "You'll need to first increase the accuracy of the lightning divine palm strike and extreme yang energy then." "Totally cool, let's try it again. Please show me the power of martial arts that have been trained over time." Ahem. Monk Biab Gang watches Mu Jin, considering what he said. It doesn't seem like his knowledge is unreliable. I'm starting to think that what he said might be the truth. 2 hours later, the monks are exhausted. Mu Jin tells them, "Go back and rest for tomorrow. I'll see all of you tomorrow then." The monks ask the others, "What do you all think? To use the same force on the same part? I never thought it'd be this tiring to send a specific and small amount of energy." Another monk responds, "But apart from the treatment, this will really help us in our own training. I never imagined using the Lightning Divine Palm Strike and the Rolai Divine Palm Strike in this manner." The monk with the long white beard adds, "More importantly, most of the martial arts using the extreme yang energy are used with other energies. The martial arts that one uses would also influence their personalities." The monk with the long white beard explains, "People who use ice arts that refilled with yin energy would have a cold personality, and look cold." He continues, "Those that use extreme yang energy or fire energy would have a fiery personality or look passionate." The martial arts of the Shaolin use the yang energy, which possesses the power to exterminate demons. You can only be very skilled at using that energy if you're able to control fire and metal energy skillfully. Patience, but metal energy needs to be used to suppress the fire energy. To make things simple, one must have metal-like solid patience to forcefully suppress the surging inner fire for harmony to take place. The monk adds, "But the treatment method suggested by Mu Jin is for them to change martial arts that gives our huge bursts of strong energy strong into continuous weak energy to bring about peace." Monk Biab Gang looks thoughtful. "If skilled monks like us use martial arts, it'd destroy a place really quickly. That's why we always use scriptures to suppress them. I'm surprised that we can use inner energy in such a way to advance patience." "Phew," one of the monks says, "I'm thinking of continuing my training even after going back to my bedroom." "I'll do that too, Abbot. Once we get a better idea of this, we could teach the other monks this training method as well." Another monk agrees, "Yes, I think that'll be really helpful for martial arts that use fire energy." "Abbot, I'll do that then." That was the first step to the electrical stimulating device and diathermy that would be made in the Shaolin Temple. The next day, at Hyun Guang's Penta Pavilion, a visitor arrives. Thank you for coming all the way here. Greetings, Siab Jian. But may I know what brought all of you here? We have some business with Grandmaster Hyun Wang. Siab Jian replies, to be more precise. This child might be able to help repair Grandmaster Hyun Wang's body to a certain extent. The injured Grandmaster Hyun Wang, resting in bed, is surprised. Mu Jin can do that. Hyun Cheon tells Grandmaster Hyun Wang and Monk Biob Gang about what happened in the Arhat Hall, and the different things that Mu Jin has done so far. Hyun Wang listens intently. Alright then. After some preparation, Mu Jin begins the treatment on Grandmaster Hyun Wang. We'll start the treatment after some preparation. After the preparation was completed, it was finally time to start the treatment. Mu Jin takes a closer look at Hyun Wang's condition. Holy shit. This looks way worse at a closer assessment. Mu Jin is shocked by the state of Hyun Wang's legs. Just how long have people carried him around for? His calves have almost no muscle, and the little muscle he does have is in really bad condition. Mu Jin begins the massage. Grandmaster Hyun Wang, feel free to make noises if you feel pain. Hyun Wang grits his teeth in discomfort. Mu Jin is surprised that the Grandmaster isn't expressing any pain. Is the hobby of Shaolin monks harming their own bodies? Monk Biob Gang was also the same. Why don't they express their pain at all? Mu Jin prepares to treat Grandmaster Hyun Wang. Okay, we'll start the treatment now. He begins by warming up the Grandmaster's body with a warm, wet towel, then applying acupressure to release tension and prepare for the next stage of treatment. Mu Jin starts stretching Hyun Wang's legs and ankles, gently working the contracted muscles. Once the body is warmed up, Mu Jin moves on to further manual therapy. He notes just how frail the Grandmaster's body is. It's as if his body is pottery that's on the brink of shattering. Mu Jin realizes that the treatment will require very meticulous control over his strength, consuming a large amount of his mental fortitude. Mu Jin never showed any sign of having a hard time or being tired at all. He maintained full focus for 2 hours, as the assembled monks looked on. Everyone present couldn't help but be surprised by the resolute look that Mu Jin had, eyes wide open, focused only on the treatment, and showing no signs of wavering. But for some unknown reason, there was desperation in Mu Jin's eyes. Memory flickered in his mind, a scene of a young boy holding hands with an elderly man. He grit his teeth. Grandfather, I'll make you all better. Grandmaster Hyun Wang lay still, exhausted from the treatment. The assembled monks wondered, just what kind of anguish does such a young monk carry? They could see the determination etched on Mu Jin's face. For him to make such a sad face? Mu Jin took a deep breath, trying to compose himself. Mu Jin stepped back, wiping the sweat from his brow. For today's treatment, this is where my part ends. Is it our turn then? Correct. Biob Gang and another monk stepped forward. Things went accordingly as we practiced yesterday night, so the diathermy and electrical stimulation treatments were completed safely. As soon as the treatment ended, Mu Jin, now monk Biob Gang's disciple, moved his belongings from the Arhat Hall into Grandmaster Hyun Wang's pavilion. Just when he thought he'd successfully escaped from sweat-smelling bald monks. Why was he still sleeping with others in the same room? Well, this can't be helped since he needed to look after Grandmaster Hyun Wang. TSK. He was hoping he could have a room to himself. Forget it. Let's just sleep. He had a busy day tomorrow too. Grandmaster Hyun Wang's condition was definitely in a very bad state. He lived with such a damaged body over such a long time. He was reminded of the past, reminded of him. Mu Jin thinks to himself, I really miss him. He's determined to help grandfather. Mu Jin continues massaging Grandmaster Hyun Wang's legs. Hyun Wang asks grandfather, do you feel better now? He chuckles, of course. My dear grandson is the one massaging me, after all. It feels like all my pain is going away. Alright, now you should go in and rest. Mu Jin, with a determined look, replies, you can count on me. I'll study even harder so I can make all your pain go away. Hyun Wang smiles warmly. Oh my, you're such a good grandson. Okay, continue to study hard then. Hyun Wang smiles, clearly touched by Mu Jin's dedication. I'm looking forward to what you'll do for me. The scene shifts, showing a montage of Hyun Wang and a young Mu Jin together through the years. The memory fades, and the scene cuts to a funeral. Incense burns in the foreground as Mu Jin mourns. Grandfather. A portrait of Hyun Wang is displayed, draped with a black ribbon. Mu Jin kneels before the altar, grief etched on his face. Grandfather. Tears welling in his eyes, Mu Jin thinks back to his helplessness. All I could do was support you, help you walk around, and give lame massages. Mu Jin's eyes brimmed with tears. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I was too powerless. Suddenly, Mu Jin is back in his old life, sitting at a desk. Grandmother? You're asking me which university I'm going to? He looks up at his grandmother, a determined glint in his eye. I'm sorry, grandmother, I don't intend to attend university. I've got something else that I want to do more. His desk is covered in training manuals, including an exclusive training manual on health management. Mu Jin stares at a poster of soldiers, a grim resolve hardening his expression. Soldiers. Mu Jin's eyes sparkled with admiration. They're so fucking cool. If I'm going in, I need to at least join the special force. Time passes, and Mu Jin, now in uniform, proudly clasps his grandmother's hands. Grandmother, I've finally passed the civil service examination. I've gotten a stable job. He vows to honor his family. I'll take care of you from now on. On behalf of grandfather as well. Another scene unfolds, showing his grandmother sitting in front of the TV. Chuseok's special finite challenge. Are all of you having a good time with your family in this festive season? Kanghyuk, are you not coming back home today either? Mu Jin responds, I'm sorry, I can't go back today because of my training. Back in training, he thinks of his family. I'll take on grandfather's share of protecting you as well. He reaffirms his commitment. I'll make sure I protect you. Flashback. A figure in black tactical gear remembers his past. Grandmother. He recalls a time when he was approached in a hallway. Lieutenant Choi Kanghyuk? The scene shifts to a pair of legs, seemingly unable to support themselves. The man's expression twists in anguish, his eyes wide with shock. A stark black screen appears. Misfortunes would always find its way to appear abruptly without warning. The flashback concludes with a framed portrait of his grandmother, a somber reminder of his past. The scene shifts back to the past, where a younger Choi Kanghyuk stands in mourning. While we're sorry that your grandmother passed away, it couldn't be helped. His superior continues callously, we can only allow you to take leave for 3 days. After all, it's your grandparent and not your parent. The officer finishes, after the funeral is over, return to camp as quickly as possible since you've been given a top-secret mission. Kanghyuk is seen in his tactical gear, gasping for air. I worked so hard this whole time. His memories turn bitter. But the result of that was me losing every family member I had. Kanghyuk's unit moves through the forest. Memories of his past life continue to haunt Mu Jin. I should have done better in how I treated grandfather and grandmother. He grits his teeth, overwhelmed with regret. Shit. Mu Jin pictures his grandparents. Their ghostly forms a constant reminder of his failures. Back in the present, Mu Jin looks at Grandmaster Hyun Gwang. Grandfather, do you feel better? He continues his healing massage. I'll give you a better massage than I could before. I'm sorry for not being able to do this earlier. Hyun Gwang smiles faintly. Kanghyuk, your hands are so magically healing. Hyun Gwang apologizes to Mu Jin. My dear boy, I'm sorry you're unable to rest because of me. Mu Jin dismisses the apology, telling Hyun Gwang that resting is all he does anyway, before noticing the old man's tears. Come on, just staying still is already resting. Look at you. Why are you suddenly crying? Monk Beob Gang stands nearby as Mu Jin denies crying. Grandfather, I'm not crying. Beob Gang looks at Hyun Gwang with concern. Grandmaster Hyun Gwang, what do we do? Hyun Gwang's expression is grave. Grandfather. Mu Jin turns away, missing his own grandfather. I miss you. Hyun Gwang insists. I'm fine. Leave him be for now. In his mind, Hyun Gwang wonders, does he feel like he owes someone a debt? I understand why he was working so hard to help me. That explains before. The memory of a young boy being led by the hand flashes through his mind. Hyun Gwang smiles warmly. Mu Jin, you can call me grandfather from now on. Treat me casually as you would with your own grandfather. Ho ho ho. Mu Jin, Monk Beob Gang, and another monk all look shocked by the sudden request. Pardon? Did I hear you right? Mu Jin's expression is one of utter confusion. Could you call me grandfather once? Why is this old man suddenly saying something so strange? Did he eat something wrong? Grandmaster Hyun Gwang's request throws Mu Jin for a loop. Why is he suddenly acting all friendly? Well, he's of a high position, so I guess I should do whatever he says. Visibly uncomfortable, Mu Jin replies, why yes sir. Grandfather. Monk Beob Gang explodes in anger. Hey, how dare you be so rude? How dare you call the Grandmaster your grandfather? He pauses, realizing the situation. But he's the one who asked me to say it. Hyun Gwang chuckles, trying to defuse the situation. Ho ho ho, it's fine. Gee, grandfather? Again? I already said it's fine. Hyun Gwang beams, seemingly enjoying the chaos. It's nice to be in a boisterous atmosphere. It's been such a long while. Mu Jin looks on, still utterly bewildered by the situation. Ho, can we focus on the treatment? Mu Jin was a little flustered because he was told to call the Grandmaster grandfather, but because of it, a warm feeling welled up within Mu Jin's heart. Mu Jin is given a closer look. Monk Beob Gang, carrying a stack of books, tells Mu Jin, I think there's a need for you to cut your hair. What? Grandmaster Hyun Gwang observes the exchange, as Monk Beob Gang continues, yes, while your hair isn't longer than most people with worldly desires, it's still quite long for those in this place. It's time to cut it short. Mu Jin is told, sorry for not giving you time to cut your hair because you are so busy with treating Grandmaster Hyun Gwang and your own training. Leave the rest of what you're doing to someone else and go rest. We'll give the same exact treatment that we did yesterday to Grandmaster Hyun Gwang, so don't worry about that. Mu Jin realizes, I'm fucked. Mu Jin frantically searches through the shelves. It's not here. It's not here. Mu Jin frantically searches the shelves, but he finds nothing to help him. There's nothing that I can use, he thinks. I was going to look through the history of Buddhism and everything else to find some kind of excuse to avoid cutting my hair, and tell them, look, people used to do this. But there's nothing here that would help me keep my hair. Mu Jin is distraught. Shit, it took me so long to grow this much hair. He stares into space. And they want me to cut it now. Mu Jin turns to Monk Biab-gang and asks, why do monks have to cut their hair that short? To cut our hair represents us cutting our ties to worldly desires. Monk Biab-gang replies, every time we cut our hair, it reminds us of our decision to become monks. So you're saying it's an act that serves to make sure we have no ties to worldly desires? Monk Biab-gang explains that cutting their hair is what the founder of the Shaolin Temple, Buddha Dharma, did, and even Buddha Rolai did that, so they're following in their footsteps. He adds that it's the basic cultivation that a true practitioner of Buddhism ought to go through to rid themselves of agony and the things associated with worldly desires, and asks Mu Jin if he doesn't think it's such great teaching. Mu Jin slams his fist on the floor, scattering books everywhere. Great teaching, my ass? It's so old-fashioned. He continues, I didn't join the Shaolin Temple because I wanted to. I read the novel, fell asleep, and when I woke up, I was already in the Shaolin Temple. Mu Jin pauses, realizing something. Wait, I was reading the novel. He thinks back to his old life. Wait, come to think of it, why did I go back then for me to return to this world? Let's see, I left the hospital, then went to the cafe on my turn to stream, then I went home, got the buzzing away, read Shaolin Chronicles, and fell asleep. Mu Jin's eyes widened as the memory flashed. At the hospital? The hospital? A doctor with a sinister smile appeared in his mind, diagnosing him with telogen effluvium. It seems you have telogen effluvium. Please be extra careful so you don't become a baldy. Being bald doesn't look very good. Look, a takoyaki is wailing past us. Kakiki won't get a girlfriend that way, Kakuku. You're right, Kek. Mu Jin looked horrified. He remembered his intense reaction to the diagnosis. I was already very sensitive about my hair because of that doctor. Why am I trying so hard to not cut my hair as if I'm a soldier that's about to get discharged from military service? Grandmaster Hyun Guang's words echoed in his head. That's such bullshit. To cut our hair represents us cutting our ties to worldly desires. Mu Jin turned away, his back to the viewer, muscles bulging. To cut our ties to worldly desires. Becoming a baldy isn't the only way to do that. Mu Jin's eyes lit up, a mischievous glint in them. I just got a good idea, he grinned, the gears turning in his head. Yes, I'm in a different era. After all, I'm sure they won't say anything with that hairstyle. Mu Jin took off, already planning his next move. In this era, everything's good as long as we cut out our ties to the worldly desires, right? I'm such a genius. The next day, Monk Biab-gang greeted him cheerfully. I've come to train. Welcome back. Let's continue the treatment, Todd. Both Monk Biab-gang and Grandmaster Hyun Guang stared in stunned silence. What? Monk Biab-gang asked if Biab-jian had brought a razor and scissors back to his room, confirming that he had given it to him personally. In that case, the camera zoomed in on Mu Jin's hair as Monk Biab-gang wondered why he hadn't cut it yet. Mu Jin grinned, showing off his new haircut. I did it, master. Monk Biab-gang was taken aback. You call that cut? Mu Jin reminded him that they cut their hair because it reminds them of their decision to be a monk, but he thought of a better way to do that than just cutting his hair. Monk Biab-gang stammered. With that hairstyle? Mu Jin declared that anyone who sees his two-block mohawk wouldn't be able to say that he still has ties to worldly desires. Mu Jin added that he'd engraved the swastika that represents Buddha to honor the will of Buddha. Mu Jin beams, proud of his new look, but others might call it a hipster thug hairstyle. Monk Biab-gang and Grandmaster Hyun Guang can only laugh at the sight. Grandmaster Hyun Guang agrees that the meaning of doing things is more important than the law itself. Biab-gang enters the room, asking Hyun Guang if he slept well. Biab-gang is shocked by Mu Jin's strange hairstyle, reminding him that he was let go early to cut his hair. Mu Jin explains that, in an effort to cut his ties with worldly desires and honor the will of Buddha, he decided on this hairstyle, adding that even Grandmaster Hyun Guang approved. Monk Biab-gang is not convinced by Mu Jin's explanation. Do you really think that makes sense? Biab-gang continues. Our hair is known as the plant of agony and desires, which represent worldly desires. To cut away our hair means that we're truly committed to the path of Buddhism. Mu Jin retorts, exactly, that's why I cut my hair like this. Full of naivety, that little amount of hair you left alone means you still haven't given up on your worldly desires. Monk Biab-gang has a comeback. Ho, from what I know, what Buddha Rolai cut wasn't just hair though. Biab-gang continues, if the reason he cut his hair was to get rid of the agony of one trying to make themselves look good to others, shouldn't we cut off every hair on our body then? That means the eyebrows, mustache, and beard. Monk Biab-gang strokes his beard, considering his next move. In that case, Mu Jin grins, ready to push his point further. I think there are a lot of people that then need to cut away their beards, Mu Jin points out. If we look at the portrait of Buddha Dharma, then he only shaved off hair at the top of his head. He had hair on the sides and back of his head. He also had eyebrows, a mustache, and a beard. Mu Jin continues, what's important is that we cut off ties to worldly desires. Does how we look matter that much? The monks look at the portrait of Buddha Dharma, and one of them stammers, is that so? It's true that he only shaved the top of his head like Mu Jin said. The monk continues, even though he didn't shave it completely, he shaved the side and back of his head and also engraved the swastika. That hairstyle is indeed one that the outside world would find ugly. Monk Biub Gang strokes his beard and says this is an era that doesn't have a style with a mohawk with 2 blocks. Ho ho ho, what will you do, disciplined court leader? I don't have any intention of cutting away all my hair. Biub Gang shakes his head, but relents. As long as you don't grow your hair any longer than that, I'll allow it. Mu Jin grins, a translucent image of his new hairstyle superimposed over him. Hyun Gong, who wouldn't budge on cutting away his own beard, gave in and allowed Mu Jin's hairstyle in the end. The treatment for that day ended, and the next day, at dawn training, the monks stare in disbelief. Mu Jin, what's with your hair? Mu Jin replies cheerfully, oh, I've gotten permission from the discipline court leader for this. The discipline court leader allowed it? The other monks are shocked by Mu Jin's new hairstyle. Did he really allow that? The fact that Mu Jin is alive is already a miracle in itself. What on earth is with that hair? Biub Gang replies, okay, if he's allowed it, then I'm sure it's fine. Join in the training quickly. The other monks respond with a yes, sir. As soon as Biub Gang, who's in charge of discipline, accepted it, the other monks around started to get excited. We could do that too, huh? Well, everyone has decided on the path of Buddhism. They're still young, so there are some that going through their rebellious phase or just simply wants to get some attention. To those children, the hairstyle that Mu Jin has is full of individuality, and it was strange enough to start to inspire and influence them. One of the monks calls out to Mu Jin. Hey Mu Jin, one of the monks calls out. It's about time for me to cut my hair too. What excuse did you use to get that hair? Tell me how you did it. Mu Jin thinks to himself, even if I tell Mu Gung how I did it, I doubt he can pull the excuse off, especially with the 2 people in charge of him, passionate. Our hair, the will of Buddha. Mu Jin continues, and so, that's good enough to prove that I'm committed to the path of Buddhism. There's no real need to shave my head completely. Biub Gang and Grandmaster Hyun Guang look on as one of the monks thinks to himself, hoo. What kind of hairstyle should I try? Biub Gang says, yes, master. The monks move to apprehend Mu Gung. Catch him. Yes, sir. Mu Gung is shocked as monk Biub Gang grabs him from behind. Master, Biub Gang declares, I'll shave it personally for you. Extreme Yang Energy Hand Blade. Mu Gung screams as his plan falls apart easily. Though Mu Jin's hair would still bring out great influence to the Shaolin, but that would take place in the distant future. Mu Jin continued with the treatment, knowing that Grandmaster Hyun Guang's body was in a very bad shape and every single part of it needed treatment. But to do that for every part of his body at the same time would reach physical limits that would cause the treatment to backfire and put a burden on his body. So Mu Jin went about the treatment like he was doing an exercise routine, giving each region of Hyun Guang's body some time to recover after receiving treatment. One of the days he would treat his calves to his feet, another day would be from his knees to his thighs, then pelvis and back, and eventually his shoulders and arms. These were all naturally done simultaneously with Hyun Gong and Hai Dam's electrical stimulation and diathermy treatments. But Mu Jin's original role wasn't a doctor, but as a third-class disciple of the Shaolin Temple. Mu Jin turned and spoke, Master, Grandpa, I'll be going out for training. Mu Jin turned to leave, but Monk Biub Gang reassured him, ho, take your time. I'll look after Grandmaster Hyun Guang, don't worry about him. Apart from the treatments, Mu Jin still had to visit the Arhat Hall every day. They feel like parents that are sending their son off to school. I was eating bread on my way out. It would have been that exact situation. He arrived at the Arhat Hall leader's room. Arhat Hall leader's room. There's an additional budget given to the Arhat Hall thanks to the abbot. Really? Mu Jin's eyes lit up at the news. Will we be getting more exercise equipment then? Yes, the reason the budget was approved by the administration hall was because they've acknowledged your exercising methods. The Arhat Hall leader continued, that means from now on, all the physical training taking place in the Arhat Hall will be replaced by your exercising methods. Mu Jin grinned, thinking, my exercising methods that were treated as crazy initially, it's finally being acknowledged openly. I'm so damn proud. Meanwhile, the other monks muttered jealously, does he think he's some big shot now? He's acting up again. What's with that crazy bastard? Mu Jin suddenly realized, wait, if my exercising methods will be used from now on, he wondered, turning to Monk Biub Gang, Would that also mean that I have to teach everyone in the Arhat Hall? Monk Biub Gang chuckled. Ho ho, we can't waste so much of your time. You just need to teach the second-class disciples how to use the equipment. Mu Jin eagerly replied. Oh, that's something I can definitely help with. He paused, noticing something odd. Why is he suddenly giving me paper? Monk Biub Gang instructed him. I want you to write down the additional equipment and the details of it on these papers. Mu Jin responded. Oh, all right. Mu Jin grinned, imagining the possibilities. With new equipment, I should be able to do even more kinds of modern exercises. Muscle gain, muscle gain, muscle gain. I'm feeling a surge of excitement. Mu Jin suddenly had an idea. He asked Monk Biub Gang, is it alright to also write down additional equipment that'll be used in other places that's not the Arhat Hall? Other places? Which place are you referring to? Monk Biub Gang listened intently as Mu Jin explained. I'm thinking of ordering equipment for Grandpa to use, as in Grandmaster Hyun Gwang. Mu Jin continued, his body isn't well yet. Isn't it too much for him to do heavy exercises? The equipment won't be what we are using. It'll be specific for therapy usage. It'll look totally different too. Biub Gang considered this. Ho, there's something like that? The exclusive Hyun Gwang exercise that Mu Jin thought of was Pilates. Mu Jin realized that in the modern world, Pilates is usually known as an exercise that women use to keep their body in shape, but it was originally created for war prisoners or injured soldiers' rehabilitation, which means it'd be perfect for the current Hyun Gwang. Monk Biub Gang, with his stern expression, stated that if it's for Grandmaster Hyun Gwang's training, then the administration hall won't reject the budget, instructing Mu Jin to write it down. Enthusiastically, Mu Jin began to write down Pilates equipment. Suddenly, he paused, a thought striking him. Wait, can that be made in this era? He considered the various items. Things like foam rollers, resistance bands, spine correctors, reformers. Most of the Pilates equipment is made of rubber, styrofoam, or plastic. But those materials can't be found easily in this era, so he'll need to find replacements. He didn't think they could make springs. For styrofoam and plastic, he'd use iron for the frames and thick leather to fill in the gaps. Mu Jin started to think of materials of this era to use to build the equipment, realizing that the estimated material cost was going to be pretty expensive. That's not my business though, he thought, as the administrator behind him started to panic. Goodbye Mu Jin, we'll go bankrupt at this rate. 2 hours later, Mu Jin finished his meeting with Hyun Sung. You're finally out, Hyun Sung said. Mu Jin was then greeted by the cute little rascals. Mu Jin, let's go eat now. You're a little late today. Yo, you cute little rascals, Mu Jin exclaimed. One of the kids asks, why are you bald? He explained about that. Mu Jin noticed Monk Hai Dam's extreme yang energy hand blade mark on the kid's head. I already gave you great tips last time. Oh, right. He's training under Monk Hai Dam. The kid training under Monk Hai Dam started to cry. Honestly, I feel a little suffocated. Heh haha, hang in there, Mu Jin said. Mu Jin asks Mu Yo, how have you been? Mu Yo responds, I'm doing quite well, but Mu Yo continues, for some reason, when I start training, Monk Hai Ghoul would always heave a huge could it be. Mu Jin looks concerned as Mu Yo says, oh, and he said he'd be looking for you today. Eh? Why? The perspective shifts to show Monk Biub Gang, who says I don't know, but ha. Monk Biub Gang looks stressed as he thinks, what do we do? Hai Ghoul, Shaolin Outer Court Vice Court Leader, Invincible Fist. I thought I'd brought back something good. Mu Yo is unconcerned, as he thinks, I wasn't expecting him to be this stupid. Heh, and tastes so good. Monk Biub Gang watches the other monks train, frustrated. If I teach him one thing, he would forget 2 things. He's a miracle child that would forget 10 things if I teach him 2 things. He continues to lament the state of his disciples. This won't do, not at this rate. At this rate, the Shaolin 5 punch might not carry on to the next generation. Suddenly, he has an idea. Monk Biub Gang smiles widely. Monk Hai Ghoul. He approaches Monk Hai Ghoul, thinking, ha, he's really good at smiling though. He looks far too kind, I can't even be harsh with him. Monk Biub Gang calls out to Mu Yo. Mu Yo. Yes, Monk Hai. How did you learn martial arts when you just joined Shaolin? Monk Hai Ghoul looks up at Monk Biub Gang, beaming. Mu Jin helped me. Monk Biub Gang's eyes narrow, surprised by the statement. Mu Jin? Yes. And Mu Gung and Mu Kyung also helped me a little. Monk Biub Gang recalls the boy. Mu Jin is the child that Grandmaster Hyun Gwang took in previously, right? He considers the implications of Mu Jin's involvement. To think he was able to teach such a stupid child to that extent. I must ask Mu Jin for his secret on doing it. Monk Biub Gang makes a decision. I'm going to meet Mu Jin. Do you want to go with me? Monk Hai Ghoul replies enthusiastically, yes. I love that. Monk Biub Gang approaches Mu Jin, who is standing with his back to him. You must be Mu Jin. Monk Biub Gang is surprised to see Hai Ghoul. Monk Hai Ghoul, what brings you here? It's exactly as Mu Yo told you. Monk Biab Gang wants to see Grandmaster Hyun Wang. I have some business with Grandmaster Hyun Wang and you. Let's go meet him after your meal. Mu Jin is confused, wondering why they would need to see him. What? He really has business with me? I understand why he would have business with Grandpa, but Mu Jin thinks, why me? Monk Biab Gang looks up, considering the situation. Mu Jin greets Grandmaster Hyun Wang. Greetings, Grandmaster Hyun Wang. Hee. Ho ho ho, what a cheerful child. Mu Jin wonders why Monk Biab Gang is staring at him so intently. Why is he staring at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Grandmaster Hyun Wang smiles, welcoming their guest. Ho ho ho, we always welcome visitors. But there must be a reason why someone as busy as you would come this far to find me. Monk Biab Gang clears his throat, ready to explain his unexpected visit. Ahem, sorry for disturbing you. It's actually because I had something to discuss with Mu Jin. With Mu Jin? He leans in, lowering his voice to a whisper. Actually, I'm having a really hard time teaching that child over there. I heard that Mu Jin helped him greatly before, so I was hoping he could tell me how he did it. Monk Biab Gang elaborates on his struggles. Even for the most basic steps of the Shaolin 5 punch, he's unable to catch up with the teaching, so I wanted to get some help from Mu Jin. He even brought ants along with him, offering one to the child. Monk Biab Gang makes his request. I want you to show me how that child managed to officially join the Shaolin Temple. The child responds to Grandmaster Hyun Wang. Yes, Grandpa. Mu Jin is shocked. Grandpa? Mu Jin confidently states, yes. We dueled frequently when we were monks in training. Monk Biab Gang encourages the child. Mu Yo, you know what to do, right? You just need to have fun and play. Let's go out first. Mu Yo, with ants crawling on his face, happily agrees. Yeah, Grandmaster Hyun Wang, overhearing the exchange, wonders aloud, have fun and play? Is he talking about playing and training together? Mu Jin smirks, while in the background, Mu Yo and Monk Biab Gang head outside. He wonders to himself, what on earth did they mean? Monk Biab Gang tells Mu Yo that he just needs to have fun and play, and the child enthusiastically agrees. Mu Yo, you know what to do, right? You just need to have fun and play. Yeah. Back inside, Mu Jin is still trying to figure out what they meant by that. But to have fun and play sounds so odd. Grandmaster Hyun Wang and Monk Biab Gang look on as well. Mu Jin decides to watch and see what happens. I'm sure I'll learn something if I keep watching. Monk Biab Gang asks Mu Yo if he's ready, and the boy responds with a confident, of course. Are you ready, Mu Yo? Of course. Sparring match begins. Monk Biab Gang tells Mu Yo to have some fun. He then explains that the fighting style they're about to use is called Shaolin's 5-hand strikes, a martial art created by Dharma. It was said that Dharma created it by taking references from 5 animals: dragon, tiger, leopard, snake, and crane, and that this is one of the main martial arts of Shaolin Temple. He continues, explaining that Shaolin martial arts possess a certain level of seriousness related to patience and penance. But the Shaolin's 5-hand strikes uses energy in a random manner and advocates carelessness, which is more similar to Taoism than Buddhism. Biab Gang says that in a Buddhist group, when one completes their path of Buddhism, they'll be free from all their anguish and obsessions, so this isn't exactly off track. Even so, because this martial art is still vastly different from the other martial arts in Shaolin Temple, he welcomes it as a heretic, adding that the Shaolin 5 punches legacy is being carried on, but just barely. He concludes by stating that Hai Gul is the only successor for the Shaolin 5-hand strikes and has a duty to protect its legacy. Biab Gang's explanation trails off, and Grandmaster Hyun Wang asks, so that's why he seemed kind of impatient. Pardon? Biab Gang replies he wants to know if Mu Yo is really suited to use the Shaolin 5-hand strikes. The scene flashes back to show Mu Yo practicing the Shaolin 5-hand strikes. Upon seeing his weird mannerisms and behaviors, along with his unique and never-seen-before movements, thus, what if I chose the wrong disciple and caused the legacy of the Shaolin 5-hand strikes to cease to exist? Was likely what Hai Gul thought. The two monks clash with their fists. Biab Gang interrupts their sparring session. That's enough. The two monks bumped fists. It's nice to play after such a long while, right? Yeah, it was really fun. Grandmaster Hyun Wang spoke to the bald monk. Hai Gul, bring Mu Jin with you. The monk Hai Gul replied, thank you, Grandmaster Hyun Wang. It's natural for an elder to help his fellow monk to resolve his problem. Hyun Wang continued, but I want you to also teach Mu Jin the Shaolin's 5-hand strikes. Teach him whatever you'll teach Mu Yo. Hyun Wang said, I'll entrust Mu Jin to you for the time being. Hai Gul exclaimed, pardon? What? Grandmaster Hyun Wang? Mu Yo was excited. Wow, so we'll be training together? Hai Gul looked concerned. But the Shaolin's 5-hand strikes are different from the other Shaolin martial arts. Hyun Wang chuckled. Ho ho ho, don't worry. This will be of great help to Mujin too. Hyun Guang turned his gaze toward Mujin. Grandmaster Hyun Guang told Mujin not to forget that the true essence of things is more important than the outer appearance. Mujin seemed confused. He replied to the Grandmaster, "Let's get going." "Yes, Grandmaster Hyun Guang. I'll be sure to bear that in mind." The next day, after an eventful day, Mujin stepped into the training ground. Though he could learn the Shaolin's 5-hand strikes, Biab Gang grinned, flexing his pecs. "This is the first time only the two of us are training together after the muscle lengthening techniques, right?" "Oh yeah, that's true, huh?" Biab Gang sighed, wondering why Grandmaster Hyun Guang asked him to teach Mujin the Shaolin 5. Why do I feel like I just brought back another idiot?" Mu Yel sympathized with his fellow disciple. "Yes, I know just how Hai Gul is feeling. You must be taken aback. Phew, you were told to suddenly teach another student from the classroom beside yours." Biab Gang recalled that Grandmaster Hyun Guang was a strong monk at one point. "Well, Grandpa was a really strong monk at one point in time. Ahem. Oh, he must have his reasons for doing this." Biab Gang addressed Mujin. "Okay, since we're here now, I'll teach you as well." "Alright, let's give this a try then." Biab Gang began demonstrating the movements. Dharma created the Shaolin 5. "Mujin, pay attention so you can learn it." Biab Gang began teaching Mujin the Shaolin 5, starting with the crane strike. "Firstly, I'll teach you the simplest crane and easiest hand strike, the crane strike." He announced that Biab Hyun would be demonstrating the moves. "Biab Hyun will be demonstrating." "Yes, Master." Biab Gang reminded Mujin to pay close attention, as he had already informed by Master Hai Gul. "I already heard from Master Hai Gul yesterday. Mujin, pay close attention so you can learn it well." The demonstration began with energy breathing. As you might have guessed, it starts with energy breathing. Biab Gang continued to explain the basics of the Shaolin 5, and then Biab Hyun, a practitioner of the Shaolin 5, began to move, his form precise and practiced. Biab Gang's hand sliced through the air, demonstrating the crane strike. The force of the blow generated a visible shockwave. Mujin's eyes widened. "Oh, it's definitely different from the other Shaolin martial arts." He continued to observe the movements. "Maybe because the move was referenced from the movement of a crane, it feels like your whole body is very fluid. The Shaolin 5 also makes use of stride techniques and the whole body and not just the fists, huh?" Biab Gang gestured for Mujin to try it himself. "Now that I've shown you the demonstration, try to follow me." Mujin responded with enthusiasm. "Yes, sir." Biab Gang mimicked the movements of a wooden puppet, much to Mujin's amusement. That wooden puppet that moves like a robot. It's been a while since I've seen that." Biab Gang asks, "Master, what do we do about him?" "Yes, I understand how you feel, Hai Gul Sensei." Mujin thinks to himself that the Shaolin 5 requires flexibility and elasticity. Mu Yul is exceptional at controlling his body on top of all that, so what is the problem here? Mujin asks Mu Yul, "What's wrong?" Something feels awkward." "Are you talking about the posture of the crane punch?" Mu Yul replies, "Maybe I should say it feels like moving feels awkward? Or maybe it's stopping my body feels awkward?" Mujin is confused. "Wait, you remember the form? So, why isn't he able to continue seamlessly between the forms?" Biab Gang says, "This is why I looked for you yesterday. I heard that Mu Yul learned martial arts from you when you guys just joined the Shaolin Temple." Biab Gang is perplexed, striking a pose with multiple arms. "I can't think of any easy way to resolve this. What on earth could be the problem?" Mujin, watching the display, wonders, to begin with, why did Grandpa send me here? It feels like he did it for a reason. He continues to ponder. What exactly is he thinking? The scene shifts. A voice says, "That's a martial art that belongs to only you, huh?" "Yes, I created it by mixing the basic martial arts." Mu Yul and Grandmaster Hyun Guang are present, with Mu Yul looking exhausted. "That was a really good match. Thank you for saying that." Mujin is supporting the old Grandmaster. "But if you try to increase the prowess of your martial art here, there'll come a point where your physical body won't be able to withstand it. I'm sure you could run into your limits, really quickly." We'll take a second here. The current martial arts that Mujin is using is the hybrid martial arts. Luohan Punch, Guanyin Strike, and 9 Regal Kicks are all in his arsenal, and instead of learning advanced martial arts, he combined the concepts of various basic martial arts. Although it carries the risk of putting too much burden on the body as it amplifies the energy it uses and amplifies it again, Mujin has created a body that could withstand the flow of that powerful energy. If you have a strong body, you don't need to think so complicatedly. But just as Hyun Guang had said, he could run into physical limits that his body can't withstand, and Mujin's method can only work up to a certain extent in this Miram world. Mujin considers this. What he said was a fact, and he doesn't want to become stagnant because of this. Is there anything he can do? Grandmaster Hyun Guang speaks up. Mujin, if I were you, Hyun Guang suggests, how about learning the invincible punch first? Mujin wonders, the invincible punch? Hyun Guang explains, the invincible punch is like the first barrage that you learned, and it has come from the Invincible Sutra, and it also contains the instructions to control powerful strength. It'd be great for you to pay more attention and understand the 3rd, 6th, and 8th moves of the Invincible Punch. Mu Jin overhears Grandmaster Hyun Guang reciting the 3rd move, so you should view this fleeting world a star at dawn, a bubble in a stream, a flash of lightning in a summer cloud, a flickering lamp, a phantom, and a dream. He's reciting it out of nowhere? Hyun Guang coughs, then says, well, in conclusion, those will be of help to you, so I want you to understand their true essence and learn them. He adds, don't forget that the true essence of things is more important than the outer appearance. Mu Jin thinks back. He's said that before too, that the true essence is important. He ponders, true essence. In that case, what could be the true essence of the crane punch? Crane, it spreads its wings like a crane, a martial art that references the movements of a crane. Suddenly, he realizes, right, just like a crane. The moment he contemplated the true essence of the crane strike, he felt like he just understood something. A certain idea struck Mu Jin's mind. Mu Jin suddenly asks Mu Yul, have you ever seen a crane before? Mu Yul tilts his head back. Nope, I've never seen one before. Mu Jin thinks to himself, the Shaolin 5-hand technique was said to be created by modeling after the forms of 5 animals. Mu Yul asks, anyway, what's a crane? Something to eat? A martial art where all movements are connected naturally. Mu Jin realizes, I thought it was strange how Mu Yul, who's got monstrous flexibility, couldn't follow the moves. Right, that must have been why. Suddenly, a realization dawns on him. I've got it. Mu Jin thinks, based on what you said, Mu Yul is having a hard time learning because the movements feel awkward. Mu Jin suddenly raises his voice, realizing the root of the problem. No, that's not what I meant. At its foundation, the crane strike takes reference from the movements of the crane, doesn't it? Meanwhile, Mu Yul is on the ground, drawing what he thinks cranes look like. But Mu Yul has been trying to imitate the crane when he has no idea how a crane moves or what it even looks like. Mu Jin turns to Mu Yul, trying to get him to understand. Your movements are not the problem. Please think about this. Mu Jin elaborates. The movements of an animal are said to be natural, but that's because it's natural for the form of those animals. He continues his explanation. Aren't we all just imitating that with a human body? Biob Gang looks at Mu Jin, confused by his explanation. You've been training him based on the moves taught in the manuals so far, right? Mu Jin suddenly raises his voice. That won't work with Mu Yul. Look, his head is empty like a rock. Am I a rock then? We need to help him form the basic understanding and let him move as his body leads him to. Biob Gang considers Mu Jin's words. Let him move as his body leads him to? Yes, Mu Yul isn't able to learn through forms or manuals that copy a crane. Mu Yul raises his arms, imitating a crane as it takes flight. However, he'll be able to copy the movements of a crane by himself. He can do that by himself. Biob Gang's eyes widen as he realizes something profound. This was it. The reason Grandmaster Hyun Guang sent Mu Jin here. Biob Gang continues to reflect. Because his mindset isn't fixed and can think out of the box. Why have I been so obsessed with just the form of the martial art and the instructions in the manual? Biob Gang is having a revelation. All the while, I'm supposed to be the one who learned the most of the free-spirited Shaolin 5-hand techniques. Since when did I stop pursuing the true essence of the 5-hand strikes, and got fixated on the monk? Biob Gang pauses, then clears his throat. Shaolin 5-hand techniques created by Dharma. Ahem, what you said does make sense. I need to teach Mu Yul about cranes then. Biob Gang turns to the other monks. Let's show him a crane right away. Fortunately, I heard there's a crane habitat nearby. The next day dawns, but a question lingers in the air. How exactly do they bring back a crane? Mu Jin arrives, pushing open the doors. I'm coming in. Sorry for being late. My treatment with Grandpa Hyun Guang ended later than I thought. Mu Jin stops short, seeing a different monk. Monk Haigul. Monk Haigul calls out for Mu Yul, but the training grounds are deserted. Mu Yul, have you, what? No one's here? Mu Jin arrives at the training grounds, only to find it deserted. Where did everyone go? Mu Yul, Monk Haigul. Was today not a training day? Haigul peers around the corner, a mischievous glint in his eye. Alright Mu Yul, do you know what this is? What is this? He leans out further, his tone suspiciously playful. What's with that suspicious manner of speaking? Take a good look, Mu Yul. Don't tell me. It looks so interesting. Haigul grins. Yes, this is. The camera dramatically focuses on a crane standing gracefully in a pond. Haigul proudly presents the bird, known as a crane. Ta-da dash. That's so cool. Cranes are the best. Haigul continues his presentation. Yes, and this is one of the Shaolin 5-hand techniques that was made using the movement of the crane. The crane strike. The crane strike is the best. Mu Jin arrives to find the other monks practicing the crane strike, led by Haigul. Today's training. Mu Jin, you're here. The other monks whisper to each other, noticing Mu Jin's arrival. Call out to Mu Jin, their expressions a mix of surprise and excitement. Mu Jin, Haigul beams, eager to show off the crane strike. Look at that. Isn't it super fascinating? Mu Jin thought, I really don't feel like doing it. Mu Yel is introduced to the crane strike, as monk Biab Gang and other monks demonstrate the technique. Mu Yel, this is the crane strike. Whoa, that's so cool. The Shaolin 5-hand techniques are the best. Starting from that day, Mu Yel would spend the next 15 days with the crane. The monks show Mu Yel the crane, to carefully observe the appearance, movements, and traits of the crane. Where did you get the crane? We caught it. Ah, the masters taught and did the movements of the crane and the crane strike together with Mu Yel. What's interesting here is that, Mu Yel, are you able to follow? Mu Yel sits by the pond, watching the crane. Mu Yel? Mu Yel's crane strike. Biab Gang watches Mu Yel, who is carefully observing the crane, but Mu Yel's crane strike was very different from Hai Gul's or Biab Hyun's crane strike. Biab Gang watches Mu Yel copy the body movements of the crane based on his own observation. That's not what we taught him. He changed it to fit his own body. With Mu Yel's special animalistic instincts and flexible body, he was able to move beyond the typical movement range of a human body, and was able to move like a real animal while achieving harmony. As a result, his movements were very similar to the movements of a crane. Biab Gang, along with another monk, watches Mu Yel. Biab Gang says, Mu Yel, 1 second, but since Mu Yel's movements were newly created and still not robust or complete enough, his masters helped him to resolve that problem slowly. After lowering his arm shortly, it'll become perfect if he steps back a little more. Biab Gang explains that the biggest strength of the Shaolin 5-hand techniques is the natural continuity between the moves, and he'll also help Mu Yel's crane strike achieve that. While it's a little different from Dharma's version, the free-spiritedness of the Shaolin 5-hand techniques will never lead him down the wrong path. Biab Gang asks if Mu Yel will be able to continue following their teachings. Mu Yel replies that he will. Mu Yel tightens his belt. Biab Gang introduces the other monks, Biab Hyun and Haigul. Mu Jin, wiping the sweat from his brow, announces, I think I'm done with my role here. Do you intend to stop coming from tomorrow onwards? He receives confirmation that he will. Biab Gang smiles, replying, It seems you've already gotten what you came for. Alright, I think it's time for you to leave as well. Mu Jin bows respectfully. Yes, thank you for your teaching so far. Biab Gang then tells another monk, Mu Yel, send Mu Jin off as he leaves. Mu Yel enthusiastically agrees, okay, I'll do it. Another monk asks Biab Gang, is it alright for us to just let him leave? Biab Gang assures him, no need to worry. Biab Gang explains, what Mu Jin needed to learn wasn't the crane strike to begin with. The other monk is confused. Pardon? Mu Jin judged that further training would be meaningless for him. Wait for me, you're sending me off? Because right from the beginning, the thing Mu Jin was trying to learn wasn't the crane strike. Mu Jin had already created his own martial arts even before he officially joined the Shaolin Temple. The current wall that he faces was to merge the new martial arts that he learned harmoniously and stably with his own martial art. When he saw Haigul helping to correct Mu Yel's crane strike, he'd now gotten a certain sense of how to accomplish it. Starting from the fist barrage, and then combine the invincible punch. If I can transition into the Guanyin strike and Arhat palm strike, I could increase the power within the strikes while greatly reducing the recoil. Grandpa had also said that the true essence of things is more important than the outer appearance. He was asking me to figure out the true essence of the martial arts that I will be creating from now on. What I need to do isn't anything like the crane strike. What I need is the continuity between moves and the way to combine different martial arts. Mu Jin considered the Hellfire Demon technique and its animal inspirations. Though, the models used by the Hellfire Demon technique are crane, snake, tiger, and dragon, right? Tigers. They'll figure a way out of that. But it's curious since that's a Murim world, dragons should exist, right? He shrugged. Mu Yel's masters will have to deal with that. That wasn't Mu Jin's problem. Well, that's none of my business. Mu Jin turned to leave. I'm going to go back first. If Mu Yel comes, then ask him to go back and rest. Monk Biab Gang agreed. Yes, master. However, what was surprising was, wait. Mu Jin began to piece things together. This all seemed to happen according to Hyun Guang's plans. Grandpa already expected everything to turn out this way. He already foresaw what would happen. And Mu Jin already understood what Grandmaster Hyun Guang wanted him to learn. The others could only stand in awe. Seriously, what an incredible person. Mu Jin sat at the table, considering Grandmaster Hyun Guang's treatment. It's been 1 month since I started on Grandpa's treatment. While he's no longer in a state where he would feel pain just from moving, he's not fully recovered yet. He can definitely get better than this. Mu Jin clenched his fists, thinking. But it'll be a problem if I use that method now. No, it's not the time to care about whether it's possible or not. It has to be done. He steeled his resolve. This is a time when special measures are required. Right. It's the only way now. Meanwhile, Monk Biab Gang and Grandmaster Hyun Guang were outside. Mu Jin is really doing his best for the treatments, but I wonder when Grandmaster Hyun Guang will recover. Doesn't he look much more cheerful than before already? Monk Biab Gang chuckled. Didn't you say you'd make Mu Jin pay if his treatment doesn't show any results in a month? Ahem. That was me telling him to work hard in a roundabout manner. Grandmaster Hyun Guang urged Mu Jin to hurry so they wouldn't be late. They arrived at Hyun Guang's abode. Monk Biab Gang asked Mu Jin why he had to call him there as well. Mu Jin told the abbot to wait a short while because he was going to be done soon, then said okay. Hyun Guang looked at Mu Jin with a surprised expression. Grandmaster Hyun Guang commented that since Mu Jin worked on his legs yesterday, it must be his back today, then confirmed that he was right. Biab Gang is shocked to see Grandmaster Hyun Guang moving around. Grandmaster? Is it alright for you to move that much? Hyun Guang smiles. Come to think of it, I feel much better than before. Well, I'm only moving my body a bit though, abbot. Biab Gang is still stunned. Even just moving his body a bit is something that's out of the ordinary for him. He recalls how dire Hyun Guang's condition was. He'd get breathless just from lying down. He had a body that was basically a corpse that couldn't move at all. Even if someone carried him around, he would feel pain from being moved around. But now, Hyun Guang moved on his own. Biab Gang is in disbelief at the progress in a room near the abbot's quarters. Are you really saying that the treatments are working? While Mu Jin did help to support him, Grandmaster Guang was able to sit up by himself. Grandmaster Hyun Guang acknowledged the effectiveness of the treatment, stating, yes, I do see the effects of the treatment you've all helped in. 1 month would be sufficient. There really are effects in a month just like Mu Jin said. Another monk was surprised and said I was doubtful when we used our powers with theories that we've never heard of before, but to think it'd really be effective. One of the monks suggested, since we were told to come here right after Grandmaster Hyun Guang's treatment, let's ask Mu Jin about the details once he's here. Alright. As soon as improvement was seen, the older monk's level of trust went up really quickly, but Mu Jin wasn't satisfied with the results. Mu Jin was determined to push forward. No. Starting from now is where it starts to be really important. I need to help him recover to the point where he can at least walk by himself. Mu Jin has been helping Hyun Guang with his treatment and rehabilitation so far. In order to recover strength in his abdomen, he'd ask him to lie down and sit up again. Mu Jin would also help Grandmaster Hyun Guang stand up and take a few steps. Just like how a patient who has injured their leg would practice walking in a rehabilitation center. While Hyun Guang's joints and ligaments have recovered to a certain extent, he has relied on others to move around for decades. That means the muscles of his whole body had been severely atrophied. Normal muscles versus atrophied muscles. Even if he continues treatment in this condition, it'd be pointless. Like pouring water into a pot with a hole at the bottom. Before problems occur in his joints that's gotten better, we need to help him gain more muscles quickly. That's the only way to do it. Mu Jin announced, it's me, Mu Jin. I have something to tell all of you about Grandpa's treatment. Mu Jin's announcement about Hyun Guang's treatment was met with concern. Is there a problem with his treatment? Didn't his body become better? Wasn't he moving by himself? Mu Jin turned to face the monks. He's alright right now, but there's a problem in the next treatment process. Tell us what that problem is. Mu Jin explained the issue in detail. It's correct that he's recovering slowly, but the cartilage in his joints is a different story. His cartilage has deteriorated badly due to old age, and are thus in a bad state. Normally, to resolve that issue, we would grow cells in order to support the cartilage. The problem would be that if he moved his body around in order to gain muscles in his currently weakened state, he might put too much pressure on his joints, and there's a risk his body might get injured. Monk Biab Gang looked at Mu Jin curious. The reason you're bringing this up must be because you have a solution, right? Mu Jin nodded, as the monk continued. You've been doing great on his treatments so far, so feel free to speak your mind. Yes, you've already proven to be very competent with what you've achieved so far. Monk Biab Gang listened intently. If there's a good solution that only you know of, tell us about it. We'll listen to it without doubting you since you've proven yourself. Mu Jin's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Grandpa must, declared, eat meat. The other monks were taken aback by his suggestion. Meat? Actually, the necessity of eating meat to grow muscles is still a controversial topic even in modern age. Mu Jin explained further. Firstly, those who exercise and are vegetarians would say that it's possible to have a healthy body just by eating vegetables. Mu Jin looked through exercise science materials as an expert, and did have some information that he learned from them. Mu Jin knew that for one to build muscles with a vegetarian diet can only be done if very complicated conditions are met. Mu Jin continued his explanation, citing the science behind his reasoning. For example, while animal-based protein and vegetable-based proteins are all made of amino acids, the most important part is the amount that gets absorbed by the body. For Grandmaster Hyun Guang, who is old and can't eat a lot of food, this means that he needs meat-based proteins. The camera zooms in on a monk's face as he questions Mu Jin's suggestion. But this place is a reputable sect, the Shaolin Temple with a 1,000-year history. The act of eat meat, the monk finishes his thought, would never be permitted. The other monks are angered by Mu Jin's suggestion. Impudence! How dare you speak of eating meat within the Shaolin Temple? Mu Jin, realizing he's crossed the line, clutches his head. They're even angrier than usual. I knew this would happen. Grandmaster Hyun Guang, his expression stern, questioned Mu Jin's insistence on meat consumption. Why are you saying that meat must be eaten to gain muscles? Mu Jin, haven't you gotten your muscular body without meat? Mu Jin's words seemed to have struck a nerve, as the other monks began to murmur amongst themselves. That's true. He did eat meat, one of the monks countered, suggesting alternatives. But while we can replace meat with beans and mushrooms, they're just replacements. It can't be compared to eating meat. Then he just needs to eat good quality beans and mushrooms, doesn't he? Mu Jin, standing before the elder monks, tried to explain the urgency of the situation. Grandpa's situation is different from mine. Both me and Monk Biab Gang are still young, so our bodies can take it. But Grandpa is in a situation where time is a luxury for him. Pressed on, attempting to sway their beliefs. I must persuade them. May I know the reason for prohibiting consumption of meat in the Shaolin Temple? Isn't it for us to practice penance, and overcome earthly desires and agonies of the world to overcome eating meat? That's why I could gladly give up eating meat. However, Mu Jin, his voice rising with conviction, continued his plea. I must convince them. Such a way of atonement means nothing for someone whose body can't take it. Does the laws of Buddhism seek death because of that penance? If he fails in persuading them, then Grandpa, he doesn't want that to happen ever again. Mu Jin's outburst continues. Isn't that what goes against the law of no killing? The intensity of the situation is evident in the close-up of the bald monk's face, his expression unreadable. Monk Biab Gang looks on with a shocked expression. An authoritative voice booms out, silencing the room. You've become far too arrogant while riding on the coattails of Grandmaster Hyun Guang. You dare talk about the laws of Buddhism in front of me? Calm down, Law Court Leader. The Law Court Leader shoves past Monk Biab Gang, his face contorted with rage. The Law Court Leader is shocked by the display of power. He was able to disperse that huge amount of energy just from grabbing his shoulder? One of the monks considers Mu Jin's words. What Mu Jin said does make some sense. Abbot, the Law Court Leader scowls, his face a mask of suspicion. However, can Grandmaster Hyun Guang's body only get well from eating meat? What's the reason for saying that meat will help to grow muscles? Mu Jin realizes he needs to simplify his explanation. I could easily explain this using modern terminologies, but there's no way these people would know about proteins or the super recovery theory. He steels his resolve. Since I can't do that, I'll do my best to explain it in other ways. Reincarnation isn't just talking about dying and departing from the world, right? Mu Jin begins his explanation. Everything in this world reincarnates. The rain that comes from the skies go into the earth, and that water would get boiled and go back to the skies. That's the same for the bodies of animals and humans. Meat, in order to replenish and grow a human's body, a certain amount of meat must be consumed. Mu Jin continued to explain to the monks that just like how the laws of nature would be for the living to die and be born again, it's also a law of nature for humans to eat not just vegetables, but also meat. He added that while if one harms life just for pleasure, then that could become a sin too. However, how could it be a sin for something that's almost dying to eat in order to survive? Mu Jin used analogies to explain things in simple terms to them, stating that in nature's eyes, humans are just animals too, so, for humans who have the same body to eat the meat of animals, it'll inevitably help to grow meat too. Mu Jin tried to thoroughly convince them. Grandmaster Hyun Guang let out a Monk Biab Gang and Grandmaster Hyun Guang remained silent. The monks listen intently as the bald Monk Biab Gang responds to Mu Jin. While what you said makes some sense, there's no concrete evidence to support it. Thus, we can't go against the laws of the Shaolin Temple that have been observed for 1,000 years. Mu Jin is taken aback by this statement. But, however, Monk Biab Gang continues, stating, for us to look away from Grandmaster Hyun Guang who gave his life to protect the Shaolin Temple, is something that can never happen. The image of Grandmaster Hyun Guang appears in the speech bubble. Grandmaster Hyun Guang. The abbot speaks up. Hyun Gong, let's change the laws of the Shaolin Temple under the name of the abbot's sacred item, the Emerald Jade Buddha staff. The monks are shocked by this statement. Abbot? You're saying, Grandmaster Hyun Guang declares, that's right. I'll be including an exception within the laws of the Shaolin Temple to allow the consumption of meat for those who are ill for the sake of treatment. Mu Jin, overhearing this, is elated. I did it. With this, I can save Grandpa. Grandmaster Hyun Guang proposes a solution, stating, there are ways for Grandmaster Hyun Guang to eat meat while not breaking the rules of the Shaolin Temple. He could eat meat and then receive punishment for it. Mu Jin immediately volunteers. What kind of punishment are you referring to? I'll take on his punishment. The bald monk Biab Gang responds, 1 month. Biab Gang continues, he must face the walls for a month. Mu Jin, you already had experience doing that for 7 days. Will you still accept this punishment even though it's way longer this time? Everyone stares at Mu Jin, waiting for his answer. Mu Jin hesitates, thinking about the prospect. I will, wall facing for a month. Mu Jin, never one to back down from a challenge that involves physical endurance, puffs out his chest. Gladly accept it. That's nothing at all. The bald monk Biab Gang is shocked by Mu Jin's enthusiasm. Abbot? Are you really? I know this is not a matter of whether it should or should not be done. And with that, the meeting adjourned. Next day at Hyun Guang's abode, the Grand Master speaks. I see, that happened yesterday night. Yes, and so Grand Master Hyun Guang continues. I'm intending to risk it on Mu Jin for the sake of Shaolin Temple's next generation. Hyun Guang finishes his thought. I'm starting to think that maybe it was because of obsession with our rules that things had went round for the last 1,000 years in the Shaolin Temple. Grand Master Hyun Guang, the abbot, speaks with a heavy heart. I became the abbot because you got injured, but with my limited capacity, all I could do was to observe a tradition. While we've retained the reputation as one of the great martial groups, we lost the title of being the strongest in the world. Due to my incompetency, the Shaolin Temple has lost its former glory. At least, that's what I think. Continues, his expression somber. Changes are not always good. I know that. Images of Mu Jin flash behind the abbot as he declares, that's why I've chosen Mu Jin. I believe that he will bring along the wind of a good change. Hyun Guang stares intently. I would like to keep trusting Mu Jin. Finally, he calls out, Mu Jin, come on in. Mu Jin replies, yes, abbot. Grandmaster Hyun Guang could tell instinctively the food that Mu Jin brought in was definitely meat. It was a porridge that had a small quantity of meat since Hyun Guang had not eaten meat for decades. Mu Jin, that's. Hyun Guang was conflicted, but Hyun Guang had no choice but to accept it. He thought, I would like to keep trusting Mu Jin. The regret and resolve that filled Hyun Chun's eyes. Is that really what the rules of the Shaolin Temple are about? For the sake of Mu Jin, who took a risk to talk back against his elders to make this situation possible. After praying over the food, Hyun Guang ate meat for the first time. Mu Jin taught Biab Gang the treatment process for 7 days. Since Hyun Gong and Hai Dam handled the electricity and heat treatments, Mu Jin didn't have to worry about them. By the time Biab Gang memorized everything Mu Jin had taught him, Grandmaster Hyun Guang was able to eat boiled meat without seasoning without any troubles. Thanks to Mu Jin's treatment and the power of meat, Hyun Guang saw an improvement in his condition. On the promised day, Mu Jin began his wall-facing punishment. Mu Jin thought, I really didn't want to come back here again, but it couldn't be helped. I'll have to do it if that's what the higher-ups want. Mu Jin stared at the cave where he would serve his wall-facing punishment. It's really been a long time, that cave that I was dragged to for my wrong-facing punishment. It's 1 month this time. Right? He'd been hoping for a different outcome though. Originally, I was thinking of training, hunting, and eating meat like I did previously, and live a happy Bear Grylls life alone. Just then, Monk Biab Gang appeared. Mu Jin, let's go in. He looked past Mu Jin with a shocked expression. But what is he doing here? Mu Jin, Biab Gang, and Hyun Chun knelt before the abbot. The reason why Hyun Chun is with Mu Jin, I know this is not a matter of whether it should or should not be done. Grandmaster Hyun Guang declared, so I too will accept the punishment that's given to Mu Jin by the discipline court. Hyun Chun looked surprised. Are you saying that you will take the wall-facing punishment alongside Mu Jin? Hyun Guang confirmed, that's right. Mu Jin grimaced. I'll do that for the sake of changing one rule. That's what happened. I'm screwed. Inside the cave, Grandmaster Hyun Guang immediately sat in the lotus position and began chanting Buddhist scriptures. Avalokiteshvara, while practicing deeply with the insight, that brings us to the other shore. And with this realization he overcame all ill-being. Mu Jin didn't dare move a muscle. Mu Jin frowned. To begin with, I thought we couldn't talk when doing the wall-facing punishment. Avalokiteshvara, this body itself is emptiness, and emptiness itself is this body. This body is not other than emptiness and emptiness is not other than this body. He thought the scriptures sounded mixed up. Then, Mu Jin realized something. Wait, it's alright to chant Buddhist scriptures? But this was Mu Jin's true realization. What's the big deal about this that we need to chant it? This incantation. After learning the scripture so far, I can tell, he's intentionally mixing the incantations up. Grandmaster Hyun Guang was chanting the Diamond Sutra, then the Lotus Sutra, then the Buddhavatamsaka Sutra before returning to the Diamond Sutra. Mu Jin noticed something. Thus shall you think of all things in this world. He's chanting the Diamond Sutra now. I devote myself to the mystic law of the Lotus Sutra. Now it's the Lotus Sutra. May all sentient beings, as vast as the cosmos, Buddhavatamsaka Sutra, a star at dawn, a bubble in a stream, and he's back to the Diamond Sutra. Wait, there seems to be a pattern. Mu Jin realized that the incantations were familiar. Among all these incantations, they're all ones that I know about. The steps of the martial arts I've learned, These incantations are what appears in the steps. After realizing that, Mu Jin focused even more on what Hyun Guang was chanting, wondering if it was possible. He then pieced together the chantings in sequence, and pictured how the martial arts would flow in his mind. He began image training. He visualized the moves. A flickering lamp, a phantom. This incantation is the first move of the chain punch, straight punch, and a dream. Next would be the swift whirlwind sweep, sixth move, to raise my right leg for a kick. Something feels out of place, so I think I can just place the step of the invincible punch in the middle. After interpreting the incantations as steps and training in his mind for 30 minutes, Mu Jin started to find it hard to hold himself back. I want to try it. I want to try the steps that I'm imagining. Just image training alone isn't enough. But Mu Jin remembered his punishment. I can't get up, can I? I'm being punished right now after all. Suddenly, Grandmaster Hyun Guang's chanting seemed to change. Avalokiteshvara, while practicing deeply with the insight, There's suddenly rhythm in his chanting. Mu Jin noticed the change. Did he do that on purpose? A flickering lamp, a phantom, and a dream. Why would he do that? Could it be? Mu Jin decided to take a chance. Whatever, I'll take a gamble. I've got nothing to lose. Mu Jin starts to get up, Hyun Guang still chanting. A flickering lamp, a phantom. As soon as Mu Jin saw Grandmaster Hyun Guang not moving despite knowing for sure that he had moved, a phantom, and a dream, Mu Jin had become certain. He realized he set this up so I can train. Mu Jin thought the start would be the straight punch of the chain punch. He continued, I'll put in the 21st move of the invincible punch. Mu Jin imagined the final move, and finish it with the swift whirlwind sweep. Mu Jin felt the rhythm. Since he's put in rhythm with his chanting, it's become way easier for me to go through the steps by following his rhythm. Mu Jin continued to practice, but something felt off. But why does he keep chanting the same incantation instead of chanting something else? A phantom, and a dream. Am I doing something wrong? It feels like he's telling me there's something wrong from his tone. Mu Jin steeled his resolve. Alright, I'll try it again. That was how the secret between Mu Jin and Abbot Hyun Chun began. Grandmaster Hyun Guang would dry cough or use higher tones when chanting when Mu Jin was wrong. For the parts that he found okay, he'd calmly and quietly chant, or use a low-tone cough. The combination of the steps that fit in the best with each other were embedded in the scriptures. A phantom, and a dream. A flickering lamp, thus shall ye think of all this fleeting world. The combined step sequence and speed would ride on the rhythm of the chanting. Great. Perfect. Good. Combo. And that was how the secret training that began had continued until the sun set. Mu Jin then questioned the situation. But why is he training me? Monk Biab Gang observed Mu Jin quietly. Mu Jin thought to himself, treating Grandmaster Hyun Guang already took a lot of training time away from him. I can't take away another month of training from him. As Mu Jin practiced his kicks, he heard Biab Gang say, for all the training time you had missed out on. Use this time to make it up for all of it, Biab Gang finished. Suddenly, a voice boomed out in the darkness. Ahem. Monk Biab Gang appeared, carrying a bag slung over his shoulder. He placed grain balls and water on the ground. I brought grain balls and water. Please eat them. The two monks sat in silence, facing the cave wall. Mu Jin took a moment to reflect. Phew, I almost got caught training. I wasn't expecting a martial master's presence I couldn't detect to come here. Continued, thankfully, the abbot faked a dry cough to alert me. In any case, I'm certain now that he's trying to train me. Mu Jin slammed his fist against the ground. I can't stand it anymore. I have to go out. Grandmaster Hyun Guang watched him, stroking his beard. Looks like Mu Jin has been dying to train. I can understand how he feels. The cave is too small a place for him to train in. Hyun Guang decided to let him off the hook. Alright, go out and train then. Hyun Chun didn't know. He continued, picturing Mu Jin's true intentions. That Mu Jin didn't go out of the cave to train. I can't kill you since you're still a baby. I'll let you go so you can bring your parents here. He went out to get some protein. Meanwhile, Monk Biab Gang looked back at the Grandmaster in surprise. On the other hand, as for Hyun Guang's condition, Grandmaster, I didn't realize it since I was busy helping you with your treatment. He was amazed by the transformation. But you've really changed so much? Thanks to changing the treatment to include meat as per Mu Jin's suggestion, his body condition began to improve drastically. Hyun Guang's body, once weak and devoid of muscle, had started to change, gaining muscle in various places. Thanks to those muscles, Grandmaster Hyun Guang was now able to move on his own, even without Monk Biab Gang's support. Biab Gang looked on, surprised. Hyun Guang turned to him. Biab Gang, it's time. I'll go prepare today's lunch then. Biab Gang bowed and left the room. Hyun Guang watched him leave, lost in thought. He was amazed by the transformation. But you've really changed so much? All of this was because of my own obstinacy. Hyun Guang reflected on the abbot's desire to keep to traditions, blaming himself because he even said that the Shaolin temple would be hazardously different if a fake became the abbot. Hyun Guang walked along the temple wall, considering the abbot's words. I couldn't agree with what he said so far, but I now understand why he blamed himself so much. Hyun Guang stood at the temple wall, his shoulders slumped. It's because I'm no different from him. Hyun Guang looked out over the temple. It was all because of my foolishness. Hyun Guang remembered his own teachings. The meaning of the laws are more important than the laws. Focus on not what you see, but on the intentions. To think I'd tell others that. I now see how ridiculous I was. Hyun Guang looked down at his own feet. I wasn't able to even move by myself without any help from others. Now that I barely recovered and can stand by myself, I've come to realize it now. Grandmaster Hyun Guang stood in the rain, reflecting on the Shaolin Temple's traditions. Why did we choose to suffer just so that we can keep to the traditions of the Shaolin Temple? Recall the time when the demonic cult invaded, and he lost his martial arts, becoming a cripple unable to walk on his own. When the special force of the demonic cult invades, when I lost my martial arts and became a cripple that couldn't even walk by myself, I kept telling those who were worried about me, to myself, that I'm fine. The memory shattered around him, revealing his despair. But deep inside I was already stricken with despair. He sat at his desk, remembering his past understanding of the world. I had an exceptional understanding of the world. I understood martial arts and the scriptures. He recalled his shattered energy core and his inability to accumulate energy. But my heart that started to become bitter was unable to truly embrace those contents, because I had a shattered energy core and I couldn't accumulate energy in it anymore. Hyun Guang looked up, the rain washing over his face as he finally understood. I understand now. Hyun Guang stood in the rain, finally understanding something profound. I was just being stubborn. In the future, even if where I'm standing on disappears, this place and its scenery will still exist in my mind. It exists even if it's not visible. Even if it doesn't exist, it will still be visible. He continued, form has emptiness, while emptiness also has form. Emptiness has no other than form, while form has nothing without emptiness. Grandmaster Hyun Guang sat in the lotus position, the rain plastering his robes to his thin frame. The same is true of feelings, perceptions, mental formations, and consciousness. He felt a surge of power, a new clarity washing over him. I'll combine the understanding I already had and the changed heart I have now from the enlightenment I have just achieved. Ultimate perfect enlightenment I've achieved. The Hyun Guang's eyes widened, feeling the immensity of the universe. Ultimate enlightenment. Numerous energies flow in this world. How could my small body contain them all? Meanwhile, Mu Jin walked through the temple halls, lost in thought. Mu Jin sensed something shifting. That energy. The rain continued to fall as something powerful crashed nearby. Grandmaster Hyun Guang had unleashed a surge of power. That's definitely Grandmaster Kun Jiang's energy. But something's different. Mobility art. What's with that unfamiliar flow of energy? The force of the energy rippled outwards. Could he have? The monks watched in awe as Hyun Guang moved with newfound speed and power. Hyun Guang paused, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple. Wait. Mu Jin sensed Grandmaster Hyun Guang's energy bursting out like an explosion. It can't be. Right now, he's in the midst of achieving perfect enlightenment. A blinding light emanated from Hyun Guang, who sat in the lotus position, completely still. Monks outside the cave stared up at the sky as a beam of light pierced through the clouds. The rain has stopped. That light, that energy, I'm certain of it. That's Grandmaster Hyun Guang's energy. That means, even those who aren't familiar with energy yet could tell as well. The energy that surrounded the monks was so bright it hurt their eyes, yet it was also warm and merciful. It was something that was out of this world, yet never frightening. Hyun Guang had achieved nirvana. Gone beyond, gone completely beyond. Enlightenment, hail. Enlightenment, hail. Form has emptiness, while emptiness also has form. Gone beyond, gone completely beyond. Grandmaster, have you finally achieved enlightenment? Hyun Guang chuckled softly. Ho ho, what I had known in my mind has just finally touched my heart. Monk Biab Gang is shocked by Hyun Guang's words. He asks, but if you've achieved nirvana, why haven't you attained Buddhahood? Hyun Guang replies, it's because I still have unresolved matters. I was only able to attain nirvana thanks to Mu Jin. The bald monk asks, where is Mu Jin right now? Another monk explains that Mu Jin is receiving wall-facing punishment with Hyun Guang. It's been 18 days since he went into wall-facing punishment along with the abbot. Right, he's receiving wall-facing punishment now. Hyun Guang's eyes glow red as he says, I don't like it. Hyun Guang's face contorts in anger, startling the nearby monks. I don't like it at all, he declares. Biab Gang rushes towards the cave where Mu Jin and Hyun Guang are serving their punishment. Abbot! Mu Jin! End the wall-facing punishment, and come back, he shouts. Inside the cave, Hyun Guang pauses, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Ahem, there's still 10 days left. Yes, but Biab Gang's voice echoes through the cave. The two of you have been ordered to return. What? Hyun Guang considers the situation. In terms of formality, we're being punished right now. Who dares to forcefully stop us? One of the monks nervously interjects. This is an order from Grand Master Hyun Guang. What? A monk exclaims, his face a mask of disbelief. He ordered for us to cease our punishment? Another monk asks, concern etched on his face. That's ridiculous. Could something have happened to Grandpa? Inside the cave, the monks serving punishment exchange confused glances. In terms of formality, we're being punished right now. Who dares to forcefully stop us? One of the monks nervously interjects. Another monk's eyes widen in disbelief. This is an order from Grand Master Hyun Guang. What? The monk's confusion only grows. He ordered for us to cease our punishment? That's ridiculous. Could something have? He finishes his thought with dread. Happened to Grandpa? Back at the temple, one of the monks shouts in disbelief. Grand Master Hyun Guang, what are you doing now? Hyun Guang chuckles in response. Ho ho ho, I can hear just well even without you raising your voice. The monk demands an explanation. Why are you eating that food? Hyun Guang replies, happily munching away. I heard this is really good for one's body, so I simply tried eating it. And Master Hyun Guang, looking healthier than ever, stares down someone off screen. Ho ho ho, you were the one who changed the rules, wasn't it, for my weak body? Would someone who wants to go to Nirvana need to strengthen his body? Mu Jin and Monk Biob Gang enter the room to find Grandmaster Hyun Guang surrounded by food. It sounds like you don't approve of me eating this? Ho ho ho. That's not it. Hyun Guang continues to press the issue. Well, I guess that's why you locked away Mu Jin, who tried so hard to save me in that cold cave, right? Ho ho ho. The person he's speaking to stammers. No, I. Monk Biob Gang announces their arrival. Mu Jin and the abbot have arrived. Oh, you're finally here. Come on in. The atmosphere feels alright? Grandpa sounds pretty cheerful. Mu Jin looks concerned. I thought there was a problem since we were told to come back quickly. Monk Biob Gang reassures him. Yes, abbot, it seems we were worried over nothing. Monk Biob Gang starts to enter the room. Let's go in then. Well, the atmosphere around here looks good. I wonder what's wrong. Mu Jin pauses, sniffing the air. This smell. Grandmaster Hyun Guang, surrounded by a mountain of food, declares that he won't be able to abandon all these pleasures and attain Buddhahood. Don't you agree, disciplined court leader? Grandmaster Hyun Guang cuts himself off, then thanks Mu Jin for being understanding and urges him to come in quickly. Mu Jin, alongside Monk Biob Gang, arrives looking shocked. Gee, Grandpa? What is? From Mu Jin's perspective, Hyun Guang is surrounded by so much food that he's overwhelmed. Happening here? Can't you tell? Hyun Guang, now shirtless and showing off his gains, gives a thumbs up. I'm strengthening my body. What's with that cocky expression? That's kinda annoying. The disciplined court leader looks nervous. Disciplined court leader, what is this? Grandmaster Hyun Guang said he wanted to eat all that. I didn't eat any. Grandmaster Hyun Guang flexes his bicep while holding chopsticks, showing off the gains he's made from eating meat. Look, I haven't been doing much lately, but we can already see the effects through the consumption of meat. Oh, now that you mention it, Hyun Guang continues, and so, those two did the right thing and are not in the wrong. Thus, I requested for your return. I couldn't possibly lock those who did such great deeds in a cave. Hyun Guang says, is that so? Yes, it's all good now that you're back. Mu Jin, go on and train. Abbot, let's talk. The prescient religious leader doesn't want to talk to me. I have some other work to do, so I won't be able to do that. But Eugene, I'll take my leave now. As Hyun Guang leaves, he asks, Mu Jin, where are you going? And laughs. Meanwhile, Mu Jin and Monk Biob Gang are talking about Hyun Guang's situation. Mu Jin heard about everything that had transpired. That's what happened. He was close to attaining nirvana but became that way because he can't forget about the taste of meat. Mu Jin sighs, giving up on thinking about it for now. Biob Gang says, however, not everything that had happened was necessarily bad. Oh, and I brought back the equipment that you requested from the Arhat Hall leader. Mu Jin asks, really? Biob Gang smiles. Yes, from now on, you can do strength training here. The monks are already making use of the equipment that Mu Jin requested, lifting weights and doing squats. One monk exclaims, to think I'd see this kind of scene happening in the Shaolin temple of this era. Biob Gang smiles, oh, and there's a few that we don't know how to use. I want you to teach others how to use them. Mu Jin replies, okay, I'll do just that. Mu Jin thinks to himself, well, this isn't as good as the gym I used. Continues, but this is great, it reminds me of the past. A place where you put your muscles to use with iron and sweat to build up your body. One of the monks asks, but how do we use this? Ask Mu Jin when he gets here. Another monk says, oh, Mu Gung, Mu Yul. I don't see Mu Kyung around. He then notices Mu Jin. Oh, Mu Jin's here. Is he training separately? The monks exclaimed that Mu Jin's punishment must have been really tough. Mu Jin, did you finally get out of jail? Another monk replied, don't call that a jail. The monk was relieved to see Mu Jin. You came at the right time. This is also exercise equipment, right? How do we use it? Oh, You've got a pretty good one there. Mu Jin corrected him. That's a tire, rubber wheel. It's called a rubber wheel. Mu Jin prepared to demonstrate. You want to know how to use this to exercise, right? Well, pay close attention. Mu Jin began explaining the construction of the wheel, using steel and wood to form the frame and then melt rubber on top of it. With this, it should be sufficient to do that. The monk looked on, a bit confused. Mu Jin demonstrated the tire flip. After you lift it up like this, you'll put it back there and repeat it to flip the rubber wheel. He continued explaining the benefits of the exercise. Now that I've tried lifting it myself, I think it's around 150 kilograms. If you exercise like this, you'll be able to train your whole body and not just the lower body. It can also serve as training to distribute your strength throughout your body. Mu Jin turned to Mu Gum. Since you asked me how to use this, want to give it a try? Did you think I wouldn't be able to do it? Mu Jin glared at Mu Gum. I'll strike your head 10 times if you use inner energy. Do I look like the type that would cheat? Just then, Monk Biab Gang approached. Mu Jin, I have a question. Oh? What are you doing? Another monk was already trying the tire flip. I don't really know what this is, so I was just playing with it. Can I use it like this? Mu Jin watched in awe as another monk jumped on top of a bar that's 3 meters high with ease. He jumped on top of a bar that's 3 meters high that easily? He continued to watch the monk, Mu Yul, as he showed off his flexibility. And that flexibility that Mu Yul has, as expected of the successor of the Shaolin 5-hand technique. He's freely moving around the bar? I see he's already used to it. Mu Jin mused at the monk's movements, thinking they resembled a monkey. That seems like some kind of monkey movement. Is there also monkey on top of crane, snake, leopard, tiger, dragon? Mu Yul called out to Mu Jin while hanging upside down from the bar. Mu Jin, am I using this correctly? Mu Jin responded, you can use it that way too. Well, even if it doesn't exist now, Mu Yul might end up creating it in the future. Mu Jin looked over the rest of the equipment he had brought out. There's plenty of other equipment other than the bars and rubber wheel. The traits of the new equipment be that they're mainly used in CrossFit as compared to the gym. Mu Jin gave a satisfied look. Well, this much is just nice. Mu Jin flexed his massive back muscles, energy radiating from his body. If I just train recklessly, I'd just become a musclehead, which would hinder my martial arts. I need to increase my strength while maintaining a certain level of muscles and flexibility like I'm doing right now. Mu Jin is slowly building his own career within the Shaolin Temple. I can't wait to become a martial master and see the ending of this novel. But that doesn't mean he's only building a bodybuilder career. Mu Jin is visiting Grandmaster Hyun Guang. Grandpa, I would like you to use the new equipment that I brought today to help you with your treatment. Oh, are you talking about the equipment that you requested from the Arhat Hall leader? Yes, this is. Since changes have been made to Hyun Guang's treatment method, Mu Jin presents the reform roller. How do you use that? It's called the foam roller in the modern age. Mu Jin explained. Wood plus leather, completion of Murim-style foam roller. It has the same circular shape and is made of sturdy materials. It's a Pilates equipment that's used to stretch muscles by rolling your body on it. Mu Jin continued to explain how to use the foam roller. You put it below your scapula, sides, thighs, calves, armpits, and roll on it. Would you like to give it a try? Grandmaster Hyun Guang winces in pain as he lies on the foam roller. Ah, Grandpa, for this treatment, you must stay alert. You will probably feel some pain since your muscles are stiff right now. If you do this frequently, your muscles will soften and you'll feel lighter. Hyun Guang replies, I see. Hyun Guang thinks to himself, I really want to introduce this to everyone. Our Shaolin disciples have gone through so much unnecessary hardships. Wait, you're not supposed to disagree with the teachings of the Shaolin Temple. Isn't he like an apostate monk now? Hyun Guang changes the subject. That aside, Mu Jin, is your training going well? Mu Jin replies, oh, my martial arts training? Hyun Guang observes Mu Jin's physique. Your energy has become even more stable and settled since I last saw you. Mu Jin responds, oh, is that so? Well, the abbot did help me with training in the cave. Hyun Guang smiles. Haha, that's great. I guess all that thinking and training paid off. Mu Jin watches as Grandmaster Hyun Guang reaches into his pocket. Grandpa? What are you taking out of your pocket? I knew this would happen. Hyun Guang presents Mu Jin with a map and a letter, and prepared something for you. Here, this is a map and a letter. What? A letter out of nowhere? Hyun Guang recalls Mu Jin's previous training. Do you remember when you were learning the 5-hand techniques previously? Oh yes, I learned the continuity of moves and combining moves there. Hyun Guang smiles ominously. Ho ho, this pace will help you greatly too. Mu Jin thinks to himself, but he's got a scary smile. Has his personality changed that much since we last met? Is this the power of meat? Hyun Guang laughs. Ho ho ho, you'll know after going there yourself. Biab Gang collapses. Child, you won't be able to catch even a fly at this rate, kook. Sir, can't we take it a little easier? The bald monk Biab Gang shouts from atop a pile of monks, taking a swig of his drink. No, you brat. If we do that, then you're just slacking off. Mu Jin thinks to himself, I don't think you should be talking about who's slacking right now. The High Guan Demon Extermination Squad leader grins maniacally. Kahihihi, come quickly. Through various training sessions, Mu Jin has been able to stabilize his inner energy more than before. After receiving the letter from Hyunguang, he went towards his next training location, the Extermination Demon Squad. Mu Jin has taken all of the training seriously so far, but he's a little nervous about this training somehow. He thinks the person in charge of this training would be Hai Jaiwan, the leader of the Demon Extermination Squad. Even back at the entrance test, I could tell he wasn't an ordinary person. He approaches the gates to the Shaolin Mountain. I wonder what kind of person he is. Suddenly, a voice booms out. A bald monk shouts at the trainees, guys, put more spirit into this. Do you think I took all of you in to slack around? If you don't do this properly, the man grins, his eyes gleaming red. I might eat all of you. As Mu Jin walks towards the training location, he is suddenly surrounded by bald monks, all of whom are yelling. Suddenly, a bottle flies through the air and explodes. Mu Jin is attacked by one of the monks. He blocks the attack, but another monk strikes him from the side. Shit! The leader of the Demon Extermination Squad shouts, be more original with your attacks. Mu Jin is struck in the head. One of the bald monks prepares to strike Mu Jin from behind. If I attack him from the back now, his fist flies towards Mu Jin. Mu Jin dodges the attack, causing the monk to stumble forward. The bald monk is shocked. He dodged that. Mu Jin retaliates with a flurry of strikes using the training equipment. The attacker is sent flying. The bald monks swarm Mu Jin, attacking from all sides. But Mu Jin is ready with his training equipment and a flask of alcohol. He surveys the pile of unconscious monks. Ouch, this won't do. I guess I'll have to boil all of you and eat you up. Mu Jin grins, preparing his next move. Ha! Dharma strikes. He launches an attack. Mu Jin dodges the incoming strike with ease. This is all I need to do to dodge. Mu Kyung swings his weapon, ready to strike. Ugh! Mu Kyung collapses to the ground, defeated. Looks like you failed to control your madness again, Mu Kyung. Depending on how you do, I might eat you up. Another monk approaches. Master, Mu Jin has brought this letter with him. Oh, Mu Jin is here? Mu Jin greets the monk. Greetings, Monk Hai Guan. I'm Mu Jin, a third-class disciple. Mu Jin's face scrunches up in confusion. Hyunguang bursts into laughter, pointing at Mu Jin's new hairstyle. What's with that hair? Right, it's been a while since I got that kind of reaction. I think the last time was in chapter 27. Hyunguang hands Monk Biab Gang a letter. Did the disciple court leader allow that hairstyle? Here's the letter. Yes, at least for now. Hyunguang explains that the higher-ups want him to help Mu Jin train. The higher-ups asked me to help you train when you were imprisoned in the cave previously. I heard you were supposed to undergo the wall-facing punishment for a month though. You got out of it fast, eh? Hyunguang turns to Mu Jin. Do you know what this letter says? I have not read it yet. Hyunguang grins, a hint of mischief in his eyes. It says I can train you in my own way. Do you have any idea how I train people? Monk Biab Gang looks at the scene of the monks training with the equipment Mu Jin had set up. Like that? Mu Jin, you're here, welcome. That's right, the scarred man explains. To explain it simply, it's sparring that's very similar to real fighting. He continues, as you know about the Demon Extermination Squad, we exist just to deal with warns, evil and wicked people who show no remorse whatsoever. They fight to kill you, and if you don't take fighting with those people seriously, the scarred man's expression hardens. We're the ones who will die. No exceptions will be made for you, even if Grand Master Hyunguang was the one who sent you here. One of the monks, eager to prove himself, interrupts. I'll gladly take on the training dash. Before he can finish, the scarred man's staff slams into him, sending him flying. No need to talk any further then. You can join in now. The monk who was sent flying by the scarred man's staff is furious. How could you just start so suddenly? Do you think the enemy will wait for you? He charges forward, his fist glowing red. In that case, I'll attack you seriously. The scarred man blocks the punch with his staff. You've got fierce power and speed, but that's not good enough. The monk, despite being struck, manages to guard his face. The scarred man is impressed. Oh, you've learned Iron Guard? He was able to protect his face by using the Iron Guard in that short instant. He analyzes the monk's fighting style, noting a mix of various martial arts. On a closer look, he's using a mix of various martial arts. Can't think you can use the moves of the inner branch in this manner. The scarred man sees the monk's technique is flawed. The continuity of those moves aren't bad, but it's not smooth enough to be used in a real fight. The monk is blinded by the sand. You threw sand at me. That's cheating. The enemy will pull even dirtier tricks just to defeat you. The scarred man swings his staff. Will you whine and complain about them cheating whenever that happens? How about you always act like a coward then? Mu Jin smirks at the monk's ridiculous hairstyle. That aside, that hairstyle looks more ridiculous every time I look at it. I can't believe the discipline court leader accepted that interesting hairstyle. He watches the monk train, Once Mu Kyung's hair is longer, I'll do something with it too. Haiguan wanted to play with other people's hairstyle because he doesn't want to do it to himself. Ho, he sure has good tenacity. Mu Jin reflects on the training session. The tenacious training ended after 4 hours. I kept attacking him in other ways. He showed between executing different martial arts, and harassed him with all sorts of dirty tricks, but he hasn't complained even a single bit. Mu Jin grins, pleased with the monk's progress. Instead he's showing less and less openings as time passes by. Ho ho ho, it'll be fun playing with you. Women hate such persistence though. Mu Jin smirks, observing the exhausted monk. Hee hee, I guess you're pretty popular then? Mu Jin, carrying a staff, announces a break. Alright, we'll take a 15-minute break here. Mu Kyung lies face down on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Mu Jin approaches the prone Mu Kyung. Mu Kyung? How long are you going to act like you fainted for? You huh? How did you know? Of course I would, you welcomed me earlier. Mu Kyung, with a surprised expression, admits he was waiting for an opportunity. I've actually been waiting for him to let his guard down, waiting for an opportune time. Well, that's not bad. Mu Kyung grits his teeth, determined to improve. But I've been training so hard, I don't believe I can't even land a single hit. I won't let this end with just me getting beaten up one-sidedly. Although after getting beaten so many times, I see where I'm lacking now. I missed something this important because I only focused on imitating training and trying to figure out the continuity between the martial arts. Mu Kyung realizes, the biggest problem is my lack of combat experience. Mu Kyung asks what kind of plan they should come up with, and Mu Jin responds that they should act like cowards, since that's what they were asked to do. Mu Kyung says he has a good idea, then adds, Master, the administration hall leader is here. Why has he come all this way? Mu Jin looks surprised as he replies he said he has something to discuss since the rewards for each place within the Shaolin Temple is about to be distributed. What dash? All we need is food for all of you and my liquor, I mean just for food. Why does he have to come all this way to discuss that? Mu Kyung observes that the administration hall leader isn't alone. He asks who came with him, then states, no matter what we do, I'll make sure we land a hit on that drunk monk. Mu Jin contemplates how to create an opening, saying, regardless of how strong he is, he'll definitely show an opening eventually. But how do we create an opening? Mu Jin grins, confident in his plan. There's no need for us to create an opening. I have a secret plan that only I know of. He instructs Mu Kyung, you just need to give him a good punch when I charge at him. Mu Kyung is skeptical. I don't know what that secret plan of yours is, but I don't think it'll work on someone as monstrously strong as him. No, it'll definitely work if he still has some feelings of gratitude. Mu Jin asks what Mu Kyung means. Mu Kyung changes the subject, looking at the administration hall leader and the monk with him. Who did the administration hall leader come with for you to make such a big fuss? About that. The administration hall leader asks, is there a problem if I visit? The administration hall leader's companion speaks up, stating, I don't believe I'm not allowed here though. The figure is revealed to be Grandmaster Hyun Guang, who continues, or have I been forgotten since it's been a long while? While it doesn't matter much, it's a little sad. Hai Jaiwan is shocked to see him. Gee, Grandmaster, Hyun Guang. Hai Jaiwan is further surprised to see the Grandmaster standing. You're standing up by yourself? Hai Jaiwan rushes forward to greet him. Greetings, Grandmaster Hyun Guang. The bald monk in the background is dumbfounded by Hai Jaiwan's sudden respect. I've never seen him like that before. He never paid respects to even the abbot. The bald monk is surprised by the Grandmaster's display of respect, thinking, that's to be expected. There's no way that rebel would act that way to anyone. He watches Hai Jaiwan rush over, and Mu Kyung realizes. And since he ran over so urgently, Mu Kyung, we're starting. The secret plan? Mu Jin grins, exactly. I know that feeling better than anyone. Mu Jin asks Grandmaster Hyun Guang, Grandpa, the Demon Extermination Squad, are you referring to the leader of the Demon Extermination Squad, Monk Hai Jaiwan? Hyun Guang replies, I saw him briefly during the entrance test, though he looked a little dangerous. Ho ho ho. He only seemed that way because of the work he does. He's not a bad person. Grandmaster hands Mu Jin a letter. To me, he looks like a little puppy. Yes, I guess it's time for me to visit him. Grandmaster Hyun Guang tells Mu Jin that he seems to know Hai Jaiwan quite well, before adding, well, he used to follow me all around. And I'm not trying to brag about myself, but in the past Hyun Guang continues, he once said that I saved his life. The Grandmaster chuckles. I don't remember doing much for him. I'm not sure why he would feel that much gratitude towards me. Ho ho. Meanwhile, Mu Jin is sprinting towards the Grandmaster, thinking, I don't care just how much you acted like a child in the past. Mu Kyung, watching Mu Jin run, thinks, you are running to Grandpa right now. In Mu Jin's memories, a younger, smiling Hyun Guang stands in a yard. Back in the present, Mu Jin holds up a beetle. Grandpa, I caught a rhinoceros beetle. Grandmaster, have you finally recovered? Mu Jin kicks off the ground, thinking, just as I did back then. Though, propels himself forward. The old woman and man watch as Mu Jin flies past, thinking, if you're that excited, then there'll definitely be an opening. Grandmaster Hyun Guang and Monk Biab Gang watch the chaos unfold. Mu Jin is flying towards a group of people. He stares intensely, shouting, which would be right now. Mu Jin and Mu Kyung launch a coordinated assault, combining their chain punch and invincible punch techniques with the 18 Dharma strikes. Didn't you ask us to act cowardly? Take a punch from us. The force of the blows sends the leader of the demon extermination squad flying backwards, completely unguarded. Mu Jin and Biab Gang's disciple follow up with another attack. The two monks grit their teeth, determined to land a hit. The leader of the demon extermination squad manages to block the attack. Damn it, he blocked that. Is the leader of the demon extermination squad too strong? Despite the failed ambush, the leader of the demon extermination squad is impressed. That was such a good ambush. I'm truly moved. Mu Jin stands between the two disciples, ready to correct their stance. But, that would never work in 100 years. Mu Jin instructs them, don't get lazy just because I'm not around. I want you guys to keep sparring with one another. The disciples respond, yes sir. Grandmaster Hyun Guang chuckles, ho ho ho, they're still children, aren't you being too harsh on them? Mu Jin takes a swig from a bottle. Still children, huh? If I go easy on them, then things might get dangerous for them later. He continues, and if I'm not this harsh, they'll become relaxed and get lazy. We don't know when war will come for us. We need to make sure that they're battle ready. Grandmaster Hyun Guang warns that it'd be too late by the time they regret it. Hyun Guang's words echo, by the time they regret it. It would be far too late. Grandmaster Hyun Guang dash. Younger Haiguan exclaims, I worked hard and became a third-class disciple. Oh, you finally became an official disciple here, Haiguan? He responds, yes. Hyun Guang pats Haiguan on the head. I knew you'd be able to do it. Keep growing and become a pillar of the Shaolin Temple in the future. Haiguan replies, okay. I trained really hard so I would be of help, but then that incident occurred. The scene flashes back to the day of the demonic cult's invasion, as a bald monk runs from a hulking figure. Do you think you can run away, you rat? The man's fist comes down on the monk, who can only scream. Bald monk is saved by someone, and a fierce battle ensues. The scene focuses on a muscular back. As Haiguan recalls, Grandmaster Hyun Guang saved numerous people and I was the last one he saved before his energy core was destroyed and he became a cripple. I resolved myself back then. Those demonic cultists, I will never forgive them. Tears stream down Haiguan's face as he vows, those damn demonic cultists. With my own hands, Haiguan's memories fuel his rage. I'll kill them all, Haiguan recalls, and so, I kept advancing until I started walking on the path of demon extermination. I have no regrets for that. Grandmaster Hyun Guang stands beside him, listening. Hyun Guang asks, are you alright? What do you mean? Just for everything, life's bearable. Haiguan suggests, could you keep looking after that child from time to time? Would it be better for you to teach him instead? He pauses. Hyun Guang replies, it's still too early for you to teach him personally. He's at a level that not even I can guess where he's at. Grandmaster Hyun Guang looked over at Haiguan, and said that aside, Haiguan. Haiguan offers him a drink. Can I have a drink? For you, anytime. He pauses, surprised. Huh? What? You want liquor? Haiguan is taken aback. That's liquor? I heard it was water though. How can you drink within the temple grounds? Oh, it's not liquor but water though. Haiguan nervously explains, oh, back then, it was really water. But this is really liquor. Haiguan watches him take a swig. He really is drinking it. Hey, are you alright? Hyun Guang smiles. Ha! This is such delicious water. Haiguan can't help but notice how happy he looks. Haiguan thought to himself, I guess he's really recovered. He's really alright now. I'm just so glad. He offered Grandmaster Hyun Guang another drink. Can I offer you a drink too? I'll gladly take it. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the temple, Mu Jin and Mu Kyung were fighting in the yard, while Hyun Guang and Haiguan were pouring drinks for each other. Although these weren't things that would normally happen in the Shaolin Temple, it was a great sight, like a great painting. Hyun Myung, the administration hall leader, worried over the Shaolin's administration and budget. No, there's too little budget. At this rate, there won't be enough food for the disciples this winter. The administration hall leader, Hyun Myung, fretted over the Shaolin's finances. In the worst-case scenario, we might not be able to take in new monks next year. This is all because of them. He glared at the ongoing sparring match between Mu Jin and Mu Kyung. Because of those two, Mu Kyung complimented Mu Jin, saying, Mu Jin, I think you've gotten much stronger than before. Mu Kyung, you've grown pretty strong yourself. Mu Jin replied, it's because I've been training really hard ever since I came here. Mu Kyung agreed, true, it'd be stranger for you to get weaker with this kind of training that's like an actual fight. He then noticed the administration hall leader and wondered, the expression of the administration hall leader doesn't look good. Did something bad happen? Indeed, The administration hall leader looked troubled as he reviewed the books. Oh, could it be? Mu Jin realized quickly. The administration hall leader sighed, lamenting that the heaved by the hall leader that was in charge of budgets and his gloomy expression. This can't continue. What would we do for the meals of the young monks? Having managed a few gyms in his previous life as Choi Kanghyuk, he understood the feeling. It's a deficit for this month too, the budget's too tight. What do I do? He knew exactly how that felt. Mu Jin notices the administration hall leader's expression. That expression, I know it all too well. He must be in real anguish. What's that? The Shaolin Temple is in financial difficulty right now. The 1,000-year Shaolin Temple, one of the reputable great martial groups of the 10 great martial groups, was also known as the North Star of Mount Tai. They've lived a life cut off from the secular world while focusing on meditation and training. However, no matter how cut off they are, it can't be helped when it comes to food, clothing, and shelter. Fortunately, they received donations from believers and funds given by the outer sect groups. That was how they had been able to somehow manage their current lifestyle. That is, until a few problems appeared. Monk Biab Gang shouts, "Hey, even a single coin is important to the administration hall right now. Pick it up before we lose it." One of the monks bends to pick up a single coin. I know our financial situation isn't great, but to think we'd be so desperate over one coin. Oh, it's that kid. Another monk sweeps the courtyard, responding, "You're saying we've become this poor because of Mu Jin, right? Well, there are some other complications, but what you said isn't completely wrong." The scene flashes back to a memory of Mu Jin standing up for Mu Kyung, who was being bullied by the outer sect disciples. It all started from Mu Jin saving Mu Kyung, who had been bullied by the outer sect disciples. The flashback continues, showing the aftermath of the bullying incident. At that time, the Shaolin Temple punished the ones who had severely done wrong. The flashback shows the bullies getting their comeuppance. The clique that bullied Mu Kyung had their energy core destroyed and could no longer learn martial arts. The Seobo escort establishment, which harassed the people and collected money from them. The flashback concludes with the resolution of the Seobo escort establishment incident. Had returned all the money to the people after they had their martial arts destroyed. The speaker continued, the Seobo escort establishment kept going on since before, reaching the limit, and that as a pretext to shut them down. Another voice piped up, worried. What if they shut us down like that too? Instead of sitting around like ducks waiting to be killed. The group decides, let's leave first. The outer sect groups that had been influenced by the secular world were more unhappy at the way the Shaolin Temple had shut down an outer sect group to return the money they've stolen from the people. Those groups soon joined other martial groups and no longer sent their donations. Since the Shaolin Temple didn't prohibit that from happening, close to half of the outer sect groups had left. Then came the yoga or Pilates equipment made for helping Grandmaster Hyun Gwang, along with various new exercise equipment customized for Mu Jin's exercising methods. The administration hall had to take on the incredibly huge expense for all of it. And thus, all they saw in Mu Jin was a demon that devours money. I understand. They likely don't have a good impression of me now. Mu Jin sweeps the floor. But it's thanks to me that the other disciples are achieving good results. Grandpa's body is also much better now. They're being a little too harsh. Grandmaster Hyun Gwang tells Mu Jin, I'm doing the duties of the third-class disciple as per guardian's and master's wishes. But, Mu Jin, Biab Jian can help me with my treatment by himself now. You should go do the same duties as the other young monks. Yes, you should learn about how the Shaolin Temple functions. Mu Jin trained his stamina and studied scriptures starting at dawn. After that he would train in martial arts. One of the monks asks, Mu Jin, are you done with cleaning? Once training is completed, I'm to clean the temple and receive visiting guests. Mu Jin replies, it feels like I was just reassigned as a normal grunt after working as a medic. He confirms, yeah, I'm done with it. It's almost 1 p.m. Let's go and receive the visiting guests. Mu Jin finds himself doing the same mundane tasks as the other third-class disciples, much to the surprise of the other monks. One of them wonders if the sun is rising from the west, while another muses that Grandmaster Hyun Gwang probably did this so Mu Jin could spend more time with his peers. He thinks to himself that they are all three musketeers though. Meanwhile, the monks welcome visitors, showing them the way and greeting them with Amitabha. Mu Jin thinks receiving guests isn't that hard. I just need to do this like how I would welcome my gym members in the past. Biab Gang, however, is distracted by something about one of the visitors' hair. Mu Jin hears a commotion. Biab Gang asks, Mu Jin? Mu Jin says he'll go down for a short while, wondering if something happened on the stairs. Mu Jin watches a woman with gray hair walk up the stairs, huffing and using a walking stick. I'll have to go help out a little bit. Mu Jin greets the woman. Greetings, madam. The woman replies, oh ho ho. Hello, young monk. You seem pretty tired. What brings you all the way here? I came to offer my bow and respect to Buddha. Mu Jin offers to carry her. Oh, you're talking about going to the Mahavira Hall, right? I'll carry you there on my back. Woman waves her hand dismissively as Mu-jin flexes his bicep. Oh ho ho, I appreciate your thoughts, but there's no need to go to such trouble for me, don't worry. I've trained really hard every day. Mu-jin insists. Please let me carry you. Mu-jin carries the gray-haired woman on his back up the stone steps. Oh, and I'm still a child monk, so you don't need to be so formal with me. You're not a teenager? Reason Choi Kang-hyuk respected the elder wasn't anything to do with ethics or morals. It was just something he felt towards the elderly, like with Grandmaster Hyun Gwang. This was something engraved within his instincts. To Choi Kang-hyuk, whose grandparents played the role of his parents since he was young, his heart would ache just by looking at old people. Mu-jin carries the gray-haired woman and thinks, that old madam felt really light when I carried her. He continues to ponder. Her knees and back seem fine too. I wonder why she had trouble climbing the stairs. Mu-jin watches as the gray-haired woman says, oh, now that I'm done offering my respects, I'll get going. Oh, is that so? She thanks Mu-jin for carrying her. Mu-jin asks, Madam, do you have any other plans for today? Scene shifts to Hunan Province, Danfeng County, where numerous large manors and pavilions owned by merchants affiliated with the Shaolin Temple are located. Among the manors, the most magnificent one is run by the Heavenly Merchants. Inside the manor, a man fumes, those assholes from Sichuan dare to play such a trick. I'm so damn busy. If it weren't because the countryside branches have been showing suspicious movements, I wouldn't be this worried. Ryu Jigwang, one of the 5 largest merchants in the world and owner of the Heavenly Merchants, contemplates the problems that come with the business becoming too big. He wonders if they should recruit more people for the Azure Gold Squad. He sighs, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of accumulated reports. I feel tired just from seeing the amount of accumulated reports. I need to rest for a little. Just then, an attendant arrives with news. Sir, Elder Yun Gehi has returned. Ryu Jigwang asks, my mother went out again. The attendant confirms that she has returned on an 8-man palanquin. Ryu Jigwang decides to greet her, saying, alright, I'll go receive her. Ryu Jigwang meets his mother, Yun Gehi, who has just returned from the Shaolin Temple. He asks, Mother, did you go to the Shaolin Temple again? Oh ho ho, you're here. Concerned, Ryu Jigwang pleads with his mother, you must be very busy. I wasn't expecting you to come look for me. You haven't felt that well. How could you go to such a far place again? Please take care of your own body. I'm really begging you as your son. Yun Gehi, mother of the Heavenly Merchants leader, dismisses her son's concerns. Oh ho ho, you don't need to worry about today. She explains, I actually received treatment in the Shaolin Temple today. Ryu Jigwang looks on, confused. What do you mean by that? Yun Gehi elaborates, it was miraculous. Masa, sure? Massage? That's what he told me the technique was called. He continues, he rubbed my back with his hands, pressed on my knees, and rotated my feet at amazing angles. It had far more effect than the sickening amount of acupuncture and tonic I've had to take. Ryu Jigwang stares, skeptical. There's no way that alone could be a treatment. He looks at his mother again, noticing a change. But she does look better than she did this morning. Also, the chronic trembling in her feet has lessened. Yun Gehi was pleased with the results of her massage. He was a really amazing child monk, oh ho ho. Tomorrow I'll go with you to the Shaolin Temple again. Ryu Jigwang was determined to find out more about this mysterious monk. I must see who that child monk is, in person. Back at Shaolin, Mu-jin sat quietly. Although Mu-jin helped that old madam feel better earlier, he still didn't feel very at ease. It wasn't because she reminded him of his own grandmother, or because he found out that she was a very wealthy woman. The words written on the palanquin just now, that definitely said the Heavenly Merchants. Mu-jin thought about the Heavenly Merchants, but it can't be, since the Heavenly Merchants are one of the 5 wealthiest merchants that appeared in the Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles within Jie Kyung's universe. Images of one of the Heavenly Merchants flashed in his mind. They're one of the villain organizations. Mu-jin realized they were the ones that went up against the protagonist. Mu-jin greets the visitors with a smile. Greetings, I'm Mu-jin, a 3rd-class disciple. You can just call me Mu-jin. The old madam responds, accompanied by a stern-looking man. Thank you for taking your time to come all the way here. Oh ho ho, isn't he such a cute young lad? Mu-jin gives a polite response. I heard a little about what happened yesterday. I was told that you gave my mother treatment. I wouldn't go so far as to say that. I simply spent some time with her, the old madam replies. And you really came back, old madam. I want to offer my prayers again and also get another massage from you. She corrects herself. Oh ho ho oh, it's massage. The old madam continues to speak to Mu-jin. If you weren't a monk, I would have introduced my granddaughter to you. Oh, pardon me for talking too much. It's fine, it'd be nice if you came here. I could offer prayers together with you and memorize scriptures together. The man beside the old madam comments on her behavior. Oh ho ho my, you're such a sweet lad. She's not even that affectionate when talking to her own grandchildren. Mu-jin beams, looking at the old madam. It's all good as long as she's happy. But as he turns his head, His expression hardens. That person must be the former merchant leader. He studies the man carefully. Although at this point in time, he's still the current merchant leader. Mu Jin recalls the heavenly merchants from the novel. All they commit including serious illegal crimes and human trafficking. But it's not the dark side. It's more like they have a washout relationship with the actual dark side. He wonders if this is before they became corrupted. If I get closer to that person, could I also find out the details of how the heavenly merchants are related to the dark forces? Mu Jin decides to play it cool for now. I'll have to observe more for now. You've been looking at me since earlier. Is there something on my face? Mu Jin stares at the man, who stammers, No, I wasn't looking at you because there's something on your face. I was just thinking that you seem like you do a lot of your work while sitting down. The man thinks, how did he know that? I do read a lot of letters while sitting down, and it's been a while since I climbed the mountain too. I'm just a little tired with all of that combined. Mu Jin smiles. I'd like to offer some observation. Your pelvis is crooked and your back is also slightly hunched. That's a posture which office workers have quite often in front of computers all day long. The man simply replies, Oh. Mu Jin continues, how about receiving some treatments along with your mother this time? The saying goes, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Ho! The man considers Mu Jin's offer. Will I have the chance to see what kind of treatment it is then? Let's see just how good he is. Mu Jin smiles, ever so slightly. Of course, I just need you to follow me. I actually have one more person receiving treatment other than your mother. Meanwhile, they arrive at Hyun Guang's residence. Bald monk Biob Gang looks at Grandmaster Hyun Guang, who asks, What are you doing here at this time? Who are those people? Mu Jin replies, Oh, they're guests that came to offer prayers today. Their bodies don't feel so well, so I thought it'd be good for them to receive treatments together. Mu Jin continues, Grandpa, I was wondering if your treatment can be done at the same time. Ho ho ho. If that's what you want to do, let's do it. Mu Jin announces, I'll do the treatment for Grandpa and the old madam. Master, please help the merchant leader with his. Alright. Sir, I'll give you a simple explanation on my treatment method. He continues, while I introduced it as an acupressure method to the old madam. This uses a type of muscle lengthening technique as its foundation and the tools you see here to provide stimulation to of your bodies by rolling those tools on them. Mu Jin then addresses Grandmaster Hyun Guang. Grandpa, today your treatment will be tendon reformation. Hyun Guang strains with the effort. Mu Jin instructs, after putting one foot on the back and locking the other foot in place, backwards hold onto the handle and push backwards. Hyun Guang exclaims, Oh, I'm using this tool for the first time, but I can feel the stimulation already. Mu Jin continued to explain his treatment methods. When you start to feel your lower body tense up, please tell me immediately. I'll tell you the next posture. Next would be. Mu Jin then turned to the old madam. Old madam, I'll be helping you with the body-shaped block. Oh ho ho, I'll be on you. Can you try sitting down slowly on it? Mu Jin helped her into position. Place your buttocks where it's hollow on the block and lie down please. That's pretty simple. He watched her carefully. Relax as much as you can. Oh my. Oh my. The old madam chuckled. Even just lying down gives me body aches now. Ahaha. Grandmaster Hyun Guang, still working on his own exercises, grunted. Do you feel alright? This is tougher than it seems. The old madam responded, It's fine. I know Mu Jin will never do anything to harm me. Mu Jin continued his work, and one of the patients said, Yes, I've been receiving treatments from him over a long period of time. Oh my, you look so healthy. Is there any need for you to receive treatments? Mu Jin grinned. Ho 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 ho. It's because I've recovered greatly by now. I was in quite bad shape before. That means Mu Jin has really miraculous hands then. Someone watching the scene unfold thought to himself, Is this place the Shaolin Temple, or an elderly rehabilitation center? Another patient asked, How was the muscle lengthening technique? The monk replied, I do feel better. The patient continued, It really hurt at first, but as time passed, my pain subsided and I started to feel refreshed. The monk and the patient bowed to each other. Thank you so much for such a good treatment. Mu Jin responded, Not at all. I'm glad the treatment was of help. One of the patients reveals, Actually, it's my first time using this technique which I learned from Mu Jin on someone else. I was a little worried that I might not do well. He learned this technique from that Mu Jin? Someone overhearing the conversation suddenly remembers something. Wait a minute, come to think of it, did they say Hyun Guang earlier? Hyun Guang. I feel like I've heard that name a lot from somewhere. Grandmaster Hyun Guang chuckles. Ho ho ho. Seeing as how you're fidgety, there must be something new you want to try. Yes, while you've gotten much better than before, you need to stretch your stiff muscles even more. Monk asks Mu Jin, Is what you want to try related to the treatment that uses heat and lightning? Hyun Guang replies, My body has gotten much better thanks to them. I think I can do them myself now. What do you say? The monk is shocked. He used his inner energy to create natural energy and manifested them in each of his hands? How on earth? He's really an unbelievably incredible martial master. Grandmaster Hyun Guang sits cross-legged, manipulating natural energy in his hands. You must be someone very skilled. Ho ho, this is just a petty trick I have. One of the monks overhears the name, and turns to his companion. Hey, that person said his name is Hyun Guang. Yes, that's correct. The monk's eyes widen in disbelief. That technique is not something any martial artist can easily perform. I remember now, that person, recalls the legend. The person who single-handedly drove away the demonic cultists that barged into the Shaolin Temple decades ago. The most talented martial artist, the Shaolin divine monk Hyun Guang. The monk is in shock. The legend of Hyun Guang, the Shaolin divine monk, he is that Hyun Guang, is something that everyone in the world has heard of. He remembers the old tales. But until Ryu Ji Guang was around 40 years old, what happened after the demonic cult's invasion was no longer told to others. Grandmaster Hyun Guang sits cross-legged, manipulating natural energy in his hands. From what I heard, he became a cripple and lost all his martial arts. You must do it very faintly. I know that very well thanks to you. He's been recuperating with this muscle-lengthening technique. Elsewhere, Mu Jin and Monk Biob Gang are walking. Ho, I can't believe this. To think I didn't know that I'd been presented with such a great opportunity. Back at the Shaolin Temple, Hyun Guang is still using his energy. Hyun Guang is using his energy so easily even though he's known to have lost all his strength. This muscle-lengthening technique went very well together with Mother today. It really was effective. Also, Monk Biob Gang continues to observe. This technique belonged to Mu Jin. Actually, it's my first time using this technique which I learned from Mu Jin on someone else. I'm certain of it. The man who received the treatment smirks. That boy's skills are the real deal. Looking up at the night sky, Monk Biob Gang thinks to himself, this is a great opportunity. Mu Jin replies, thank you for today as well. Mu Jin, not at all. I had a great time too. Grandmaster Hyun Guang is still using his muscle-lengthening technique on the woman. The perfect sensation is to feel like it's slightly cooling. Oh ho ho, that feels quite good. Mu Jin thinks to himself, I did get to enjoy an episode of elderly romance. Later, the man in the ornate robe turns to Mu Jin. The roads can get really dark at later timings. It'd be best to make your way back home as soon as you can. Before we leave, I have something to say to you. He continues, I'll be coming early to find you tomorrow morning. Could you bring me to the administration hall? Mu Jin looks at him quizzically. The administration hall? I can bring you there. But, may I ask why you'd like to go there? The man responds, I have some business to take care of, so I'll tell you about it tomorrow. It's something that you're needed in, so I'll be counting on you to bring me there tomorrow. The man in the ornate robe thinks to himself, I'll tell them that you'll be visiting after this then. What on earth is he scheming? Hyun Guang gave him permission to visit the administration hall, and Mu Jin brought the Heavenly Merchants leader to the administration hall the next day. Hyun Myung, the administration hall leader, was taken aback. I think I heard you wrongly, so I'm going to ask again. What did you just say? The Heavenly Merchants leader pours a cup of tea. Actually, I have a proposal. Mu Jin looks on as the Heavenly Merchants leader says, I was wondering if the Heavenly Merchants could open a clinic with Mu Jin. The Heavenly Merchants leader proposed opening a clinic with Mu Jin, and a pile of gold coins emphasizes the scale of the transaction. Monk Biob Gang couldn't help but wonder. He gave us 100 gold nong for his mother's treatment expenses. He offered what amounts to a year's worth of food expenses to our Shaolin so readily? He narrowed his eyes, thinking, what on earth is he up to? Heavenly Merchants leader replied, to be honest, I regret not being able to offer an even larger sum. Considering that the treatment techniques used showed improvement in an incurable disease that even renowned physicians couldn't treat, my action is only natural. He continued, still, the earlier discussion about opening a clinic with Mu Jin. I was thinking I could open a clinic with Mu Jin. Could you elaborate further? The Heavenly Merchants leader explained, Mu Jin's treatment method is something entirely new, not found on this continent. Surely there are many patients in this world like Grandmaster Hyun Guang or my mother, who cannot be cured with conventional treatments. I wish to open a clinic utilizing Mu Jin's skills for those patients. Monk Biob Gang responds to the Heavenly Merchants leader's proposal, saying, ahem. Shaolin does not engage in business using the talents of its disciples. Furthermore, considering the substantial treatment fees you've given to Mu Jin, he continues, the clinic you mentioned that you want to open in Dangfeng County. Monk Biob Gang narrows his eyes. It sounds like it'd be a clinic meant only for the wealthy. Ba. The Heavenly Merchants leader thinks to himself, TSK, so, he noticed after all? The Heavenly Merchants leader replies, but that's not my only goal, explains his reasoning. As the merchant leader of one of the 5 great merchants, Ryu Jiguang possesses a vast network. He elaborates on the potential benefits. Yet, regardless of their wealth or status, illnesses that come with age are unavoidable. If Mu Jin's treatments were introduced to such people, it would result in tremendous profits. The Heavenly Merchants leader explains, that is the reasoning as a businessman. He continues, there are other reasons, but it's too soon to reveal them. For now, It is crucial to build a good relationship with Shaolin. Monk Biob Gang questions the leader's motives. Why would you think of it as mere business? Couldn't half the clinic's revenue be used by Shaolin for aiding the poor? Even so, if we earn money by treating only the wealthy and accept payments in gold and silver, the world will surely criticize Shaolin. Monk Biob Gang grows frustrated. Building trust requires an immense amount of time and sincerity, but a single misunderstanding can destroy it all in an instant. Listening to this is so frustrating. I can't take it anymore. Mu Jin, standing nearby, is fed up with the conversation. This is suffocating. Monk Biob Gang voices his concerns. There's no reason to reject it, so why are you refusing? We can't continue like this. How will we feed everyone? You keep saying we have no money, so why hesitate? Mu Jin, ever the pragmatist, had an idea brewing. If you put some thought into this, the answer is obvious. Ahem. Should I put my experience managing gyms to good use? Monk Biob Gang looked utterly bewildered. Mu Jin, with a raised hand, requested to speak. May I speak for a moment? He continued. Based on what you said, the problem lies in just earning money, and only treating the wealthy, correct? Ahem, that is correct. Mu Jin proposed a solution. Then why not treat both the poor and the wealthy without distinction? Monk Biob Gang tilted his head, confused by the suggestion. Treat both groups? What do you mean, Mu Jin? Mu Jin began laying out his vision. Simply put, if we assign a certain fee for treatments, why is it so expensive? Why is it so cheap? Certainly, the poor would find it difficult to afford treatment. That would lead to reduced demand, making the effort meaningless. Mu Jin continued, proposing a radical restructuring of the finances. Why not divide the facilities into two businesses? Bewildered, Monk Biob Gang asked. Divide the facilities? How so? Mu Jin elaborated. One facility would be open for free, while the other caters to the wealthy. Grandmaster Hyun Guang, intrigued, simply said, continue. The Heavenly Merchants leader interjected, wait, so only the wealthy would pay dash. Mu Jin anticipated the obvious objection. Of course, the wealthy would then question why only they have to pay for treatment, arguing fairness. Why are the poor treated for free while we have to pay? Are we being charged more just because we're rich? Mu Jin then detailed how he would implement the free clinic. So, at the free facility, treatments based on muscle lengthening technique could be provided on a daily rotational basis for different parts of the body. Let's see, the parts that we'll treat today will be leg treatments, and then tomorrow will be pelvis treatments, something along these lines. Mu Jin continued, explaining that the paid facilities would include basic treatment, various medical knowledge, and techniques, such as simultaneous heat and lightning treatment, where they were experts, allowing for more advanced techniques. He compared this to large gyms, where some users pay cheaper prices just for gym usage, while personal training sessions require additional fees. Mu Jin suggested they could do it that way too. He knew merchant leader Ri would understand this well, but wondered if it was something a child should be coming up with. Mu Jin explained that the wealthy love to spend on luxury, preferring expensive tea like Longjing tea over cheap tea. He asked if they had Longjing tea, which costs 1 gold niang. Even cheap tea is nice, but this tea tastes so sweet. Vanity will definitely exist as well. The Heavenly Merchants leader seemed to understand what Mu Jin was saying. Mu Jin stated that there would be free facilities that can be used by everyone and paid facilities that are used by premier individuals. The Heavenly Merchants leader said that he felt healthier since he paid a lot for the treatment, so the wealthy would indeed go for the paid facilities for their vanity and pride. Mu Jin asked if that wasn't what the wealthy wanted. Mu Jin's proposal seemed to have struck a nerve, as Monk Biob Gang exploded in fury. Mu Jin, how could a disciple of Shaolin speak of vanity, and making use of that to earn money? Mu Jin calmly responded, what are you so afraid of? What's that? I'm afraid? Monk Biob Gang shot back. When he suggested to use the money we earn from the wealthy to aid the poor, you were afraid that people might criticize Shaolin for being obsessed with money. It's hard to earn trust, but it can be lost easily. Mu Jin continued to press his point. So, with this new proposal we can also treat the poor while making use of the wealthy. Are you that afraid of what people might say about Shaolin? Monk Biob Gang was clearly offended. How dare you insult Shaolin? Mu Jin responded, I'm not. Let me add something here. If I suggest that Shaolin's reputation might drop because we make use of the wealthy to earn money, right? Well, that could happen. Monk Biob Gang's expression softened slightly. I too fear of what people might say of Shaolin to a certain extent, but Mu Jin continued to press his point, declaring, I'm in greater anguish when we can't help others who need help because we're too afraid of criticism. Monk Biob Gang looked up, his expression shifting. And so what if they don't understand us? What's more important? Mu Jin's face glowed with conviction. Is the truth that Shaolin is working hard to help the world. That's definitely more important than rules and laws. Suddenly, Grandmaster Hyun Guang spoke up, his voice filled with surprise. Grandmaster, Hyun Guang. Mu Jin glanced at the Grandmaster, curious. Monk Biob Gang responded, pardon? What was that? Yes, you might be correct. Monk Biob Gang concluded the discussion. But we'll need the abbot's permission for this. We'll first discuss internally and update you of the results later. The Heavenly Merchant's leader was overjoyed. It worked. Thank you for your decision to consider it. Mu Jin watched him carefully. Well, I really gave my all to convince him and barely succeeded. But the thoughts of the higher-ranked monks in this place are always unpredictable. Mu Jin considered the implications. In any case, with this, we'll be able to build a closer relationship with the Heavenly Merchants. Regardless of whether they'll become the dark forces of the unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. He planned his next move. I'll dig through and look into the internal situation of the Heavenly Merchants using our business relationship as an excuse. With this, I'll be able to look into what happened with the countryside branch of the Heavenly Merchants. The Heavenly Merchants leader took his leave. I'll take my leave now. Yes, we'll contact you again. That night, Hyun Myung told Hyun Chun about what had happened, and the result was a delighted yes. Monk Biob Gang was pleased with the recent turn of events. I knew Mu Jin would lead the Shaolin to the correct direction. We'll be able to make even great advancements to help the world with the money that Mu Jin will bring in. Grandmaster Hyun Guang chimed in. Shouldn't we give him a reward for everything he's done so far? Biob Gang considered the options. What kind of a reward? An elixir would be great. Hyun Guang raised an eyebrow. An elixir? What kind of elixir? We're talking about giving it as a reward, isn't it obvious enough? No need to act like you don't know what it is. Ho ho. Biob Gang's face went pale. Could you be? Others were talking about rewards for Mu Jin's hard work, rewards like elixirs. The afternoon on the next day, after training ended, Mu Jin found himself face to face with Grandmaster Hyun Guang. Grandpa, why did you suddenly ask to meet me at? What is this? Hyun Guang held out a small box. This is for you for all the achievements you've accomplished. I got this fair and square for you. The box opened to reveal a glowing pill. It's an elixir of Shaolin, the lesser revitalization pill. Mu Jin stared at the pill, unsure what to make of it. What on earth is he giving me? Mu Jin examined the glowing pill. The revitalization pill. It's one of the elixirs that appears a lot in period dramas or martial art novels alongside snake tonic, azurite essence, tuber fleece flower etc. They're known to have immense amounts of energies condensed within them, and that you could obtain powerful energies when consuming them, he thought. He continued to stare at it in awe. The revitalization pill of Shaolin is one of the more famous elixirs in the Murim, and it's something that's very hard to even see in person. Grandmaster Hyun Guang smiled. Since you accomplished a great feat this time, you can think of this as a reward. The Grandmaster continued. Actually, I wanted to give you the greater revitalization pill, but I was told it isn't the time yet. The abbot suggested giving you the lesser revitalization pill instead. Mu Jin looked at the Grandmaster, who was clearly upset about only giving him the lesser revitalization pill. He's so stingy. Isn't giving it a good thing? I'll just act like I didn't hear that. Hyun Guang saw the look on Mu Jin's face and chuckled. But what was that about it not being the time yet? Oh, you'll understand after you consume the lesser revitalization pill. Grandmaster Hyun Guang held out the lesser revitalization pill. This is perfect timing. How about consuming it right now? I'll help you. Mu Jin's eyes sparkled. I'll do it. Well, there's nothing much to think about. A precious item just came to me on its own. Mu Jin was ecstatic. Of course I'll consume it as soon as I can. Hyun Guang led Mu Jin to a secluded spot. This place has plenty of nature energies which will be of help to you. Yes, I never knew there was a pavilion so deep within the mountain. The Grandmaster began to explain the difference between absorbing energy through cultivation and absorbing it from an elixir. The direction of absorbing energy through a cultivation technique is different from absorbing the energy of an elixir. Hyun Guang elaborated further. When using a cultivation technique, you breathe through your nose and mouth and slowly absorb energy. But the moment you consume the elixir, the energy within it will go straight towards your stomach. The Grandmaster explained that absorbing energy from an elixir was different from absorbing it through cultivation, asking, "Are you asking me to focus on the energy of the elixir that's entering into my body instead of my breathing?" Exactly, Hyun Guang continued. With every breath you take, you lose some of the elixir's energy. If you get greedy and hold your breath to retain the energy, then you'll fall into energy deviation, so you must be very careful. Mu Jin considered the Grandmaster's words. I think I get what you're saying. I've never seen him so serious before. That means I really need to be careful, right? Mu Jin steeled himself, ready to consume the pill. Alright, let's focus and eat it already. Mu Jin swallowed the lesser revitalization pill. Mu Jin felt the effects immediately. I got the signal. The power of the lesser revitalization pill. In order to absorb such pure energy, let's use that cultivation technique that I learned previously. Mu Jin initiated the Great Path cultivation technique. He focused, thinking, I'll let the energy slip right down from my mouth into my stomach and spread it throughout my entire body as it follows my blood vessels. Mu Jin's eyes narrowed. I understand why the protagonists of martial art novels are so desperate to get their hands on this. He knew he needed to absorb as much as he could, just as the Grandmaster had taught him. 30 minutes later, beads of sweat dripped down Mu Jin's face. Damn it, Mu Jin struggled, feeling the energy escape him. This is why he asked me not to get greedy. I've used breathing techniques, the energy accumulation technique, and even the Great Path cultivation technique. Yet still so much energy of the lesser revitalization pill is leaking out. Mu Jin realized, my vessel is way too small to absorb such an immense amount of energy at once. He knew that for now, he'd need to end this soon. He thought, with every breath you take, you lose some of the elixir's energy. I'll discharge the immense amount of energy that I can absorb by breathing, and after inhaling, I'll release the sticky energy by exhaling. I just need to repeat this process. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Mu Jin continued the breathing technique, his eyes widening as he felt the effects. Did I absorb around 30? He grinned, feeling the power coursing through him. This is already awesome. It's to the extent that I'm not even thinking about what I couldn't absorb. The energy from the lesser revitalization pill began to manifest around Mu Jin's body. Mu Jin, still catching his breath, admitted to Grandmaster Hyunguang, Grandpa, I kept thinking to myself not to get greedy, but I think I got a little too greedy subconsciously. Hyunguang only hummed in response, listening intently as Mu Jin continued. The power of the lesser revitalization pill was way bigger than I had imagined. That's to be expected. Suddenly, Hyunguang announced, Mu Jin, you have just completely absorbed the lesser revitalization pill. Hyunguang explained the process. Here is a summary of what just occurred. What actually happened was a miracle created by Hyunguang. He elaborated further. Energy from the lesser revitalization pill would come out of Mu Jin with his exhalation. Hyunguang would then wrap it with the nature energy so that it wouldn't disperse, and then slowly send it back into Mu Jin. Grandmaster Hyunguang explains that Mu Jin inhaled the energy without realizing it, an impossible feat for normal people. He laments, I went through so much to get my hands on this lesser revitalization pill. I can't just let it go to waste. What a waste. Hyunguang warns that Mu Jin's body will fall apart if he attempts any martial arts in his current state. Mu Jin, overwhelmed by the overflowing energy, asks Grandpa, is this overflowing energy in me just from the lesser revitalization pill? My body can't seem to calm down because of the energy I've absorbed. Hyunguang reveals that this was all part of his plan. He tells Mu Jin, okay, let's help you with your current state first. Follow me. Mu Jin, looking hopeful, asks if there's something they can do about it. Hyunguang confirms, yes, there's a training that'll be of great help to you in your current state. Hyunguang explains, the best method to calm down energies that are running rampant. An unwavering heart is the only thing that can calm that energy. Hyunguang declares, I'll teach you the unwavering heart. Grandmaster Hyunguang brought Mu Jin to this place for a reason. Unwavering heart, a heart that does not move, a heart that does not waver. It's all to calm down and control the energy that was rampaging within Mu Jin, and this training would help him achieve a stable and calm mental state. This method is normally completed by those that use extreme yang energy, including Hai Dam and his disciples. In order to control the extreme yang energy freely, which possesses traits that easily stimulate a person, they use this training method to calm themselves down. An example would be to count beads while chanting scriptures or to keep thinking of happy moments. There are various ways to do it. Simply put, the unwavering heart allows one to maintain a calm body and mental state. Alright, Hyunguang tells Mu Jin, you've been thinking about the steps of the chain punch in your head for 4 hours. I want you to try using it now. Mu Jin, standing under the pounding waterfall, prepares to execute the technique. Chain punch, basic technique. The force of Mu Jin's punch shatters the waterfall itself. Mu Jin, who was under the waterfall for 4 hours while reflecting on the chain punch's moves, was able to calm down his stimulated mind and uncontrollable strength. He was able to normalize the flow of his inner energy. Moreover, he was able to use that strength to split the waterfall into two. That was how Mu Jin advanced to the next level. Mu Jin looked at Grandmaster Hyunguang, and Hyunguang looked back at Mu Jin. Hyunguang felt extremely proud of the growth Mu Jin had made and was also able to obtain new realizations. After they looked at each other for a while, they exchanged greetings as if they understood something from each other. 2 days later, a voice asked, "Are you ready now?" "He's still not ready to go into the outside world," the voice continued. "I want the 5 of you, the second-class disciples, to look after Mu Jin." Plan continues. Yes, the framework of the clinic business that was planned with the heavenly merchants up until now is completed to a certain extent. All that's left is to go to Dangfeng County and initiate the rest of the plan. Grandmaster Hyunguang and Monk Biao Gang thanked Mu Jin for his efforts, telling him to do his best. Mu Jin replied, "Yes, thank you for believing in me and entrusting this to me. I will combine the strength of Shaolin and the heavenly merchants." Mu Jin vowed to save even more people as he strived to help Shaolin overcome its crisis. Hyunguang simply stated, "Good, await your return. I'll see you when I'm back, Mu Jin said as he turned to leave. Someone was looking for a young miss. Someone was looking for a young miss. Shall we leave soon, young Miss Sealwa? After leaving the temple and descending Mount Songzhan for some time, Mu Jin's destination, Dangfeng County, was finally in sight. The scenery welcomed Mu Jin with landscapes straight out of a wuxia film. He thought to himself, crossing the mountains, I actually encountered members of the Green Forest Bandits, enjoyed the pleasures of an inn's lively atmosphere, and got swept up in a conflict by chance. He continued along the way. I rescued a veiled beauty, dealt with local thugs, and uncovered layers of schemes that Mu Jin, standing tall and muscular among the monks, declared, brought me closer to the dark figures behind it all. A man's dream within a wuxia world begins here, he exclaimed. Shaolin Chronicles, make way for me. 1 week later, a buzz rippled through the county. Hey, have you heard the news? What news? Some monks from Shaolin came down the mountain a while ago and get this, they've opened a clinic. A clinic? The monks opened a clinic? One of the men stroked his chin thoughtfully. Why would they do that? Did they get their money stolen? Have they become greedy for money or something? The other man scowled. Nonsense. They're monks, you know. They are offering treatments for free. I have to go check this out. His companion looked skeptical. Wait, you're only going because it's free, right? You're not even unwell, are you? The first man scoffed. Of course I'm unwell. Heavy hauling loads every day has made my legs shaky. I need to go get some acupuncture before it gets worse. Words spread quickly among the locals. You're in luck. The treatment area changes by day. I hear that today they're treating backs and legs. What? Different physicians for different body parts? That's weird. Their clinic is quite unique. Actually, they use both medicine and acupuncture. The clinic specializes in a certain treatment for the ailment. Mu Jin surveyed the area with a satisfied grin. He thought to himself, in order to operate the two separate facilities that offer free and premium services, 2 places near the manor were bought. Meanwhile, an official held a book and declared, I've given it a grand name for now, the Body Treatment Clinic. Each building has its differences. The official continued, the left hall focuses on free treatment. It's equipped with a variety of tools, a furnished storage, and resting areas. He added, oh, and there's spaces for the monks to meditate. Oh, the ground here is pretty sturdy. We can use this area for chanting scriptures. Meanwhile, there's also the right hall, which is catered to high-ranking or wealthy individuals with paid services. These premium treatments include additional methods like electric and heat-based therapy, using tools crafted from luxurious materials. Despite the differences in decor, the core methods remain the same. There are no changes to the treatment methods. I'll be counting on you then. Mu Jin, looking more like a professional wrestler than a monk, bowed slightly. I am Mu Jin, a third-class disciple that'll be in charge of your treatment. 2 officials whispered amongst themselves, clearly taken aback by Mu Jin's physique. Is he really a third-class disciple with that physique? How would I know? And what's with his hair? Mu Jin overheard their whispers. Hey, you know I can hear you guys. Mu Jin cleared his throat. You came here because of your legs, right? Please sit down. I'll start the treatment immediately. The official looked skeptical of Mu Jin's methods. A special treatment method that's not acupuncture or tonic medicine? I can't believe he's using a method that looks like a folk remedy. Mu Jin ignores the comment and focuses on the treatment. Well, let's see how sensitive I am to have specific body parts be tested on specific days. It's normal for you to feel pain. The official looks up at Mu Jin, clearly in agony. You're saying that it's normal to feel this much pain. Mu Jin explains that the pain is a sign of the condition of his legs. It's because your muscles have been stiff this whole time, that's why it hurts this much. Think of the pain as being proportional to the condition of your legs. Mu Jin assures the official that the pain will subside with treatment. From now on, we'll gradually work on reducing that pain. Once it subsides, we'll loosen your muscles and fascia with the reform roller treatment. Mu Jin confidently states, I'll make sure you see results in less than 1 hour. Mu Jin continues to work on the official's legs, promising improvement as he eases the stiffness. Extreme pain and a peculiar treatment continues. As we gradually ease the stiffened areas, the condition of your legs will improve. Minutes in. Initially, the patient was skeptical, but as time passed, now that the pain has begun to subside, Mu Jin announces, now, we'll proceed with the refined roller treatment. The excruciating pain had significantly lessened. Eventually, the tension in the official's legs was released, bringing a sense of relief and stability. Mu Jin instructs him, now please sit down here. I'll place this beneath your legs. Lift your hips and roll it beneath your legs. Relief gradually set in. Mu Jin encourages him, great, you're doing well. The official responds, so this is how it's used. The official exclaims, this treatment is so effective. It feels amazing. Oh, this is so much better than getting pricked by acupuncture needles over and over. It's been so long since my legs felt this comfortable. The official asks Mu Jin, could you roll it a bit deeper? He thinks to himself that the Shaolin had such a fantastic treatment method. The official proclaimed that Mu Jin had come down from the mountains to share his wisdom for the benefit of all. The man continued to praise Mu Jin's noble and selfless act of descending into the mundane world. He declared that he must tell others about the kind heart Mu Jin has for the world. After the satisfied patient left, another asked, "Hey, you're not limping today." The first replied, "Well, you know, I recently got this free treatment." Word spread quickly. It then became very popular, and the clinic became bustling with people. High-ranking officials and the wealthy heard the rumors, and there were people who sought out the paid facility for the treatment. One official told Mu Jin, "I'll be counting on you for the treatment." While there were distinctions between the free and paid clinics, standard mats versus luxurious gold-threaded mats, the fundamental treatment remained the same unless it was an emergency. One man exclaimed, "This quality fabric is only fitting for someone of my stature," while Mu Jin thought to himself, "It's just a reskin version of the same thing. What's so good about it? He's the kind that focuses on the cosmetics of things." Despite the differences, no one seemed to be bothered by them at the body treatment clinic. Perhaps it was because the monks were sincerely dedicated to treating everyone, or because they accurately understood the needs of their patients. Then Mu Jin ordered, "Monk Biab Gang, please assist with the electric-based treatment over here." The bald monk replied, "Got it." Mu Jin continued, "Monk Biab Y, please handle the heat-based treatment for that elderly man. I'll take care of the muscle-strengthening treatment for the others." Monk Mu Jin was there, tirelessly treating patients without discrimination, and many people were deeply moved. People began referring to Mu Jin as the blessed monk for his ability to heal as if touched by divine hands, and thus, the clinic naturally became established. Mu Jin stated, "It's been a tough journey, but we've finally settled down without drawing undue suspicion. It's all thanks to the Shaolin monks for your hard work." Yang Jinpyong, the Heavenly Merchant Guild's external chief administrator, replied, No, we're the ones that want to thank you." Mu Jin responded, "Without the Heavenly Merchant Guild's assistance, Shaolin would not be able to help this many people. Shaolin thanks you. Without your help, Shaolin would have gone bankrupt." Mu Jin observed the long line of patients, snaking all the way from the resting pavilion. "Just look at that. Many people are coming that you can see the line all the way from the resting pavilion. I wasn't expecting this many people to come," he said. Yang Jinpyong remarked, "By the way, it's about time for Monk Biab Gang to switch shifts." "Monk Biab Gang? Do you mean?" Monk Biab Gang, built like a brick house, arrives to relieve Mu Jin for his shift. "Mu Jin, it's time to switch shifts." "Oh, Monk Biab Gang, you're here. Phew, it's been tough." Mu Jin is surprised to see Monk Biab Gang, but then recognizes Yang Jinpyong, the Heavenly Merchant Guild's external chief administrator. "Monk Biab Gang, I didn't expect to see you here again." "Oh, you're the external chief administrator. How have you been?" Yang Jinpyong wonders if the two monks know each other. "Wait, do you two know each other?" Mu Jin confirms that they've met before. "Yes, we crossed paths once before." Yang Jinpyong recalls the time when Mu Jin was meditating in isolation. "Do you remember when you first started meditating in isolation?" Mu Jin remembers the time he was reflecting on his actions. The time I was reflecting on my actions. Did I get caught eating meat?" Yang Jinpyong remembers that around that time, the daughter of the Heavenly Merchant Guild leader lost her way and wandered into the mountains. "That's right. Around then, the daughter of the Heavenly Merchant Guild leader lost her way and wandered into the mountains. I found her and handed this gentleman over to this gentleman." "Oh, is that so?" Mu Jin is relieved he didn't get caught. Mu Jin realizes that the kid from back then was Yang Jinpyong. "Wait, the only person I met that day was just that kid, don't tell me." Mu Jin's eyes widened. "That child was from a wealthy family?" Yang Jinpyong smiled. "She was dressed in pretty fancy clothes, but I didn't expect her to be the daughter of the Merchant Guild leader. As it happens, the young lady mentioned that she'd be visiting today." Yang Jinpyong greeted the visitor. "Greetings, young lady. I guess she's here." Mu Jin thought back to when he met her. A lot of time has passed since then. She's likely grown into an outstanding individual. Mu Jin's eyes widened as he looked at the woman. He noticed how the others were bowing to her. Wait a moment. She seems unusually built for someone of her stature. Judging by how everyone's bowing to her, that must mean. Yang Jinpyong confirmed that the young lady he was talking about was indeed the one who arrived. He went on to explain, "She's the youngest daughter of the Merchant Guild leader, Lady Ryu Seowa." Mu Jin's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "What?" He was shocked. "She's that little kid from back then?" The crowd bowed deeply as Ryu Seowa approached, chanting, "Greetings, Lady Seowa. Greetings, Lady Seowa." One of the officials wondered aloud, "Why are people being so polite towards her?" Another responded, "Come on. Do you seriously not know who she is? She's the person who contributed greatly to the building of this clinic." The official stammered, walked slowly, "The youngest daughter of the Heavenly Merchant Guild leader." Mu Jin was surprised. "Ah, she's that Ryu Seowa? But she looks quite different from what I imagined." He heard someone ask, What do you mean by that? Mu-jin replied, I thought a wealthy family's daughter would be more pretty and elegant. The other monk chuckled, hello, I think I get what you're trying to say. The monk nodded in agreement. Yeah, you get it right? Lady Seowa is a little. One of the officials noticed something about Ryu Seowa. She's gained weight. Meanwhile, at the free clinic, an elderly man greeted Mu-jin enthusiastically. Oh my, blessed monk, you're here. Free clinic, you must be tired. You should have taken a break first before coming here. Mu-jin smiled, placing his hands together in a gesture of humility. Haha, no need to worry about that. I'm happy if I'm able to see all of you recovering quickly from our treatments. He continued, also, please call me Mu-jin instead of blessed monk. I don't deserve such a flattering name. The old man responded, goodness, you're so self-sacrificial in giving us treatments every day. How could we just call you by your name? Another man chimed in, clearly impressed by Mu-jin's physique and character. You're so young, yet you already have such a kind heart and a robust body. You even have a handsome face. You're a perfect human being. The first man then made a bold proposition. I hope you'll meet with my granddaughter at least once. But his companion quickly scolded him. Hey, how could you say that to a monk? Blessed monk, just ignore what he said. One of the men offered, I'll introduce you to my granddaughter instead. TSK, this old man is doing it again, haha. Mu-jin mused to himself. Really, there are a lot of elderly using the free clinic. In this era, there aren't such specialized facilities of this kind. So their medical fees would have been really expensive. He smiled brightly. It would have been nice if I could give my grandmother and grandfather such treatments. It'd be great if you came here with your granddaughter. If they learn rehabilitating and muscle lengthening techniques from a young age, then they'll be able to maintain a healthy body even as they grow older. Oh, you're just so thoughtful. He thought to himself, well, I need to act like that. Don't you dare try anything stupid. If I didn't have the senior brothers watching me, I would take them up on their proposals immediately. But I'm a monk now. Mu-jin resolved, I'll escape immediately once I become stronger and get to leave the temple. He called out, hey, walk slower. He watched them go, thinking, her name was Ryu Seowa, right? Mu-jin frowned. She looks quite different from the character in the novel that I know of. Realized, she's a character that appears in Geijiang's second novel, Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. She's the main person behind the human trafficking portion, and based on the illustrations and descriptions in the novel, she was severely obese and had layers of fat on every part of her body. Perhaps it was due to her inferiority complex concerning her looks, but she would secretly sneak out women who were very pretty and enjoy torturing and killing them. Even so, that doesn't make sense at all. Mu-jin considered. Mu-kyung was designed to be a crazy character, so I understand why his personality is like that. Mu-jin frowned, observing a dark silhouette in his mind. But the Ryu Seowa that I see now is way too different from the novel character I know of. He continued to observe the real Ryu Seowa. Right now, she's just a timid, chubby, and shy young girl. She doesn't seem to have some kind of hidden madness within her like Mu-kyung. Mu-jin wondered to himself, was there something that happened which caused her to fall into darkness? That could be strongly related to how the Heavenly Merchant Guild became corrupted. Just then, the Merchant Guild leader returned to the clinic. Oh my old sir, you're back again. Gosh, aren't you the Merchant Guild leader? I can't believe you're here again despite being so busy. Mu-jin replied, from what I've seen up until now, the current Merchant Guild leader isn't a suspect. I took some time out so I could meet you. Are you sure it's not because you have some public business to take care of? In that case, it means someone else is involved here, either an internal or external party. The Merchant Guild leader laughed. I'm disappointed that you'd say that. I think I ought to check this out. Mu-jin decided to investigate the suspects one by one, starting with So-hee. So-hee. You're walking too quickly. Hong So-hee, Ryu Seowa's servant, replied, can't you walk a little slower? Lady Seowa, we're in public right now. Please refrain from acting so close to me. Mu-jin noticed a large crowd nearby. There are a lot of people here. Did she just call out to her servant as if she was her friend? I guess servants in the Heavenly Merchant Guild are pretty relaxed. Sure, they'll hear you. Hong So-hee urged, Lady Seowa, come this way, please. Ryu Seowa replied with an okay. Hong So-hee added, as someone who will become one of the main pillars of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, you need to uphold your authority. Ryu Seowa responded, yeah, I should have done that. Sorry, I'm alright. Ryu Seowa, still unnerved by the crowd, admitted, but is it alright for us to be walking around like this? I'm a little scared of places that have a lot of people, and father, Lady Seowa. Hong So-hee responded firmly, you mustn't appear weak like this. If you actively help out in the new business which the Merchant Guild leader has set up, then he'll start to trust you more too. Hong So-hee continued to advise Ryu Seowa. Even though I'm the one who suggested that you do this will all belong to you in the future, so shouldn't you work hard to help your father? Ryu Seowa replied, yeah, I should. Ryu Seowa's face darkened as she thought of her father. Suddenly, Ryu Seowa's father appeared, holding a bouquet of mustards. Father, look at this. These are the mustards that I gathered. Ryuseowa's father seemed annoyed and replied, aren't they so beautiful? I'm working right now, Seowa. Ryuseowa's father tells her, and there are a lot of people here, so address me as the merchant guild leader. Ryuseowa's face is filled with anxiety. She drops the mustard she was holding. Yes, sir. My father didn't have time for me because he was too busy working. Hong So-hee watches her. I want to believe that he'll pay attention to me if he sees me working hard now. Ryuseowa is visibly shaking. But I'm too scared. Hong So-hee places a comforting hand on Ryuseowa's shoulder. I know very well how scared you are. It might take a little time for the Merchant Guild leader to finally look in your direction, but you're the only daughter of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, the top 5 merchant guilds in the world. You can just take your time to do this without needing to worry about what others might think. Hong So-hee hugs Ryuseowa tightly, telling her, but if it's really too hard for you, I'll always be by your side to help you. Okay, that's right, Ryuseowa thinks. So he is doing so much to help me. Meanwhile, Mu-jin gazes up at the building where Ryuseowa is staying. Ryuseowa steals her resolve, so I should meet her expectations. Hong So-hee watches over the sleeping Ryuseowa. Lady Seowa, she asks, are you sound asleep? Ryuseowa's bright blue eyes reflected her determination. In order to gain the attention of her father who had ignored her, she wants to personally help in the clinic business that the Merchant Guild is doing with Shaolin, although I was the one who first suggested it. The hooded figure scoffed, fanning himself. I think it's so stupid. There's no way she'll get her father's attention by doing something as trivial as this. The hooded figure continued, well, thanks to how stupid she is, I was able to successfully infiltrate them without getting my identity exposed. A really great snack just came in. Thank you, Shu. I was the one behind her becoming so fat and timid after being left on the mountain. A hooded figure watched a crow fly over the temple roof. Oh, there it is. He cradled the bird in his arms, a sinister smile spreading across his face. While I can't wait to see her expression after she finds out the truth, it's not time yet. The crow held a rolled-up message in its beak. Hooded figure chuckled darkly. To think they'd ask a fair maiden to go to a dark place in the forest. That's so sneaky, ho ho ho. He peered over the edge of the roof. I'll go and report this quickly. We have a new disruption. The hooded figure slipped silently off the roof and into the night. The hooded figure, clad in black, landed silently on the rooftop, his mission underway. He grinned, his sinister plan coming together. Bingo! The speaker considers Ryuseowa's background. Lady Seowa? She's the youngest daughter of the Merchant Guild leader, but I think she's led quite a lonely life. He continues, explaining the tragic circumstances of her birth. When Madame was carrying Lady Seowa, she fell ill and then passed away when she gave birth to Lady Seowa. The Merchant Guild leader, who had been busy with work, didn't have time to look after her, so she was raised by the servants of the Merchant Guild. The Merchant Guild leader's grief consumed him. While the Merchant Guild leader is much better now, back then he was just a cold person who focused on nothing but work to forget his sadness of losing his beloved. He elaborates on the young girl's isolation. The problem was that Lady Seowa was still young and easily felt lonely. She relied too much on the servants. She treated her nanny like her mother, and would ask the servants to ask her nanny if they needed any instructions. The Merchant Guild leader's solution only deepened the problem. In the end, the Merchant Guild leader changed her nanny for someone else because he felt that something bad would happen one day. But that didn't help Lady Seowa in her loneliness and overdependency on others. The servants around her would later be changed a few more times. The constant turnover of trusted figures took a toll. After seeing the people that she decided to trust and rely on being chased away for 2 to 3 days, she decided to close off her heart starting from the 6th change of servants. This time Hong So-hee had joined Lady Seowa as her servant. She had worked in the Heavenly Merchant Guild for over 10 years and had also looked after Lady Seowa a few times when she was young, so she was deemed qualified to become her servant. It's been a year since she started working for Lady Seowa. It's about time for her to be changed. Mu-jin, ever the observer, overhears this. A change? There's no need to worry about that, he thinks, since Hong So-hee will do whatever it takes to remain as Ryuseowa's servant. In the unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, the version of Ryuseowa that became a key member of human trafficking was called Fallen Ryuseowa, although she enjoyed taking away beautiful women to torture them due to her inferiority complex. She was way too fat to move by herself and left most of the dirty work to be done by her servant. The servant who was in charge of doing the dirty work was Hong So-hee, Ryuseowa's current servant. Meanwhile, Mu-jin, perched on a rooftop, remarks, I knew things smelled too fishy. He grins. Bingo. Elsewhere, a woman walks through a desolate forest. A voice booms out, you're late today. The woman in the desolate forest seems to be in trouble. A figure looms over her, shrouded in shadow, and she says, I had some things to attend to. A hooded figure, eyes glowing ominously, asks, is it related to the Merchant Guild's new business? Yes. He looms over her, warning, Haven't you been too ambitious recently? This is all for the bigger picture. The hooded figure continues. Make sure you keep your current position without getting caught. He finishes with a threat. I'll speak to you another time. Be careful of the Shaolin monks. The hooded figure watches as the woman walks away, musing to himself. While they aren't familiar with the ways of the world, they're still very skilled. He clenches his fist, clearly annoyed. Who is he to ask me to be careful of them? He scoffs at the idea of the monks being a threat. I guess that old man is afraid I'd steal his position, huh? Why would I be careful of monks that do nothing but read Buddhist scriptures on a mountain? His expression hardens, a sinister plan forming. Just you wait. I'll coax both those stupid monks and Ryuseowa over to my side and take your position for myself. He glances around, paranoia creeping in. I've been on this infiltration mission for 10 years without getting caught. Who would suddenly find out my identity? His gaze returns to the go board, confidence returning. Who would find out? The Heavenly Merchant Guild would be in such deep trouble without me. The hooded figure places a white stone on the go board, completing a row. I've got 3 in a row. The next day. Miss. Pretty miss. Ryuseowa turns, curious. Are you talking to me? Yeah, I have something for you. Wait a moment. Package is presented to Ryuseowa. Could this be? Where did you get this from? One of the boys explains. No idea. Some mister wearing all black asked me to give this to you. He covered his face, so we don't know what he looks like. We want to know what's inside, but we can't read. The hooded figure muses that something was strange about the mister, thanking them for passing the message. The hooded figure gives the boys some money. Take this and buy some snacks for yourselves. The boys thank him. Ryuseowa turns to Servant Hong. What's that, Sohee? I mean Servant Hong. Oh, this. It seems someone sent a love letter to me. The hooded figure states, you don't have to worry about it. Great work on the infiltration mission within the Heavenly Merchant Guild. I think greatly of your skills and ability to complete missions, so I'll give you another opportunity. The hooded figure continues. I'll personally communicate with you on the matters in regards to Shaolin and the Heavenly Merchant Guild. I want you to write a report detailing a summary of what you've done so far and come to an abandoned house located on the outskirts of Dangfeng County before midnight. The hooded figure grins. To think an opportunity would come so much earlier. This is the perfect chance for me to surpass that old man. The hooded figure lands silently on the rooftop, descending to meet his contact. Hong Sohee greets him with nervous enthusiasm. Hong Sohee, I've been waiting for you. It's truly an honor for me to meet you in person. The hooded figure asks about Ryuseowa. What is Ryuseowa doing right now? She's probably resting in her bedroom. In order to avoid arousing any suspicions, I can't stay out for too long. So he is eager to please. Please tell me what you need me to do. The hooded figure demands the report. Give me the report first. So he hands it over. Yes, sir. So he asks about future communications. Because I'm stuck to Ryuseowa as her servant, it's hard for me to come out like this every time. Please let me know how we can keep in contact from now on. The hooded figure states, I intend to infiltrate the Heavenly Merchant Guild myself soon. I'll contact you from within at that time. Hong So-hee is taken aback. Pardon? I thought the reason for only having me infiltrate was because the higher-ups think that having more than one infiltrator would just create confusion. I'm the perfect fit for this mission since I've worked in this place for 10 years already. The hooded figure remains silent, causing So-hee to sweat. Why is there someone else joining the mission suddenly? Damn it, did I talk too much? She realizes the implications. Could it be? Panic sets in. This won't do. Am I getting thrown away? I've been working dash. Hong So-hee is knocked out by the hooded figure. Hooded figure's punch lands square on Hong So-hee's face. Hard dash. The hooded figure prepares to play a deadly game. Time to play Alkaji. Hong So-hee's face is bloody from the blow. The hooded figure stomps on the ground. A surge of purple energy emanates from the hooded figure. Hooded figure grins menacingly. Hong So-hee, bloodied and enraged, recognizes her attacker. The hooded figure is none other than Mu Jin. He grins, revealing his identity. That damn monk? Why are you here? Hong So-hee glares. Are you the one who lured me here? Mu Jin confirms her suspicions. Well, yeah. The hooded figure is not amused. The words written in the letter contained the secret code structure of my organization. How do you know it? Did you decipher it? He smirks. That's none of your business. You guys are already dancing in the palm of my hand. Mu Jin casually reveals how he knew the code. Because I already read all about that secret code structure in the Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. He scratches his head. I'm having a hard time recalling it though. Hong So-hee prepares for another attack, realizing the gravity of the situation. Now that you know who I am in our top secret mission, I can't let you go anymore. Enraged, Hong So-hee screams, I'll cut you apart and kill you. Mu Jin smirks, ready to fight. I guess I seem like an ordinary monk to you. I'll show you the difference in our strength. Hong So-hee launches an attack, but Mu Jin is ready for her. There's no way I'd lose to a brat like you. Mu Jin prepares to counter. Time to see just how well my skills actually work. Hong So-hee's eyes glowed with murderous intent. I'll cut you apart and kill you! Hong So-hee launched her attack, screaming, "There's no way I'd lose to a brat like you." Mu Jin smirked, ready to meet her head-on. Mu Jin steeled himself. If he didn't take this seriously, it was game over. If I don't go all out in fighting someone who's trying to kill me, I'll definitely get killed. He reminded himself to stay focused. I have to focus. Hong So-hee unleashed a blast of energy. This is my first ever fight. Mu Jin executed a judo shoulder throw. Hong So-hee crashed to the ground. Hong So-hee coughed, blood trickling from her nose. How on earth did he get me? I've never seen that martial art before. Was there such a martial art in the Shaolin Temple? She slammed her fist into the ground, creating a small crater. Hong So-hee pushed herself up, her face twisted in frustration. Mu Jin stared intently. Hong So-hee grabs a handful of sand, ready to blind her opponent. Sand. I'll resort to any dirty tricks so that I'll never lose to you. She throws the sand, grinning with malicious intent. Let's see how much you whine about how it's underhanded. Mu Jin spins, deflecting the sand with a piece of torn cowl. Hong So-hee is shocked. He used the cowl that I tore off to block the sand? When did he get that? And he even managed to use it? A sinister smile spreads across her face as she sees an opening. But he let his guard down. Mu Jin's eyes narrow. Is it time? Mu Jin spins, creating a blind spot with his cowl. Hong So-hee grins, ready to strike. I'll start with your abdomen. She strikes, her palm glowing with purple energy. Hong So-hee is confident that her attack landed. I got him good. The masked monk's face contorts in pain. Hong So-hee is shocked as she looks down. Mu Jin had activated his iron guard. Hong So-hee stares in disbelief at her hands. My, what did you fucking do? Mu Jin's fist connects with Hong So-hee's face. Now then. Mu Jin prepares to drive her into the ground. Time to put you into the ground. Mu Jin slams Hong So-hee into the ground with tremendous force. You damn spy hag. Hong So-hee lies on the ground dazed. It hurts. What happened? Did I faint after getting beat up by that monk? Hong So-hee struggles to comprehend the situation. My surroundings are noisy. It can't be. Are you asking us to believe what you just said? The man in the blue robe objects. Sir, I'm certain Monk Mu Jin is wrong. Calm down for now. She's worked with us for over 10 years. There's no way she's a spy of an evil person. One of the bald monks retorts. Are you saying that Mu Jin is a liar then? Are you doubting a Shaolin disciple right now? Room falls silent as everyone considers the implications. Mu Jin smiles. Oh, you're finally awake. Hong So-hee, still on the ground, glares with murderous intent. I'll start explaining things now. I'll kill this little fucker. The man in the blue robe begins to explain what happened. After finishing my duties at the clinic last night, I was on my way back to rest, and I saw her walking outside by herself. The man in the blue robe explains what he saw. She's the servant of Lady Siwa, but she wasn't with her and was out alone late at night. So, I thought that was strange, and decided to follow her and witnessed a shocking scene. A man wearing black clothes appeared at an abandoned building. They talked about the clinic's business, and that she was on an undercover mission as a spy. After knowing that, I waited until she was alone to ambush her, but she was actually really skilled in martial arts. Mu Jin then turns to address the rest of the room, gesturing to his back. Do you see this? If she was an ordinary servant, would she be able to cause such an injury? He clenches his fist. If I hadn't learned Iron Guard, then there'd have been impaled and I would have died. I have other evidence as well. Finally, he presents his last piece of evidence. This is a letter that she gave to the man in black clothes back then. After seeing that this is her handwriting, you'll know I'm speaking the truth. Hong So-hee is in disbelief. That's the mission report that I wrote after being tricked by him. Mu Jin calmly explained the situation and submitted the evidence. I'll leave it to your wise judgments to decide if she really is someone capable of using such a vicious attack. While everyone was confused, they soon realized that what Mu Jin said was the truth. After checking the handwriting, it was indeed that servant's handwriting, and comparing the size of her hand to the injury on Monk Mu Jin's stomach, it was the same as well. Hong So-hee could only shout that she had been wrong without giving any counter-arguments. I have been wrong. This was all made up by that monk. Everyone started to lean towards Mu Jin's side in an instant. Everything he said was true, and after working here for 10 years, these were all indeed irrefutable evidence. Ryu Jiguang then spoke. I know this request is out of line. Ryu Jiguang requests to deal with Hong So-hee personally, since this is a matter for the Merchant Guild. Hong So-hee can only think, what did he just say? Mu Jin agrees, apologizing for stepping out of line, and Ryu Jiguang promises to reward him for his help. Mu Jin thinks to himself that he managed to catch the spy and that with this, the Heavenly Merchant Guild should be safer. Ryu Jiguang orders the immediate imprisonment of Hong So-hee. As Hong So-hee is dragged away, she shouts that Mu Jin set her up. Hong So-hee continues to shout, asking why they don't believe her, and calls out to Ryu Jiguang and Ryu Siwa. With the spy apprehended, Mu Jin thought, fortunately, this matter ended well. Time to get some rest. Suddenly, a voice booms out, startling Mu Jin. Mu Jin, Mu Jin turns to see Monk Biob Gang standing behind him, radiating a menacing aura. Monk Biob Gang. Right, he's here too. Monk Biob Gang's eyes burn with intensity. Mu Jin, let's have a talk. I have a lot to talk to you about. Why did you move alone without discussing with any of us? Mu Jin forces a nervous laugh. Ha ha ha. I can't tell him that I'm the man in black clothes that tricked Hong So-hee to get evidence. Mu Jin thought that with this matter has been wrapped up for now. Or at least, that was supposed to be the case. The hooded figure looms over the battered Ryu Seowa, who is tied to a chair. He removes the gag. I took off the gag. Talk to me now. Ryu Seowa desperately tries to shift the blame. Sir, I really didn't do it. It's Mu Jin. That demonic monk deceived us all. The hooded figure seems to consider this. He deceived us? That's right. That demon is the man in black clothes who asked to meet with me. Hooded figure wants to know more. Let me ask you a different question then. He leans in, pressing Ryu Seowa for answers. Why did you give that letter to Monk Mu Jin who asked to meet with you? The hooded figure is surprised by Ryu Seowa's knowledge. That damn monk didn't mention that though, so how does he know? Give me the report first. Does he still think of me as a member of the Heavenly Merchant Guild? The hooded figure demands answers from the tied-up Ryu Seowa. Speak. What's the third rule of being a spy? The first is to only follow the information and instructions that we're given. The second rule is to commit suicide without hesitation upon having our identity exposed. Third rule, we're everywhere. The hooded figure acknowledges Ryu Seowa's knowledge of the rules. Good. You know all of them well, so why didn't you commit suicide? Ryu Seowa lies on the ground, defeated. Monk Biob Gang, radiating an almost palpable heat, declares, Mu Jin, let's have a talk. I have a lot to talk to you about. Mu Jin looks up at the imposing monk, his expression contrite. I'm sorry. It was really urgent, so I went ahead alone to resolve it first. Biob Gang grabs Mu Jin by the shoulders, his face stern. That's not why I'm scolding you. The scene shifts, a symbolic representation of the world's vastness. You got lucky and survived this time, but the world is a bigger place than you think. Silhouettes of powerful figures flash across the screen. There are countless strange and abnormally strong people. Back in the room, Biob Gang releases Mu Jin, his voice laced with concern. What would you have done if that woman and the black clothes person were extremely skilled? If that had been the case, you wouldn't have escaped unscathed. Mu Jin reflects on the dressing down he just received. I never thought I'd get scolded over something like this. About that. He pauses, considering his next words. Biob Gang looms over Mu Jin, a towering figure of muscle and concern. I hope you'll trust the grown-ups the next time. I'm sorry. I'll make sure to do that. Mu Jin had to suppress his emotions, recognizing the monk's rigid adherence to rules. Biob Gang was always strictly by the books. Meanwhile, a flashback shows a group of elderly people looking distressed. I really will make sure to ask for help next time. Back in the present, Mu Jin realizes Biob Gang's stern exterior hides genuine care. Yet he seems so concerned over me. News of Hong So-hee's sudden demise rocks the Heavenly Merchant Guild. What? Hong So-hee died. The Merchant Guild leader reveals that she died at dawn, just as they were about to interrogate her. He suspects someone within the Merchant Guild was either helping or monitoring her. A pool of blood stains the floor. Even after deciphering the letter Mu Jin provided, the Merchant Guild leader says there was nothing special in it other than details of what she did, but they are certain that she was acting as Seowa's servant to leak information about the Shaojin and their Merchant Guild. Mu Jin is confused. But why are you telling me this? You mentioned that this is an internal Heavenly Merchant Guild's affair and asked to take over holding her, didn't you? The Merchant Guild leader wonders if Mu Jin has missed something. Isn't there something else that's relevant to me? I mean, did I miss out on anything? As expected of Monk Mu Jin stands tall, having proven his worth to the Merchant Guild. Not only did he come up with a completely new way to run a clinic business, he was also able to discover suspicious movements within their Merchant Guild and swiftly subdue the spy. Ryu Jiguang soon started talking after he realized just how wise Mu Jin is through the series of events that happened recently. If it's him, I should be able to trust him with this. He clasps his hands together, ready to reveal his true intentions. Actually, the reason I decided to work with Shaolin wasn't just because of business. I had another greater reason. Mu Jin looks on, waiting to hear what Ryu Jiguang soon has to say. That's why I've asked to meet with you now. Ryu Jiguang soon prepares to share his secret. The second reason I had decided to work with Shaolin would be. The scene shifts to Ryu Jiguang soon's office, where various reports and receipts are scattered across the desk. Ryu Jiguang soon was about to finish his work for the day when he noticed something amiss. After I'm done with this, I'll be done with today's work. Wait a minute. He reviewed the documents in front of him. The purchase report of the Mianyang branch aligns with the recorded goods in the report of Siangsi Province's Hanzhong County as expected. But as he continued to look through the reports, he noticed something that made him narrow his eyes. but one item is being sold at an especially higher price than the market rate. What is this? Ryu Jiguangsun's expression darkened as he realized what this could mean. Don't tell me. He immediately called for his chief administrator. Chief Administrator Yang. The administrator responded promptly. Yes, guild leader. Ryu Jiguangsun gave his orders. I want you to send the Azure Gold Squad to the Myung branch and Hanzhong branch. I'll write the details in a letter, so make sure that they only open up the letter after they arrive. The administrator confirmed the order. Yes, sir. Ryu Jiguangsun knew that his senses, honed over decades, were telling him that this was dangerous. Ryu Jiguangsun explained his decision to work with Shaolin, stating, the movements of our branches seem suspicious. That's why I decided to work with Shaolin in order to keep them in check. Continued, reflecting on his instincts. Up until now, based on my experience and instincts, I had thought something was slightly out of place. Mu Jin listened intently as Ryu Jiguangsun expressed his gratitude. Then you came and helped to catch a hidden spy. I had wanted to believe that the main branch that I'm in had no problems, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Ryu Jiguangsun bowed his head slightly. We almost ran into huge trouble, but you prevented it for us. I thank you, from the bottom of my heart. As expected, there's no need to doubt the current merchant guild leader. Mu Jin responded modestly. The problem was spies like Hong Sohee. I simply did what was supposed to be done. That aside, you mentioned that other branches have problems. Ryu Jiguangsun frowned, lost in thought. I want to go there right away, but I don't feel safe doing that since I have no idea when the Heavenly Merchant Guild's main branch might fall. I need to come up with some kind of countermeasure for it. Mu Jin knew he couldn't rest until he solved the mystery. Let's think. If I don't completely solve this matter, no one will know what kind of disaster will befall the Heavenly Merchant Guild and the whole world of Shaolin Chronicles. He began to piece things together. I got rid of the first problem, which was Hong Sohee. The other villain would be. Mu Jin realized who was next on his list. Lady Seowa. Mu Jin sat across from Ryu Jiguangsun and asked, May I know what happened to Lady Seowa? Ryu Jiguangsun explained the situation. Since Hong Sohee was able to steal information while she was Seowa's servant, we also investigated Seowa. Were they in cahoots together? Ryu Jiguangsun cleared his throat and responded, Not at all. But Seowa is under room confinement now. Mu Jin listened as Ryu Jiguangsun spoke of punishing Seowa. I can't believe she didn't even know her own servant was scheming against our merchant guild. Yeah, I guess. Ryu Jiguangsun paused, then asked Mu Jin, But is there a problem? Why are you suddenly asking about Seowa? Mu Jin responded, There's something I'd like to propose to Lady Seowa. Have you noticed a problem with our clinic facility? Ryu Jiguangsun looked surprised as he massaged his back. I realized it after an incident that happened recently. Monk Mu Jin, I have a question I'd like to ask. Does this place not accept female patients? He continued, Since I've come here for treatments a few times, I naturally talked about it with my wife. She has some problems with her back as well, so she'd also like to receive treatment here. Come to think of it, we've only accepted male patients so far. Ryu Jiguangsun elaborated on his concerns. Even in the modern world, for a male fitness trainer or Pilates training, there's always an issue since there's usually a lot of touching. But in this martial arts world, they really take the whole men and women should not sit together after the age of 7 foot very seriously. It's not a place where people can fool around or refuse to listen to their seniors. In the case of Yun Gehe's treatment, because she treated Mu Jin like her grandson, she was able to undergo the treatment without any problems. But for Mu Jin to personally give treatment to a woman of high status that can afford the luxurious treatment, I'll start the treatment now. Oh Mu, where do you think you're pressing? But that's for the treatment, darling. This man put his hands on me. I was just trying to ease the pains necessary for the treatment by using the muscle strengthening technique. Mu Jin didn't even want to imagine what could happen if that were to occur. You pathetic fucking trash, Mu Jin grimaced. I fear something along those lines could happen. Ryu Jiguangsun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Even though you're a Buddhist, there'll still be women who would feel uncomfortable with a man touching them. At this rate, it's true that it'd be hard for the clinic to accept female patients. That's indeed a huge problem. The man asks if he's found a solution, and he confirms that he has. The solution would be to ask Lady Seowa to learn his method of treatment, which will allow her to treat female patients instead of him. The man strokes his chin, responding, I heard that even though she's under room confinement, she can still take lessons. If we do that, then we'll be able to easily resolve the clinic's problem. He continues, and most importantly, since Lady Seowa is your daughter, he finishes his thought, we won't need to worry over her leaking information about my techniques to the outside world. This technique will only belong to the Heavenly Merchant Guild among the top 5 merchant guilds in the world. A hooded figure throws his head back, letting out a sinister chuckle. Ha ha ha. His laughter intensifies. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Monk Mu Jin is so unpredictable, he calls out. Chief Administrator Yang, are you outside? Yes, sir. Ask Seilwa to come here. Ryu Seilwa enters the room, facing her father. You must hate me for confining you to your room. She responds, Father, I don't blame you for that. The hooded figure asks, since you've been to the clinic a few times, you know what kind of work Monk Mujin does, right? Ryu Seilwa replies, Yes, I do. The hooded figure gestures. Monk Mujin, please take over. Mujin responds, Yes, Merchant Guild leader. Mujin addresses Ryu Seilwa. Lady Seilwa, after discussing with your father, I'd like to propose this to you. Would you like to learn my treatment methods and exercises, and then help out with the female patients? Ryu Seilwa looks surprised by the sudden proposal. That came out of nowhere. I'm still under confinement, how could I do that? Mujin explains his reasoning. I'm not asking you to help the clinic immediately. I'll need to first teach you my treatment method during your confinement. He reminds her of her previous visits. You've watched how I do it every time you visit, haven't you? Mujin looks at her, waiting for an answer. I think you'll be able to learn it easily. Mujin closes the offer. It's alright. This is not something you have to think about seriously. You can feel free to reject me. Would you like to help us? Ryu Seilwa is shocked. Huh, the hooded figure smiles. You can just think of it as us playing together like we did back then. A flashback shows a young Ryu Seilwa looking at Monk Beub Gang. Ryu Seilwa makes her case. Aren't you going to treat the sick and save the world? I'll stay by your side to help so that you can accomplish that. She looks unsure. Can I really do it? All I did was visit the clinic a few times and saw what was happening there though. If something goes wrong, what if I make a mistake? Ryu Jiguang soon watches her from the doorway, concern etched on his face. Ryu Seilwa mumbles to herself, lost in thought. What do I do? What do I do? Ryu Jiguang soon turns to Mujin. While those are good intentions, will it really be okay? I feel like this might be too difficult for Seilwa to do right now. Mujin smiles confidently. She's your daughter, isn't she? She's definitely capable of handling this. And this is the perfect timing for it. He knows Ryu Seilwa has lost a lot of her self-confidence right now due to Hong So-hee fattening her up and gaslighting her. Mujin realizes that if Ryu Seilwa learns exercise theories and techniques, she'll feel more accomplished and recover some of her confidence. Also, it's also good that he can get closer to a daughter of a rich family. Mujin plans to teach her basic theory and the physical transformation that comes with doing the basics on the first day of education. He explains there's also the meat consumption for protein that couldn't be done in Shaolin and a simple diet. If you eat meat, a nutrient known as protein will go into your body, and you can then exercise and train your body with those nutrients in your body. He intends to make professional terms sound as simple as possible so Ryu Seilwa doesn't lose interest in this topic. Mujin continues, I'll even use apt analogies to explain things. So, that's why you ate meat back then. Please forget about what happened back there. Ryu Seilwa was able to absorb and digest all the information very quickly. Mujin smiled. On the 5th day, both of you, please come in. I'll now teach her stretching and Pilates techniques. Despite being under confinement, it seemed she could go outside if it's for education purposes, so they visited the clinic to be able to get practical experience. Yungahi joined them for Ryu Seilwa to practice on. Mujin said he couldn't touch Ryu Seilwa's body personally, but needed to teach her, so Yungahi stepped up to help. Ryu Seilwa responded, Yes, grandmother. Even though Ryu Seilwa looked worried, she was able to perform the techniques as soon as she learned them. Yungahi exclaimed, Oh my, this feels as good as what Monk Mujin did. Monk Mujin, am I doing this right? She was able to progress quickly in learning the postural therapy techniques and acupressure. Mujin thought, that was amazing, Lady Seilwa. You were able to learn quite quickly. When her abilities are recognized, it'll bring her a great sense of accomplishment which words can't even describe. On the 9th day, Mujin stood with his arms crossed, observing Ryu Seilwa. She seemed to have a new goal. Mujin watched as Ryu Seilwa jumped rope, noting her determination. Her goal didn't seem to be for the sake of the Merchant Guild or her father, but for herself. I think I know what that goal could be, he mused. Mujin leaned against the wall, lost in thought. But I might cause things to screw up by assuming. It's rude to be talking about the weight of a woman after all. So for now, I'll observe her and only help when it's needed. The situation has been greatly unfair for her. She had been gaslighted by the spy this whole time, and that was what led to her gaining so much weight. Mujin reflects on his recommendation to Ryu Seilwa. I did recommend personal exercise to Ryu Seilwa with the pretext of education purposes. You need to move a lot to understand your body more. But she never showed any dislike for it. He watches Ryu Seilwa working out. That's probably because she's really determined to lose weight. I really hope she'll achieve good results out of this. Mujin hopes for a positive outcome. I hope I'll see a Ryu Seilwa of resolve and not what I read about in the novel. On the 20th day, Ryu Seilwa is shown diligently performing stretching and Pilates techniques. Mujin observes her progress. There's less techniques compared to what I taught Biab-jian, but she's more stable in them and can now be practicing them in real life. Ryu Seilwa consults a book, determined to get the poses correct. She also hasn't been lazy in exercising. Is this how I do this pose? The next pose is. Mu Jin observes Ryu Seowa's dedication. That's not a bad start in becoming a professional trainer. Because she's still growing, she'll be able to lose weight successfully if she doesn't give up. He continues to watch Ryu Seowa. Since going on diets are tough even for adults, I think her transformation is amazing since she was timid at the start. Mu Jin is not the only one who has noticed Ryu Seowa's transformation. And I'm not the only one who thought that. I can't believe she's so different now compared to when she was just depressed all the time. He recalls Ryu Jiguang's response to the transformation. Ryu Jiguang was so moved that he gave me some emergency funds secretly without my seniors knowing. Mu Jin recalls Ryu Jiguang's words, furious at the offer. Are you trying to buy me with money? Are you trying to humiliate me? Mu Jin admits he couldn't refuse the money. It was way too hard for me to reject him when it was so much money. Mu Jin shook hands, already thinking about how he would spend his emergency funds. One day, I'll use this money to buy me some protein to eat. Mu Jin mused on Ryu Seowa's progress. Training her went smoothly, but that wasn't the end of my goals. Merchant Guild leader, I think she's ready. You think so too? Mu Jin pitched his next idea to the Merchant Guild leader. I was thinking about opening up a branch in the countryside. You don't just want there to be clinics in Dangfeng County, do you? Mu Jin imagined the possibilities. The opening of franchises. We'll set up a clinic in the countryside to earn even more money. To save even more people. Mu Jin's expression turned serious as he thought about the secondary objective. We'll also take this chance to figure out what the suspicious countryside branches are doing. The Merchant Guild leader listened intently as Mu Jin began to explain his plan. Where do you intend to open the first branch? The first branch will be. Mu Jin decided the first branch would be in Jiangxi province, Nanchang. The Merchant Guild leader questioned, Nanchang? Why did you choose Nanchang instead of Luoyang or Zhengzhou, which are closer? Mu Jin explained his reasoning. Shaolin has great influence in the Dangfeng County, so it won't be hard for us to expand into nearby areas. On the other hand, if we expand further out, then the other sects will complain. Which is why my target is the neutral zone, Nanchang. It's a place where we don't have influence in, and also doesn't have any other groups there either. If we start opening a branch there, we'll be able to help even more people in the future. The Merchant Guild leader seemed surprised. I can't believe you have such a good grasp on the territory situations. I'm really surprised. But Nanchang isn't that easy to do business in. Mu Jin countered. It's still better than opening it in a place where they are completely ruled by another group. And if you look at the map, you can see that Nanchang is the closest to us among all the neutral areas. That was Mu Jin's convincing excuse. But Mu Jin was truly after something else. It'd be hard to change the future of the Heavenly Merchant Guild easily by catching a low-rank spy like Hong So-hee. I still haven't met the true puppet master of the Heavenly Merchant Guild, he thought. He looked over a map, remembering. If I remember correctly, Nanchang will be ruled by an unorthodox faction in the future. The Tyrant Blade faction is the unorthodox faction that takes care of the dirty work of the corrupted Heavenly Merchant Guild. It was in charge of illegal drug manufacturing and human trafficking, which brought the majority of the profits to the Heavenly Merchant Guild, and was a major contributing faction to turning the Heavenly Merchants down the path of darkness. Mu Jin realized, I must go there in advance and find out what they're trying to do. The Merchant Guild leader asked Mu Jin, I understand why you want to go there since it's the first branch, but who'd deal with the Heavenly Merchant Guild here? Isn't there Monk Biab Gang? Mu Jin thought. Biab Gang hasn't been able to show his true abilities since he's been helping Grandpa so far. Mu Jin considered his options, but he knows my techniques even better than I do now. Grandpa also always felt sorry towards him since Monk Biab Gang helped him with everything. Mu Jin continued, I feel like this is a good chance for Monk Biab Gang to do something on his own. With a grin, Mu Jin declared, with that, I'll go to Nanchang alone. I'll buy some meat to eat there too. Grandmaster Hyun Guang replied, even so, that place is too far away for us to send you there alone. I should have known, but I have someone that'd be perfect as a travel companion. Abbot Hyun Chun was told of their conversation and gave permission, while smiling widely. Go give it a try. Grandmaster Hyun Guang also readily agreed to it. I'm sure you'll do well alone. Monk Biab Gang seized the opportunity to venture into the outside world and assist Mu Jin with his work. Yes, Grandmaster Hyun Guang. I was able to bring Monk Biab Jian with me. Mu Jin, channeling his inner gym owner from his past life as Choi Kanghyuk, explained the plan's intricacies. This is how it should be managed. This is how you should handle customers. I was able to tell them what to do with my years of experience as a gym owner from when I was Choi Kanghyuk. With most matters progressing smoothly, Mu Jin began preparing for his departure. That's all for today. Thank you, Monk Mu Jin. Ryu Seowa asked about the class. How was the muscle lengthening technique class today? I'm sorry that the quality of my class isn't that high. Mu Jin waved off her concerns. Not at all. You really taught well. Thanks to that, I was able to make good use of time during my house confinement period. Ryu Seowa inquired about his travel plans. Are you leaving tomorrow? To Nanchang? Mu Jin confirmed, yes, we'll be departing first thing in the morning tomorrow. Ryu Seowa watched Mu Jin, a somber expression on her face. I thought I would only stay in Hunan when I left the Shaolin Temple. We just got close and he's already leaving. She recalled a memory of him saving her. He saved me when I was young. And now, he's at the Merchant Guild this time. I still haven't expressed how thankful I am to him yet. Her expression darkened as she stood alone on the balcony. Everyone around me is leaving. It's hard getting close to anyone. She looked up, her eyes filled with a mix of sadness and determination. Since they all end up leaving eventually, Lady Seowa. Mu Jin grinned, trying to lighten the mood. I'm just going on a business trip, so I'll be coming back when I'm done there. You've gotta continue working hard while I'm gone. He pointed a finger at her, a playful glint in his eyes. I'll be checking to see if your skills improved when I'm back, so brace yourself. I won't go easy on you. Understand? With that final pinky promise, Mu Jin felt confident that Ryu Seowa had the motivation she needed. All preparations were complete. Mu Jin was ready to commence his business trip to Nanchang. How long does it take for us to get to Nanchang? He wondered. The driver responded, if there are no issues, I think we'll reach it in about 4 days. Alright, we'll be counting on you then. I'll bring you there safely. Mu Jin thought to himself, since I put an end to Hong Ischi, their organization will definitely make their move. If possible, I want to deal with the Tyrant Blade faction while I'm there and meet with that person. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Merchant Guild, a man sat at his desk reading Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, one of Gakyen's novels. Guests of the Merchant Guild leader are coming here, branch leader. The branch leader inquired from the main group. What kind of guests are they? There's a high chance that the Merchant Guild leader of the fallen Heavenly Merchant Guild, a villain organization in the novel, is there from the Shaolin Temple. He's the second son of Ryu Jiguang. Ryu Seowa. Blessed monk, will be arriving shortly, a voice announced. Mu Jin sat on a pile of crates, reading a book. A member of the Heavenly Merchant Guild confirmed. That place we see is Nanchang? Yes, please prepare to disembark. Mu Jin thought to himself, that's my second place of business. In the distance, the city of Nanchang came into view. Mu Jin sighed. It would have been better if I'd gone on this business trip alone, but we've arrived. Please wake up. Mu Jin is struck by a wooden rod, and he yells, you little brat. He continues his tirade. Did you not hear what the coachman just said? He said, we'll be arriving shortly, didn't he? Mu Jin, still lying down, says, I told you to only wake me up once we have arrived. Do you not understand words? Or are you just deaf? No one would understand what you mean if you say it like that. He sighs, in any case, I'm going back to sleep. Why did it have to be with this old dude? Flashing back to 2 days ago at the Heavenly Merchant Guild, Mu Jin asks, what? You want me to go with Monk Haiguan? He is answered with a simple yes. The speaker explains, you might not know this, but in the vicinity of Nanchang, there are rumors that some underground gangs and unorthodox groups have suddenly appeared. While they're only rumors, I'm still too worried to send you there alone. Monk Biob Gang explains that he is thinking of asking Haiguan, who knows a lot about unorthodox groups, to go with Mu Jin, and that nothing bad will come out of being more careful. Mu Jin thinks that this is actually good. He reasons that since his objective on this business trip is to defeat the Tyrant Blade faction, which does the dirty work of the corrupted Heavenly Merchant Guild, there'll be fighting. Mu Jin lays down, thinking that having someone as strong as Haiguan definitely puts him at ease, but wonders if he can really depend on him. Suddenly, Mu Jin's ear twitches. Mu Jin smirks, thinking something fun is about to happen, and that those little rats have come out to meet them. Hidden in the bushes, 2 figures with glowing red eyes peer out. This trip won't be a boring one. Heavenly Merchant Guild Nanchang branch. Yu Seilho asks, so, have you confirmed it? The figure in the mask replies, yes, we've confirmed that they've arrived in a horse carriage. The Shaolin disciples have come here. Huh? A subordinate announces, branch leader, the guests of the Merchant Guild leader are here. Ryu Seilho replies, oh my, let them in. Mu Jin, now bursting out of his robes, stands tall. Mu Jin, his back to Ryu Seilho, senses something amiss. Huh, there's a lesser presence. Am I overthinking things? Mu Jin turns to face Ryu Seilho, clasping his hands together in greeting. Nice to meet you. I am Mu Jin, a third-class disciple of Shaolin. Well, not that it matters, Amiba. Ryu Seilho, seated at his desk and puffing on a pipe, responds, I am Ryu Seilho, the branch leader of the Heavenly Merchant Guild's Nanchang branch. It must have been tiring for you to come such a long way. Mu Jin replies, I received a letter from the Merchant Guild leader, so I have a rough idea of the situation. We, the Nanchang branch, intend to ask a workshop to make the tools your clinic needs. Ryu Seilho gestures dismissively. You can speak to the chief supervisor if your clinic needs anything else. Mu Jin blinks, confused. Pardon? Ryu Seilho takes another puff from his pipe. Today is your first day here, so I made time for you. but as the Nanchang branch leader, I'm quite a busy person. Mu Jin gives Ryu Sealho a knowing smirk. This is how you want to play it, huh? He's really rude, befitting for a future villain. Mu Jin's expression hardens as he stares down at Ryu Sealho. May I take my leave now, branch leader? It'd be nice if you did. I have a lot of work to do, Ryu Sealho replies flatly. Please take your leave. After Mu Jin leaves, Ryu Sealho sits alone at his desk. A hooded figure appears behind Ryu Sealho. Even though he wasn't sure, I can't believe he detected your presence. He's certainly no ordinary monk. Ryu Sealho takes another puff from his pipe, his eyes narrowed. Underestimating him might end up disrupting our plans. Father, the Merchant Guild leader, must have had a reason to praise him so highly. The hooded figure dips his brush in ink, planning his next move. I'll have to test him myself then. How would you go about that? He lays out his strategy. I just remembered an incident where a large number of Shaolin's outer sect disciples left them. The world is a place that reacts sensitively to bullshit as long as it sounds interesting. Spread that rumor. His subordinate replies, yes, sir. Back in Nanchang, Mu Jin heaves of relief, having just moved a heavy crate. A new figure approaches him. Thank you so much for helping with the luggage. I was also once a Shaolin disciple. The man introduces himself as Mak Jaihyuk, an outer sect disciple of Jiangxi Buddha Fist sect leader. We should all help each other out whenever we can. When I was still a disciple, my Buddhist name was Hai Shin. Mak Jaihyuk continues. Monk Hyun Myung was quite worried about the security of Nanchang, but the Buddha Fist sect leader is actually kind and friendly. Mak Jaihyuk gestures to the crates. By the way, can these fancy-looking things really help the world? They're treatment tools that have already provided a lot of help to the world. Mak Jaihyuk's smile fades as he continues. We can't be the only ones who use something this good. That's why we came here. Is the Buddha Fist sect leader in there? Mak Jaihyuk and Mu Jin stand outside the building, knocking on the door. Is anyone in there? The door slides open, and a man in a tan robe greets them. Oh, please excuse me for a moment. It seems I have an uninvited guest. The man exits the building. The man throws his arms open, surprised by the crowd. What? Why are there so many people here? I have something to say to the person who came from Shaolin. I heard some unpleasant rumors. What? Rumors. The man in the tan robe is met with a crowd of people, one of whom comments, they're the core people and sects in this area, huh? They don't look too strong. Khan Taigu, Jiangxi Tai sword sect leader, questions the Shaolin disciple. Is it true that the noble Shaolin disciples that have cut off ties with their worldly desires are trying to do business with medical techniques? Another man chimes in, the Shaolin temple is trying to do business? Is it because you're low on money after the outer sect disciples left in groups? The man in the tan robe stammers. As you can see, this place is just going to be a clinic. It will be for those who are suffering in this world and need treatment. An angry voice shouts, do it for free then. Even if they may not be doing well financially, how could the Shaolin temple expand their territory to do business? Go back to your mountain now. Corrupted by money? These assholes are really crossing a line here. Mu Jin steps forward, interrupting the heated exchange. Pardon me for interrupting your conversation. Mu Jin's expression darkens as he hears the accusations. We, the Shaolin disciples, have just arrived here and are unloading our luggage. How did you know we'd be using medical techniques? That's. The man in the tan robe stammers nervously. Didn't you say it? No, I heard it from the Tai sword sect leader. I only heard about it through rumors myself. Mu Jin's eyes narrow. I knew it. The only person who could get all the smaller sects together in one place. Ryu Sealho, you cunning fox. His face contorts in anger. You dare mess with me? You want to fight by swaying public opinion, huh? Mu Jin clenches his fist. Then I won't go easy on you either. I think I know why you guys are here. So let me tell you this. He declares with conviction, I've come from far away with the intent to sacrifice myself so that I can help the world and the people of this city. Saying nonsense like, the Shaolin temple has become obsessed with money, is something we already expected to hear. Mu Jin's accusations hang heavy in the air, met with shocked indignation. Even so? The crowd bristles at the accusation. Do you not want the people of Nanchang to become healthier? That's way too far-fetched. Mu Jin stands firm, his gaze sweeping over the assembled sections. Far-fetched? Let's be honest. Why would the Shaolin temple need your permission to open a clinic here? He continues, his voice laced with disdain. There must be a reason, right? Or do you just take us for fools? Let's be honest here. You guys are just Ryu Sealho's puppets. The tension in the air thickens as one of the men steps forward, his patience clearly exhausted. I can't listen to this anymore. Why does a young monk of the Shaolin temple talk so much? A hulking figure steps forward, muscles straining against his robes. Father, let me handle it from here. The crowd murmurs, recognizing him as Kang Jiuan, the Tai sword sect leader's eldest son. Mu Jin's proposal hangs in the air, a challenge wrapped in the guise of tradition. I'll teach you the mindset a Shaolin disciple should have. We could probably do that over a duel, just like how orthodox factions resolve issues. Mu Jin takes the crowd's reaction as a sign of agreement. All these cheers mean they're in agreement, right? Ha, okay then. Kang Jiuan, still towering over Mu Jin, hesitates. Mu Jin, radiating a palpable energy, urges him forward. Don't just stand there. Come at me already. The crowd watches with disbelief, their expectations shattered. Why aren't you giving your all? Is he really a teenager? But I heard he was just a third-class disciple. Mu Jin, in his orange robes, moves with surprising speed and power. There's a reason he was able to survive Dangfeng County, huh? How is he so strong? Kang Jiuan lunges, but Mu Jin anticipates his move, executing a swift counter-attack. There it is again. That weird technique. Mu Jin uses Kang Jiuan's momentum against him, flipping him. Mu Jin continues his assault with a technique that seems foreign to the traditional martial arts of this world. Karate leg hook. Kang Jiuan lies on the ground, defeated. Mu Jin stands over him, unimpressed. Your attack was so obvious that even a kid could dodge it. Mu Jin stands tall, looking down at the defeated Kang Jiuan and declares, I've won, so don't cause any more ruckus. No going back on your word. Not like an orthodox martial artist would. From a nearby rooftop, a man observes the scene. Ho, I didn't even have to get involved. Although that was a pretty crazy thing to do, it seems the situation has been resolved somehow. He smirks, thinking, but how foolish. Another man watches Mu Jin with a critical eye. He's left a bad impression on the residents here from the very start. Kid, what are you going to do now? Meanwhile, the women of the Heavenly Merchant Guild have gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Oh my, he's so handsome. One woman gushes. Look at his body. His clothes can't even hide those sturdy muscles. Look at his luscious flowing hair. Handsome man, want to play with me today? Oh my, don't be embarrassing. Mu Jin, now sporting a wig, complains, I can't believe I'm wearing a wig, darn Shaolin Temple. Mu Jin in disguise. Thanks to the disguise, no one would ever guess that I'm a monk. He reminds himself, in this time period, the Tyrant Blade faction hasn't completely taken over Nanshan yet. I need to dig up every piece of information on them, no matter how small it may be. Suddenly, Mu Jin's eyes widen as he catches a familiar scent. This smell is. His gaze is drawn to a bustling inn. He reels back, conflicted. I can't go in there now. I must remember what I came here for. I even disguised myself. He steels himself, remembering his mission. Calm down. I need to find the Tyrant Blade faction quickly and deal a huge blow to Ryu Xiaoho and the other villains. Mu Jin, still in disguise, sits at a table, and a man offers him a drink. Come to think of it, mushrooms and tofu have been my only sources of protein food the past few months. This liquor just goes down so easy. You'll get drunk at this rate. No, Mu Jin, get yourself together. He internally scolds himself, remembering his mission. I need to focus on gathering information, not meat. Think about what I need to do right now. Mu Jin stands among a group of people. He overhears a loud stomach rumble. Ahem, I think I just heard thunder roaring. No, that came from that young man's stomach. How can you be so tactless? The scene shifts to a plate of tofu, then to a plate of fish. Mu Jin decides that nothing's more important than filling his stomach first, declaring it's the perfect time to use the money he received as a gift. He reflects that it's been so long since he had high-quality protein, the last time being back during the wall-facing punishment. He doesn't know when he'll get another chance, so he needs to eat more in advance. Mu Jin thinks that he's working so hard so that Shaolin won't starve, and he's also helping the Heavenly Merchant Guild, so he ought to reward himself with at least this much. He spots a plate of dompa pork and exclaims that it's the same dish that Grandpa had such a great time eating. Mu Jin inhales deeply, savoring the aroma. It smells so freaking good. I'll help you be reborn as nutrients within my body. Mu Jin sits by the window, enjoying his meal. Mu Jin happily holds up a piece of pork with his chopsticks, ready to devour it. A man with a blue shawl looks down at Mu Jin with a smile. Mu Jin sits at the table, surrounded by dishes of food, as the man watches him from the window. The man's expression shifts to one of dark amusement. And Monk Haiguan, hoo. I never imagined I'd be seeing a fellow monk here. Mu Jin slams his fist on the table, enraged. What a spread you have there. Are you enjoying yourself? You're the one who corrupted Grandmaster Hyun Guang, huh? Mu Jin narrows his eyes, his voice dripping with suspicion. Is this why you tried so hard to stay in Nanchang? I saw you going after that big stupid oaf with a fire in your eyes. Mu Jin considers the offer. Well, fine. If I make good use of this, he slams his foot down, making his intentions clear. It could be an opportunity to take down the Tyrant Blade faction. As the price for me turning a blind eye to this, you'll pay for what we have here. Mu Jin continues, explaining the situation. More liquor bottles that were ordered so, Ryu Jiguang, the Heavenly Merchant Guild leader, he continues, told you that an underground organization has established themselves in Nanshan and have been committing atrocities, like kidnapping children and women to sell them off. Mu Jin takes a drink and continues, you then disguised yourself and ordered food here so you could gather information on them. Is that it? Yes, that's right. Mu Jin finishes his drink. I see. The name of that group is the Tyrant Blade faction. I want to drink liquor too. If what you're saying is the truth, then. Mu Jin smirks, anticipating a good fight. I'll get to exercise my body for the first time in a long while. Yeah, ones who are watching us seem to be the Twin Blade faction. Below, two figures cloaked in black observe the scene from the forest. Mu Jin muses over their inaction. What's strange is, even though they detected my energy, they did nothing at all. So since they did nothing, even after seeing my anti-demon Buddha energy, they must still be sane. Mu Jin shouts, startling Ryu Jiguang. A waiter nervously peeks through the door. Yes, sir. Ryu Jiguang stares in disbelief at Mu Jin holding a silver ingot. That's my silver niang. I only took them out for a bit. When did he take one? Mu Jin looks at Ryu Jiguang expectantly, holding out the silver. Do you know anything about that group known as the Tyrant Blade faction? If you know anything, tell me and I'll give you one more of these. Mu Jin is on the hunt for the Tyrant Blade faction, but it seems Ryu Jiguang doesn't recognize the name. What he does know about is the Black Death faction. Ryu Jiguang continues, I've never heard of the Tyrant Blade faction, Black Death faction, but there's a notorious underworld group in Nanchang. Explains that. They're known as the Black Death faction. They've been around for a long time, Black Death faction, so they probably deal in everything shady. Ryu Jiguang is confident in his assessment. I think they could be the Tyrant Blade faction you're looking for. This isn't them. Mu Jin scoffs at the suggestion. The Tyrant Blade faction isn't weak like a group of street thugs. They're even weaker than the guy I fought yesterday, Kong Jiowan. Suddenly, someone's had enough of Mu Jin's backtalk and delivers a swift slap to the face. Oi, asshole! Mu Jin pins Ryu Jiguang to the ground. I doubt you know the Tyrant Blade faction. I can't slap you a second time. But do you know of any quickly rising underworld groups that could threaten your position here? Or any groups that are bringing in outside forces? Mu Jin's eyes glow red with murderous intent. If I don't hear an answer I like, I'll boil you alive. Ryu Jiguang trembles in fear. There's a place where we saw several unfamiliar faces recently. A lot of people go in, but almost none come out, so we never dared to mess with that place recklessly. Ryu Jiguang begs for mercy. Do you know its location? I'll tell you everything. Please spare me. Mu Jin and Ryu Jiguang stare intensely in the direction of the new lead. We found them. Ryu Jiguang suggests a more cautious approach. I think it'd be dangerous for the two of us to go alone. Let's contact the rest of the monks and go all together. Ryu Jiguang suggests calling for reinforcements, but Mu Jin dismisses the idea. Huh, you want to call for reinforcements? I don't think there's a need for that though. Mu Jin confidently declares that his own men are sufficient. I think my guys are good enough already. Ryu Jiguang realizes the presences he sensed were not enemies, but the Demon Extermination Squad. The presences I felt were from the Demon Extermination Squad? When did they start following us? Mu Jin explains that they appear wherever he is, or wherever the stench of the demonic cult lingers. They'll appear wherever I am or the stench of the demonic cult is. Well, that means the higher-ups didn't just call for me to be here. They're really obsessed with me. Mu Jin, eyes glowing with determination, orders the Demon Extermination Squad to move out. All of you heard, right? Demon Extermination Squad, move out. The Tyrant Blade faction, an unorthodox group from the Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, is known for being extremely cruel and vicious. This villain organization, funded by the Heavenly Merchant Guild, engages in illegal activities such as drug smuggling and human trafficking, choosing remote, secret locations within villages to avoid detection through kidnapping, imprisonment, and trafficking. Someone asks, you failed? A subordinate confirms the failure. Yes, unfortunately, on your orders, we tried to make use of the sects in this area to drive out the Shaolin disciples, but the monk known as the Blessed Monk got in our way, and we failed to drive them out. The leader is furious. You failed because of a young monk? This is why I hate the way the Orthodox faction does things. Those hypocrites can't even pull their own weight. The subordinate worries. But will this be okay? If Hai Guan, the demon exterminator, is really with the Blessed Monk, the leader of the Tyrant Blade faction is unconcerned about the arrival of the demon exterminator. So what? He scoffs. Do you think I'll lose? The Tyrant Blade faction leader grins, seemingly excited by the prospect of a challenge. Well, I guess he has killed a lot of people. Aren't you curious as well? Continues, a dark amusement in his eyes. If the demon exterminator and I, the Tyrant Blade faction leader, fought at full force, then who would win? Suddenly, the perspective shifts to a man in a wide-brimmed hat walking along a stone wall. He pauses, looking off-panel. What's that sound? Man in the wide-brimmed hat is puzzled by the sensation. Huh! It's getting hotter now. Wait, on closer look, those are palm-shaped? Suddenly, a roll-eyed divine palm strike slams into the building. The Tyrant Blade faction realizes the situation. An enemy ambush? Enemy ambush from the east? Get everyone out here. Another member of the Tyrant Blade faction is caught off guard. Over the other side too, Monk Biob gang has arrived, shirtless and ready to rumble. They're all baldies. The intruders are from the Shaolin Temple. Stop making a big fuss. That wasn't enough to kill you. Ambush from both the east and the west at the same time. Attacker's foot slams down on the face of a fallen enemy. We're coming in from the front too. Mu Jin leaps into action, polearm in hand, scolding his team. You should check all directions. You guys are so incompetent. He slams his foot into an enemy's face. I get your standards now. Mu Jin, now wearing a prisoner's uniform, stands before a gate, a look of grim determination on his face. Unorthodox martial artists that have been tormenting the world, today marks the end of your atrocities. Mu Jin orders the Demon Extermination Squad to attack. Demon Extermination Squad, move out. Amitba. The Demon Extermination Squad overwhelmed the Tyrant Blade faction. Mu Jin realizes something about his allies. I didn't notice till now, but the older monks are damn strong. The Demon Extermination Squad is making short work of the Tyrant Blade faction. They're all just going around and making quick work of the villains. Is this the power of the Shaolin Temple, the world's strongest guiding light? One of the monks calls out to Mu Jin, telling him that Monk Haiguan has gone on ahead. Mu Jin, Monk Haiguan went on ahead. Leave this place to us and catch up to him. Mu Jin agrees, sensing a powerful clash of energies in the distance. All right. I can sense incredible energies clashing ahead. He rushes towards the source of the commotion. He finds Monk Haiguan. Monk Haiguan, are you all right? There were more enemies than expected. Mu Jin narrows his eyes, a grim expression settling on his face. The battle between Monk Haiguan and a mysterious figure reaches a fever pitch, with devastating blows shaking the very earth. What? This is insane. The sheer power on display leaves one of the monks in awe. I've never seen such an insane fight. To think the enemy is strong enough to fight on par with Monk Haiguan. Another monk declares, that man must be the Tyrant Blade faction leader. The Tyrant Blade faction leader slams his weapon down with enough force to shatter the ground beneath him. Seeing an opening, Monk Haiguan retaliates with a sweeping strike of his staff. All members of the Demon Extermination Squad. He orders the rest of the Demon Extermination Squad to begin their search of the compound. Start searching within the compound. The man with the ponytail orders his forces to save everyone imprisoned here. He continues, search every corner thoroughly and find anything that could be used as evidence against them. The command is given and the forces of the Demon Extermination Squad clash with the Tyrant Blade faction. Meanwhile, a foot clad in a simple shoe stomps down, presumably to trigger some mechanism. Looking up from below, the man with the ponytail prepares to strike a descending foe with his spiked club. Spiked club collides with a resounding crash. The force of the collision sends debris flying in all directions. The ponytail man is sent crashing to the ground, but he seems to be enjoying himself. This is so much fun. You're just as strong as the rumors say. One of the subordinates watches the fight with concern. He's enjoying this situation? Should I attack with Monk Haiguan right now? Mu Jin, still sitting amidst the rubble, strokes his chin thoughtfully. He's this strong. Huh? The ponytail man's second-in-command clenches his fist. My decision to get reinforcements was correct. I thought this was just a group with nothing but weaklings. Ponytail man sits up, brushing himself off. It's such an honor to be recognized by someone as reputable as you. That's not a good thing. Mu Jin, still amidst the rubble, reflects on his past battles. All the villains I've acknowledged are just hoping I'll join them in hell soon. The ponytail man's weapon lies broken on the ground. Haha, your weapon is already destroyed. How long do you intend to keep up the tough act for? Tough act, huh? Mu Jin gathers energy into his hand. The way I send them to hell is always the same. After they make me drop my weapon, they all think they'll win. Mu Jin prepares to fight barehanded. However, don't forget this. While the situation might be slightly disadvantageous, I'm still from the Shaolin Temple. Even without that stupid stick, I can still easily kill you. The ponytail man scowls, clearly not buying it. That's a bluff. Mu Jin unleashes a powerful strike. Mu Jin's fist connects with the ponytail man, delivering an invincible anti-demon punch. The ponytail man is sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. What just hit me? What the hell is with that power? The ponytail man crashes to the ground, his spiked club falling beside him. The man with the blue stripe down his outfit is shocked, seeing his ally defeated so easily. My punches are actually much stronger. You're dead meat now. The man with the blue stripe thinks, what a crazy monk. The ponytail man is kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest. Well, not right now though. The man with the blue stripe down his outfit suddenly declares, time for a lesson, Mu Jin. What? The man with the blue stripe down his outfit smiles, grabbing Mu Jin by the shoulders. I've already weakened him enough. I'll leave the rest to you. Do whatever it takes to defeat him. Mu Jin, looking shocked, shouts, what are you talking about? The more danger there is, the more one's strength will awaken. The man with the blue stripe down his outfit shouts, "Let's go." Mu Jin is kicked off a cliff. He's suddenly throwing me off a cliff? It came out of nowhere. But Mu Jin is now facing the Tyrant Blade faction leader. The man with the ponytail and beard looks determined. This fight starts now. The Tyrant Blade faction leader shouts, "Let's go." The bearded leader of the Tyrant Blade faction looks down at Mu Jin, who is sprawled on the ground. "You're dumping the fight onto someone else in this situation?" He continues to berate the blue-striped man, who kicked Mu Jin off the cliff. "Are you saying I'm not skilled enough to fight the demon exterminator?" The Tyrant Blade faction leader prepares to attack. "While that was a pointless provocation, your intention in angering me." He leaps into the air, ready to strike Mu Jin. "Has worked." The leader raises his weapon, ready to strike. After crushing this snot-nosed brat to bits, the leader of the Tyrant Blade faction is ready to finish this, declaring, "I'll also grind you, the demon exterminator, to dust." But the blue-striped man has a different opinion. "You're mistaken about something. I'll be nice and tell you what it is. That monk over there is no ordinary snot-nosed brat." Tyrant Blade faction leader is caught off guard by the monk's sudden attack. Mu Jin pins the leader to the ground. "He's a snot-nosed dog. That feels worse than being called a." Mu Jin continues, "Brat. While it didn't have good form since the self-defense martial art technique was done in a rush, it worked out either way." Mu Jin is not letting up. "You won't be able to stand up now that I dropped you on your back. I'll render your legs useless before you get up." Mu Jin unleashes an energy-breathing technique discharge. The blue-striped man observes Mu Jin's technique. "You've used quite the strange technique. A young monk who has a symbol on his head and uses weird techniques. I see now." He puts it all together. "You are the blessed monk Mu Jin? Looks like we've got quite the lineup gathered here today." The blue-striped man orders his subordinates. "All of you, while I fight that young monk, I want you to tire out the demon exterminator as much as you can." The Tyrant Blade faction leader scoffs. "You're not gonna let me observe peacefully, eh? Well, not like it matters." The blue-striped man smirks, purple energy swirling around him. "I heard you're quite skilled in treatment techniques. Let's see if those great techniques will help you survive." Blue-striped man swings his mace, crackling with purple energy. "Though you'll probably die before you get to use any of those techniques on yourself." Meanwhile, the Tyrant Blade faction members are getting pummeled by the demon extermination squad. The Tyrant Blade faction member smirks, blue energy emanating from him. He taunts, "That's it. You're doing great, while having your left leg up dash." Mu Jin kicks out, aiming for the mace. "Neutralize the impact. I don't need you to tell me what to do." Blue-striped man grunts as the kick lands. KGH. The blue-striped man, eyes burning with purple energy, roars, "This little piece of shit." Mu Jin twists, attempting to break free from the larger man's grasp. The blue-striped man grits his teeth. Mu Jin manages to get an elbow twist lock on the blue-striped man. Elbow twist lock this bastard's using another unknown technique. The blue-striped man strains against the hold. No matter how many times you use it, it's futile. The blue-striped man throws Mu Jin away from him. "Haven't you learned this already? Such flimsy tricks won't work on me at all." Mu Jin grits his teeth, realizing that every technique he throws at the blue-striped man, he just gets right back up. How many times has this been? Every time I use a technique on him, he always gets up immediately. Mu Jin thinks that even though the blue-striped man is weakened, the difference in level is still too large. He might end up wasting his strength without landing a good hit. Even though he's currently weakened, the difference in level is still too large, huh? I might just end up wasting my strength without getting a good hit in at this rate. Mu Jin decides to fight fire with fire. Do I need to subdue him with martial arts? A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Mu Jin unleashes a flurry of blows, club barrage strikes, arhat palm strikes, and chain punches. The blue-striped man takes the hits head-on. Mu Jin lands a chain punch. The blue-striped man swings his spiked club at Mu Jin, but Mu Jin retaliates with a devastating kick aimed squarely at the groin. Groin-shattering kick. The blue-striped man reels back in agony. "You!" Mu Jin scoffs, "TSK, you sure yap a lot." Follows up with another strike. "Eat this." Mu Jin prepares to land another blow. Mu Jin's fist connects with the blue-striped man, sending him flying. Mu Jin declares, "Enough playing around." The blue-striped man, though wounded, is far from defeated. "I'll kill you now." He still has that much strength left. Mu Jin observes his opponent, recognizing the desperation in his stance. No, this is probably his final stand. The blue-striped man gathers his remaining energy for one last attack. "I'll gather every last bit of my inner energy. Invincible punch for this final attack." Mu Jin steels himself, preparing to meet the blow head-on. "Focus! I can do this." Blue-striped man is shocked that Mu Jin destroyed his club. "He destroyed my club?" He's not giving up yet. "But that won't suffice. You should have destroyed me as well." Suddenly, a voice echoes, praising Mu Jin's efforts. "You did great, Mu Jin." The blue-striped man is blindsided by a new attacker and says hi. The new attacker's punch is charged with energy. Indivictable anti-demon punch. The punch connects, sending the blue-striped man reeling from the force of the blow. The blue-striped man gets knocked back by the punch, blood spraying from his head. Shit, he crashes to the ground, defeated. Damn it. Monk who delivered the final blow smirks. You already defeated them all? They were all weaklings. Another monk pumps his fist, pleased with the victory. While this all happened abruptly, we did it, Monk Haiguan. Monk Haiguan looks up at the sky, satisfied. Indeed, great work. Tyrant Blade faction versus Mu Jin. Mu Jin wins. After the fight ended, Monk Haiguan asked me for 1 silver niang, as a reward for his hard work. He must have gone to buy more liquor for himself. What a total bully. The moment the tyrant faction leader lost his inner energy, the rest of his men all bit their tongues and committed suicide. It wasn't just because they didn't see any more plausible chances in winning. Doing it was related to some kind of rule, and they're really here. Mu Jin was right. Now that we've found the hostages, go and report this to the others. We were also able to safely rescue the trafficked victims. I handed over those who were rescued over to the demon extermination squad for them to manage. Information regarding the victims was fortunately in the ledgers, so sending them back home shouldn't be a difficult task. However, there was only information of identities that were about to be sold. In the documents and ledgers the demon extermination squad found. Talk about meticulousness. I can't believe there's not even a single letter that's related to Ryu Sealho. Mu Jin flipped through the documents, finding nothing of use. What is it? Mu Jin's eyes widened as he stared at the document in his hand. Mu Jin read the note in his hand. 2 children, 1 woman, addressed to Jaegao Hyan, looking to deal at the back door of the Jaegao clan. He recognized the name. If it's the Jaegao clan, that's one of the shadow syndicates in Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. And I thought they were only in that story. To think they're here as well. Mu Jin's face twisted in rage. They're still working with the underworld and committing all sorts of horrible atrocities. Damn it, these fucking pieces of trash. Mu Jin's face contorted in fury as he read the document. The Jaegao clan. If it's the Jaegao clan, that's one of the shadow syndicates in Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. To think they're here as well? He recalled what he knew of the clan. The Jaegao clan is one of the larger clans that are active in Nanchang. He continued his mental rundown. They are known to be exceptionally intelligent, as expected of the bloodlines of a Jaegao. With their exceptional intelligence, they created a wide variety of enchantments, war tactics, and strategies. They made use of such knowledge to constantly advance themselves and eventually made themselves known throughout the world. If the Shaolin Temple is a place that's known to possess the most ultimate arts and sacred arts, then the Murim group that does the most research on martial arts would be the Jaegao clan. However, despite having exceptionally intelligence and martial arts, they always fell behind the other clans in terms of their standing in the world. The 1,000-year Shaolin Temple, who always came out ahead of them, inevitably was seen as a thorn in their side to them. Mu Jin frowned. You could say they have a sense of rivalry with the Shaolin Temple. If I remember correctly, in the Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, the Jaegao clan was a group that only appeared for a short time and left the story shortly after. The traps created by the Jaegao clan and the other shadow syndicates were resolved by the protagonist quickly. After that, the story didn't mention what happened to the Jaegao clan, so I thought things ended on a good note. Did they come to Shaolin Chronicles and carry a more important role? They only had a minor role in the 2nd volume of the story, yet now they're trafficking humans in the 3rd volume which I'm in. Those filthy trash. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Hyun Guang sat in a room, seemingly unbothered by the unfolding events. A man in a black robe bowed before him. You called me to come here so urgently, yet then made me wait for so long? The man continued, my apologies. The treatment for the sect leader's son took quite a while. Jaegao Hyan, one of the elders of the Jaegao clan, sat surrounded by hooded figures, talking about the sect leader's son who fought with the blessed monk. The hooded figure asked, that's Kang Jioan, right? Kang Jioan, covered in bandages, stood before Jaegao Hyan, who apologized. You came a long way here, yet we were late to receive you. We sincerely apologize for that. Kang Jioan replied, it's fine, I'm not that upset. Jaegao Hyan continued, I can't believe the blessed monk beat up such a kind child so badly. Was this really done by the Shaolin Temple, which is known to be the pillar of the orthodox factions? He stammered, exactly so. Kang Jioan questioned, but we're an orthodox group, is it okay for us to act so scrupulous? Jaegao Hyan snapped, brat. This is because you lost. Jaegao Hyan loomed over Kang Jioan, who asked, so then, you called me here to ask for help? Jaegao Hyan grinned. Now we're talking. Jaegao Hyan continued his rant. That's right. We were simply trying to help the Shaolin Temple to not forget their roots. But they dared to shout at us, and asked us if there were any rules that forbid the Shaolin Temple from doing business. They even asked us to fight them if we were unsatisfied. They fought the Shaolin monk, then used some weird unseen technique on my son to turn him into this state. Just look at him. My son hurt his jaw so badly that he might not even be able to talk in the future. This is because there's no prior warning or follow-up on this matter. Grandmaster Hyun Guang scoffed. You, pathetic fools. They can't even take care of a single young monk and then dare to contact me, an elder, for help? Another member of the JL clan, speaking to Grandmaster Hyun Guang, complained, Are they truly so incapable of doing anything without my help? Look at this. His jaw bones are not even in place. Father, why am I supposed to clean up after the mess that your son has made? The scene shifts, showing members of other groups in distress. The people from the other groups are the same. Money problems, along with issues with tasks and even conflicts within groups. Nothing is being done right. Grandmaster Hyun Guang mused. They are people who tried to take over Nanchang for themselves when they're not capable of it. I was waiting for them to fight among themselves and kick each other out of the race. Grandmaster Hyun Guang realized the situation was different this time. How dare they look down on the Shaolin Temple? They used excessive force. He considered this carefully. I'll take that as the reason to chase the Shaolin Temple down, and then set up a group to take over. He planned to slowly create puppets, so that they could take over all of Nanchang. Grandmaster Hyun Guang thought back to the fight. And his son has fought with the blessed monk, right? That's good. I can find out whether our next generation is stronger or the Shaolin Temple's next generation is. I won't let such a big fish slip away. Grandmaster Hyun Guang decided to help them out. Your family has aided us and now you're under pressure. It wouldn't do for us to sit by and do nothing. Grandmaster Hyun Guang gestured to the hooded figures behind him. Our one of outstanding special squads, the Shadow Sword Squad, will be sent to help you. Go and request another fight with that monk. The member of the Jaegao clan seemed hesitant. Another fight? It'd be better if we were of similar age. If we let the have Shaolin reputation, then pull the public over to our side. Grandmaster Hyun Guang pointed a finger. This is good. I want you to fight him, Ji. The scene shifted to the Buddhist sect, where the Shaolin Temple was currently staying. The man demanded, So, you're saying that my fight with your son previously wasn't official as it was a one-sided beating, and now you want a rematch? The older man sputtered, That's right. You simply fought in the streets without seeking our permission, and with no one to judge the fight. And how dare you yawn when talking to an adult? You have no manners at all. Mu Jin replied, Didn't everyone cheer for us to start fighting previously? That's basically agreement already. How can you change your mind now? The sun hasn't even risen yet. Isn't it rude of you to visit us without sending a single letter in advance? The older man shouted, You should just accept whatever an adult tells you and apologize. Don't stray away from what we were talking about. I was already concluded as the winner last time. My son is injured so badly because of you that he can't even speak. Do you think I'll just let it go after you put him in that state? A voice cuts through the tension. Both of you, please stop there. Grandmaster Hyun Guang steps forward, addressing both parties. It's true that the fight ended one-sidedly, and it's also true that the blessed monk did injure someone very badly. The hooded figure speaks, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. If this matter escalates, wouldn't it make it harder for the clinic business that you're about to start? If rumors are spread that a physician that treats also injures others, the place I hit was his leg. Yet his jaw is broken. That's truly fascinating. Continues, laying out their offer. Which is why we're here to make a proposition to have a rematch. The hooded figure elaborates. With this fight, we'll have a clean conclusion. If we lose, then we won't bother you again. Mu Jin, his expression skeptical, retorts, You're saying this now after saying that the first fight was a one-sided beating? Why should I trust you guys and have a rematch? Mu Jin, ever the strategist, raises a valid point. How do I know you won't ask for a third match after losing again? In response, the scarred man slams a scroll onto the table with a resounding thud. He explains the document's significance. That's the memorandum written by all the martial groups. I think that should suffice as evidence. Mu Jin, however, remains unconvinced and annoyed. We want a rematch. Stop bothering me. It's only been a few days since I fought the Tyrant Blade faction. I'm still recovering from that. A disembodied voice echoes, offering a counterpoint. How about just agreeing to their request? Scarred man's face contorts in anger, as he leans in close to Mu Jin. Or are you acting like that because you're scared you might lose? Suddenly, a frequency transmission crackles through the air. Whoa, what the hell? Mu Jin recognizes the technique. Was that the frequency transmission technique? That must be it. From atop the building, Monk Haiguan waves. Monk Haiguan. Hey, it felt like he whispered directly into my ear. I felt pretty gross. The scarred man's face is shadowed with displeasure. Well, it's natural you'd feel scared since your opponent looks strong. He thinks that this damaged his pride. The scarred man relents. Well, alright then. I accept your request. Did that damage your pride? Like hell that's the case. Do you think I'd be scared of fighting someone like that? This will end cleanly as promised. Meanwhile, the hooded figure watches. Mu Jin studies the scarred man's face. I doubt you'll feel better if you go into the fight like that. Want me to say something to make you feel better? The hooded figure glows with energy. From what I can see, That person's energy flow. Mu Jin recognizes the group approaching. Looks like it could be someone from the Jaegao clan. That group who call themselves our rival on their own. Mu Jin smirks, eager for a fight. Oh? This is great, since they came looking for me themselves. Mu Jin observes the approaching group, ready to test their strength. This is a good chance to see just how strong they are. Mu Jin addresses the hooded figure. It'd be better if you removed that veil. I don't want you to make an excuse saying that it got in your way while fighting. The hooded figure agrees to remove their veil. Alright then. The veil is pulled back, revealing the figure's face. The elders behind Mu Jin look on with concern as Jaegao Ji-hee reveals herself, her fan at the ready. Jaegao Ji-hee begins to speak. I'll be serious. While I understand how you might be upset, she continues, please refrain from speaking casually to me. Jaegao Ji-hee, Jaegao Clan Shadow Sword Squad member, Patriarch's granddaughter. Mu Jin is shocked. The rematch will. She's a woman? Jaegao Ji-hee doesn't wait for Mu Jin to finish his thought, and immediately attacks. Start now. Mu Jin is surprised by her speed. How is she so fast? At this rate I'll get slashed. Mu Jin knows he has to defend himself, and fast. I must cover myself with Iron Guard. He barely manages to raise his arms in time to block Jaegao Ji-hee's lightning-fast attack. Mu Jin is caught off guard by the sheer force behind her strike. The hell? Mu Jin is thrown back by Jaegao Ji-hee's attack. The hell? She's so damn strong. Jaegao Ji-hee stands poised with her fan, radiating confidence. Oh, Mu Jin, take a good look at her. Isn't she a great beauty? Mu Jin grits his teeth, struggling to keep up with her speed. While she might look thin, she's still far more skilled than you are. What am I supposed to do then? The voice in his head booms with encouragement. I'm telling you to give it your very best. The fight intensifies, the crowd scattering as Mu Jin and Jaegao Ji-hee clash. Mu Jin is astonished by her unconventional fighting style. I've never seen anyone try to use a fan as blades. The voice in his head continues, I'll tell you a method that you can use to defeat her. The voice in Mu Jin's head urges him to get closer to Jaegao Ji-hee. Stick close to her like a playboy would. Very, very closely. Are you kidding me right now? Mu Jin launches his attack. For now, he begins his combination attack. I'll use combination techniques. Spiral kick. Mu Jin follows up with another attack. Swift whirlwind sweep. Mu Jin's eyes widen in disbelief. Jaegao Ji-hee effortlessly blocks the attack with her fan. She blocked that? Mu Jin's combination attack slams into Jaegao Ji-hee, but she blocks it with ease. She smirks. Jaegao Ji-hee flips backwards, gaining distance. She prepares her next attack. Fan art soaring stride. Energy blades rain down. Jaegao Ji-hee unleashes her fatal wind slash. Yua! Mu Jin is blown away. I can't believe she's launching wind slashes with a fan? How is that even possible? He watches Jaegao Ji-hee twirl, her fan a blur of motion. She's good at using the sword, shield, and even hidden weapons. Just as Monk Haiguan had mentioned, she's definitely more skilled in martial arts than me. Mu Jin grits his teeth, analyzing the situation. The only fortunate thing is that I was able to push her away quite a distance with that kick, which means I can still overpower when it comes to brute strength. Recalls his previous fight. And as compared to fighting the Tyrant Blade faction leader, she's a way easier opponent. He steels himself. Maybe I should try Monk Haiguan's suggestion. Mu Jin launches himself forward, determined to close the distance. I'll stick close to her. He analyzes his previous mistakes, realizing he was initially thrown off balance by her unfamiliar weapon. I was a little flustered at the start in close combat because she used an unfamiliar weapon, but I know how I can deal with that now. His plan is simple. Shut down her wind slashes. I'll start by disabling her ability to launch those wind slashes. Jaegao Ji-hee watches him warily, floating in the air. What is he doing? She is surprised by his reckless charge. He's just recklessly charging towards me? Mu Jin continues his relentless advance, taunting her. How long do you intend on looking high and mighty by attacking from above? Does the air above taste that good? Mu Jin's hand, glowing with red energy, latches onto her ankle. Gotcha! He pulls Jaegao Ji-hee down towards him. Come with me. Time to fight on the ground. Mu Jin slams Jaegao Ji-hee into the ground. Get down here! Jaegao Ji-hee coughs up blood from the impact. She looks up in shock as Mu Jin smiles down at her. Mu Jin looms over her. Where are you going? Mu Jin, energized by his red aura, throws a punch while declaring, I won't let you go. Jaegao Ji-hee defends herself with a fan. Jaegao Ji-hee's eyes widen, and she thinks, what's with him? Why is he sticking so close to me? Mu Jin's face is determined as he continues his assault. Jaegao Ji-hee analyzes the situation, thinking, in the close quarter fight earlier I definitely had the upper hand though. Did he see through my movements? Or does he have some other objective? Mu Jin's grip tightens as he declares, Gotcha! Come with me. I won't let you go. Jaegao Ji-hee is shocked by his strength and tenacity, thinking, the hell he's so damn strong. Such a fearsome tenacity. Jaegao Ji-hee struggles to fend him off. I've never had anyone coming at me this fiercely before. What the hell is with this monk? Mu Jin sees an opening and prepares to strike. He grabs Jae-gal Jinhee's head. She looks up at him, a bead of sweat rolling down her face. Jae-gal Jinhee is caught off guard. What? What is it? What are you trying to do? Mu Jin smiles, a sinister glint in his eyes. Mu Jin and Jae-gal Jinhee's foreheads collide. Mu Jin stands over the fallen Jae-gal Jinhee, his face contorted in a furious grimace. He addresses the onlookers. All of you saw that, right? The ex-bodybuilder's expression shifts to a sinister grin. I won again this time. So, don't create any more trouble after this. The Jae-gal clan members look on in disbelief. This can't be. The Jae-gal clan lost again to the Shaolin Temple? One of the elders is beside himself with rage. How are we losing to them every single time? Sky is the limit, or so they thought. Every single time. That was how the rematch concluded. After that, the martial groups of Nanchang stopped interfering in the affairs of the clinic, because Shaolin's victory was indisputable, and because they had all signed the memorandum. The Jae-gal clan, which requested the fight, even helped in the clinic's business, saying things like, they seem to have misjudged how they should be treating Shaolin and all. They also cut off their ties with the low-ranking martial groups and said they're in the process of reorganization. But that's none of my business. Mu Jin listens to the Jae-gal clan's explanation. It looks like they're just trying to restore their reputation by working with us, but it doesn't change the fact that they're involved in human trafficking. I'll accept their help for now, but I won't be opening up my heart to them. That was how the Nanchang branch, which couldn't open due to various interferences and troublemakers, was able to finally prepare for our opening. Mu Jin wipes the sweat from his brow, already thinking ahead. The restoration of buildings in poor condition and cleaning have been completed. When the treatment tools along with a few other equipment arrive, we could open up the clinic immediately. Let's prepare to open the clinic. Mu Jin, along with another monk, are excited about their progress. Finally, in just a month upon arriving in Nanchang, Mu Jin exclaims, the clinic is about to open. Meanwhile, a woman peeks through a doorway, watching Mu Jin. She smiles, thinking, found him. That's my. She finishes her thought, blessed monk. The woman embraces Mu Jin tightly, thinking, she's so damn strong. You are very strong. Gotcha. I've got you in my arms, she declares. I won't let you go. I won't ever let you go. Clinging to Mu Jin, the woman says, come with me. Let's go away together. Time to fight on the ground. If I'm with you, I'll gladly get dirty on the ground. She beams with hearts floating around her. Mu Jin, shirtless, stretches his back, unaware of the effect he's having. He was basically publicly confessing to me. My back hurts. Wow, he's both strong and hardworking. She wonders, should I try and talk to him again? Then, someone calls out, the young lady over there. The woman is confronted by someone who demands, we're very busy right now, as you can see. What are you here for? She retorts, how dare you talk to me? Begone from my sight. She seems to recognize who she's talking to. Huh, wait, are you that famous? Another man appears, explaining, and so, I brought her in after that. She said she has some business with you. Meanwhile, further away, Mu Jin is shirtless, carrying a heavy wooden crate, while Monk Biab Gang looks on. Woman exclaims, why did you bring her back here? We're so busy right now, and I'm not wearing any clothes. I wanted to make you uncomfortable, Kiki. She then stammers, sorry for coming to find you. No, that's not what I meant. The woman, flustered, exclaims, I'm sorry for looking like this. I only took my clothes off because there were only men here. I'll get changed quickly. Not at all, it's okay. It'd be fine even if you weren't wearing any clothes at all. She studies Mu Jin intently. At first, I was fascinated by his rock-hard body. But on a closer look, I get it now. She sees the scars and bruises covering his back. That strong body is the result of numerous fights. That's the source of his experience. She reflects on her own training. I spent a lot of time learning martial arts for my clan, but I neglected the cultivation of my mind because I only focused on martial arts. She realizes, this is what it means to be a frog in the well. Finally, she turns to Mu Jin. Blessed monk, what do you think of me? Mu Jin considers her question. What do I think of you? No, not me, my martial arts. Mu Jin replies, oh, your martial arts, honestly. I was overwhelmed after seeing you give your best and using various techniques. I think that if we're talking only about your level of martial arts, you're definitely way better than me. She absorbs his words. Only martial arts? That means I'm still lacking experience in real fights. Mu Jin disagrees. That's not necessarily so. Mu Jin continues. One could think of it as a lack of experience in a real fight, but your ability to think on your feet and adapt is quite exceptional. You were able to tear apart most of my techniques using various methods, didn't you? The woman is flustered by his praise. That instinct of yours and martial arts are much better than mine, so I'm in no position to comment much on it. She thinks to herself, he praised me. Mu Jin observes the woman in the blue dress. She looked depressed a while ago, and now she's all smiley. He thinks to himself, She's actually honest about how she feels, even though that wasn't my first impression. But why didn't someone as skilled as her appear in the novel? If I remember correctly, in the novel, Dark Moon Tyrant Chronicles, the Jaegao clan was described to be one of the world's shadow syndicates, just like the Heavenly Merchant Guild. Did something happen before they became a shadow syndicate? I'll have to work harder then. Or could she be an original character from the Shaolin Chronicles? That means I'm still lacking experience in real fights. Or could she have died an unnatural death? Mu Jin waves his hands dismissively. But that really doesn't mean you should go looking for trouble in order to gain experience in actual combat. The world of Murim is a place where you could die anytime, after all. Mu Jin's words catch the woman in the blue dress off guard. You shouldn't do anything reckless just to gain experience. Is he showing concern for me right now? She tries to play it cool, but she's clearly flustered. I'm not so weak that I need you to be worried about me. I'm so happy what she says and how she's behaving seem different. Mu Jin smirks to himself, seeing an opportunity. This is great though, since I got closer to someone from the Jaegao clan. Using this relationship I can use to figure out the movements of the Jaegao clan from time to time. He turns to her, a serious expression on his face. Was that the reason you came looking for me today? You wanted to know why you were defeated and how you can become stronger. I have quite a lot of work to do right now, so I can't spar with you frequently. Mu Jin continues, hoping to secure a training partner. But I really like your passion for martial arts. If you're okay with it, would you like to spar with me while I stay in this place? It's a little lonely training by myself every time. The woman in the blue dress is taken aback by Mu Jin's forwardness. Wait, I really like you. Please be with me. The woman in the blue dress is overjoyed by Mu Jin's offer. I want to do it. I will do it. I must do it. Mu Jin notes to himself. That's such an interesting reaction. Mu Jin continued, in return for that, I'll teach you some muscle lengthening techniques. That's something that I created. The woman in the blue dress replies, okay, I love the idea. That marked the end of the conflict between the Nanchang martial groups and the Jaegao clan. After that, Mu Jin helped Jaegao Jinhee with her training. She asks, am I doing this correctly? Mu Jin responds, that's good. Lie back down slowly. Mu Jin observes, she's quite flexible and her body is also trained to a certain extent, so she faced no difficulties. You need to bring your head in and lose your abdomen. And when you lie back down your body should be completely flat on the ground. However, Jaegao Jinhee thinks to herself, I'm training with the blessed monk. Ah, he's so clever. He's so friendly. Mu Jin notices, there are times she can't seem to focus because she seems to be thinking about something. I can only hope she finds a solution to her problem. Meanwhile, everyone at the body treatment second clinic was working very hard as well. It received a great response in Dengfeng County. It'll be the same in Nanshan too. Mu Jin stood with the others. Both the commoners and the wealthy seemed to like it. I'll be counting on you for the treatment today. Amitba. He thought to himself, fortunately, with this I think Shaolin will have lesser financial problems, though. Mu Jin addressed the group. As you know, we can't be here in person forever. You need to keep up the current standards even when we're not here. One of the monks replied, yes, I understand. I'll spend more time training in the treatment techniques from Toda onwards. But how are we supposed to do the electricity treatment and heat treatment by ourselves? Mu Jin reassured him, you don't have to worry about that. We'll teach you the cultivation method and technique that'll be used in the treatments, so you'll have no problems performing those yourself. It won't be the ultimate martial arts of Shaolin though. It'll be a cultivation method that's of a lower grade. Mu Jin explained, Monk Biab Gang will help with the electricity treatment. Monk Biab Y will help with the heat treatment. Mu Jin struck a balance of things somehow, but he couldn't be satisfied with the current state of things. He wondered, is it okay for me to keep living like this? I haven't gathered any intel on Ryu Xiaoho, which was the reason I came here. He admitted to himself, actually, I have a lot of doubts about him, but I don't have any evidence to prove my doubts. Ha! I never expected him to be someone so thorough and meticulous. Mu Jin looked up at the night sky. I can't just stay here either. This is driving me nuts. What do I do? Mu Jin wasn't the only one facing a situation that wasn't going well for him. Elsewhere, someone was clearly not having a good day. Those bastards. Damn it! Someone was clearly not having a good day. They couldn't drive away the likes of Mir Shaolin and instead foiled our plans? There's no one who can do anything properly around here. The hooded figure's frustration grew. The other martial groups tried to interfere but failed, and the Tyrant Blade faction was destroyed as well. The Jaegao clan has failed to be of help as well. He slammed his fist down on the table, scattering ink and papers. It's as if Shaolin was moving because they noticed something. We need to follow them closely. Find out where the intel leak is. The man's face contorted in rage as he considered the implications. What are you trying to say? Are you saying they knew our plans from the start, and came to Nanchang to stop us? His eyes narrowed, blood trickling from a wound on his forehead. At this rate, I won't be able to catch up to the achievements of Ryu. The merchants and then the merchant guild will be out of my grasp too. Is there really no way to drive those bloody monks out? He clenched his fist, knuckles white with anger. A letter had arrived from the main merchant guild, and the hooded figure seemed annoyed by it. What? What's so important about that right now? This is the solution. The letter was handed over. There's always a way to survive even when falling off a cliff. The hooded man unfolded the letter, his expression unreadable behind the mask. He seemed to consider the information carefully. Yes, we were told that in the other branches within Nanchang, there'll be places that are connected to that place like us. A sinister smile spread across his face. Indeed. Good, gather them all here. The hooded figure turned to the scarred man. People say getting old makes your heart weak. I guess the current merchant guild leader can no longer fulfill his role anymore. The hooded figure read the letter, and his irritation seemed to grow with each line. He's already so old, yet he's decided to host the 70th birthday celebration. The hooded figure received a letter from Ryuji Guang, the Heavenly Merchant Guild leader. The letter expressed gratitude for their help and hoped for a continued great relationship moving forward. The primary reason for the letter was to inform them that Ryuji Guang's mother, Yungehi, would soon have a birthday, and they would be hosting a celebration for it. The invitation was only sent to their most trusted friends, with the hope that through the celebration, their friendship could become even stronger. The letter continued, explaining that all of Ryuji Guang's family members would be attending, and they would love for the recipient to join them if possible, and that the date of the celebration would be. Mu Jin, reading the letter, thought to himself, the storyline that comes after this is obvious. Mu Jin realized that after everyone who joins the celebration is killed, Ryuseho will then take over the Heavenly Merchant Guild. Mu Jin hadn't been expecting Ryuseho to get a chance to take over the Merchant Guild in this manner, and he knew he wouldn't be able to do much when the Heavenly Merchant Guild became corrupted. So he decided that he must prevent this tragedy. Fortunately, Mu Jin had already done most of what he could in Nanchang, so he ought to prepare to go back to the Dangfeng County. He told Jagal Jihe that he'd completed 2 rounds of push-ups, and would now rest 15 minutes, then do 3 more rounds. Yes, that's right. You remembered it correctly. Jagal Jihe asked how the muscle strengthening technique was going. Mu Jin responded that it stimulated the growth of his body, and he stopped having distracting thoughts while doing it. It worked perfectly for training both his mind and body. Mu Jin, ever the enthusiastic instructor, gives a thumbs up. That's one of the huge benefits of the muscle lengthening technique. I'm certain you'll come to like it. The woman looks down, seemingly flattered. I've really never seen anyone show such good results after only doing it for 1 month before. You're truly amazing. Mu Jin grins, his work here seemingly done. I don't think there's any more for me to teach you. Ha ha ha. Then asks, you said you'll be leaving soon, right? She confirms his question. Yes. Mu Jin looks down, a shadow crossing his face. My elder says there's nothing for us to do in Nanchang anymore. Well, I did destroy all of the work that they built up in Nanchang so far. He looks back at her, a question in his eyes. I have something to tell you. Did she realize that I'm the one behind all that? Jagal Jihe, face flushed, declares, I'll become even stronger and come back here. So please duel with me again at that time. Mu Jin, seated, looks up at her. She continues, I'm glad that you're now requesting to duel with me as a goal now and not as a target. Mu Jin smiles warmly. I too will become stronger and wait for you. I look forward to the day that we meet again. As they clasp hands, Jagal Jihe thinks to herself, I'll wait for you. I look forward to meeting you again. Her holding my hand, while saying such things, isn't he basically asking me to marry him? Even Monk Mu Jin. And so, the Jagal clan left Jiangxi. While she was quite sad that they would need to be apart, they had now promised to meet again, which she had as a goal to become stronger for. Jagal Jin, he looked very hopeful and cheerful. I'll be back. Mu Jin, standing with his back to the viewer, asks, since we've done everything we need to here, shall we prepare to return? I still have some things to hand over. Once that's done, I intend to visit the Heavenly Merchant Guild immediately. The monk responds, I see. You've done great for the last 5 months. Mu Jin turns to the monk and says, I will first go back to Shaolin with the others then. I can't leave you alone, so I'll leave 1 or 2 of them with you, alright? I wonder if my friends and Grandpa are doing well. The monk asks, oh, right, any news on Grandpa's condition? About Grandmaster Hyun Wang? The monk notes, he's so healthy that he's basically flying all over the place. He does the muscle lengthening technique by himself, and has also gained a lot of weight due to eating an oily diet. He continues, it's to the point where it's almost like he had never been weak or malnourished before. I'm glad that he's gotten so much better. The monk wonders if he's flying all around the place. That means he's completely recovered, doesn't it? He thinks to himself, there was a time in his life that he was skilled enough to be called the world's strongest talent. If he comes to the banquet right now, he'd definitely be a great fighting force. Someone asks, can I ask you for a favor? The other replies, what is it? The first speaker requests, if you arrive first at the Shaolin Temple, can you please pass this letter to Grandpa? Monk Biab Gang asks for a favor, explaining, I won't be there able to go myself, so I need your help on this. I have a feeling that something terrible is about to happen. He hands over a letter. Once Grandpa reads that, he'll understand what's going on. A few days later, at Grandmaster Hyun Guang's residence in the Shaolin Temple, Biab Gang interrupts the Grandmaster's muscle-lengthening routine, apologizing for the intrusion. Hyun Guang waves it off, holding the letter. It's fine. Mu Jin sent me a letter. The muscle-lengthening technique isn't important now. Hyun Guang reads the letter. Ho ho ho, I see. What's the matter? Biab Gang explains. Mu Jin said he's heading immediately to the Heavenly Merchant Guild? Yes, instead of dropping by the Shaolin Temple, he's going straight there. Grandmaster Hyun Guang strokes his beard, deciding, seems I'll be attending the banquet as well. Right, I'll just meet him there. He stares into the palm of his hand, a small flame flickering there. It's been a while since I've seen him. I'm looking forward to it. He glances at his status. Hyun Guang's height is 166 centimeters, and his weight is 53 kilograms, a 10 kilograms increase. His energy is unable to be estimated. Hyun Guang looks off into the distance, chuckling to himself. He probably grew much stronger since then, right? Haha, he did gain a lot of muscles, Grandmaster Hyun Guang. Grandpa must have received the letter by now, right? Mu Jin stands with a monk, who smiles at him. He tells the monk, I need to go quickly and get prepared. Thank you so much for everything you've done. Mu Jin walks away from the monks, carrying a box. Although I'm leaving, I'll still drop by to visit from time to time. Thank you for being such a great help while I've been here. One of the monks replies, not at all. We really enjoyed helping you. Monk continues, you stopped the tyranny of the martial art groups in this area, destroyed a shadow organization, and we were also able to help a lot of people with the techniques you've taught us. Every single moment was enjoyable. Monk Biab Gang yawns widely, as another monk tells Mu Jin, it was really eventful, and we thoroughly enjoyed our time with you all. The Buddhist sect shall inherit the will you have brought us. The monks waved goodbye to Mu Jin, telling him, please continue to work hard to help the masses even after you leave this place. Thank you. We'll miss you. Mu Jin smiles, responding, I'll see you again. Amitabha. As Mu Jin travels away from the monastery, one of the monks on the roof reflects, there wasn't anyone strong, but it was quite an interesting place. Mu Jin's expression hardens, knowing they had to leave Nanchang abruptly in order to stop Ryu Sealho. Thank you, Nanchang. They had to leave Nanchang abruptly in order to stop Ryu Sealho. But the sun burned bright on their way back as to tell them that there's nothing to worry about. Mu Jin also put measures in place in case of any unexpected incidents. If Grandpa, I must reduce the number of victims as much as possible. If he has recovered his strength completely, the bald monk Biab Gang is clearly unamused. Damn brat. Let me sleep. Mu Jin's party that traveled for 3 days straight had then arrived at Dengfeng County. Mu Jin went straight to the Heavenly Merchant Guild. Yun Gehe's birthday banquet day. Welcome, Monk Mu Jin. It seems like your body has gotten even bigger since we last met. Mu Jin is greeted warmly. I simply haven't slacked off on my training. You're still the same as usual. Thank you for coming to my mother's birthday banquet. He is urged to come inside, because Grandmaster Hyun Guang is waiting for him. Come in quickly, Monk Hyun Guang is waiting for you. Huh? He's already here? Mu Jin considers the situation. He realizes that this gathering could be a prime opportunity for Ryu Sealho to eliminate everyone connected to the Heavenly Merchant Guild. All the people gathered here have a certain level of relations with the Heavenly Merchant Guild, huh? This is definitely a chance for Ryu Sealho to get rid of all of them in one go. Mu Jin knows he must prevent any bloodshed. I must stop any bloodshed. Oh, is that you, Mu Jin? He's shocked to see Grandmaster Hyun Guang looking so healthy. Gee, Grandpa? You look so healthy that I almost didn't recognize you. Mu Jin is welcomed by Grandmaster Hyun Guang, who says, that's thanks to the assistance of the many people who've helped me. It's been a while, madam. Monk Mu Jin, welcome. Mu Jin smiles, his muscles practically bursting out of his monk's robes. I guess a lot of things have happened since we last met. You look like you've gotten even stronger, as well. Well, quite a few things did happen. Grandmaster Hyun Guang beams at Mu Jin. Seeing how he and Sealwa have grown so much, I'm really happy to see that. Young people do have unlimited potential, after all. Mu Jin tilts his head, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Did something happen to Lady Sealwa? Hyun Guang chuckles, ho ho, something big did happen dash. The scene shifts to a room where Sealwa sits, a hand gently covering her eyes. Back in the main hall, a woman asks, gosh, today's the elder's birthday, but you seem more excited than her. Is something good happening? A woman muses, today's the day he come back. Someone asks who she means. But the scene cuts to a man with a shaved head and a wide grin. You've got to continue working hard while I'm gone. The woman from before, Ryu Sealwa, looks nervous as she replies, I'll be checking to see if your skills have improved once I'm back, so brace yourself. I won't go easy on you. Understand? She makes a pinky promise. Okay, Ryu Seowa thinks to herself, Monk Mu-jin, the promise we made back then. She smiles, now noticeably thinner. I've kept to it. Ryu Seowa succeeded in losing 17 kilograms. Mu-jin stares in disbelief. Lady Seowa? Is that really you? He's stunned by Ryu Seowa's transformation. You've changed so much that I wouldn't recognize you. You're like a completely different person. You really worked very hard while I was gone. Ryu Seowa smiles, clearly pleased. This is all thanks to you teaching me well before you left. Even so, you were determined and had put in all that hard work. Mu-jin stammers, flustered. I'm worried that the men within the Dengfeng County will get their hearts broken. That. Ryu Seowa looks at him expectantly. That's all you have to say. Blessed, what do you think? Mu-jin is clearly flustered. What? I already said you've changed so much that I can't recognize you, didn't I? Lady Seowa, you're wearing such pretty clothes and even put on makeup. Is there a reason you dolled yourself up today? Mu-jin stammers. It's because today's the 70th birthday banquet for Grandma. He nervously continues. I know it's the elder's birthday, but is there a need for you to doll up this nicely? Is this the timing to tell her that? Others might think you're the one having the birthday today. Stop. Mu-jin continues, Lady Seowa, since we last met, you've become so. Before he can finish the compliment, someone calls out, Monk Mu-jin, can you come help me out a little? Mu-jin smiles, relieved at the interruption. I'll go help out for a little bit. Ryu Seowa is left with her friend. An internal monologue surfaces. That was so close, Lady Seowa. I hate Grandma. The birthday banquet for Yun Gehe's grandmother was in full swing, the night air filled with laughter and music. Elegant dancers entertained the crowd, while distinguished guests mingled and celebrated. Mu-jin checked out the attendees as he helped out with the banquet. He didn't know who could be dangerous, so he tried to remember as many faces as he could. It took quite a while to check through everyone since there were so many people. He once again felt just how well connected the Heavenly Merchant Guild, one of the 5 greatest merchant guilds, is. It'd be great if nothing happens. I really hope no bloodshed occurs, since the strongest person in this world is here. As the birthday banquet continued, one guest wondered, where did Monk Mu-jin go? Looks like he's still at the latrine. Another replied, I wanted to hear him talk about his trip to Nanchangville. Let's hear it from him together when he comes back. Meanwhile, Ryu Xiaoliang noticed the Heavenly Merchant Guild leader's eldest son's worried expression. What are you so worried about? I can see it all over your face. Ah, Ryu Jiguang's eldest son waved it off, saying it's nothing, Xiaoliang. I was just thinking about work. It's okay to rest a little on a joyous day like this, isn't it? Ryu Xiaoliang then noticed an unfamiliar face. Who is the old monk that's sitting with grandmother? Oh, I heard from father. That's Monk Hyunguang, the one who was called the greatest talent in the world and the Shaolin divine monk in the past. In the past? Not anymore? He lost all his martial arts in the past while trying to protect the Shaolin temple from the demonic cultists, and became crippled after that. They say he's just a normal old monk now. Ryu Jiguang's eldest son spoke. Well, fate brought them together, and he became a friend of grandmother. We're thankful to him either way. He then turned away, saying, I'll go talk to the rest of our guests. Don't smoke so much tobacco. The man he addressed watched him leave, a strange expression on his face. I've never smelled this kind of tobacco before though. Is it a new product? He frowned, sensing something was off. Something feels unpleasant about it. Meanwhile, Ryu Jiguang's eldest son thought to himself, there are no problems with our plan. Next Merchant Guild leader. The man with the strange tobacco was still watching him. Also, that's a special product, so please refrain from smoking it when others are around. Ryu Jiguang's eldest son is shocked. Inner Administrator GM Pyoga? What are you saying so suddenly? GM Pyoga's face twists in a sinister grin. I see. You're also connected to that place. GM Pyoga stands silhouetted against a blood-red background. To think you, who served in this place for 40 years, are a spy. The Merchant Guild leader would cry tears of blood if he found out. Ryu Jiguang's eldest son is informed that number 1.027's failure was unfortunate. If we could have made good use of her, Lady Seowa could have become our puppet. He asks about the current status of their plan. What's the current situation? The reply is, everything's progressing very smoothly. He reveals his next move. I've already used low-frequency transmission to pass on messages to our own people. Things will start when I fake cough once, and hit the table 4 times. The inner administrator GM Pyogu dismisses the underling. I see. Thank you for all your hard work. You may take your leave. The underling bows deeply. Yes, sir. As if mocking Mu-jin's worries, Ryu Seolho's mind was simply thinking about the festival of blood that was about to take place. This will be the last banquet, so enjoy it to your heart's content. Today will be the day that I become the Merchant Guild leader. Nearby, Grandmaster Hyun Guang's aged face twists in concern. Yun Gehe looks up, a question forming on her lips. Meanwhile, under the light of the moon, Mu Jin's thoughts are heavy with concern. It seems, what you thought might happen has come true. Young Gehi sits by the pond, musing to herself. Monk Mu Jin acknowledged my hard work. She fidgets with her dress, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. I wanted to hear him compliment me by saying that I'd become prettier though. Seeing as how he didn't say that, maybe he's not interested in me to begin with. She stands up, resolving to return. Let's go back now. Lady Seilwa? Where are you? They must be looking everywhere for me now. Young Gehi looks back with a worried expression. I might get scolded for coming out alone. Peeking from behind a wall, Young Gehi wonders what the sound is, noting that nobody should be around at this time. She overhears someone mention that another person has died of poisoning in the streets, wondering what the source of the poison could be. Two men in dark cloaks stand in the courtyard as Young Gehi listens in. One asks if this is why they're concerned about Monk Mu Jin, adding that he's been making moves as if he knows about their plans. The cloaked figure mentions that all the disruptions caused in Nanchan were connected to Mu Jin, and that he highly doubts everything was just a coincidence. The man continues, stating that number 1027's incident was also related to him, adding that she said Mu Jin had deceived everyone. One of the men suggests that if they're going to kill them all, they might as well kill Mu Jin too, to which the other agrees. The cloaked figures continued their conversation, one stating, "We'll take this chance to kill him off too." Young Gehi's eyes widened as she listened in. What did they just say? She realized that the voice belonged to the inner administrator, and that they were planning to kill the blessed monk. She thought to herself, I need to go back quickly and tell father. Suddenly, one of the cloaked figures turned his head, his eyes glowing red. Young Gehi gasped, realizing she'd been caught. Heek! She scrambled to her feet, knowing she had to escape. They saw me! I got caught! I need to run now or else. Young Gehi bolted, desperate to escape after being discovered. But the inner administrator blocked her path. Where are you rushing off to, Lady Seilwa? Did something happen? He drew a dagger. Well, we're intending to kill everyone anyway. With a sinister aura, he lunged, dagger raised high. Farewell. Young Gehi screamed as the blade descended. Suddenly, a volley of throwing stars intercepted the blade. Tears streamed down Young Gehi's face as she braced for the killing blow. But then, like a wall of muscle, Monk Mu Jin thundered in, shouting, Monk Mu Jin, Iron Guard. Mu Jin's fist clenched, radiating heat. You're intending to kill everyone anyway? What a grand plan, huh? He glared menacingly, daring the inner administrator. In that case, start by trying to kill me. Mu Jin taunted, if you can, that is. Mu Jin is hit despite his Iron Guard. I definitely covered myself in Iron Guard, but I still took damage. He's on a completely level compared to Hong So-hee. He examines the wound on his arm. Did he throw a blade in those few seconds or something? I might really die if I let my guard down. The inner administrator's eyes glow with murderous intent. This guy is a real killer. Mu Jin turns to Ryu Seilwa. Lady Seilwa, leave this to me and run away. You'll be safe once you get to Grandmaster Hyun Wang. Ryu Seilwa looks conflicted. I can't do that. I would never abandon you and run away by myself. The inner administrator is about to draw his sword, but Mu Jin stops him. Keep your sword sheathed. Mu Jin unleashes a spinning kick on the inner administrator. The kick lands with a resounding thwack. Mu Jin shouts, go now. He grabs Ryu Seilwa's hand, urging her to flee. Lady Seilwa, come quickly. Ryu Seilwa is propelled away from the fight. Mu Jin turns his attention back to the inner administrator. I leave Lady Seilwa to you. Mu Jin's eyes are filled with bloodlust as he prepares to fight. The inner administrator unleashes a flurry of blades toward Mu Jin. Mu Jin glares at the inner administrator, blood dripping from his face. He scowls. Looks like you're in a rush to cut your own life short. You're not even letting me say goodbye to her properly? That's so cheap. Mu Jin's eyes narrow. I guess that grand massacre plan of yours isn't that big of a deal, huh? Seeing as how you'd raise your sword at a young monk. Mu Jin challenges him. Try killing me if you think you can. The inner administrator is ready to make Mu Jin regret his words. I'll kill you as you wish then. It'll hurt, but you chose this. The inner administrator unleashes a flurry of strikes, each one aimed to kill. Attacks shatter the ground around Mu Jin. But Mu Jin isn't there. He's already moving, using the momentum of the attacks to propel himself forward. He closes the distance in an instant, a fist cocked back, ready to strike. The inner administrator is caught completely off guard. How did he get behind me? The inner administrator's attack crashes into the ground where Mu Jin once stood. Whoa! The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air, but Mu Jin is already moving. He's so damn fast. He continues to move, a blur of orange, his fist a blazing inferno. Mu Jin scoffs at the inner administrator, who's perched on a nearby rooftop. You dodge a lot by jumping around like a grasshopper, huh? He taunts the inner administrator. Are you that scared of fighting me? Stop running away and get down here, asshole. The inner administrator's eyes glow red with rage. Don't waste your strength. Don't you know that'll only prolong your suffering? Mu Jin realizes the inner administrator knows his weakness. He already knows my forte, which is my grappling techniques. He throws blades from a distance, and when I get close to him, he moves around to maintain the distance between us. He grits his teeth, knowing this fight is a war of attrition. At this rate, my stamina will really run out first. He's the worst kind of opponent for me. Mu Jin steels his resolve, knowing the stakes. I have to keep him here either way. If I let him go, then Lady Sealwa will be in danger. He prepares to dig in for a long fight. I'll stall him here no matter what. Mu Jin realizes he needs to change his strategy. I need to put some distance between us for now. He leaps away, creating space between himself and the inner administrator. Mu Jin recognizes the inner administrator's technique. Could it be from back then? He realizes he's in trouble. Shit. Mu Jin uses Iron Guard to defend against the inner administrator's attack. The inner administrator counters with Chain Punch. Mu Jin once again uses Iron Guard to defend. The inner administrator prepares to attack with 3 blades. The inner administrator unleashes a flurry of attacks, each strike aimed with deadly precision. Mu Jin grunts as the poison blades find their mark. The inner administrator smirks. Those were covered in poison. I'll slowly paralyze you. He unleashes his ultimate technique. Sword technique Endless Pit. Mu Jin falls, defeated. Inner administrator prepares to deliver the final blow. Farewell. It's time you met Buddha. Mu Jin collapses, blades sticking out of his back. He spits out blood, struggling to breathe. Suddenly, Mu Jin's eyes snap open. Hey, he says. A blade is lodged in the inner administrator's back, and he stares in disbelief. Mu Jin stands unfazed. I don't think that lousy paralyzing poison is effective on me. The inner administrator stares in disbelief as Mu Jin continues. Buddha just sent me right back. Did he circulate his inner energy to stop the poison from spreading? The inner administrator prepares to strike again, declaring, I'll have to send you back there again then, to paradise. He lunges forward, confident that this will be worse than the paralyzing sword technique. The blade pierces Mu Jin's arm, but he barely reacts. Mu Jin smirks, unfazed by the attack. Well, I don't think this place is paradise. I guess I'm not the one that's going there. He unleashes a devastating blow. Arhat palm strike. The inner administrator realizes he's now within grappling range. Mu Jin rains down blows on the inner administrator, screaming, Take this. Mu Jin locks in a Dar's choke, a submission technique that's working, but he realizes both his stamina and energy are running out. He grits his teeth, knowing that if this drags on, he'll be at a disadvantage. I have to end this now. The inner administrator crashes to the ground, blood splattering around him. Mu Jin has him locked in a Dar's choke. I locked his left arm and neck in an instant. He won't be able to escape. Inner administrator struggles, but Mu Jin's grip is relentless. Mu Jin tightens the choke, his eyes burning with determination. His resistance is weakening more and more. I just need to make him lose consciousness like this. The inner administrator coughs up blood, his eyes wide with panic. It's already too late. This banquet is crawling with assassins. There's no way for you to stop it. The inner administrator's vision blurs as he loses consciousness, his plan to unleash chaos on the banquet seemingly coming to fruition. The inner administrator lies defeated, sprawled in a pool of his own blood. Mu Jin stands over the body, catching his breath. Since my techniques worked, he shouldn't be able to move for a while. He said there's no way to stop the attack? Suddenly, a voice echoes through the banquet hall. Even with a truck full of guys like you still won't be able to defeat Grandpa. Mu Jin grits his teeth, ignoring the taunt. There's no time to stand around here. I need to get to where Grandpa is. Mu Jin steels his resolve. I have to hurry. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the chaos, Grandmaster Hyun Guang bites his nails, his face etched with worry. Elsewhere, the pieces are falling into place. All of the preparations are complete. With just a single signal, the Heavenly Merchant Guild will become yours, Lord Sealho. The speaker continues, We've already unleashed the hunting hounds in this place. They're probably communicating updates among themselves right now. A sinister grin spreads across Ryu Sealho's face. With just 4 knocks following a single cough, it'll all be over. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the planning. What will be over? Ryu Sealho is confronted by Monk Biob Gang. You're branch leader Ryu Sealho, aren't you? I've heard much about you from Mu Jin. This damn old monkey. How dare you disrupt my flow? Ryu Sealho looks down at the monk, confused. I heard my grandson received great help from you in Nanchang. They said you provided support behind the scenes on many matters. Me? Helping that boy? Ryu Sealho's guest takes a puff from his pipe, his expression unreadable. We barely exchanged any words after our first meeting. I only made time today because it was the first day. You should leave now. What in the world was Mu Jun thinking, saying such things? He narrows his eyes, a chilling realization dawning on him. It's as if the Shaolin side knows something and is acting on it. Don't tell me, they actually have intel on our side. His lips curl into a sinister grin, teeth bared. Another one of Ryu Sealho's men scoffs. So what though? What can he do? Suddenly, a voice booms out, silencing the room. Ahem. Grandmaster Hyun Guang steps forward, his presence commanding attention. I too have received a lot of help from him, to the extent that I could bring an end to what I've been doing almost right away. Grandmaster Hyun Guang stares intently, demanding, "What have you been doing?" I could tell him even if he knows everything. The man in the doorway smiles, unbothered by the accusation. A change of leadership. No, I guess you could say I'm bringing in a new breath of life. He snaps his fingers, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Everything will quiet down after all of them are killed anyways. At his signal, the assembled guests begin to fall, poisoned. Chaos erupts as the diners realize they've been poisoned. Suddenly, the lights flicker and die. What happened? Did the flames in the lamp go out? I can't see anything. The blade technique, slaughterhouse. Panic sets in as the diners realize what's happening. What's going on? What's that sound? I can't see a single thing. A figure stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unaffected by the darkness. Chuckles darkly. A sinister voice cuts through the darkness. Yes, it's time you all die. With this, the Heavenly Merchant Guild is mine. The speaker's face is illuminated by a single, maniacal eye. Mu Jin's judgment rings out. In the end, you really did something despicable. He continues, his voice filled with condemnation. You no longer deserve redemption or another chance. You are pure evil, moving only for profit. Grandmaster Hyun Guang's eyes narrow, his expression grim. If it weren't for Mu Jin, this could have been catastrophic. A hand glows with power. There's no better way than this. The inner administrator's face is illuminated by golden light, a sinister smile plastered across his face. An enormous, fiery dragon manifests behind him, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The inner administrator summons a massive, fiery dragon, wreaking havoc on the room. The dragon's presence is overwhelming, but Grandmaster Hyun Guang remains unfazed. You shouldn't use the phrase bringing a new breath of life that carelessly. Hyun Guang's eyes gleam with determination. Did you really think I had no power to stop your filthy schemes? Ba. The inner administrator looks up, his face contorted in disbelief. Now look around you. A massive palm descends, crushing the inner administrator and his assassins. True divine palm strike obliterates the inner administrator and his forces. You've deployed so many assassins. True divine palm strike. Grandmaster Hyun Guang declares, I've suppressed all of them. You may as well give up now. The inner administrator finds himself paralyzed, struggling against an unseen force. I can't move. What is happening here? The inner administrator's face contorts in rage. He wants me to give up now. With our great goal right in front of us, he wants me to give up here? He channels his energy into a small dagger. With a surge of defiance, the inner administrator screams, Damn you! But Grandmaster Hyun Guang unleashes his power, shouting, Ha! The inner administrator lay defeated, as Grandmaster Hyun Guang stood his ground. Everyone saw it. He shouted at Ryu Sealho, who as soon as the lights went out, started laughing like a madman and said that the entire merchant guild was now his. Until now, he had only shown a gentle and understanding face. But now, in front of Ryu Sealho, he showed rage. Those who had been pinned down by Hyun Guang's energy all began drawing their weapons, radiating killing intent. Everyone's minds were burned with the image of Ryu Sealho losing control and trying to kill everyone else. Ryu Sealho tried to have them all killed. No one dared to speak first, all eyes glued to the reactions of Grandmaster Hyun Guang and Ryu Ji Guang. Then, one of the banquet attendees, who had faced the threat of death, broke the silence. Monk Mu Jin, he's in danger. Please help him quickly. One of the 5 great merchant guilds of the world, the Heavenly Merchant Guild, was led by its guild leader, Ryu Ji Guang. Ryu Ji Guang, his face a mask of composure, urged everyone to stay calm. Think about what must be done first. Ryu Ji Guang wastes no time issuing commands. Azure Gold Squad, listen closely. Subdue the killers and Ryu Sealho who are being overwhelmed by their own bloodlust. He points toward the exit. The rest of you, follow me. We're going to rescue Mu Jin. Right now. We must hurry up. Ryu Ji Guang is determined to save Mu Jin, declaring, We can't allow anyone else to die. With that, Yungahee's 70th birthday banquet came to a close. Ryu Ji Guang, the guild leader, didn't hesitate to give orders. Azure Gold Squad, listen closely. Subdue the killers and Ryu Sealho who are being overwhelmed by their own bloodlust. He then commanded the rest of the group. The rest of you, follow me. We're going to rescue Mu Jin. Right now. We must hurry up. But as they rush to the scene, they find a bloody hand lying on the ground. One of the men stops short. Wait, is that? Another recognizes the figure in the distance. Merchant Guild leader, could that person be? It's Mu Jin, covered in blood, but very much alive, asking, Are you all alright? What's the situation here? Everyone is in danger. With the immediate threat neutralized, one of the men sighs in relief. I'm glad to see it's been resolved. Ryu Sealho, still bleeding from the mouth, looks up at Grandmaster Hyun Guang with admiration. As expected, of Grandpa, I knew I could trust him, Monk Mu Jin. She rushes to Mu Jin's side, cradling his head in her lap. Monk Mu Jin, wake up. You can't die. One of the men yells out, Someone get a physician. We can't let him die like this. Another man shouts, Quickly! Bring all the physicians right now! The merchant guild leader clutches his head in dismay, barking orders. Grab every available medicine we have! Hurry! The chaos of the banquet was too much for Ryu Jiguang, who was experienced in all sorts of situations. We need to take care of Mu Jin first. Yes, sir! Turns out that all of this utter chaos was caused by his second son. As the father, Ryu Jiguang had to take full responsibility for the inferno. His own son had caused it with his own burned hands. The night passed, and morning came. 2 men arrived to find the aftermath of the banquet. One of the men reports, when we arrived, he had taken poison and committed suicide. Ryu Jiguang sits with his head in his hand, lamenting. He must have sensed something and chose to end it himself. He must have gone through so much. Chess pieces on the board show Ryu Seolho's vicinity surrounded by assassins. I can't believe he openly deployed his men to massacre everyone. GM Pyogu. He really was a traitor. 2 men arrive in the aftermath of the banquet, and one of them presents a box. They left this behind. The man in the box says, it's the same as the one Ryu Seolho's lieutenant carried. There's a strange smell. You should take a look. The man opens the box to reveal a smoking pipe. The man with the pipe asks, this smoking pipe is. The man with the white beard, Grandmaster Hyunguang, says, people say opium addicts should be punished. But in truth, the greatest punishment should go to those who distribute it. The man examines the pipe more closely. This is opium? So Seolho was smoking this. Monk Biob Gang stands with his head bowed. I have no excuse to give to you and Mu Jin. Please don't say that. It was I who lost my temper and disrupted the celebration. Grandmaster Hyunguang replies, you didn't disrupt the celebration. Biob Gang is remorseful. I'm the one who disrupted it. It's my karma for not properly caring for my family. He sits alone in a dark room. Though I may not be able to bring back my child who was corrupted by opium, I will never forgive those. Hyunguang clenches the pipe tightly in his hand. Who dared to offer it to him? Grandmaster Hyunguang vows that, for the sake of Mu Jin and Biob Gang, who were dragged into his family's mess, he will hunt them down. It was done for the sake of all people. Please don't blame yourself. Besides, compared to the pain of losing a son, what's a grandchild's injury? The scene shifts to a group of assassins, each holding a bloody knife. Every assassin was as skilled as our second-class disciples. To handle such threats and still make it this far, Hyunguang thinks of Mu Jin's muscular back. Even with Mu Jin's exceptional talent, he's only trained for a little over 3 years. They weren't opponents he could have fought. Hyunguang looks off into the distance. I just wanted to watch over him until he found his footing. Meanwhile, Mu Jin lies in bed, covered in bandages. Hyunguang laments, my regrets keep growing. For Mu Jin's sake. Mu Jin, still recovering from his injuries, vows to pick up the pace. I will move a bit faster. He feels the clock ticking. I don't have much time left in this world. It turns out all of the Nanchang branch leaders who aided in this incident were captured, since they planned to secure positions under Ryu Seolho if he became the merchant guild leader. As for the assassins who directly attempted murder, they all bit their tongues off and committed suicide at some point. Even the one I fought did the same, thus, I couldn't uncover the true mastermind behind this scheme. He told the others that he would bring something back and asked them to take care of Mu Jin in the meantime. Monks wonder about Mu Jin. Mu Jin continues to chow down. As Yoongae looks on, saying, though I know this is for your recovery, drink some water. Maybe go easy on the meat and drink some water instead. Mu Jin ignores her, stuffing his face with more meat. I'm still a patient, you know? The abbot revised Shaolin rules for people like me, didn't he? To allow meat for critically injured patients. That's what he said. Yoongae interjects, that's right. Mu Jin is still a patient. All of you, stop bothering him and get back to your duties. She shoos the monks away. Come on now. Quickly. The other patients are waiting. With the monks gone, the door closes. Mu Jin expresses his gratitude. Please eat and rest well. Thank you, Lady Seolwa. He insists that monk Mu Jin needs plenty of rest. Suddenly, Ryu Seolwa cries out, ah, Grandmaster Hyunguang. I'm sorry. Hyunguang chuckles. Ho ho ho, it's alright. He then turns to Mu Jin. Ho ho ho, you seem cheerful, Mu Jin. Have you been recovering well? Mu Jin replies, fine, everything's fine, except I haven't fully detoxified the poison yet. He continues, Lady Seolwa has been very strict. She's not even letting me lift a dumbbell, which is why I'm a bit stiff. Ryu Seolwa interjects, of course. You should be resting in bed, not lifting weights. Hyunguang chuckled, suggesting that once Mu Jin fully recovers, they should try crossing the wall again, hinting he brought something big just for him. Mu Jin was confused, asking what he meant by a wall and something big. Hyunguang presented it. This is a great rejuvenation pill. Mu Jin's eyes widened. That's insane. The great rejuvenation pill? Hyunguang explained that the abbot, moved by Mu Jin's struggle, willingly gave it to him as compensation. Mu Jin was not buying it. That's a lie. He definitely stole it. Mu Jin was distraught. How can I eat in peace now? Far away, A lone figure stood silhouetted against the night sky. There's been a disruption to the plan involving the Heavenly Merchant Guild. That sounds like a significant blow. Yes, it might take decades to recover from this. All our agents in the guild were wiped out. The plans for Heavenly Merchant number 1 foot have failed. But didn't you say if this went well, the Heavenly Merchant Guild would be completely under our control? There was an unexpected obstacle. The Shaolin Divine Monk was at the scene. No one knew he had regained his martial power. Man's hand tightened around the box. He had been hiding his recovery. Deceptive, but there's nothing we can do now. Verify the truth about the Shaolin Divine Monk's recovery. In a grand hall, a hooded figure received the message. Abandon the Heavenly Merchant Guild, but continue operations with the other merchant guilds. The figure bowed. Understood. The voice wondered how Hyun Guang, the Shaolin Divine Monk, could have recovered. He seemed half dead, yet now he's returned to action. Did he really recover from that severely damaged body? The eyes of the hooded figure glowed red in the dark. How did he do it? The body treatment clinic in Branchang looked peaceful from the outside. A woman with long, dark hair looked shocked. Are you saying he left? The man in front of her confirmed it. Yes, he returned to Dangfeng County about 10 days ago. I heard he was going back to the main branch of the body treatment clinic. She was stunned. He left without coming to talk with me. But why are you asking about someone who's already left? Her face twisted in anger. How could he do this to me, after everything we promised for the future? False. He left for his hometown without a word. She made a decision. I must leave right away then and go to that Dangfeng County branch of the body treatment clinic. In the Merchant Guild training hall, Grandmaster Hyun Guang sits across from Mu Jin. Mu Jin eyes the reward before him. Am I really allowed to eat this? I think this is way too big of a reward, honestly. Grandmaster Hyun Guang strokes his beard, amused by Mu Jin's reaction. He chuckles. That's why I swallowed my pride, and personally brought this huge sum of money from the leader of the Heavenly Merchant Guild. Another monk protests. But Grandmaster Hyun Guang, the Great Rejuvenation Pill is a different story. Even if Mu Jin played a major role this time, there has never been a case where a third-class disciple was granted the Great Rejuvenation Pill. Grandmaster Hyun Guang raises a finger, his expression serious. Then I suppose if I just take it, that would solve everything? But if it's Mu Jin, it's a different matter, isn't it? He strokes his beard, lost in thought. Anyway, Hyun Guang gives a thumbs up. Just remember to thank the abbot later. That should be enough. Looks like I'll have to stay out of sight for a while. Dislike. Mu Jin stares intently at the Grandmaster. But still, Grandpa, you know better than anyone. The lesser rejuvenation pill you gave me before was simple enough to craft with a bit of money and resources. A great rejuvenation pill sits in a box, radiating light. The Great Rejuvenation Pill is on a completely different level. Indeed, only 2 to 3 Great Rejuvenation Pills can be made in each generation. The spirit herb that forms its core takes decades to grow properly. Unless it's cultivated in the most spiritually potent location, it won't even sprout roots. Even among future talents destined to become pillars of the Shaolin, only the most exceptional of them can receive a Great Rejuvenation Pill. Mu Jin, being a martial arts enthusiast, knew this well. I feel too uncomfortable to take this. I'm sure giving it to someone else would be more helpful for saving people. Grandmaster Hyun Guang points directly at Mu Jin. That's exactly it. That's why we're giving it to you, Mu Jin. Mu Jin is shocked. Huh? What do you mean by that? Grandmaster gestures impatiently. Enough talk. Just eat it. Hyun Guang explains the process. The method of absorbing its energy is the same as when you consumed the lesser rejuvenation pill. Just like back then, slowly breathe and circulate the energy. Mu Jin swallowed the Great Rejuvenation Pill, and his face scrunched up in thought. When I took the lesser rejuvenation pill, I was overwhelmed by the surge of energy, but this tastes sweet, and doesn't have the intense impact of the lesser rejuvenation pill. He felt the effects of the pill coursing through his body. The lesser rejuvenation pill was focused on boosting internal energy, but this is something else. It's a different sensation beyond just strengthening internal energy. His eyes widened as he felt the change within. What is this feeling? I feel like something is breaking through the blockages within me. Suddenly, Mu Jin recoiled, clutching his chest. He burped loudly, and Grandmaster Hyun Guang chuckled. Ho ho ho, not to worry. What just happened was the neutralization and expulsion of the toxins that were still lingering in your body. Mu Jin examined his hands, feeling the lingering effects of the pill. Detoxification. Does it also have a self-healing effect? No, the Great Rejuvenation Pill's power goes beyond that. Mu Jin focused on the effects of the Great Rejuvenation Pill, feeling its components flow through his inner veins. Each component of the Great Rejuvenation Pill flows through my inner veins. It's not just filling my energy core, it's about to burst them. Is this energy deviation? Suddenly, Mu Jin's eyes snapped open, realizing the truth. That's not it. This isn't my energy core breaking down. He recognized the sensation. This is breaking past my limits and freeing my blocked energy core. The words limit breakthrough flashed before his eyes. Mu Jin sat in meditation, bathed in a golden light, as Grandmaster Hyun Guang watched him. Grandmaster Hyun Guang smiled, his long white beard flowing gently. Congratulations on your full recovery. So, will you begin your training tomorrow? Mu Jin clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power. No, I want to start right now, Grandpa. Not even Lady Siwa can stop me now, he grinned, practically vibrating with excitement. There's something I've been dying to try. But as Mu Jin stood there, arms crossed, a weighted vest at his feet, reality hit him. Though I said that so confidently, I'm honestly lost. He scratched his head, thinking, where do I even begin? The great rejuvenation pill has given me plenty of strength, but I don't know how to use it. Mu Jin's eyes narrowed, remembering the assassins from the Heavenly Merchant Guild. They did look cool though, those guys. Mu Jin's current goal is to master dash. Mu Jin is determined to master energy discharge. One of the realms of martial art enlightenment. Refers to the ability to gather energy into the body or weapon and release it as an attack, allowing easier control over opponents from both close and long range. It's commonly seen in fantasy content as ultimate moves, like energy beams or dragon roars, and it's exactly the skill Mu Jin, whose main attacks are based on close-quarters grappling, needs most. Grandmaster Hyun Guang once told him, you simply need to continue training your martial arts as usual. Picture the energy flowing and being released. That image will become reality. Mu Jin is determined to master energy discharge. Visualize gathering energy into my arm, and then releasing it, he thought. He focuses all his energy into his fist, trying to release it. He throws a punch, calling out, chain punch first technique. Face plants into the ground, defeated. I guess yelling won't make it work, right? Energy discharge is too difficult. Mu Jin recalls the ease with which Jaegal Jin he used the technique. So Jaegal Jin he was shooting this out like it was nothing? It's actually an incredible feat. Now I respect her even more. He lies on the ground, contemplating his options. Grandpa explained it thoroughly, so I feel a bit awkward asking him more. Wouldn't it be nice if someone could give me a tip? Mu Jin suddenly perks up, realizing something. Oh, like from Jaegal Jin he. Wait, now that I think about it. He remembers that Jaegal Jin he promised to spar with him anytime. Meanwhile, Jaegal Jin he smiles, thinking, didn't she promise to spar with me anytime? I wonder if she remembers that promise. This might be the perfect timing, though I don't even know where she is right now. Mu Jin wonders if he told her something. Oh, did I tell her though? He recalls telling her that he was going back home to the Dangfeng County main branch, body treatment clinic. Jaegal Jin he stands in the women's wing, confirming her location. This is where monk Mu Jin is supposed to be, right? Jaegal Jin he rushes from Nanchang to Dangfeng County nonstop. This is where monk Mu Jin works at. My calves hurt. There's no way I'm going back without seeing Mu Jin. Not after all this. Jaegal Jin he fumes at the thought. But wait, he's treating women too? Even if he's a monk, physical contact is involved in these muscle-lengthening techniques. The women's wing is not under Mu Jin's jurisdiction. Someone approaches the room, announcing, we've had a rather unique visitor? I'll go take a look. The woman walks in and asks Jaegal Jin he, excuse me, what brings you here today? The woman smiles, introducing herself as Ryu Siwa. I'm Ryu Siwa, the head therapist at this body treatment clinic. Jaegal Jin he's eyes narrow. Jaegal Jin he responds to Ryu Siwa's introduction with annoyance. The head therapist? Mu Jin is more than enough for my treatment. Jaegal Jin he is taken aback by Ryu Siwa's appearance. Ryu Siwa announces, I'm here to see monk Mu Jin. To see Mu Jin? Mu Jin? Jaegal Jin he's eyes narrow with suspicion. Who is this woman? Why is she acting so familiar with Mu Jin? Mu Jin, oblivious to the tension, is relaxing outside. Well, whatever. She's probably doing okay. The clinic staff are wary of Ryu Siwa's sudden appearance. So why are you saying I can't see Bolsadanja? Monk Mu Jin is currently recovering from a serious injury. Jaegal Jin he steps forward, a menacing aura surrounding her. Who are you to know Bolsadanja so well? What, are you his top disciple in manual therapy or something? Oh my, you recognized it well. I happen to be the direct disciple personally taught by monk Mu Jin. Ryu Siwa doesn't back down from the challenge. And who might you be to be looking for monk Mu Jin so desperately? If you have a message, I can deliver it for you. Jaegal Jin he's eyes flash with competitive fire. Mu Jin and I have promised each other a future together. She means a martial duel promise. Ryu Siwa pleads her case. So please let me see Bolsadanja? We can't allow a stranger in based on uncertain information. The world's a dangerous place, you see. The clinic staff remained firm, blocking her path. Anyway, he's not here, so try looking elsewhere. Someone from the merchant group said to check here? Do you know how much I've traveled just to meet Bolsadanja? Mu Jin enters the women's only clinic, explaining, originally, Bolsadanja doesn't usually enter the women's only clinic, You said your name is Galjihi? One of the clinic staff explains that Galjihi has been chanting Mu Jin's name nonstop, and Ryuseowa is trying her best to deal with her. Mu Jin arrives on the scene, asking what brings the staff member here. He then realizes that the young lady must be his guest. Ryuseowa stands with Galjihi, as Mu Jin asks, "Excuse me, you said Priestess Galjihi is here?" Mu Jin, looking healthy and muscular, greets her with a smile. "It's been a while, Priestess Jihi. You came at just the right time." Galjihi is surprised by his appearance. "Monk Mu Jin, have you fully recovered?" Mu Jin smiles, relieved. "That's such a relief. You came at just the perfect time, Priestess Jihi. We actually need your help." Ryuseowa is taken aback by Mu Jin's statement. "You showed up at just the right time. It's fate." "Huh. Yes." Galjihi is upset that Mu Jin left Nanchang without telling her. "How could you leave Nanchang without even telling me? I went through so much just to meet you, Mu Jin." She then apologizes for not informing him that she returned home for proper training after their spar. Mu Jin is surprised that Galjihi traveled all the way to Nanchang to find him. "Don't tell me you actually traveled all the way to Nanchang to find me." "No, no way." "I see. Well, come this way then." Ryuseowa watches Mu Jin and Galjihi leave. "Ha, oh my, Bolsadangja's already leaving. How sad, those two really look close." One of the clinic staff asks Ryuseowa if she has been steadily practicing manual therapy, and she confirms that she has been doing so every single day without fail. Ryuseowa gazes after Mu Jin, a strange feeling washing over her. "You're quite popular, Bolsadangja. What is this feeling?" Mu Jin feels a tightness in his chest. Galjihi explains that his inner power is sufficient, but he can't reach the realm of chi emission because he doesn't know the method. Mu Jin confirms that's correct. Galjihi is impressed by Mu Jin's rapid growth since they last met in Nanchang. She offers to teach him without delay, suggesting they catch up later at the Kyeonryu Merchant Group's training hall. Mu Jin acknowledges her offer. Mu Jin considers that he has a basic foundation for chi emission. Galjihi explains that reaching the state requires considerable internal energy and a strong vessel to support it, requirements that Mu Jin has already fulfilled, likely thanks to the Grand Elixir. Galjihi declares, "Right now, you should learn Ascension martial arts." Mu Jin wonders, "Ascension martial arts?" Galjihi explains, "Simply put, Ascension martial arts are techniques to release and manipulate chi. Usually, you either surround your body with chi or concentrate or shoot it out, like Super XX from Dragon Ball." She continues, "As you practice and grasp the key points of this martial art, you'll naturally be able to emit chi outward." Galjihi elaborates, "The basics of Ascension martial arts involve getting used to sending internal energy through the small veins." Small veins, tiny channels through which internal energy flows. "Shall we start practicing with your hands and fingertips? You'll need to break the habit of only using the large veins like during our duel." Galjihi says, "Once you get used to it, you'll even be able to imbue objects with chi like this. Like this dash." She demonstrates, shattering an iron wire with a blast of chi. "Just like this iron wire." Galjihi smiles, holding her fan. "Just like you get used to using tools, you'll get used to Ascension martial arts. I'll teach you." She continues, "You experienced it somewhat during our spar, but long-range techniques really are amazing." Galjihi's eyes sparkle. "Then I'll also teach you various exercises. The more you train your body, the easier it is to handle internal energy." "Oh my, I'd love that. Just like before, I'll be in your care again." Mu Jin flexes his pecs, lost in thought. Galjihi blushes. "Just thinking about sparring again is making my heart race. I keep thinking about the time back in Nanchang." Someone is peeking from behind a wall, watching the pair. Suddenly, a shadow falls over the clinic. Mu Jin asks, "Wasn't that Lady Sealwood just now? Why was she spying on us from there?" Galjihi replies, "You really can't understand teenage girls." Mu Jin tilts his head, confused. "Teenage girl?" Ryuseowa turns to Mu Jin. "Priestess Sealwa, may I ask you one more favor?" "Yes? What is it?" I'm researching something lately, thought it might help. It's not martial arts for combat though," Ryuseowa thinks. What kind of request makes him this awkward? That night, the day's work at the clinic comes to an end. "Great job today, everyone. Good work today too, young lady." Mu Jin lingers behind, and Ryuseowa asks, "Are you done for the day?" "Yes, today was really tough too." Ryuseowa is surprised to see him so late. "And Monk Mu Jin? Why are you here this late?" "I have something to give you." She holds out a book. "Please take this." "This is a martial arts book? Why are you giving this to me?" Ryuseowa explains, "It's a martial art called Agni-Agong, supposedly great for skin elasticity. It's not a combat martial art. I thought it might be good for you to try it out." Mu Jin wonders, "Why would you give me something like this?" Ryuseowa responds, "Since you've worked so hard, I wanted to give you a gift as a token. I guess I got a bit curious about Jinhee's beauty management methods too. Mu Jin expresses his gratitude to Ryu Seowa. I look forward to your continued help, Lady Seowa. I'm glad I found something useful. A proper reward is a great motivation for future training too. He continues, blushing slightly. There were so many things happening. It's really late for me to say this, but you've become a lot prettier since I last saw you. Mu Jin waves goodbye. Well then, I'll see you tomorrow. Ryu Seowa watches him leave, a strange feeling bubbling up inside her. What is this feeling? My heart won't stop pounding. She's caught off guard by her own reaction. It's really embarrassing, but I don't hate it. I've never felt this way while looking at Monk Mu Jin before, or did I? Ryu Seowa ponders this new sensation. Maybe it was there, and I just didn't realize? When he's by my side, I feel safe and reassured. Ryu Seowa watches Mu Jin with Jinhee, a painful realization dawning on her. But seeing him with another woman makes me suffer. She finally understands the reason she's been pushing herself, and eagerly awaiting his return. Until Monk Mu Jin came back, the reason I kept improving myself and anxiously waited. I see now. Her feelings are clear now. I like him. I like Monk Mu Jin. Meanwhile, Mu Jin is already planning his next training regime. Since Akneagong involves using chi to enhance skin, maybe it pairs well with Iron Cloth Shirt, which also absorbs external chi. I should research this. And so, without knowing anything, Mu Jin's new daily routine began. His schedule is packed. After finishing all duties at the clinic, I trained Ascension martial arts with Priestess Jinhee to reach the realm of chi emission. Mu Jin continues his quest for self-improvement. After training, with Lady Seowa, I studied the Akneagong martial art to improve beauty. Ryu Seowa reflects on the gift she gave Mu Jin, hoping it eased the tension between them, but she can't help but feel like new worries have surfaced. Maybe the gift worked because the awkward tension we had before disappeared. The problem is, I feel like another worry has popped up. Women's hearts are really a mystery. Meanwhile, Mu Jin is back in training, making solid progress. Of course, there's been progress in my training too. He focuses intensely, controlling his chi with precision. Don't let it touch. I think I'm getting more used to handling chi. Mu Jin grits his teeth, pushing himself to the limit. I somehow made it this far. If I keep practicing like this, I think I can release it properly. His hard work pays off as he manages to make a small dent in the training equipment. You've managed to make a small dent. The results are excellent. Mu Jin discusses his plans with Ryu Seowa. Once the basics are firmly laid down, I plan to head back first. Ryu Seowa responds, is that so? I think I'll have to stay here a bit longer because of work. Mu Jin realized, I can't be away for too long. There are people worrying about me, and comrades waiting for me too. He thought about his comrades. Comrades waiting for me. Come to think of it, it's been quite a while since I left Shaolin. He wondered how everyone was doing back at the temple. Meanwhile, back at Shaolin, Mugung tried to escape from Muyel's grasp. Senior brother Mugung, let's go together. Muyel responded, Junior brother Muyel, don't cling on to me, it's hot. Mu watched the antics of his junior brothers. Muyel seems to be becoming more and more like a monkey. I wonder how much stronger they've gotten during this time. It's been a week since Mu Jin started training under Jinhee to learn Ascension martial arts. The 7th day, Jinhee instructed him, good, spread your chi to each finger joint, then picture it being released. If you're ready, just like before. She challenged him, try and block this. Mu Jin focused, visualizing his own image of releasing chi. Inhaled chi, condense, harden, prepare, bolt pulled back and locked. Chamber set, 1 bullet loaded. Selector to semi-auto. Fire initiated. Trigger pulled. Jinhee's punch, glowing red with chi, collided with Mu Jin's, which shone with a cool blue light. The impact created a blinding flash of energy. Mu Jin had reached the realm of chi emission. Only a few shots, but now I can release them at will. I did it, priestess. Ryu Seowa looked on. If I get more used to it, I'll be able to do rapid fire, right? Jinhee was stunned. Normally, it takes at least 2 or 3 years to reach that level. I want to fire like a machine gun, but maybe that's still too much? To succeed in just 7 days and nights. What kind of monster is he? Mu Jin grinned. On top of that, I didn't learn the 72 Shaolin techniques. Instead, I combined a few martial arts and made my own. Jinhee considered Mu Jin's philosophy. I absolutely hate things that are complicated and difficult. I guess you could say my mind is at peace only when my body is strong. Truly, the path of a grand master. He turned to Mu Jin. Training ends here. I have nothing more to teach you now. I'm really glad I came to find Monk Mu Jin. Jinhee watched Mu Jin, finally understanding his training methods. Haha, now I understand the reason behind his explosive short-term growth. Extreme physical training. He pushed his basic external martial arts to their absolute limit. She mused on the benefits of a strong body. The stronger your body, the fewer side effects when combining martial arts. Your chi vessel will also grow accordingly. Galji he grinned, admiring Mujin's physique. That's why Monk Mujin hones his body like that. So cool. When I get home, I'm going to grind my therapy practice. Galji he had fallen completely for Mujin's muscle supremacy theory. Now that she's received proper training and wrapped up all the clinic handovers, she figured she'd return to the Shaolin temple she's missed. Galji he, surrounded by members of the Kionria merchant group, stated, with everything that's happened, I feel like I keep owing you, Mujin. Please take care of me from now on too, Mujin. Mujin waved goodbye. Please give my regards to Grandmaster Hyunguang, who left ahead of me. Understood. See you again next time. Mujin turned to see Ryuseowa. Mujin gave a confident smile to Galji. I look forward to the day we meet again. Mujin turned to leave. Then I'll be off. Surrounded by members of the Kionria merchant group, Galji watched him go. Parting with someone is always bittersweet, but with Mujin, it feels okay. She smiled, confident in their next meeting. Mujin is someone who keeps his promises. Mujin finally arrived back at his destination. I've arrived. At my home ground, Shaolin Temple. He paused, remembering something Galji had told him. By the way, before Priestess Jihe left, she told me some good news. Mujin was surprised by the news. What? You didn't know? Ah, I only overheard it. Could you explain? Ryuseowa smiled. Late-stage disciples from all sects gather and demonstrate their martial prowess. It's called the Dragon Phoenix Assembly. She tilted her head slightly. Do you know when it will be held? Let's see. If we calculate from today, the answer was clear. We'll probably meet again in about 2.5 years. Mujin grinned, a glint in his eye. So it finally begins in earnest? Gaekyeongnim's second series. Demonic Tyrant Legend. The beginning of Demonic Tyrant Legend is just around the corner. Looked up at the Shaolin Temple. I've got to train as much as I can in the time left. Mujin was purely happy with the new content ahead, but soon, he would face a new problem. What? Mujin is back? That crazy guy finally returned? Someone shouted, It's Mujin! It's been so long, he. Hey, slow down, brother Muyul. Geez, you're always so energetic. After greeting the elders, Mujin was ready to rest. Phew, now that I've greeted all the elders, let's go inside and get some rest. Suddenly, a figure slammed into him. The impact sent Mujin flying. Mujin. Mujin lay sprawled on the floor as a monk greeted him. Mujin, welcome back, punk. How was life outside? It's really been a long time. Mujin was surprised by the sudden tackle, but he was even more surprised to see who it was. Whoa, it was you guys? Have you been well? Looks like you all bulked up a bit. The monk who tackled him was surrounded by familiar faces. He grinned. Guess you weren't just slacking off, huh? One of the monks replied. We got by somehow. Mujin looked at the monk, Muyul, who had slammed into him. Muyul, you've been working out hard? Your tackle speed and grip strength were insane. He knew Muyul was one of Shaolin's 3 disciples and successor of the Shaolin 5 Animal Fist. Mujin noticed the prayer beads on Muyul's wrist. Huh, I haven't seen those prayer beads before. Muyul explained that successors of the Shaolin 5 Animal Fist always carry prayer beads, and his master drew a crane on it since he mastered Crane Fist. Mujin then turned to Myeogyang and noticed something different about him. Myeogyang, what's up with your head? Is that a tattoo? Myeogyang explained it was a lotus symbol symbolizing Buddha, drawn by his master. Myeogyang added that if the tattoo fades during training, he has to run 200 laps around the martial yard. Mujin commented, looks like Elder Haiguan's taste, right? Myeogyang agreed, saying he could see it too. Magang, one of Shaolin's 3 disciples from the 108 Arhats division, was shocked. How did you get even bigger in just a few months? Your brain still seems intact. That's a relief. As expected from Elder Haidam, are you really the one to say that? Mujin grinned, looking at his old friends. Wow, you all look really good now. You've all grown a lot while I was gone? One of the monks shouted excitedly. Alright, the day's training is done. How about a spar? Woohoo! We get to play together again? I'll slam you into the ground to celebrate your return. Another monk noticed Mujin's exhaustion. Mujin must be tired. Are you okay? He replied, of course. At the time, they didn't know that in order to participate in the major event called the Dragon Phoenix Assembly, Mujin himself had to become stronger than he already was. But more urgent than that was the delayed growth of his friends. The monks were completely spent. Stamina depletion, you maniac. What the hell did you do out there? Let's just rest for a bit. What is this? Mujin was shocked at how easily his friends were defeated. This used to be a normal sparring session before I left Shaolin? You all went down after one round? Are you kidding me? He watched as the monks struggled to get back on their feet. Their bodies clearly became tougher than before, and they memorized plenty of techniques too. Mujin frowned, trying to understand the situation. So why can't any of them stand up to me? Against me? Aha! Mujin realized it. The difference in power was vast. the gap between himself and his friends. Before returning to Shaolin, Mu Jin had absorbed the summoning pill, fought villains, received one-on-one tutoring with Jagal Jihi, and absorbed the Great Rebirth pill. Mu Jin realized in short, balance broken. He's the only one who leveled up. Mu Jin knew he had to solve this. This is bad. I've gotten way too strong alone. It's not like I'll always be fighting alone from now on. Luckily, the major incidents don't start until Return Paths Advance Demonic Tyrant Demonic Lords Demonic Tyrants Advance. The Dragon Phoenix Assembly is when it all begins, so I'm not late yet. Mu Jin thought about his friends. Let's see how the others are doing now. Their bodies are strong, but they're lacking the internal energy to support it. He remembered a detail from the novel. In the novel, the Blood Monk gathered internal energy using the energy absorption technique. At this rate, they might end up weaker than the Blood Monk. Mu Jin wondered what he should do. Should I feed them summoning pills or something? Oh, that's right. I could just feed them summoning pills. Mu Jin excitedly presented his latest business proposal. And so, I started thinking about opening a third musculoskeletal clinic. I'll go make more money again. How about Woyang for the location, since it's the closest? Monk Biab Gang stared blankly. Biab Gang replied, I get that you put effort into researching it, but I can't approve it. Mu Jin was shocked. Huh, what? Why not? Biab Gang explained his reasoning. Why else? You just got back to Shaolin, didn't you? If you go off again for an extended time, what do you think others will say? Fair point. This is a time when your training should come first. Biab Gang continued, besides, even if it's close, it's still over 100 li from here to Luoyang. Do you really think you could maintain proper training going back and forth? Mu Jin realized the difficulty of his plan. It would probably be tough. Guess this plan's a no-go for now. Monk Biab Gang proposed a challenge. If you can make a round trip from here to Luoyang within half a sijin, I'll allow it. Is that even possible? Of course it is. Grandmaster Hyunguang, sitting nearby, added, that is, if you master the light body technique. The light body technique is another name for mobility arts. It's a martial art focused on making the body lighter. Once the body is made lighter, it can achieve explosive speed depending on the user's martial art prowess, including high-speed movement and jumping, which are often seen in martial arts novels. Mu Jin's eyes lit up. If I learn this technique, even commuting to and from Luoyang Dangfeng County, which is about 40 kilometers from the Shaolin Temple, would be a breeze. Mu Jin turned to Grandmaster Hyunguang with a hopeful expression. Grandpa, if it's okay with you, he added, could my friends also learn this with me? Monk Biab Gang is ecstatic, his bald head being patted by Mu Jin. What? Mu Jin grins, his excitement palpable. And so, we'll all be learning the light body technique together. However, before that, there is basic training to be done. Grandpa instructed the masters to help us lay down a solid foundation. The other monks aren't quite as thrilled. It's 1 month of hellish training. Well, as long as we're learning, I'm fine with anything. Hee. This is going to be fun. Training is already intense, and now it's going to get even tougher? Mu Kyung, you don't look so good. Did something happen? Mu Kyung is clearly shaken. No, it's nothing. Genius martial arts trainer. 1 month later, the monks are behind the Shaolin Temple. Mu Jin addresses the assembled monks. How was it? Did everyone train well during the past month? The monks respond with enthusiasm. Yes, we've prepared our gear for full-fledged training. But Mu Jin has a question for Grandmaster Hyunguang. Excuse me, Grandmaster Hyunguang, I have a question. Why did we learn the 1,000-pound hammer before the light body technique? Hyunguang explains the connection between the two techniques. The 1,000-pound hammer is a martial art that changes your body weight. It's practiced before learning the light body technique, which is used in order to move faster by lightening the body. Mu Jin summarizes the lesson. So, by controlling body weight with the 1,000-pound hammer, it helps with movement. But why do we need to reduce body weight? He answers his own question. Because a lighter body can move faster. Grandmaster Hyunguang chuckles, stroking his beard. Ho, that's partially right and partially wrong, Mu Jin. Mu Jin is confused. Pardon, but I thought, Hyunguang cuts him off. You'll understand what I mean in time. Hyunguang ends the lecture. Now we're going to start applied training. Grandmaster Hyunguang grins, holding up a wooden name tag. If we're going to train, we might as well make it fun, right? Each of you will find a wooden name tag I've hidden throughout the mountain using the techniques you've learned. A close-up reveals the name tags, each with a different name engraved. Mu Yo, Mu Gung, Mu Jin, and Mu Kyung. Each name tag has your own name engraved. Do not take someone else's or help another retrieve theirs. Mu Jin, Mu Yo, Mu Gung, and Mu Kyung look ready to begin the search. Mu Jin thinks, this feels like a training camp treasure hunt. Okay then, Hyunguang shouts. Start. Mu Yo elbows past Mu Gung. Hey, want to make a bet? Whoever finds theirs last has to do temple cleaning duty for 7 days and nights. Heh, you think I'm going to lose? Grandmaster Hyunguang watches the monks scatter, a sly grin on his face. Hee, this'll be fun. Everyone, go slower. Grandmaster Hyun Gwang watches his students begin the name tag search, thinking, now, let's see. I'll have to keep an eye on these kids you've chosen. He hopes to see whether they can become the pillars of our Shaolin temple like you. 10 minutes into the hunt, the current situation is, in a terrain filled with trees, bushes, and sudden animal appearances, it's more like a real battle environment than flat ground. Mu Yeol uses his surroundings freely, maneuvering skillfully and fluidly, almost like a monkey. Mu Kyung applies various mobility arts and stride techniques that he's learned, adapting to each situation perfectly. He's the fastest of the four, with incredible acceleration and split-second decision-making skills. Meanwhile, Mu Jin moves with purpose. Another monk watches him pass, panting heavily. Mu Gung, due to his large frame, has a wider collision range. Unlike the others, he gradually increases speed with minimal movement. So what if he stumbles or bumps into things? He silently pushes forward on his path. The three of them all use the 1,000-pound hammer technique as their base to enhance their light body technique and search for the name tags quickly. However, there was one person struggling. Was that an earthquake? That was a really loud noise. Maybe some wild beasts are fighting in the mountains? Mu Jin was lost. He thought, I had successfully adjusted myself while using the 1,000-pound hammer. But why is it so hard to keep my balance? My body doesn't even feel like mine. Light body technique. It's too difficult. Huh! Mu Jin grunted as he stared at the fallen tree branch. Why is a fallen tree branch the size of a log? What a ridiculously sturdy tree. He realized he'd been lucky. If I hadn't used Iron Guard, my abdomen would have been all bruised up. He started to piece things together. Right, even if you throw something light like a leaf or feather with all your strength, they don't move fast. But what if I had wait the moment that I throw it? Suddenly, Grandmaster Hyun Gwang appeared behind him. Because a lighter body can move faster. Ho ho ho, that's partially right and partially wrong, Mu Jin. So that's what Grandpa meant. Mu Jin realized his mistake. I was too focused on the idea of simply making the body lighter like in the novels. But the real technique is adjusting your body weight to increase speed. Time for another attempt. Let's try it again. First, fix my center of gravity, right before launching myself. Increase my body weight and move my body forward. While in the air, lighten my body as much as possible to go farther. Mu Jin focused, zeroing in on his target location. Once the target location is decided, he shifted his weight again, channeling the force. Add weight again. That's how I generate maximum speed. Mu Jin grinned, feeling the technique come together. This is the true light body technique. So the 1,000-pound hammer can be used to directly control speed. He realized the versatility of this approach. The light body technique isn't a martial art in itself. It's more like a technique for movement. So that's why we learned the 1,000-pound hammer first. Depending on how it's used, everyone can develop their own unique version of light body technique. Mu Jin smiled, excited by the possibilities. My own light body technique, how exciting. He turned to survey the damage he'd caused during his training. Oops, I left quite a trail of failed attempts behind me. I didn't mean to, but it's pretty disastrous. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Mu Jin's mind. From now on, I'll call this technique Destroyer's Divine Stride. He unleashed the technique, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. The force of the blow rippled outwards. Grandmaster Hyun Gwang watched Mu Jin's progress with interest. He mused, he's understood the essence of light body technique on his own. Impressive. He continued, the others also seem to have discovered their own methods, so the children you brought must be exceptional too. Grandmaster Hyun Gwang chuckled, Mu Jin, you really have a good eye. I wonder how many lesser revitalization pills are left in the temple? Hyun Gwang was already thinking about giving lesser revitalization pills to the three young monks as well. Hopefully, they'll become the future of Shaolin Temple. But at this rate, the mountain might not survive. Looks like the abbot is going to give me an earful. 3 hours later, a shout echoed through the temple. Grandpa, Mu Jin stood proudly, holding up a small wooden tag. I found my name tag. Didn't you hide it a bit too deeply? How could you hide it in the very cave where I did my wall-facing meditation? Mu Jin grinned, flanked by the other 2 monks. Anyway, I think I arrived first, or did you? Mu Jin's eyes widened as he realized these guys are already here. The other monks greeted him with smug grins. Mu Jin, you came a bit late, huh? Hey, last place. We almost fell asleep waiting for you. One of the monks gloated. You've got to clean the temple for 7 days and nights in our place. Grandmaster Hyun Gwang, you're the best. A bet is a bet, sorry, Mu Jin. Mu Jin, however, was not focused on the loss. I still need to refine this technique, Destroyer's Divine Stride. And so the young monks began refining their light body techniques even more diligently. After reaching a certain level of mastery, they were finally granted permission to go to Luoyang Heavenly Merchant Guild now. All that's left is to make money. Since even the elders of Shaolin approved, there was no reason to object. A man mused, the distance is close too. I like that. The Heavenly Merchant Guild leader approved too, but I'm too busy to personally manage Luoyang like I did for Nanchang. Hello, is there someone who could manage Luoyang on my behalf? Suddenly, the man's eyes lit up. Ah, there is that person, isn't there? So, the woman asked, are you saying we'll go together? To Luoyang? Mu Jin, in his orange monk robes, replied, exactly, we desperately need your help. Your recent advancements in muscle lengthening techniques are remarkable, and unlike in Nanchang, I can't handle everything on my own this time. He continued, I absolutely need your help for this journey. I've already received permission from the Merchant Guild leader too. The woman's face flushed red. I had some expectations when you asked to meet me alone. Seems I got my hopes up for nothing. She paused, a sudden realization dawning on her. Wait a second. Mu Jin tilted his head, a confused expression on his face. That still means I'll be with Monk Mu Jin, right? Either way, isn't this a great opportunity for me? The woman, Lady Siwa, questions her own feelings, wondering if it's appropriate to harbor such thoughts for a monk, even one as built as Mu Jin. But Monk Mu Jin is a monk. Is it really okay for me to think like this? Lady Siwa, are you okay? This love of mine, this can't be wrong, can it? She steels her resolve, reminding herself of her promise. Let's rethink this, he's the one I promised a future with. Lady Siwa's expression hardens. She agrees to accompany Mu Jin, but she has a condition. Very well, let's go together. However, if I relocate to Luoyang, treating the women here may become difficult. So could you perhaps? Mu Jin looks up, waiting for her request. Do something for me? Lady Siwa looks at Mu Jin, awaiting his response. Are you sure about this? I'd be truly grateful. Lady Siwa announces that she wants to be in charge of overseeing all clinic physicians from now on, as well as the body treatment clinic. It's something I want to do, so please leave it to me. The other party seems pleased. Then, I look forward to working with you. And so, Ryu Siwa became responsible not only for Luoyang, but also for all upcoming clinic branches. This is Lady Siwa. Ah, she's the one that Monk Mu Jin mentioned. Lady Siwa thinks to herself, I don't really know her true feelings. With this, I'll get to see Monk Mu Jin more often, right? Well, the outcome is good, so it's fine. The others remark on her newfound confidence. She seems more confident now. Maybe it's because she took initiative. I'll be counting on all of you. You're someone who we can definitely trust and follow. Not at all. We look forward to working with you. And she seems a lot brighter, which is wonderful. The man on the left is moved by her growth. Her growth is seriously bringing tears to my eyes. So, what do you think, guild leader? He must be proud. He's turned into a complete daughter-doting father. What more needs to be said? Afterward, Monk Mu Jin commuted kilometers every day, using Destroyer's divine stride. Fortunately, thanks to his experience starting from scratch at the Nanchang branch, opening the Luoyang clinic wasn't difficult, and there were no locals giving him a hard time like before. And many people offered help after hearing about the body treatment clinic, so the establishment went smoothly. Monk Mu Jin went back and forth between Dengfeng County and Luoyang countless times, with support from Heavenly Merchant Guild and the Shaolin Elders. In just 2.5 months, the Luoyang branch was opened, and after the clinic opened, the response was booming with business. Many of the afflicted began coming to the body treatment clinic. The Luoyang branch of the body treatment clinic gained popularity through word of mouth. People were saying that their knees got better there, and even an old monk on the brink of death recovered thanks to the treatment. There wasn't a single day without patients. One man without money pleaded to be seen, but Mu Jin's clinic didn't charge for treatment, and invited him inside. News of the treatment at the Luoyang clinic spread far and wide. They say rumors travel 1,000 miles, and this news even reached people who were not ordinary. Very far away from Mount Song, where Shaolin is located, the news reached Mount Wudong in Hubei. Grand Master Hyun Guang asked if a Shaolin monk had fully recovered. His subordinate confirmed. With support from the Heavenly Merchant Guild, they've opened clinics in several places. The subordinate continued, saying that he heard they provide treatment free of charge. The Grand Master held the sword, thinking, because he suffered so much, now he wishes to give back. Huh? The sword hummed with power. A subordinate asked, will you go visit them? Master Anhio. Grand Master Hyunguang replied, of course. People always say, the strongest is the best in the world. But the world is so wide and complex, how could anyone pick just one person? Whether in the past or now, people have always loved ranking the strongest. Continued, among the powerful, there was always talk of the 10 great martial masters of the world. Grand Master Hyunguang spoke of the most powerful. Among them, 3 were especially renowned, all swordsmen, known as the 3 greatest swords. Heaven Destroyer Sword Emperor of the Sword Destruction Pavilion, the Namgung Sword Emperor of the Namgung clan, and finally this person, that damn monk is back, the Taiji Sword Immortal of the Wudong sect. We'll finally see to the match that never reached its conclusion. Anhio, one of the 3 greatest swords, the Taiji Sword Immortal. So that rumor was the start of a new story. Grand Master, are you here? Monk Biab Gang burst into the room, startling Grand Master Hyunguang and Mu Jin. Grand Master, this is serious, Biab Gang exclaimed. Hyun Guang responded, Biab Jian, there's no need to shout. I can hear everything. That person is here. Hyun Guang mused, I see, it's about time. Who do you mean? Biab Gang announced the arrival of a legendary figure. Seijun Hyo has arrived. The Taiji sword immortal, Seijun Hyo, greeted Hyun Guang. Ho ho ho, it's been a while, old Taoist. Ho ho ho, you've changed a bit, old monk. Mu Jin was shocked. Oh shit, that's Seijun Hyo? This is unbelievable. The Taiji sword immortal knew Grandpa? Hyun Guang narrowed his eyes. From the atmosphere, it doesn't seem like you came just for a friendly chat. Seijun Hyo's piercing gaze locked onto Grandmaster Hyun Guang. You're as sharp as ever, monk. Since we never finished our match when you fell ill, how about we settle it now? Hyun Guang, ever the diplomat, responded, if we fight here, the Shaolin Temple won't survive. Shall we change the location? Unhyo replied, as you wish. Unhyo's hand glowed with power as he declared, Mu Jin, come with us. Mu Jin, caught off guard, could only utter ah. The monks erupted in shouts of alarm. Mu Jin, Grandmaster, Yua! The Grandmaster yelled after him, you must come back alive. The world blurred around Mu Jin as he was pulled away from the temple. He blinked, trying to get his bearings. Where exactly am I? Mu Jin looked around, confused. Am I? I remember floating and spinning through the air, but after that, Monk Biab Gang, standing nearby, warned, stand back, it may get dangerous. Grandmaster Hyun Guang nodded in agreement. Yes, understood. Monk Biab Gang watched with trepidation. Just how enormous is this fight that's about to begin? Seijun Hyo stood ready, his sword gleaming with power. Grandmaster Hyun Guang responded, did you already know him, grandfather? You've learned frequency whispering technique? The old man replied, ah yes, since the showdown with the Tyrant Blade faction, we had a few martial exchanges in our youth. That's all. And there's no need to use frequency whispering technique now. Hyun Guang questioned, huh? What do you mean? He can easily eavesdrop on frequency whispering technique. The Grandmaster was shocked. That's insane. Is that really true? Seijun Hyo observed. While I could hear what the kid was saying, I couldn't hear the old monk. The old man's power surprised Hyun Guang. He used advanced frequency whispering technique, huh? He didn't just restore his energy, but he reached the realm of nature? Grandmaster Hyun Guang and the old man prepared to fight. Shall we begin? Of course. The old man's sword glowed with an intense green light. Mu Jin watched the scene unfold with a look of concern. The old man's attack landed, causing a massive explosion of energy. This is insane. Mu Jin was blown away by the force of the blast. The energy from the attack continued to spread. The dust settled, revealing the old man standing tall. Grandpa, Grandmaster Hyun Guang smirked. You've grown quite a bit since I last saw you. Was losing last time that much of a blow to your pride? The old man's eyes narrowed. Ha! For a monk, you sure like to provoke others. Today, once and for all, let's decide who is truly superior. The clash of philosophies was about to turn physical. A strong body can only be built with a proper mind. Grandmaster Hyun Guang scoffed at the idea. What's the point of having a sound mind if it leads nowhere? Hyun Guang, shouldn't we first aim to forge a resilient body, so that his mind may also grow with it? Unhyo countered with his own beliefs. You can't cultivate great power with a flawed mind, so a firm mind must come first. Unhyo, even if he attains enlightenment and tries to pursue a grand purpose, without the strength to achieve it, it's nothing but delusion. Shouldn't strength come first? Hyun Guang seemed to take offense to that. Are you going to keep disrespecting the teachings of our Wudong sect? Unhyo, why don't we also focus on physical training? There's nothing quite like working up a sweat to feel refreshed. Unhyo was clearly not amused. You damn monk, I'll prove that I'm right. Let's see which of us is truly destined to become. Hyun Guang smirked, accepting the challenge. The greatest under the heavens. So, it's a duel to settle things? This may go against Shaolin's teachings, but Monk Biab Gang grins, clearly confident in his fighting abilities. Well, why not? The two martial arts masters clash, their movements a blur of motion. Biab Gang declares, let's see if you can still smile once it starts. Hyun Guang grits his teeth, his expression a mix of determination and fury. Mu Jin can't believe what he's seeing. The martial artist that I had acknowledged, that Hyun Guang. Mu Jin is shocked as he realizes what has happened. Was crippled by the demonic cult. Mu Jin is speechless. The figure in black sits in silent meditation, a sword resting beside him. Your legend as the divine monk of Shaolin couldn't have ended like that. Mysterious figure in white declares, you're a man worthy of competing with me for the title of the greatest under the heavens. I heard a rumor that Hyun Guang, the divine monk of Shaolin, has recovered. The figure in white glows with power, radiating an intense aura. The figure's grip tightens around his sword. That's right, there's no way that'd be the end of you. Yes, the scene shifts to a devastated landscape. The figure in white is surrounded by floating swords. This time, we'll finally settle it. The figure in white stands amidst a circle of floating swords. Monk Biab Gang stands firm, channeling energy manipulated sword Taiji. Clash unleashes an enlightened sword art, tearing through the landscape. The earth shatters as the forces collide. Grandmaster Hyun Guang focuses his energy. Hyun Guang unleashes the Rulai Divine Harmonized Hand Strike. Sage and Hyo counters with enhanced sword energy. Grandmaster Hyun Guang unleashes a Phoenix Strike, letting out a hearty ho-ho-ho. Monk Biob Gang looks up at the incoming attack, and can only utter, "Oh my." The strike detonates in a burst of light and energy. Hyun Guang thinks to himself, "Ha, damn monk, I can't see just how strong he is at all." Biob Gang's power radiates outwards, forming a protective barrier. What I only knew in my head has finally reached my heart. Thousand Hand Protector, you always had that irritating tone. Nothing has changed. Ho ho, facts are facts. Else can I say it? Biob Gang continues, and after losing 5 times already you wanted to challenge me again. Isn't that a bit strange? Grandmaster Hyun Guang declares. Weren't you never one for number games? Either way, let's see this to the end, Baldy. Monk Biob Gang's hand glows with power. You've always loved a good duel, back then and now. The two fighters exchange blows, the strikes colliding in midair. If we go all the way, I'll win it all. The impact creates a massive explosion. The energy surges outwards. Mu Jin is left in awe. Truly a battle between monsters. That's a clash of the strongest in this world. Mu Jin is overwhelmed by the sheer power on display. Sword energy, enhanced sword energy, energy manipulated sword art, energy barrier, and even a body of nature forces. The scope of their abilities makes him question his own strength. Can I even reach their level? He steels his resolve, knowing he can't afford to be daunted. No, I can't let weak thoughts fester. To survive, I must rise to that level. Mu Jin recalls a lesson from his grandfather. Grandpa wanted to show me this. His eyes widen as he watches the fight. Mu Jin notices something is off with Grandmaster Hyun Guang. Huh, wait. His wrist just trembled for a moment, and his expression didn't look good either. No way. Mu Jin notices the yin-yang sword is trembling in Grandmaster Hyun Guang's hand. Could he also be ill, like grandfather? Hyun Guang grits his teeth, trying to ignore whatever is ailing him. Mu Jin watches as Hyun Guang fights, his expression grim. Just as I thought. Mu Jin calls out to the Grandmaster. He isn't in his normal condition. How did you manage to keep fighting like this in that state? Hyun Guang replies, I'm fine. Keep going. Hyun Guang insists that he's fine. A little tingling is nothing. They say those who've suffered understand others who've suffered the most. I, too, once lost all strength due to my broken body. Mu Jin pleads with him to get help. But unlike then, it may not be too late for you. Please, get a diagnosis. Grandmaster Hyun Guang stares in disbelief. Is avoiding treatment a sign of a sound mind? Monk Biob Gang clears his throat, drawing attention to himself. Hyun Guang is annoyed. Damned monk, how exactly do you expect me to get a diagnosis right now? You don't need to worry about that. Biob Gang responds, if it's a diagnosis you need, I can take care of it. Mu Jin over there treated me. Hyun Guang is shocked. What? Really? Biob Gang turns to Mu Jin with a hopeful expression. Mu Jin, would you mind examining his body? Mu Jin looks thoughtful. Even if he's one of the strongest in the world, his body's structure should be the same, right? The duel between Grandmaster Hyun Guang and Sage and Hyo is temporarily halted. Mu Jin begins his examination. So, you said there was numbness and dullness in the fingertips, along with pain? Hyun Guang confirms, yes, that's right. Mu Jin continues, then could you try extending both arms forward while maintaining bent wrists facing downward? Hyun Guang complies, grunting in discomfort. Mu Jin nods. Just as I suspected. Mu Jin diagnoses the problem. It's carpal tunnel syndrome with tenosynovitis. Due to constant strain from wielding the sword, it seems the accumulated stress finally burst. You must have been in extreme pain. How did you manage to continue sword training in this condition? He explains further, carpal tunnel syndrome is caused by compression of the median nerve as the carpal tunnel in the wrist narrows. It's not incurable, but recovery will take time. First, let's proceed with emergency treatment. This lad. Rumors were spreading like wildfire. They say divine monk Hyun Guang of Shaolin has recovered. There are rumors that a man called the Blessed Monk was behind it. He must be the blessed monk Mu Jin. Meanwhile, the bald monk Biob Gang was shocked at the news. How? Shaolin tried everything, and eventually gave up, yet he succeeded. He ponders the implications. If it's him, then maybe. Back with Mu Jin and Grandmaster Hyun Guang, the Grandmaster makes an offer. Along with my treatment, could I ask one more favor from you? In return, I'll grant you a request of your own. Mu Jin looks surprised by the offer. If it's within my power, it can be anything at all, how about it? He thinks to himself. He's suddenly suggesting an equivalent exchange. Like an alchemist? Mu Jin considers the offer. I don't even know what he'll ask for. Is it a trap? But he quickly decides to take the risk. But he's one of the 3 greatest swords, might as well go big with this. Mu Jin is shocked. Wait, one of the 3 swords? One of the 3 greatest swords of the world of Gakyeon universe, and the most ruthless of them all. This hidden force must be stopped at all costs. Grandmaster Hyun Guang asks Mu Jin, Would you be able to punish him? The old man replies, that's impossible. If we act rashly, many could be caught in the crossfire. Blood may once again flood the Murim. How could you, a devout Buddhist, wish death upon such a wicked man? Mu Jin thinks to himself, I suppose I need a convenient and reasonable justification. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. Mu Jin reveals his true motive. The truth is, that man is the one who annihilated my precious family. Mu Jin explains his reasoning to Grandmaster Hyun Guang, recounting a tragic tale from his past. I was born in a scarcely populated, remote rural village where everyone was poor. He continues, our family's practice of medicine was different from conventional methods, so it wasn't widely accepted, but we were known for never turning away a patient. Although it was so long ago that my memories are faint, I still remember how our clinic was always bustling day and night. Mu Jin recalls the pivotal moment that changed everything. One day, a martial artist came to our village, covered in blood. He continues, not only our family, but the whole village worked together to treat his severely injured body. Mu Jin pauses, a shadow passing over his face. No one knew that moment would become the turning point for everything. Once the martial artist had recovered enough, the memory darkens as he concludes simply, they came. Mu Jin continued to explain the events of his past, recalling the arrival of a powerful figure, the leader of the Unorthodox Alliance, the combined forces of the 7 unorthodox sections, and the leader of the Sword Destruction Pavilion, Heaven Destroyer Sword Emperor, Hyuk Jin Gang. Mu Jin's expression darkened as he revealed the grim truth. It turned out the martial artist we had saved was a fugitive from the Unorthodox Alliance, and because we had treated that fugitive, the memory was punctuated by a single, accusing finger. The scene shifted to a horrifying image of destruction. We were annihilated. The boat drifted silently on the water, a stark reminder of the tragedy Mu Jin had witnessed. Back in the present, Mu Jin's business partners were discussing inventory. I think there's supposed to be one more item. If so, we need to check and contact the merchant guild. Mu Jin continued his story, recalling a desperate plea. Help me, please. The scene zoomed in on a man's face, his expression etched with worry. The memory continued. A group of people discovered a child hidden away. There's a child in here. The child seems to be suffering. Quickly, get some water and food. Another voice chimed in, filled with concern. No, shouldn't we take him to a clinic first? Hey, stay with us. Kid, you must not die. Mu Jin's expression turned somber. That child was me, of course. All of that is a lie. Mu Jin continued. I was too young back then to remember clearly how we escaped, but it seems my parents were only able to hide me away. What a story. So, how did you end up coming to Shaolin? Mu Jin seemed uncertain how to continue. Well, Grandmaster Hyun Guang listened intently. So, that's what happened. Hyun Guang continued the story, explaining, you were just a wandering child, rejected everywhere, until a senior disciple who happened to be nearby took pity on you and brought you into Shaolin. The Grandmaster's words hung in the air. To think that before coming to Shaolin, you had been harmed by someone like Hyuk Jin Jang. Did it really work? Hyun Guang seemed lost in thought. How did this work so well? Hyun Guang looked at Mu Jin, a gentle expression on his face. How could I possibly understand the resentment of losing both family and hometown? Even if you've joined Shaolin, no one expects you to forcibly comfort your heart. So don't worry, Mu Jin. Hyun Guang, still recovering from the fight, sits with his sword floating behind him, glowing with a sinister red aura. Indeed, even without me getting involved, that man has already piled up countless grudges. As they say, heaven's net is vast and wide though loose, it lets nothing slip through. He'll definitely receive his punishment. Mu Jin and Monk Biao Gang are taken aback by the Grandmaster's sudden change of heart. Wow, for once, you're saying something that makes sense, old Taoist. Ahem. I'm not some stuck-up monk who lives in a cave, you know? Stuck up? That reminds me of someone I know. A certain sword-wielding old Taoist. Wait, is that about me? Mu Jin, looking a bit peeved, clenches his fists. I'm much better now. Anyway, let's treat the wound first. If it gets worse, it'll be hard to treat. Let's stop this conversation here. Mu Jin holds Hyun Guang's hand, checking his condition. Ahem, you've gone through a lot. I hope that old man hasn't made you too uncomfortable. Hyun Guang and Biao Gang bicker like children. What? You yourself are an old man too. Compared to you, I've aged quite gracefully, don't you think? Grumpy old monk. Mu Jin interjects. Please stop fighting and help with the treatment, Grandpa. See? Quit being stubborn and lie down already. Enhance sword energy. Put the sword down for now. Hyun Guang looks at his bandaged hand. I came here for a final showdown, but now I'm being treated instead. Oh ho ho. Life's full of unexpected turns, isn't it? Grandmaster Hyun Guang, with Monk Biao Gang beside him, asks, anyway, would you like a drink? I swiped a bottle of Shaoxing wine from Guan's stash. You've really become a shameless monk, huh? Hyun Guang continues, why did you send the blessed monk back? He's still growing. He should rest, oh ho ho. Have some motion sickness medicine on you when you return. Hyun Guang advises, you can't just overwork them like that, or they'll hate you. It's alright. That child finds his own way, as long as you give him direction. I'm sure today's events will become a great lesson for Mujin. The Grandmaster asks, wouldn't it have been better if you brought that child you mentioned earlier too? Monk Biab Gang replies, you mean Chung Su? Just watch. No one can rival him. Hyun Guang chuckles, oh ho ho. You're entrusting what you couldn't achieve to your grandchild? That's the most disgraceful thing old folks do, isn't it? You want to go at it again? The Grandmaster stares intently. Grandmaster Hyun Guang, holding a bottle of Shaoxing wine, asks Biab Gang, you're pretending to be a monk, aren't you? What kind of regret is making you delay in grasping that opportunity? The camera focuses on the bottle in Hyun Guang's hand, which seems to be glowing with an inner fire. He continues, it's not the time to attain enlightenment yet. I think I have about 5 more years. Hyun Guang stares intently at Biab Gang. It's not like I've known you for just a day or two. There must be more to this than simply watching the youth grow. Meanwhile, an injured bald monk sits on the ground, surrounded by a dark and bloody aura. The smell of blood is starting to fill the air. It's more intense than when I fell previously. I can feel it. The scene shifts to a gathering of hooded figures, their presence heavy with foreboding. They're gathering their strength to rise again. How can I let go when I worry about our children's future? Back with the Grandmaster, he looks determined. There's still some more time go. I'll do all I can so the next generation can survive. Grandmaster Hyun Guang looks upon the younger generation, surrounded by a fiery aura. Creating a better world is always the role of the younger generation. But our generation must pave the way for them. Isn't that child, Chung Su, such a person for you as well? The Grandmaster's hand is wrapped in bandages, glowing with inner energy. Hyun Guang turns to Biab Gang. Hey monk, can you do me a favor? Grandmaster asks Biab Gang. Lend us some disciples from Shaolin. Our disciples? Biab Gang replies, I guess you're correct. Grandmaster Hyun Guang believes they have a duty to pass this world on to the next generation, and to do that, they all need to become stronger. He declares that the Wudang sect must grow even more. Biab Gang wholeheartedly agrees with the idea of a martial arts exchange with Wudang, the strongest sect. Biab Gang thinks that if they go ahead with their exercise method, Mu Jin will definitely need to attend, and he'll need companions like during the Nanchang visit. Since it's a martial arts exchange, it'd be good for young disciples to go and broaden their horizons. He has 3 in mind, but who are they? Biab Gang suggests Hai Gul as the person in charge, then third-class disciples Mu Yul, Mu Gung, and Mu Kyum. Biab Gang tells Grandmaster Hyun Guang that since the 3 disciples have been doing light body technique training, everyone's been keeping a close eye on them. Hyun Guang thinks that if it's those kids, they can be trusted to represent them. Hyun Guang holds out his hand, and Biab Gang wonders why he's doing that, since he's asking for something, and what else could he mean? Hyun Guang says that since the 3 kids are going to the Wudang sect, they should at least send them with some lesser revitalization pills, considering what they've gone through, in case they lose confidence in front of the Wudang sect's disciples. Biab Gang stares intently at Hyun Guang. It seems he's planned this all in advance. After the greater revitalization pill incident, Hyun Chun decided to stop overthinking things. The monks confirm that they've absorbed the lesser revitalization pills properly, thanks to Monk Hai Gul, more or less. One monk says, but to think that you'd be taking over us, please take care of us again, like you did during the crane strike lesson. The bald monk Hai Geology says, this is going to be fun. He's the vice hall leader of Shaolin's outer hall Invincible Fist. Another monk says, Wudang sect is considered one of the northern star like our Shaolin. Since we're going to learn, let's do our best to uphold Shaolin's name. One of the monks notices someone's arrival and exclaims, oh, they're here. A man announces, we're from the Heavenly Merchant Guild. We've brought all the items you requested. The Heavenly Merchant Guild has delivered the requested items, and Mu Jin says, thank you. Though martial arts exchange is our main goal, I figured these would help, too. Equipment and physical conditioning are still an important part of Shaolin training. The monks look on in shock as Mu Jin continues. The old equipment seemed insufficient, so, whoa. Mu Jin gestures to the massive collection of training equipment. I've prepared a large quantity. One of the monks whispers, seriously, he's addicted to training. Another monk exclaims, whoa, there are so many. You really can't stand muscle loss, huh? Mu Jin beams, yes. Training consistently at all times is the mark of a true Shaolin disciple. Another monk recalls Mu Jin's antics with the crane. Wasn't he the one who caught a crane because of Mu Yel and turned it into performance art? If it's for training, I knew he'd be all for it. He's so devoted. Biab Gang pumps a wooden dumbbell, saying, since we've come this far, let's do something fun on the way to the Wudang sect. Biab Gang suggests doing something fun on the way to the Wudang sect, and Mu Jin's eyes light up. Fun? What kind of? I love fun stuff. Could it be? Everyone except the naive martial artist could feel it, the sense of an incoming Spartan held training. The person who delivered the exercise equipment, Lady Sielwa, is off on a long journey again. The Wudang sect members await their guests. So, what time is it now? It's between 3 and 5 o'clock. One of them wonders, if everything had gone according to plan, they should have arrived yesterday at the latest. I wonder if something happened on the way. The group finally arrives. We're here. Ah, you came out to greet us. One of the Wudang sect members is shocked by what he sees. But wait, comrades, did something happen on your way here? An accident? But Biab Gang says, not quite. It was just part of our training. The Wudang member is speechless. Did you really pull the carriage here? That's so reckless. More importantly, why did you take the longest route to get to Mount Wudang? Mu Jin replies, haha, I figured it'd be the perfect place to train. We'd finished ourselves. The Wudang member is still reeling from the revelation. Training. Mu Jin said this is what they call a march. What would have happened if we didn't know light body techniques? The Wudang sect members welcome their Shaolin guests, saying, well then, may we go inside? Please come in. The Shaolin group finally arrives at the Wudang sect. Mu Yo collapses. We're here. We can rest now, right? Mu Yel, one of the Wudang members, is taken aback by the monk's appearance. I thought there were only quiet, meditative monks, but they all seem pretty eccentric. Yes, they even seem reckless. The Wudang sect member speaks to the Shaolin monks. Anyway, thank you for coming all this way. We'll be arriving at the lodging soon, so please rest well after your long journey. By the way, that place over there, oh, he points to an area, explaining, that's the self-training area. It's where we work on basic physical training, martial arts, and study. Going forward, all of you will also train and interact with us there. Mu Jin eyes the training area with interest. For now, you'll be training there. He, there are so many people. So, that's Wudang's version of a gym, huh? Mu Jin grins, addressing the Wudang sect members. Hey everyone, caught your breath yet? Training. This is good timing because my upper body is a little stiff. A march? That only worked my legs. Monk Biab Gang and a Wudang sect member look on in confusion as Mu Jin continues. The light body technique only drained inner energy, not stamina. I still have plenty left. What? Well, we've got a perfect stage and all. Then we're doing it today too. Mu Jin raises his voice, addressing his fellow monks. Alright, everyone. Unpack your things. A monk replies, ready. The monks begin to unpack their equipment. These are from Shaolin. Strength training, cardio training, health. We're looking forward to training with you. The Wudang sect members are stunned. What is happening? Wait, when did they even get down there? Monk Biab Gang explains to us, that is resting. That's Shaolin's basic training. The Wudang sect members were shocked by Shaolin's equipment. Hey, did you hear that? They said that's training. What? So those chunks of metal aren't weapons, but training tools? Mu Jin grinned, overhearing their comments. It's been a while since I've seen reactions like this. Yeah, ever since I gained recognition for my training. Mu Jin wondered if his training methods were truly that special. Gained recognition. If things keep going this way, is it really that big of a deal? A Wudang sect member lamented the situation. I had high hopes when I heard Taoist and Hio brought them, but we're exchanging our martial arts for such cheap tricks. It feels like we're getting the short end of the stick. Another Wudang member watched Mu Jin lift weights. They don't even seem that impressive. Let's just play nice and send them off. Mu Jin overheard their dismissive remarks and scoffed. Ha! They're calling our training cheap tricks? They don't even understand how effective the muscle lengthening technique can be. Mu Jin encouraged his fellow monks to focus on their exercises, reminding them that even their elders reacted the same way at first. The monk beside him admitted that was true, but he was still surprised by the reactions of the Wudang sect. Mu Jin told him not to react to every comment. He assured him that, just like they did, the Wudang sect would eventually recognize the value of their training. Mu Jin turned to Mu Gung and asked for help benching some weights. He then grew annoyed. There it is again. Bench what? Stop using such difficult words. A Wudang sect member remarked that the training tool looked strange, seeking confirmation from his companion. His companion confirmed that they were monks from the Shaolin Temple, here to help with a martial arts exchange. The Wudang sect member was ready to see what the Shaolin monks were all about. I see. Chung Su, the Wudang sword dragon, was curious to see their skills. I'm curious to see what they're like. Chung Su, Wudang sword dragon, Wudang sect's third-class disciple. Grandmaster Hyun Guang gave Mu Jin a task. Mu Jin, I'll leave the cleanup to you. I'm heading in first. A promise is a promise, so I'll go ahead. Mu Jin grumbled about always being stuck with cleanup duty. Seriously, if only I had grasped the principles of light movement faster. Am I always going to be stuck with cleanup duty? Mu Jin's eye twitched. A Wudang sect member approached Mu Jin, who was busy with his workout. I'm sorry. Am I disturbing you? Mu Jin replied, No, not at all. But who are you? A Wudang sect member approached Mu Jin, introducing himself. I'm Chung Su, one of the third-class disciples of Wudang. I hope we'll get along. Chung Su continued, hoping to make Mu Jin feel at ease. Since we're both third-class disciples, Feel free to speak comfortably with me. Oh, I see. It's nice to meet you. Mu Jin recognized the name. I know the name Chung Su well. He's one of the characters that's a part of the Geikyun universe. Mu Jin thought about where he knew the name from. He appears in Return of the Demon Supreme, the genius of the orthodox sects that fought the demonic cult Protagonist. Mu Jin recalled Chung Su's role in that story. Namgung Jinshin. Chung Su was fighting alongside him, like a second-in-command character, just a sidekick. Mu Jin wondered if Chung Su's role would be expanded in this story. I don't remember him having much screen time in that series. But maybe like Ji-hee, he has a bigger role in Shaolin Chronicles? Chung Su reached out to shake Mu Jin's hand. Even though we're here on official business for martial arts exchange, I hope we can become friends. Mu Jin accepted the gesture, and they shook hands. Chung Su observed Mu Jin with a piercing gaze. The handshake between the two martial artists was charged with an unseen energy. Chung Su's eyes narrowed, sizing up Mu Jin. He seems to be on par with me. Chung Su's thoughts raced as he studied Mu Jin's face. Is there something more to him? Let's see. By the way, I saw your training earlier. Mu Jin, with a smug grin, remarked, it honestly looked like a completely useless technique. Chung Su was taken aback by the sudden criticism. Excuse me? What are you saying all of a sudden? Is lifting these chunks of iron and stone really necessary? Mu Jin continued his assessment. I mean, it's not just lifting heavy stuff. There are other elements to it too, but compared to our training, it looks rather primitive and brutish. Mu Jin casually flicked one of the weights off the table, sending it crashing to the ground. You're saying this kind of thing actually helps in training? Oops, my bad. It's lighter than I thought. Chung Su's face contorted in rage. That bastard, how dare he treat our sacred tools like that? Mu Jin, unfazed by the outburst, countered with a question. Do you know the first teaching of Wudong? A strong mind creates a strong body. Mu Jin couldn't wrap his head around the Wudong clan's training methods. Exchanging this kind of primitive training for our meditative disciplines. I honestly don't get it. Chung Su attempted to clarify things. Seems like there's a misunderstanding, so let me explain. We also pursue development of both body and mind under the name of cultivating body and mind. He continued to elaborate on their beliefs. We believe that a strong body forms the foundation for a healthy mind. Even if the mind is sharp, without a strong body to support it, it's useless. Mu Jin scoffed at this notion. Ha, you don't understand. Someone with a strong mind can do anything. No, even if you know something mentally, if your body can't follow, it leads to laziness and quickly giving up. Chung Su countered, questioning the source of laziness. And isn't that laziness also due to poor mental discipline? The mind built through hardship awakens and forms conviction. Conviction? Conviction without strength is nothing but delusion. Mu Jin insisted on his point, emphasizing the importance of physical strength first. We must build mental strength only when the determination to become stronger is already in place. Then training truly bear fruit. You're not wrong, but physical strength is necessary to gain that determination. Even that training requires motivation and catalysts. A strong body helps build a strong mind, and a strong mind builds a strong body. Mu Jin's eyes widened, sweat trickling down his temple. What the? He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Hell just happened. The crowd was just as surprised, but some were already cheering Mu Jin on. Why are they suddenly sparring? I have no idea. Go Mu Jin. One of the Wudong disciples was equally confused. Apparently, Chung Su requested the duel first. That weirdo, what is he up to now? Well, I suppose exchanging martial skills wouldn't be a bad idea. Grandmaster Hyun Guang watched from the rooftop with a knowing smile. Looked down at the match, thinking, blessed monk, Mu Jin, the new pillar chosen by Hyun Guang of Shaolin. Grandmaster Hyun Guang watched the fight from above. No matter how strong Chung Su is, he won't be a match for Mu Jin. He had high hopes for the upcoming martial arts exchange. Let's see who's right. We'll find out who will lead the next generation. The future of Shaolin and Wudong hung in the balance. Will it be the Wudong's future leading talent, or the Shaolin's future leading talent? Grandmaster Hyun Guang watched the sparring match from above, thinking, let's see who's right. We'll find out who will lead the next generation. He wondered, will it be the Wudong's future leading talent, or the Shaolin's future leading talent? Meanwhile, the Wudong disciples cheered. Today, we'll witness the strength of the famous Wudong Sword Dragon. The Wudong Sword Dragon? Mu Jin, you can do it! The Wudong disciples continued to cheer on Chung Su. Chung Su, since you're already doing this, make it count. One of them noticed something amiss. Wait, his sword. The disciple realized with alarm. Isn't that a real sword? What? Seriously? The two fighters faced each other, ready to begin. Alright then, let the sparring. The two fighters launched at each other. Begin. When bare fists face a real sword, typically the sword user charges in to cut their opponent down, or the unarmed fighter tries to evade and counterattack from another direction. For this sparring match, This is different. Clash. The impact sent shockwaves through the training grounds. The crowd is stunned by the metallic clang of fist meeting steel. A real sword clashed with flesh and that made a metallic sound? What the hell is going on? Wait a second, that technique. Mu Jin's Iron Guard surprises everyone. Iron Guard? To think he confronted a real sword head-on with that level of internal energy. That Mu Jin is no ordinary disciple. Grandmaster Hyun Guang watches the fight intently. It's been a while since Chung Bu faced an opponent using a real sword. Did he quickly assess Mu Jin's skill? Looks like that old monk wasn't spouting nonsense after all. Hyun Guang is intrigued by the outcome of the spar. Now I'm genuinely curious about the result. Mu Jin's fist clashes with Chung Su's sword. Mu Jin's attack is relentless. Whoa, he's coming in fast. Mu Jin sends Chung Su flying through the air. This would end easily. Chung Su slams into the ground, barely able to hold himself up with his sword. He coughs. You're finished warming up, aren't you? Mu Jin unleashes a devastating attack. Fist energy. The force of the blow explodes outwards. The crowd reels in shock. He's using fist energy? No way. Didn't they say that boy was only a third-class disciple? The Shaolin monks are ecstatic. I didn't expect Shaolin's strength to be on this level. Mu Jin's giving us all hope. Wow. Mu Jin's so strong. Grandmaster Hyun Guang observes the fight with a grim expression. But Mu Jin's fist connects with Chung Su's blade, sending a shockwave rippling outwards. The force of the impact leaves Mu Jin's hand bloodied. Chung Su stands firm, radiating sword energy. Chung Su, the Wudang Sword Dragon, someone who knows how to use sword energy. So we can't tell how this match will end. Monk Biab Gang watches the battle, his brow furrowed. When was the last time I saw a match like this? Biab Gang recalls a memory. It was shortly after I joined Shaolin. Monk Biab Gang watches Mu Jin and Chung Su clash, recalling a past memory. I once watched a duel between two equally unmatched talents. The memory shows two combatants locked in a similar struggle. This feels like I'm watching the match between Grandmaster Hyun Guang and Master Unhyo back then. Mu Jin unleashes a swift whirlwind sweep. Chung Su counters with a swift sword dance. The two fighters continue their exchange of blows, either giving an inch. The force of the battle sends Chung Su flying backwards. Mu Jin staggers back, barely keeping his balance against Chung Su's relentless attacks. He plants his foot with the destroyer's divine stride. An explosion of force erupts as Mu Jin's foot connects with the ground, sending shockwaves through the training arena. An explosion? Chung Su's sword glows with a fierce light as he prepares to strike. Mu Jin manages to block the incoming blow at the last possible second. Wait. Mu Jin's eyes widen in disbelief. He deflected that. Mu Jin realizes that in a friendly sparring match between sect disciples, he can't use grappling, and only martial arts and internal energy are allowed in this kind of fight. But he thinks this is actually pretty fun. Mu Jin's eyes widen as he sees the floor cracking beneath him. Shit! The cracked floor. The assembled crowd watches intently, their expressions a mix of concern and awe. One of the Wudang disciples asks, "Are you alright?" Mu Jin manages to grab Chung Su, preventing him from falling. As Mu Jin grabs Chung Su to prevent a fall, Hyun Guang calls out, "Sparring match, stop." What? Chung Su asks why Mu Jin didn't finish him off, saying that it was a golden opportunity. Mu Jin replies that there's no point in winning against someone who slipped by accident. Mu Jin continues, saying that Shaolin's techniques are based on control and restraint, and he questions whether that level of force could be considered control. Mu Jin continues. Chung Su smiles, stating that he noticed Mu Jin's interest in muscles a while ago. Chung Su seems to have noticed Mu Jin's behavior. What are you talking about? Actually, I've been thinking about this since yesterday, but I'm not sure I should say it. Chung Su continues, that time at night, when you spoke to me, I thought you were intentionally trying to provoke me. The hand he used to shake hands, you wiped the hand opposite from the one you shook with. It was a bit clumsy, honestly. Ahem. Was that what happened? I mean, Chung Su's observations continue. Before you spoke to me, you quietly watched us training, and it seemed you were in deep thought. Chung Su smiles knowingly. It felt like maybe you had some sort of revelation while observing our muscle lengthening technique training. And he's still young, so it's only natural he'd be impressed by well-trained muscles. Chung Su pauses for dramatic effect. The truth is, Chung Su finally reveals his thoughts. From the moment I first saw the unusual equipment here, I was thrilled. Where is it used? How does it function? What is the name of this training method? Chung Su had been paying close attention to Mu Jin, and now he was ready to share his thoughts. He was impressed by the bulging muscles beneath the Shaolin disciples' robes, arms, backs, and thighs thick enough to stop a sword. He was also amazed by the strange, innovative training equipment and the imaginative ways they used it. He wanted to try it all himself, to spar and to learn. That's why he rashly asked for a duel, and he thanks Mu Jin for accepting. After facing him directly, he felt it clearly. He, too, wants a strong body like that, and asks if it's alright to spar again next time. Mu Jin replies, of course. It's wonderful to meet such an enthusiastic member. I mean, to meet you. Starting today, come train with us. We'll support you as much as you want. Chung-soo is pleased. I love that. The match concludes, and the announcer declares, the winner of the match is Mu-jin. Great work, everyone. Mu-jin, ever the perceptive coach, predicts the future. After I turn around, you're probably going to wipe your hand again. No, that was a misunderstanding. The announcer declares, the winner of the match is Mu-jin. Great work, everyone. Meanwhile, the Grandmaster of Wudang watches from above. Monk Biab Gang lies on the ground, defeated. Haha, I didn't even lift a finger. This is all your fault, damn monk. Grandmaster Hyun Gwang clears his throat. Ahem. The narrator chimes in. Whether it was in the past or now, Mu-jin and Chung-soo stand side by side, ready for the next challenge. The next day, Mu-jin starts his training session with a loud yell. He flexes his arm, showing his muscles to the other monks. So, what do you think of my muscles? There's no way I can beat you, Mu-gung. Mu-gung responds, how is it you've never won even once? You're the strongest among us. Well, Mu-gung is strong, but somehow I just can't exert my full strength, even though I prepared thoroughly for this. Mu-jin explains, it's all thanks to Shaolin's training methods and muscle lengthening technique. That's so nice. Let me work hard and help you become like me. Mu-gung is surprised. To become like you, Mu-gung? Can I really get a body that's strong and solid? Mu-jin replies, of course. Mu-jin asks, Mu-gung, what do you call this tool? Mu-jin answers, that's called a sliding tool. Abdominal roller. Just grab the handles with both hands and roll it back and forth. It looks a lot like the barbell I saw earlier. Unlike barbells, this tool is specifically for training the abdominal muscles. That's what Mu-jin said. Shaolin folks use really fascinating equipment. Haha, give it a try. After the sparring match, one of the monks reflects on the mood. It feels like the distance between us and the Wudang disciples has shrunk. The awkward air they felt at first has started to fade. One of the monks hangs from a bar, struggling. Hang in there just a bit longer. But how much longer? This is definitely a good sign. The narrator continues, of course, some higher-ups or conservative types might take longer to come around. Monks whisper amongst themselves. But still, what's so great about that thing that it gets people cheering? Mu-jin was really impressive, but still, what matters is that the reputation of Shaolin is improving. That aside, now that the distance between them has closed, Mu-jin started to notice things he hadn't before. There's something that the people here have in common. They all seem to be in poor health. It reminds him of grandfather Hyun Gwang. They're not even getting proper treatment. Just then, a man in black robes approaches Mu-jin. Blessed monk, I've been looking for you. Mu-jin is surprised. Huh? Me? Why? Just then, a man approaches Mu-jin. Master Anhyo is looking for you. He called for you together with Chung-soo. Mu-jin replies, I'll go at once. Mu-jin and Chung-soo arrive at the appointed location. We heard you were looking for us. Greetings, Master Anhyo. Anhyo stands before them, radiating power. So you've come. Just seeing him like that, he really feels like a true Taoist immortal. The strongest in the world really is different. Anhyo looks at the pair. Do you know why I summoned only you two? Mu-jin replies, no, I don't. Anhyo explains, it's because of Hyun Gwang and the promise I made to that bald monk. He asked me to look after you well while you're here at Wudang. Anhyo's voice booms, if you were just average, I would have left you to my juniors. But I've seen your skills, so I have no choice but to teach you myself. Mu-jin is shocked. Sage Anhyo also saw my sparring with Chung-soo. Is he saying he'll personally train me? Anhyo continues, before that, there's something I'd like to say first. Do you remember what I asked of you before? You mean the day you sparred with Grandpa? Anhyo asks, since you've spent a few days here, have you noticed anything? Mu-jin responds, may I speak honestly? I could be wrong, but I don't think the Wudang disciples are in a good state. Anhyo tells him, go ahead and speak. Mu-jin hesitates before replying, everyone's arms. Mu-jin observes that the Wudang disciples' wrists seem to be in bad shape, identifying it as Wudang's greatest crisis and biggest weakness. Grandmaster Hyun Gwang agrees, acknowledging Mu-jin's keen observation. Hyun Gwang explains, our Wudang sword techniques are based on the principle of gentleness. We train to reach this level where powerful force is expressed through gentle techniques. He elaborates that this places enormous strain on the wrists. Hyun Gwang confirms that this is the root cause of the weakness Mu-jin identified, explaining why everyone looked unwell. Hyun Gwang acknowledges Mu-jin's reputation, saying, you've earned the name blessed because you've treated so many people. I'll get to the point. Grandmaster Hyun Gwang asks if Mu-jin would be willing to teach them the mysterious treatment technique he used on him for dealing with these wrist injuries. He continues, offering to grant Mu-jin one request in exchange. Hyun Gwang looks off into the distance, deep in thought. Mu-jin seems to be considering something. Hyun Gwang sighs. That's what I had wanted to say, but Mu-jin interjects, pointing out that because of Hyun Gwang's agreement with the Heavenly Merchant Guild, he can't share it, as the technique belongs to them. He reveals that Monk Biab Gang told him about it. Grandmaster Hyun Guang acknowledges that the situation is unfortunate but accepts it, saying, "It's unfortunate, but it can't be helped. Well then, let's begin training." Hyun Guang seems taken aback by this sudden change of plans. "Is that really necessary?" Mu Jin, realizing how that sounded, panics. "What? No, that sounded misleading." Mu Jin clarifies that he can fulfill Hyun Guang's request without breaking his agreement with the Heavenly Merchant Guild, prompting a surprised reaction from the Grandmaster. "What I mean is, I think I can fulfill your request without breaking my agreement with them." "What? How?" Mu Jin explains that he could open a body treatment clinic in Sun County, a place less than 80 kilometers from there. Mu Jin points out that it's not far, making it easy to travel to and from. Hyun Guang realizes that there was a way after all. It's not far, so it'd be easy to travel to and from. I see. There was a way, after all. From the shadows, a figure declares that the location is where the Jaegal clan from Yongshong Mountain resides. He believes this is a great chance to plant a legal foothold in the territory of future troublemakers, and it would be great if they could also monitor the movements of the protagonist from the unorthodox errant chronicles. Grandmaster Hyun Guang says that he will inform both Shaolin Temple and the Heavenly Merchant Guild himself, but wonders if they will really agree so readily. Mu Jin asks who would oppose treating the sick, stating that anyone with ties to them wouldn't hesitate to help others in need. Hyun Guang acknowledges that whether strong or weak, when you're in pain, you're just a patient, and Mu Jin doesn't draw lines between people. Mu Jin's words cause someone to think that they now understand why Hyun Guang chose Mu Jin, lamenting that it's a shame that Mu Jin didn't come to them instead. Grandmaster Hyun Guang praises Mu Jin's righteous mindset, adding that the first teaching of Wudang is a strong mind. Hyun Guang states that with Mu Jin's mindset, he'll have no problem learning what he's about to teach, prompting Mu Jin to ask what he means. Hyun Guang reveals that he will now teach Mu Jin the Taiji Fist Strike. Mu Jin is surprised by the revelation, but Hyun Guang confirms that he's serious. Hyun Guang explains that even though Mu Jin may have seen it during the martial arts exchange sessions, that was only scratching the surface, as they don't hand out their core martial arts so easily, even if it's a fist strike technique and not a sword technique. Someone observes that Mu Jin knew, adding that he wasn't just watching the sparring, he was observing everything. Grandmaster Hyun Guang explains that he'll teach the Taiji Fist Strike in a simpler, more practical way, through real combat. Mu Jin beams, stating that learning from the strongest in this world can only help, and that he'll do his best to master it. Hyun Guang calls Chung Su over so he can gain real combat experience, adding that he was probably pestering Monk Biab Gang for another match anyway. Mu Jin is surprised that Chung Su, one of the 3 greatest swordsmen in the world, is teaching him the Taiji Fist Strike, pointing out that Wudang doesn't only use swords. Hyun Guang adds that he's not as gentle as that bald monk Mu Jin knows, asking if Mu Jin understands what that means. Hyun Guang tells Mu Jin to come at him with full force. Mu Jin replies that he'll give it his all to learn. The force of Grandmaster Hyun Guang's strike sends Mu Jin flying. Mu Jin crashes to the ground, thinking, "This is insane." Mu Jin lies on the ground, stunned by the Grandmaster's power. He struggles to comprehend the difference in skill, thinking, "Unbelievable." Mu Jin reflects on his previous training. "Back with Monk Hai Guan, I managed to at least touch the one training us." Mu Jin is getting dismantled in real time. "But I think I'm lucky I can even look at the old man. It's like grasping a slippery eel covered with bar hands. He deflected everything, dismantled everything, enough everything." Grandmaster Hyun Guang stands over Mu Jin, his sword glinting in the sunlight. It felt like he could see several moves ahead. "Feels like you're fighting calmly, flowing water, doesn't it?" The Grandmaster continues his lecture. "When deflecting attacks, the key is to watch your opponent. First, you must read their movements. Second, you must read the energy they wield. Third, you must read their mind. And that's why." Hyun Guang towers over the downed Mu Jin. "I've already read all your moves, Chung-gu." Intense aura surrounds Hyun Guang. Grandmaster Hyun Guang stands over Mu Jin, explaining that the final stage is to read the world itself, though even he hasn't mastered that realm completely. He continues, stating that the world is broader and deeper than one can imagine, and that vast experience is needed, along with the ability to adapt and respond, because anything could happen, at any time, anywhere. The Grandmaster explains that it would be ideal to know what's coming in advance, but not everyone can achieve enlightenment like that old monk. Hyun Guang declares that while Mu Jin is at Wudang, he will teach him the Taiji Fist Strike with all his heart, along with the Wudang teachings of mind over might. With a shout, he promises they'll train hard, and so, the martial arts exchange continued. Mu Jin learned the Taiji Fist Strike and the Taiji Sword Strike from Master Unheal, while the other 3 learned various martial arts based on Wudang's mind over might principle. Mu Jin grunts, as he lifts a barbell loaded with weights. What kind of training is this, exactly? Can we learn it too?" His face is flushed with exertion, but he wears a wide grin. Around 10 days had passed since Shaolin and Wudang began training together. This scene looks oddly familiar. Mu Jin surveys the courtyard full of monks doing jumping jacks. They had successfully awakened Wudong's dormant athletic instincts. You're all doing great. How did our training time turn into a group exercise class? One of the monks watches Mu Jin with a scowl. It's impressive, but it's annoying that all this was sparked by that attention-seeking Mu Gum. The monks observe the higher-ranking martial artists watching them train. Even the high-ranking martial artists seem to be recognizing us now. They've proven their strength through the joint springs and then earned their favor with the wrist treatments. So all they need now is to do thermal therapy and alignment properly? And massage, right? Didn't they say they had to combine it with that? They said the answer lies in the technique known as the muscle lengthening technique. They said they could get proper treatment at the clinic that's about to open. I guess the Shaolin's techniques weren't useless after all. If they also get treated at the clinic, it'll definitely strengthen goodwill between us. And so, built on that newfound trust, Shaolin and Wudong continued their martial arts exchange. For another 10 days, it became a meaningful time to understand one another more deeply. And soon, the day came for Shaolin to leave Wudong. I feel a bit sad letting all of you go like this. Ho ho ho. We feel the same. As the Shaolin delegation prepared to depart from Wudong, Monk Biab Gang spoke up. There's a saying, all meetings end in parting, and all partings lead to reunion. So I believe we'll meet again someday. Mu Jin chimed in, adding, the clinic I mentioned earlier is opening in Sun County next week. You can go to get further treatment there. Haha, thank you. Chung Su, looking wistful, responded, if I'd known time would fly like this, I'd have requested for more sparring. There's still so much to learn, and so much to teach. Mu Jin grinned, proposing, there's the martial arts tournament a year and a half from now. We can just compete then, right? Chung Su smiled back. Oh, you're talking about the Dragon Phoenix Summit. If you're going, then of course I'll go too. Mu Jin's eyes sparkled with determination. Let's both get even stronger and face off there. Chung Su encouraged Mu Jin to keep training hard. Well then, Mu Jin shouted back. See you again at the Dragon Phoenix Summit. Someone muttered, do they really have to leave like that? What a unique training method. With that, they returned to Shaolin. Upon returning, the 4 musketeers who completed the exchange found that their masters had prepared something to test their growth. Monk Biab Gang greeted them on their return. Master, you're back. Biab Hyun replied, yes, Biab Hyun. Did you complete the task I gave you? He then turned to Mu Yel. It was tough, but I managed somehow. Wait, is that? Take a good look, Mu Yel. This is. Mu Yel shouted excitedly. A leopard. Leopard strike, whoa. Leopards are the best. Biab Gang then turned to Mu Gum. You did well, Mu Gum. Mu Gum responded, yes, master. Biab Gang began to explain. What I've been teaching you so far is the Rolai Divine Palm Strike. A firm body and unwavering mind, these are the foundations of the 108 Arhats. He finished by saying, Wudong's mind over might clearly helped your awakening. Stay firm. Get even stronger. Mu Jin's hand glows with power, ready to impart some wisdom. Effort will never lead you to failure. Become the strongest. Another monk goes flying, courtesy of Mu Jin's training regime. You're lasting longer than before. Not bad. Mu Jin holds his fist, radiating energy. This is one of the 72 advanced techniques that I mastered. Invincible Anti-Demon Punch. Do you remember all the forms and essentials? Monk on the ground looks up, aghast. No, not quite. It'd be more accurate to ask if I stole it well, right? How are you even more evil than me? Mu Jin ignores the comment. Alright, let's say you've learned everything. From now on, we'll use Invincible Anti-Demon Punch in sparring. The monk is sent flying through the air. The monk crashes to the ground, terrified. But I just memorized it. That's more than enough. Mu Jin sits in meditation, contemplating his progress. He reflects on his rapid growth. My very own martial arts with Iron Guard, Maiden Arts, Fist Energy, and the Taiji Fist Strike. All were enhanced by my improved strength, and everything's progressing smoothly. He thinks of his fellow martial artists. But it's still not enough. I can't be satisfied. Jin He and Chung Su, and everyone else I've met have been exceptional martial masters. Mu Jin is determined to grow stronger. Hong So-hee and Ryu Jiguang from Heavenly Merchant Guild were all formidable. To stop the shadow syndicates that will emerge, I need to attend the upcoming Dragon Phoenix Summit and obtain that item there. Suddenly, a voice breaks his concentration. Grandmaster Hyun Guang asks, you look troubled. How about I teach you an interesting technique? Mu Jin is surprised by the old man's sudden appearance. Grandpa, when did you get here? Hyun Guang chuckles, ho ho ho, your friends are all learning secret arts. So I came to pass on some knowledge as well. Grandmaster Hyun Guang explains that when energy travels too far, it weakens or loses form. But there's a martial art that lets you maintain your intended form over long distances. He demonstrates the technique. A beam of energy shoots out from his finger. Hyun Guang declares, the 100 Steps Divine Finger Strike. For you, it'll be the 100 Steps Divine Fist. Hyun Guang continues, I'll break it down simply and pass it on to you. With this, will it help you at the Dragon Phoenix Summit? Mu Jin is thrilled. That's more than enough. Please teach me this martial art. Mu Jin's brow furrowed in confusion. Huh? Mu Jin was taken aback. Did I ever mention anything to Grandpa about the Dragon Phoenix Summit? I don't recall ever saying I wanted to attend. How does he know? He wondered, did Monk Haigul overhear and tell him? Mu Jin considered another possibility. Or like Master Lin Hyo once hinted, could Grandpa be able to read minds? Meanwhile, at the Shangxi fortress, a man with a long white beard addressed the Murim Alliance. It's been a while since we've all gathered. I hope you've all been well. So, what's the reason for today's meeting? It's regarding the upcoming Dragon Phoenix Summit, and also, at the Shangxi fortress, Jaegal Hyun, elder of the Jaegal clan under the Murim Alliance, addressed the group. Hao Shaolin's recent behavior has been rather unusual. He continued, you've all heard the rumors, I'm sure. If Shaolin continues to act out, it could cause chaos in the Central Plains. We ought to step in and restrain them. Shouldn't we? 38 years ago, when the demonic cult invaded the Central Plains, the Orthodox sects formed a coalition called the Murim Alliance to stand against them. After nearly a year of war, they succeeded in driving the demonic cult out, and later decided to maintain the Murim Alliance in preparation for similar future incidents. Fortunately, there hadn't been any major events, so they rarely gathered aside from the Dragon Phoenix Summit. However, upon receiving word from the Jael clan, they reunited in one place after a long time. We should start regaining the alertness we've let slip. And Master Hyun Guang, looking stern, declared, we must pay close attention to Shaolin's independent moves. The members of the Murim Alliance discussed Shaolin's recent activities. I've heard rumors about their body treatment clinics, but are you really concerned about such a volunteer-like initiative? Apparently, most of their profits go toward helping the poor. Still, it's a fact that their business is expanding nationwide, and what's more concerning is that they're working with the Heavenly Merchant Guild. One of the members exclaimed, What? The Heavenly Merchant Guild? Another member chimed in, Isn't that one of the most elite guilds in the world? I also heard that Shaolin has been in conflict with the Wudong. Didn't they open another clinic in Anseong, Gun County? That's close to Wudong's territory. So the clinic was part of the peace agreement? Even though we're selling the mundane elixirs, they didn't utter a word to us. Grand Master Hyun Guang, his expression grave, addressed the assembly. I assume you all must have sensed something off. Shaolin seems to be attempting to build a new power structure centered around the 9 great sects. One of the members spoke up. I see, therefore, perhaps we should also come up with a countermeasure. If we, the 9 sects, unite. The scene shifted to a woman overlooking a picturesque landscape. We could form our own alliance centered on the 5 great clans. The sign below her read, Murim Alliance Rising Talents Gathering. Jinhee. Jinhee is joined by Tang Somi, who asks, What brings you out here, Somi? It's just so boring in there. I wanted to be next to you. Somi complains that even though it's been a while since the Murim Alliance last gathered, everyone's too busy fawning over Namgung Jinshin. She continues, I couldn't stand being around such insignificant people. They should all succumb to energy deviation and just die. The Dragon Phoenix Summit is just around the corner. Of course, he's going to win. I love that you don't care about him at all. Somi praises Jinhee. From what I've seen, you're even more amazing. Is Namgung Jinshin even really that strong of a contender? Jinhee declares, to me, Namgung Jinshin is just a stepping stone for this Dragon Phoenix Summit. Jinhee smiles, thinking, I have someone else in mind. Tang Somi considers who Jinhee has in mind. If it's someone who can rival Namgung Jinshin, could it be that Wudong Sword Dragon, Taoist Chung Su? No, not him, Somi says. Anyway, I'm off to train. So it's either Namgung Jinshin nor Taoist Chung Su. Jinhee watches her go, thinking, and just now, those eyes, I have someone else in mind. That was the gaze of a woman admiring someone. Jinhee clenches her fist, annoyed. Someone turned her into a love-struck girl. Who is the idiot that did that to her? She vows, he's coming to the Dragon Phoenix Summit, right? I need to see what kind of person he is. At the Shaolin Temple, Mu Jin reflects that it would be great to know what's going to happen in advance. But not everyone can reach enlightenment like those old monks. He sits at his desk, contemplating that the world is broader and deeper than we can imagine, which means we must experience much, adapt to change, and be capable of responding. Mu Jin considers that although Master Anhyo may not have known about his plans, thanks to him, he realizes this is the moment to make his decision. He recalls gaining opportunities and leveling up to survive after becoming Mu Jin. Thanks to many people, he was able to grow relatively quickly. Mu Jin crouches on the floor, surrounded by pages of notes. From now on, he thinks, he must be careful of the butterfly effect and create a story that's better than the novel. He's compiled all the relevant intel he knows about the novels of Return of the Demon Supreme, Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, and Staking Chronicles. He finishes, acknowledging that his memory's faded, so he can't recall everything accurately, but it should serve as a rough guide. Mu Jin stands surrounded by burning pages of notes. There must be a reason I was brought into this world. I have to remember and use all the information I organized to save as many people as possible. He resolves, once the Dragon Phoenix Summit is over, I will. Suddenly, Mu Jin is interrupted. Grandfather? When did you arrive? Grandmaster Hyun Guang chuckles. I couldn't sleep, so I was out for a walk. More importantly, you've finally made your decision. If you have no regrets, then that's all that matters. Mu Jin is stunned. Is it possible that he already knew everything? Hyun Guang turns to leave. Once you finish what you need to do, return to Shaolin. There's still much I need to teach you. Mu Jin bows his head. Yes, I promise. Mu Jin bows his head, promising. I'll return as soon as I'm done, grandfather. Hyun Guang chuckles in response. I really will. Ho ho ho. Good, I'm looking forward to it. Thus, each sect completed their preparations and headed to the Dragon Phoenix Summit. As Mu Jin and his companion arrive, the companion exclaims, Wow, there are so many people here. This is nothing like the mood during our admission exam. Mu Jin's companion asks, by the way, why are you registered as a rising talent? Mu Jin retorts defensively, What? What's wrong with that? Maybe they all just thought I looked the strongest. Another monk chimes in, if you've got a bone to pick with it, then bulk up more than I did. Are you saying my muscles are nothing special? They're not bigger than mine, right? Grandmaster Hyun Guang watches the exchange and chuckles. Look at this little rascal. Ho ho ho, stop fighting. Master Hyun, Shaolin's external hall leader, notes that even on normal days, this place gets a lot of visitors, but nothing like this, with everyone here for the martial tournament and the Dragon Phoenix Summit. A Shaolin representative encourages his group to do their best during the sparring matches, saying, if not now, then when will we ever get a chance to show our skills? Let's all do our best during the sparring matches. Representative suggests heading to the manor to drop off their luggage, then suddenly pauses. One of the monks recognizes someone in the crowd. Isn't that Taoist Chung-Su? Chung-Su spots a familiar face as well. Hua, isn't that Mu Jin? It's been so long. Grandmaster Hyun Guang, who is standing with Mu Jin, tells him, would it be alright if I stepped out briefly? Hyun Guang chuckles, giving Mu Jin permission. Ho ho ho, of course, go ahead and take your time here. We'll be at the manor. Chung-Su greets Mu Jin, sensing his increased strength. Have you been gotten way well? I can sense you've stronger. I've been doing alright. But you look even fitter than ever. Chung-Su is surprised by the change in Mu Jin's comrades. I couldn't recognize Mu Yo, Mu Ryung, and Mu Gung. What kind of training have you guys been doing? He explains, well, a lot's happened. Chung-Su then notices someone staring at them. By the way, Mu Jin, do you know that person too? She's been staring at us this whole time. Jin-Hee is hiding behind a wall, thinking, I want to talk to him too. Even Jin-Hee is here. What a familiar atmosphere. Mu Jin notices Jin-Hee and greets her. It's been a while, Jin-Hee. Have you been well? Jin-Hee is overjoyed that Mu Jin spoke to her. He talked to them. I'm so happy. Mu Jin, you've become unrecognizably stronger. She also wonders, and Miss Seowa too. Why are they both hiding behind a wall? I just can't tell what's going on in women's minds. Mu Jin continues to chat with Ji-Hee. Anyway, where are your companions, Ji-Hee? They went ahead to the manor for preparations. I stayed behind for a bit, and just now stepped out. Behind that wall. Meanwhile, behind the wall, Jin-Hee's companions observe Mu Jin and Chung-Su. One of them remarks, I'm not that close with them. Those orange clothes must mean he's from Shaolin. He continues, does he have ties with Taoist Chung-Su? They seem awfully close. Even Miss Jaegal seems familiar with that weird-haired monk. Another companion wonders, what should we do? Miss Jaegal seems to like that bald monk and the Taoist more than us. Our senior brother Hong Soil, who's devoted to Miss Jaegal. The camera focuses on Hong Soil, a Manhwa sect disciple, who is known as Manhwa's new dragon. He is clearly displeased. Hong Soil's eyes narrow. I have something to tell you. Hong Soil overhears the conversation and is visibly upset by the news. What? Who dared charm that ice-cold Miss Jaegal? I don't know either. His companion responds, we'll probably find out at the Dragon Phoenix Summit, right? I heard he's participating too. Jin-Hee smiles mischievously. The man who set Jin-Hee's eyes ablaze. Aren't you curious? Who could it possibly be? Hong Soil's eyes narrow with jealousy. The man who caught Miss Jaegal's eye. He glances over at Mu Jin and Chung-Su, who are standing nearby. Could it be that monk with the weird hairline? A monk daring to covet the woman of the northern new dragon? Mu Jin approaches the group. Looks like all the big names are gathered. Having some fun chat? Mind if I join the conversation? Hong Soil overhears the conversation and is visibly upset. What are you doing here? Why does she smile at him but then treat me so coldly? He introduces himself. I'm Hong Soil of Manhwa, known as Manhwa's new dragon. Mu Jin replies, oh, so you're Manhwa's new dragon that I've heard so much about. Mu Jin introduces himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Mu Jin, one of Shaolin's third-class disciples. My alias is, people tend to call me the Blessed Monk. Hong Soil smirks. Ah, so your Dharma name is Mu Jin? I've never heard that alias and Dharma name before. I guess the great Shaolin has declined a lot, huh? Mu Jin is taken aback by the insult. Pardon? Hong Soil continues his taunts. If it's the Blessed Mother, are you that wandering physician? Whoa! I can't believe I get to see such a famous person here. But what brings a physician such as you to the Dragon Phoenix Summit? Aren't you usually busy treating poor civilians for free? Maybe you can't work when there's an impossible patient, Kiki. Ah, so you're probably not here to participate in the sparring rounds, huh? Mu Jin clenches his fists, as if he's holding back his anger. Now that their leader started talking trash, the rest joined in, huh? Mu Jin narrows his eyes, trying to place the loudmouth. Based on his outfit, he's definitely from the Manhwa sect, but Hong Soil, no matter how hard I think about it, I can't remember ever reading about him in the novel. Mu Jin wonders why he is being targeted. Why is this guy suddenly picking a fight with me? What's all the fuss about? What's the point of provoking someone with all these people looking? Mu Jin's expression hardens. He notices Jin He standing behind Hong Soil. Jin He? She's desperately holding back her killing intent. Mu Jin observes that even Chung Su is holding back. Mu Jin realizes that with so many people watching, Chung Su knows that carelessly using force would reflect badly on Mu Jin, too. Mu Jin thinks that at least he has good friends, when he notices Hong Soil laughing at him. At least I have good friends. Ha! He laughed? Hong Soil covers his face, feigning embarrassment. Oh, sorry about that. I suddenly remembered something really funny. So, this is near the quarters of the Manhwa sect disciples. Mu Jin steps forward, addressing the Manhwa disciples. I apologize for the noise in your area. And yes, I am here to spar. Mu Jin continues, singling out the loudmouth. Names naturally become known through fighting. Just like you, Hong Soil, are known as Manhwa's new dragon. Mu Jin steps forward to shake hands, declaring that even a nobody like him will do his best. He wonders what the strange monk is thinking, musing that he seems to think one can read another's inner self more clearly through contact. Hong Soil thinks the monk must be unfamiliar with things, being a first-timer. With a sinister grin, Hong Soil thinks he might as well assert dominance before Mu Jin gets cocky, and they shake hands. The handshake becomes a battle of wills, as both men try to overpower the other. Mu Jin's face is shadowed, his eyes glowing red as a sinister smile spreads across his face. Hong Soil's inner demon manifests behind him, towering over the monk. Mu Jin turns his back on Hong Soil and the others. I'll be taking my leave then. One of Hong Soil's companions crows with laughter. Senior brother, that guy ran off. He must be scared. You really showed him who's boss. I bet you scored some points with Lady J Gal. The smug expression vanishes from Hong Soil's face. She might even confess to you first now, Kiki. No, that's not it. Hong Soil's eyes widen as he senses Mu Jin's energy. That monster is definitely not just some monk. The weight and density of his energy. He continues, it rivals that of Yang Song, Jinshin, the top martial artist of our generation. Hong Soil realizes he might have misjudged the situation. That earlier scene, he was just taking the hits. No way a guy like that would offer a handshake. Mu Jin's companion seems confused by his words. I couldn't restrain him with grappling in front of so many people. Graburi. What's that supposed to mean? It's nothing. I was just upholding loyalty. He continues, like everyone else here did. The two companions look on with concern. One of them wonders aloud, what's he talking about? Mu Jin, now facing the Shaolin quarters, is taken aback. This is the Shaolin's quarters. Mu Jin, followed by his companions, observes the scene. No, it's just eerily quiet, as expected of Shaolin. So humble. Trying to come up with compliments makes it sound even sadder. Declares, anyway, I'll be going now. I'll head back too. The monk thinks to himself, if I remember right, after the Murim alliance was formed, this was built by older monks generations before me. Did they really never renovate it since then? He glances over at the Manhwa sect's quarters. The Manhwa sect's quarters looked grand even from a distance. Just wait. Once the Dragon Phoenix Summit ends, I'm dragging the rest. Another monk approaches Mu Jin and his companions, to give this place a full cleanup. Oh, Mu Jin is here. He even packed up all your stuff. What were you doing? Ho ho ho. If you're all ready, let's head over. Monk gestures towards the distant buildings, to the preliminary evaluation. The group arrives at the evaluation site, and the monk exclaims, wow, this scale is on a whole other level. Scale. What does that even mean? There are so many people and there's such a big stage. I'm getting excited. Mu Jin, ever the strategist, has an idea. Hey guys, I just had a great idea. Want to make a bet? Huh, what kind of bet? He proposes a challenge, to see who can score the most points in the prelims without using inner energy. Mu Jin gestures with a grin. Hey, look over there. Mu Jin observes the other contestants powering through the trials. Everyone's using inner energy during their evaluations. How is this even difficult? One contestant shatters a boulder using inner energy. Mu Jin scoffs. Confirmed. Am I done here? Using inner energy for that? Even a dog could do it. Don't you feel like you're stooping to their level? Mu Jin continues to try and convince his companions. You guys don't really want to use your new strength for some dumb kid's game, do you? Ahem. He stares intently. You really think you can't pass without inner energy, Kiki? Mu Jin is determined to win this bet. It's totally doable, you know. Yahoo! Remember your scores, everyone. He's got faith in his team. Ah, youth. The Dragon Phoenix Summit has gathered all the promising next-generation martial artists. Young, skilled talents from all the sects have come to show the results of their hard work. These people could one day become either kind-hearted people, or even villains. Right now, what kind of ending will this Dragon Phoenix Summit bring? And beyond that, how will the flow of the grand story continue to unfold? Mu Jin clenches his fist, determined to make his mark. All I need to do is leave a visible mark on the boulder. It's been a while since I had to rely on raw strength without inner energy. Prepares to strike. Alright, this will be a test of my prime age, Choi Kang Hyek's strength. Mu Jin unleashes a flurry of blows. Chain punch, straight punch. Mu Jin stands before the boulder, panting slightly as he assesses the damage. A crack runs across the surface of the boulder where Mu Jin struck. You pass. Phew. The crowd observes Mu Jin's feat, and one of them scoffs. Did you see that? Just a tiny crack? Looks like we don't need to worry about Shaolin. Guess living off grass really does make you weak, Kiki. The man's companion is taken aback. He really did crack it without using inner energy? Mu Jin overhears the comments. Why use inner energy for something this basic? True strength shines best when you save it for when it's absolutely needed. Mu Jin grins, challenging the crowd. If any of you can do it, go ahead. Try to leave a mark using only your bare fists. Announcer calls out the next competitor. Next up, Heavenly Flash Sex Du Wulchen. Please come forward. Mu Jin looks surprised. Wait, what? Du Wulchen? Mu Jin is shocked by the appearance of the next competitor. No way. Mu Jin realizes who it is. That man is. Monk Biab Gang chimes in. Yeah, you're not entirely wrong. Maybe someday when you become the strongest swordsman in the world, what you said might apply. A flashback begins. In the novel, the protagonist dismantled the trap set by the Jaegao clan and another shadow syndicate early on. The flashback continues. He was the best among the unorthodox faction, and was known as the greatest swordsman under heaven. Flashback concludes, showing a hand gripping a sword hilt. His swordsmanship was described as unfathomable, and impossible to block even when understood. Just leave a visible mark on the rock, right? Mu Jin is shocked at the reveal of the next competitor, the unorthodox faction's world's strongest swordsman, as he confirms, yes, as long as it's visible to the naked eye. Mu Jin realizes that it's the protagonist of Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. Mu Jin draws his sword, replying, I'll do just enough so that a visible mark is left then. Text reveals the name of the swordsman, Du Wulchen, the future greatest swordsman, and the tyrant emperor of the unorthodox faction, and the protagonist of Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, Enlightened One. Originally coming from Buddhist terminology, it refers to an enlightened individual. Over time, this Enlightened One came to represent the central figure of a work across many eras. But how often does one truly get the chance to meet the Enlightened One of another story? Past. Well then, that's it. Next contestant, please come up. Mu Jin watches as Du Wulchen passes the test. Mu Jin stares intently at Du Wulchen, who is standing over the monk he defeated. That person is the Enlightened One of Unorthodox Transformers, the Du Wulchen. He's my favorite character from all of author Jie Kyung's works. After this current Dragon Phoenix Summit, Du Wulchen will witness the massacre of his entire clan. Once his clan is destroyed, Du Wulchen will awaken and begin walking the path of vengeance for revenge. To ensure he reaches the ending of the novel safely, I have to let things play out for now. Only then will he awaken, become the Tyrant Emperor, and fight the shadow organizations. But now, Du Wulchen is no longer just a character in a book. He's alive, moving, right in front of my eyes. I can't just watch a tragedy unfold before my childhood hero. That concludes the judging. Mu Jin and Du Wulchen stand facing opposite directions, both with auras surrounding them. With internal conflict lingering in his heart, the 3-day preliminaries ended, and the main Dragon Phoenix Summit finally began. A man shouts, I'm the mighty hammer. Wangbo Wung Wangbo clan's combatant Green Forest, Red Forest Fortress Destroyer. Wangbo Wung is sent flying through the air. A spectator exclaims, that's one of Shaolin's techniques. The announcer declares, the winner is contestant Mu Jin. The crowd cheers wildly after Mu Jin's victory. One of them shouts, an extra dared to challenge the mighty hammer? Wangbo Wung, who got completely destroyed even though he's a martial artist. Mu Jin, looking at the arena, thinks to himself, I feel like I used too much strength right from the start. Or was he just that weak? His Shaolin teammates celebrate. I heard he destroyed his opponent in just one move. No mercy, huh? You did great, Mu Jin. Yeah, your big bro won. Mu Jin reads the bracket for the next match. Now, who's up next? According to the brackets, the next matchup is Namgung Jinshin and Du Wulchin. Namgung Jinshin. Isn't he supposed to be one of the strongest among the younger generation? The crowd feels like something weird is about to happen. One of the monks says, well, I'll be heading over to the Heavenly Merchant Guild for a bit. Huh, you're not watching the next match? I'd like to, but Mu Jin replies, I already know how it ends. Audience member laments, I bet on Wang Bo Wung. If I had known this, I would have bet on the Shaolin side. That was flashy, but the final winner will still be Namgung Jinshin. Miss, this event isn't rigged, is it? Ryu Seowa replies, the Dragon Phoenix Summit is where the orthodox factions gather to showcase the future of their sections. Why would we resort to trickery in such a sacred event? She adds, unless you're saying you don't trust the Heavenly Merchant Guild? Ahem. No, I misspoke. Ryu Seowa, Heavenly Merchant Guild's representative director of the Body Treatment Clinic. The Dragon Phoenix Summit is a martial arts competition where young talents from orthodox sects, including the Murim Alliance, gather. These kinds of tournaments are festive occasions enjoyed by many. To profit from it, merchant guilds host all sorts of side attractions at the venue. Some set up inns or street stalls, while others, with official permission, run gambling booths that predict the outcome of the fights. This time, the Heavenly Merchant Guild focused entirely on support and trade, and in exchange for giving up all other rights, they obtained exclusive legal rights to manage all winning predictions during the event. They can lawfully operate sports betting. Ryu Seowa is told, Miss Muji, the person you've been waiting for is here. She replies, oh okay. Ryu Seowa says, I'll go right away. Ryu Seowa tells Mujin, we at the Heavenly Merchant Guild anonymously placed a large bet on you, Mujin. We believe you'll make a huge impact at this Dragon Phoenix Summit. Mujin replies, thank you. Since you trust me, I'll do my best to meet your expectations. Mujin tells Ryu Seowa, about those things I requested before. We're preparing them so we can deliver them right after the tournament ends. With that said, the muscle monk continues, requesting a carriage, disguise materials, and comfortable clothes is one thing, but asking for a fake identity. Ryu Seowa's eyes widen in shock. Don't tell me. Mu Jin's expression darkens as he says, yes. He reveals his true intentions. I plan to escape from Shaolin. Mu Jin stands beside Ryu Seowa, who appears shocked. Has the match already been decided? Mu Jin's expression hardens as he confirms the outcome. And the winner is... The outcome is out, and just like in the novel, the announcement rings out, Namgung Jinshin. Du Wulchin has lost. A masked Du Wulchin stands defeated. This is the first major wall he hits, as well as the very first step he takes toward becoming stronger. Mu Jin prepares to make his move. The second step is the annihilation of his clan. It's time for me to act as planned. Mu Jin turns to Ryu Seowa. Well then, I'll be heading back now. Oh, and if things go well this time. Ryu Seowa watches Mu Jin leave, thinking, we might end up seeing each other more often. She wonders to herself, goodbye, should I really be agreeing to these suspicious requests? Back with Mu Jin, he thinks to himself, we might end up seeing each other more often. He smiles, that sounds absolutely wonderful. I'm glad I helped him. Meanwhile, Du Wulchin reflects on his loss. There really are so many strong people in this world. I didn't think I'd lose that quickly. I've still got a long way to go. He resolves to redouble his efforts. I'll have to increase my training time. Mu Jin tilts his head, curious about the speaker's intentions. The monk in orange asks Du Wulchin, you're the one who beat Wang Bo Wung earlier, right? Are you Du Wulchin? Wulchin smiles. Your first match was amazing. I was in awe. I couldn't win even once. The monk replies, don't say that. You were just simply unlucky with your bracket. Your opponent was none other than Namgung Jinshin. The fact that you held your own against him already proves you're strong. Du Wulchin's eyes widen. You're complimenting me? Thank you. I feel a bit better now. He's Mu Jin, the blessed monk, right? The monks of Shaolin really are kind. With that, the monk bows slightly and says, well then, we'll be going. Mu Jin calmly states, the scar on your left arm. It's a wound you got while secretly practicing with a real sword instead of a wooden one. Wulchin's eyes widen in shock. You were worried about your clan and your younger sister, so you kept the pain to yourself, never telling anyone. What? How do you know that? Mu Jin continues unfazed. Your younger sister's quite the troublemaker, isn't she? She got caught sneaking in extra mooncakes your mother made. The ones that were meant for you, he adds, after you two fought, your mother banned mooncakes for a week straight. But you still love them, don't you? Mu Jin finishes, especially the ones she made herself. Du Wulchin's eyes narrowed, demanding those mooncakes. Who are you? How do you know all of that about me? Mu Jin responds, I have studied the way. While my powers are faint, I've learned to take a glimpse at fate. It's mostly because I read the novel though. I feel sorry for lying to my childhood hero. But if I can prevent Du Wulchin's tragedy, Mu Jin continues, please listen very carefully to what I'm about to tell you. From this point on, your life may change entirely. He reveals your clan sect, the Heavenly Flash sect, will soon face a great calamity, the annihilation of your entire clan. Du Wulchen is stunned. What? Mu Jin assures him, but do not fret. Luckily, there's still time to change your fate. I will help you avoid that calamity. Du Wulchen looks up, shaken by Mu Jin's grim prophecy. My clan will be saved and my family will be annihilated. After that, I will walk the path of Azura. Is that really true? Mu Jin replies, yes, it's not right to peer into someone else's fate, but given the special circumstances, you will surely face great misfortune. Du Wulchen is stunned, remembering the details Mu Jin knew. He knew my little sister and mother's information. Even the exact location and reason for a wound that only I know about. He wonders, could it really all be true? So Shaolin monks can see the future if they're strong enough? Then he realizes they can't. Desperate, Du Wulchen asks, then, can that fate be changed? Please tell me how. Fortunately, Du Wulchen had a straightforward nature even before awakening. Mu Jin explains his limitations. First, I wish I could share your burden and block the misfortune with you, but I have another fate I must face, so I cannot stay by your side. Therefore, I intend to help you become strong enough to face it yourself. Du Wulchen stares in disbelief. That's. He sees a note and a pill. A note that explains how to circulate and manage your energy. That's Shaolin's elixir, the lesser revitalization pill. The note reads, hardships exist to be overcome. You are destined to become the protagonist of a great event, so you must grow even stronger to overcome numerous adversities. The note continues, acknowledge the limits of your talent, and transcend them through sheer will. Du Wulchen is still unsure. But what if even after accepting my limits, I still can't become stronger? Mu Jin's note concludes, trying aimlessly to get stronger won't work. Just as monks reach enlightenment through asceticism, you must abandon greed and fully master even a single martial technique to its utmost limit. Du Wulchen looks down at the note, still unsure. But can a single technique stop a massive threat? Or is that the limit of my abilities? Mu Jin's voice echoes in his mind, encouraging him. Talent, huh? I still don't know how far you can grow. But if you give up, trapped by the limits you've set yourself, you'll never even get to meet the countless possibilities within you. Mu Jin continues to encourage Du Wulchen. Talent alone isn't everything. If you master that one technique I just mentioned to absolute perfection, a vision of a swordsman appears, bathed in blue light. You will obtain a sword technique that can split the sky like it's nothing. An incomprehensible sword technique that no one can block. The voice proclaims that he could become the greatest sword master in the world. Mu Jin is standing with another monk. Why are you so late? The match has already started. I stopped by the merchant guild and also used the restroom. Mu Jin reflects on his actions. I succeeded in secretly stealing and handing him the lesser revitalization pill. So I've done all I can for Du Wulchen. The rest is up to him. He watches as Du Wulchen walks away. Even though he looked powerless when he turned away, his eyes were filled with resolve. Mu Jin turns his attention back to the tournament. So, who's in the match right now? He sees two figures clashing. That guy from the Manhwa sect, Hong Soil. Mu Jin observes the fight. He's facing the Jaegal clan's Jaegal Jinha. The match is announced. Hong Soil vs Jaegal Jinhe. Mu Jin watches Jaegal Jinhe closely. Jaegal Jinhe's fan energy is sharper than before. He is impressed. She's gotten incredibly strong since I last saw her. Mu Jin continues to analyze her technique. Her movement and flexibility have also greatly improved. He grins, realizing she really hasn't been slacking in muscle-lengthening technique training. Jaegal Jinhe unleashes a flurry of attacks. My clinic members are the best. Her opponent, Hong Soil, struggles to defend against the barrage of fan strikes. Hong Soil grits his teeth, realizing the difference in power. At first, I was relieved that her opponent wasn't Namgung Jinshin or that damned monk, but to think the gap between Jaegal Jinhe and me would be this huge. He remembers a time when he could at least hold his own. Up until 2 or 3 years ago, I could at least hold my own against her. Hong Soil is sent flying. What the hell happened in just a few years? Jaegal Jinhe ends the fight with a final blow. Plum Blossom Strike. Jaegal Jinhe's strikes connect with blinding speed. Her opponent tries to block, but the fan techniques are too overwhelming. Wait! He cries out as the force of the blows sends him reeling. The crowd cheers as Jaegal Jinhe continues her assault. The final strike, she ends the match, leaving her opponent defeated on the ground. Jaegal Jinhe surveys the scene. Phew! With that pitiful level of skill, you dare pick a fight with Mu Jin. Jaegal Jinhe looks down at her defeated opponent. Pathetic. The man attempts to strike again, but Jaegal Jinhe easily deflects the blow. She stands over him, unimpressed. I guess, you've at least got some tenacity. I'll give you that. The man struggles to his feet, raising his sword. Manhwa's plum blossoms bloom twice, after all. Remember that clearly. Jaegal Jinhe stares back at him, unimpressed. Ha, so that kind of personal feelings is also a flower, huh? What did you say? She towers over him, an almost amused expression on her face. Did you really think I wouldn't notice the personal feelings you harbor for me? Then why are you only so friendly to that bald monk guy? He dismisses her opponent's feelings as complete nonsense. She explains that she's simply not interested in anyone unless they're stronger than her. The defeated man, fueled by her words, declares that in that case, he uses soaring stride to propel himself forward. He unleashes his plum blossom slash, determined to prove his strength to He easily dodges the attack. He smirks, seeing his determination. Very well. She tells him that if he shows her his strength, she'll grant him whatever he asks of her. The swordsman's face flushes red as he asks, anything? Do you mean it? He doesn't respond, and simply stomps on his hand. She mocks him for having such ridiculous thoughts in the middle of a match. He kicks him to the ground. Get down there! He remarks, you tried to end it quickly with a move from above, but that technique has already been countered long ago by that monk you hate so much. She smirks, to think I'd end up using the same technique Mu Jin used. They say couples start to resemble each other. False. Swordsman lies on the ground, beaten and bruised. Was I hit during a big technique, and now my energy is flowing backward? Looks like I'm the winner this time. He towers over him. Let me make this clear before you get carried off. She continues, unlike you, who looks at me with dirty eyes, Mu Jin sees me as a true martial artist, as an equal. And that is why I treat you like a pig. He finishes with a cold smile. If we run into each other again, please oink like a pig instead of speaking human words. That suits someone like you better. He's determination is visible on her face. The crowd erupts as the announcer declares, the winner is He. Someone in the crowd shouts, I knew you'd win, He. This is the fruit of her muscle lengthening technique. The crowd is in awe of the results of the muscle lengthening technique. The announcer continues, this proves that it wasn't a joke when we talked about the fruits of muscle lengthening technique. The winner is Mu Gung. Thanks to their steady muscle lengthening technique training and Mu Jin's personal point, everyone from that group showed great results in this Dragon Phoenix Summit. The winner is Mu Yel. The crowd is in shock as and so, Shaolin's reputation naturally soared upward. Shaolin won again. They cannot be underestimated. According to the bracket, the next match is also Shaolin. The announcer's voice booms, a duel between Tang Clan's Tang Somi and Shaolin's Mu Jin. Huh? One of the elders observes. Shaolin's rising generation completely surpassed our expectations. Don't let your guard down. He's the guy who turned He all lovey-dovey. Tang Somi confidently replies, it's okay, elder. She smiles, I have a secret technique that I personally learned from my aunt. Tang Somi thinks, actually, this is perfect. Meanwhile, Mu Yel is furious. This time I'll use this opportunity to firmly press down on Mu Jin. That bald bastard dares to mess with my Jinhees. Know your place. Jinhee is mine. Namgung Jinshin is merely a stepping stone to me. The opponent I truly seek lies elsewhere. Meanwhile, Mu Yel is smiling and chatting with Jinhee. He spots Mu Jin. It's that man, the one who managed to make Jinhee so captivated. What the heck? That orange robe makes his clearly. Mu Yel's smile vanishes. A Shaolin monk, right? This time, I'll use this opportunity to firmly press down on Mu Jin. That bald bastard dares to flirt with my Jinhee? Know your place. Mu Yel's internal monologue reaches fever pitch. Jinhee is mine. Mu Yel notices Jinhee glaring at him. Why is she glaring at me like that? Did I do something wrong? The announcement rings out. Both parties, please step into the ring. Mu Jin faces off against Tang Somi. Let the duel begin. Tang Somi thinks, she was glaring at me like she wanted to kill me just a moment ago, and now she's expressionless again? I really can't get a read on this woman. What kind of duel will this be? Tang Somi smiles. Mu Jin is confused. Tang Somi says, nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you from Jinhee. Mu Jin thinks, do you mean from Jinhee? Oh dear. Tang Somi continues to talk to Mu Jin. Did you know what Jinhee and Hong Soil were talking about earlier? I'm not interested. More importantly, the duel. I'm only interested in someone stronger than me, is what she said. You have great listening, huh? Still the duel. Then she asks Mu Jin if he knows this too. Tang Somi says, I'm also the same as her. Tang Somi looks at Mu Jin, astonished by his physique. Oh my, what an explosively sculpted physique. What kind of training do you do to be like this? Wherever you go, you must be pretty powerful. Mu Jin looks confused as Tang Somi touches his face. Mu Jin, please don't act like this. Tang Somi closes the distance, pressing herself against Mu Jin. I want to find out exactly how powerful you are, very up close. She looks up at him, her hand on his cheek. Would you show me that strength of yours? It doesn't even have to be martial arts. The onlookers are stunned. It's a seduction tactic. One of the women watching is outraged. What the hell are you doing in front of everyone, Tang Somi? What the hell is that girl doing? Another woman recalls the rumors. I've heard rumors about the special technique of Tang Somi's aunt. When my aunt was in her prime, I see. Tang Somi is using that technique, which supposedly conquered monks and Taoists alike? The woman watching Tang Somi's seduction is shocked. If that embarrassing behavior actually works on Mu-jin, oh, what do I do? Should I do it too? Another woman, presumably Jin-hee, is impressed. Jin-hee, did you see that? This is what a man is like. Mu-jin, however, is not impressed by Tang Somi's advances. People are watching. What kind of lewd pose are you hugging me in? Tang Somi smiles. This is your fetish, huh? Mu-jin grabs her. To deal with a crazy bitch, he slams her into the ground with a buttoplex. Mu-jin's strike sends Tang Somi flying. He seizes her wrist, and a surge of internal energy courses through his fist. The announcer stutters in disbelief. The winner is Mu-jin. A nearby spectator is equally shocked. No way. Tang Somi struggles to comprehend the situation. Even after being poisoned, how are you still perfectly fine? Mu-jin eyes the defeated Tang Somi, who, although I was caught off guard and couldn't defend immediately. From your movements, I quickly realized you were preparing something. Mu-jin explains that he was caught off guard by the poison needle, but he'd been poisoned before and was treated with something rare, and that a poison needle had hit me. Also, I'd actually been poisoned before. I was treated back then with something really rare, so I think I developed a resistance to most poisons. He admits that the needle caused him to lose control for a moment, leading him to strike harder than intended. He asks Tang Somi if she's alright, then wonders why she's worried about him. Still, because of that needle, I lost control for a moment and ended up striking a bit harder than I intended. Are you alright? Why are you worried about me? Don't you think I acted cowardly? Mu-jin smiles, and Tang Somi is left speechless. How could being poisoned from my own carelessness be considered cowardly? If anything, I've learned something, so thank you. Tang Somi sits silently on the ground. Suddenly, a spectator realizes why Mu-jin was able to defeat Tang Somi. So this is why. Lady Tang. The black-haired woman scoffs at Tang Somi. That's not enough. Tang Somi smirks, acting as if she has the upper hand. I haven't fully acknowledged you yet. You mean the result of the duel? Hee. Well, you don't need to know what I'm referring to. Tang Somi turns away, but not without a final warning. I'll back down for now, but next time, you won't get off so easily. I can't just give up my beloved Jin-hee that easily. Mu-jin is shirtless, sitting on a stool as someone massages his shoulders, when a worried voice calls out, Mu-jin, are you okay? Someone else rushes over, concern etched on their face. I heard you weren't in great shape. Mu-jin waves them off. It's just some accumulated fatigue. Don't worry. He reassures them that he's fine, despite their worries about the team being short-handed. All our seniors dropped out, and now only we're left. If you collapse too, we'll be short on people. I'm totally fine, so don't worry about me. And you guys are already strong enough. The topic shifts as they walk away. Is Mu-gung well prepared? Oh, I saw him earlier, and he seemed super nervous. That's to be expected. His next opponent is Taoist Chung-soo, right? The monk in the orange robes walks with determination, but his mind is racing. Will I do well? Will I do well? Will I do well? Will I do well? He visualizes his upcoming battle. I'm fighting against Taoist Chung-soo? Against the Taoist who went toe-to-toe with Mu-jin. He clenches his fist, trying to steel himself. Sure, I've gotten a lot stronger, but I can't even begin to gauge how strong Taoist Chung-soo has become. He tries to psyche himself up. Be resolute, steady and smart. You can do this. You can do this. Become the strongest. Effort never ends in failure. Unwavering mind, yeah, what do I have to be afraid of? He remembers the past matches. It's true that Mu-jin and Taoist Chung-soo were stronger before, but that's not the case anymore. I've suffered so much and trained to catch up to you guys. Mu-jin is ready to show them his Mu-gung. Chung-soo arrives late to the fight. Why are you coming up so late? I've been dying to see you. Mu-jin is surprised at Chung-soo's relaxed demeanor. Unlike me, he doesn't seem nervous at all. Does he not even feel the need to be tense when fighting me? I didn't expect this from Taoist Chung-soo. Mu-jin's opponent is ready to fight. Alright then dash. Are you both ready? This duel, I'll go with the full force of my skills since I'm really disappointed. The fight begins. Chung-soo unleashes his power. Begin. Extreme Yang energy. Mu-jin counters with his Rulai Divine Palm Strike. Mu-jin unleashes the Rulai Divine Palm Strike. Crowd is shocked. Ooh, that's the Rulai Divine Palm Strike. The monks can't believe what they're seeing. He's using his ultimate move right from the start. Chung-soo spins to deflect the blow. The crowd is in awe of the display. Was that the real Divine Palm Strike? Its power is truly incredible. Chung-soo's foot is caught in the blast. Chung-soo's kick sends his opponent flying backwards. Whoa! The force of the impact is immense. Ahahaha! The crowd is in awe as they witness Chung-soo's power. This is a whole different kind of strength from Mu-jin. Mu-gung can barely contain his excitement. This is it. This is what I was waiting for. Show me more of that strength. Mugung! Chung Su unleashes the Rulai Divine Palm Strike, but the swordsman in black intercepts with a left bow stance. The two attacks collide with devastating force. The swordsman is able to slice through Chung Su's arm as he's sent flying backwards. The swordsman's eyes widen. Chung Su is shocked as he cries out, "Whoa!" Mu Jin, the swordsman in black, and Chung Su continue their battle of attrition. "No matter what I do, you don't go down, Mugung. And no matter what I try, you deflect it all." Chung Su. Mu Jin observes Chung Su's stance. "Though, it seems your Rulai Divine Palm Strike can only be done with one hand for now. To use both hands, it looks like you still lack enough energy and skill." Chung Su analyzes Mu Jin's swordsmanship. "Your Taiji sword strike's flow feels a little blunt. With your wrist not yet fully healed, it seems you're overexerting yourself." The sparring continued, becoming a war of attrition as their techniques collided. Each took their optimal stance to defeat the other. Chung Su became one with his sword to prepare that one strike that could bring down the mountain known as Mugung. Mu Jin steeled his unwavering spirit to stop the waterfall known as Chung Su. The clash of their techniques sends debris flying. Chung Su, eyes gleaming, achieves sword unification. Chung Su, using full strength and focus, prepares for the final strike. The crowd watches with bated breath. Chung Su. The monks look on, stunned. Chung Su, Mugung. Both fighters are kneeling on the ground, exhausted from the exchange. Chung Su asks Mugung how he's holding up. Mugung admits that he's struggling to stay standing and that he's lost. Mu Jin says that he thinks he's reached his limit as well, surprising Mugung. Mu Jin explains that he needs to stop sparring and focus on recovery because of his wrist, ending his run in the Dragon Phoenix Summit, adding that he had wanted to spar with Mu Yel and Mu Kyung too. One of the spectators is surprised that Mu Jin is more disappointed about not sparring with Mu Yel and Mu Kyung than about the match itself. Another spectator realizes that Mu Jin isn't underestimating them to move up easily, but that he's genuinely excited to fight them after they've grown stronger. Mu Jin, face bruised and bloodied, stares intently at Chung Su. "I really misjudged Chung Su. I misunderstood him out of some petty inferiority complex." He looks down at his kneeling form, accepting his loss. "Even if it's a draw, in terms of mindset I've already lost. I'll tell Mu Yel and Mu Kyung about this later. Until then, take care of your wrist treatment." Mu Jin then turns to Mugung. "Mugung, will you have a rematch with me?" Mugung responds, "Of course." With both fighters unable to continue, the spar ends in a draw. The audience erupts in confusion at Chung Su's withdrawal, especially since he was considered second only to Namgung Jinshin as a Dragon Phoenix Summit champion contender. Some spectators note that Shaolin has made an impressive and unexpected turn. Elsewhere, following the match with Mugung, Shaolin has begun to draw even greater attention. The tournament bracket shows both Mugung and Chung Su knocked out, leaving the remaining competitors to advance. Mugung unleashes a crane strike, his eyes burning with determination. "I have to fight you now. How the hell am I supposed to beat you?" Mu Jin barely dodges the attack, a serpentine aura coiling around Mugung's fist. "Well, just think of it as playing around like last time. Mugung shifts his stance, transitioning into a snake strike. "Still, I'm glad I get to face you." He launches the attack. "The others in my bracket got knocked out too easily. They were boring." "Wait, was that snake strike?" Mu Jin is stunned by the sudden shift in tactics. "I can't believe he's able to change from the crane strike to snake strike so quickly. Can he switch so fast?" Mu Jin looks up from the ground, a grin spreading across his face. Mu Jin watches as Mugung's movements shift again. "Wait, that's..." Mugung drops into a four-legged stance, his speed increasing dramatically. A four-legged stance. He's so fast. Mugung's attacks come from every direction, a furious flurry of blows. Mu Jin is barely able to keep up with the onslaught. This is so fun. He's switching between crane strike, snake strike, and leopard strike depending on the situation. Not only that, the transitions between them are so smooth, there's barely any openings to exploit. He realizes he's facing a hybrid style, a fusion of wild animal techniques. "It's like I'm fighting three wild beasts at the same time. If Mu Yel masters all the other strikes too, what on earth will happen?" Mu Jin clutches at his back in pain. "Mu Yel, if you ever face an opponent in the Dragon Phoenix Summit you can't possibly beat my back, try using this technique." Mu Yel asks, "What is it, master?" Mu Jin shifts his stance slightly. "It's a bit early, but it resembles a tiger. You should always have at least one trump card." Mu Jin prepares to unleash a new technique. "For now, just learn one basic move from it. Fourth form Tiger Strike." Golden energy crackles around Mu Jin's fist, taking the shape of a roaring tiger. Chung Su's eyes widen in disbelief. "That's..." Mu Jin launches himself forward, surrounded by the image of a blazing tiger. Fierce Tiger Rush. "A tiger!" Chung Su realizes he's trapped. "I can't dodge this. Fist energy. I'll have to use brute force to block it head on. Mu Jin unleashes the fourth form Tiger Strike. Chung Su is caught in the blast. He struggles to withstand the force of the tiger. Impact sends him flying through the air. Chung Su is shocked by the force of the attack. It's my first time using fist energy in the Dragon Phoenix Summit. Mu yells really strong. No, more importantly, when did he learn Tiger Strike? He grits his teeth, feeling the pain. This is harder than I thought. Chung Su, still fired up from the fight, shouts, Mu Yo, you've gotten really strong. Let's go again right away. But Mu Jin is lying flat on the ground, panting. No, I'm done here. He realizes he's completely out of inner energy, and can barely stand. Chung Su is taken aback. See? I told you that you've gotten too strong, Mu Jin. Why does it feel like I didn't really win, even though I did? He changes the subject. By the way, Mu Yo, how did you learn Tiger Strike? Did Monk Haigul finally catch a tiger? Mu Jin recalls the monk's words. He said after the tournament he'll catch one. But for now I should just learn one basic move. He really intends to catch one. Seriously, Monk Haigul. Mu Jin is pleased with himself. Still, this was the first match in the Dragon Phoenix Summit that actually made me sweat. Between my usual training and today's secret technique, I think I did pretty well. Chung Su eagerly asks if he's strong, and Mu Jin confirms it, though his back still stings. The crowd roars its approval. The winner is Mu Jin. This concludes today's first round of the Dragon Phoenix Summit. The spectators are impressed by Shaolin's next generation. One man thinks it might be better to side with Shaolin early on. Ho ho, tomorrow's going to be exciting too. But now, its medical ventures are said to be thriving day by day. Martial skill and wealth mean that Shaolin could truly reclaim the center of the Central Plains. Crowd acknowledges, the 4 disciples of Shaolin were really strong. After this first round, the 4 Shaolin disciples who stood out so greatly began to spread their names across the entire Central Plains with new titles, the Shaolin 4 monks. The plan is falling apart, and the higher-ups are sweating. The winner should have come from the Wudang sect or the Namgun clan, but already a guest from Shaolin has taken out one of the top contenders. Shaolin's strength far exceeds their expectations. Still, the Wudang sect or Namgun clan should have had a winning candidate. It doesn't matter. No need to worry even if Wudang sect drops out. Whether Shaolin exceeds expectations or if some other group is strong, no one can beat Namgung Jinshin. Even from their point of view, he's a monster, after all. Jagal Jin he has been defeated. The Namgung clan is among the 5 great clans, where it holds the greatest strength, Namgung, as the strongest under heaven. For ages, they have reigned as the strongest, behaving as if they were kings who governed the people. At the center of that power was Namgung Jinshin, the young heir of the Namgung clan. People look at him and say that he's not just the greatest talent of Namgung, no, he's the greatest talent across the entire continent. He is, in every sense, a monster born from both power and authority. Now entering the arena, the victor, Namgung Jinshin. The announcer nervously suggested, the next duel will also be yours. Perhaps you'd like to step down and rest for a bit. Namgung Jinshin cut him off. No, I'm fine. Namgung Jinshin stands tall, his sword planted firmly, as his defeated opponent struggles to rise. I will stay right here. Bring the next opponent immediately. His arrogance is palpable. He hasn't even broken a sweat. So he hasn't even used up any stamina in his match with me? He doesn't even need a break. The defeated Jin he looks up, dejected. I was hoping to face Mu Jin, who's become stronger. Mu Jin, I'm sorry. Crowd is stunned by the sheer dominance on display. To think Jin he was defeated in just 3 exchanges. The murmurs grow louder. Is this truly the strength of the strongest among the youngest generation of the Murim Alliance? And yet, look at him, standing in the arena without stepping down, as if resting is meaningless. One of the fighters watches with fury. That arrogant bastard. What do we do? The next fighter is Mu Kyung. One of the fighters wonders if the next opponent will be crushed in spirit just by looking at Namgung Jinshin. If he doesn't get crushed in spirit just by looking at that monster, huh? Mu Kyung? Mu Kyung charges forward. He launches himself at Namgung Jinshin. Namgung Jinshin smirks. Oh my, you look entertaining. Mu Kyung retorts, can you entertain me? I don't know about entertaining you. Namgung Jinshin prepares to fight. But I think this will be entertaining for me. The clash between Mu Kyung and Namgung Jinshin sends shockwaves through the arena. The crowd is on its feet, buzzing with excitement. Announcer shouts, to think the silent monk would leap out like this. Has the immovable fortress, Jinshin, finally found his match? My chest burns with anticipation. Referee, is it acceptable to start the duel this way? The referee responds, yes. Since it was the request of Elder Song Jinshin himself, it's allowed. However, not everyone is excited. One of the spectators wonders, what the hell? I thought he learned to control his madness. Why did he suddenly snap again? Another monk replies, no, Mu Kyung is sane. The first monk asks, what? What do you mean? The second monk explains, he simply wants to know. The monk continues, or rather, he wants to test something. Mu Kyung faces off against Namgung Jinshin, determined to see for himself just how vast the gap is between them. Namgung Jinshin's fist becomes a blur of motion. He unleashes his invincible anti-demon punch. The force of the blow creates a visible shockwave. Mu Kyung grips his sword tightly, preparing to defend himself. Mu Kyung's eyes widen in alarm. He's coming! I need to dodge it! Namgung Jinshin's punch rips through the air, a concentrated beam of pure destructive force. The shockwave from the blow pulverizes the ground. Mu Kyung barely manages to evade the attack. Namgung Jinshin is impressed by Mu Kyung's agility. Hugh, what thunderous force! Yet you dodge like a nimble monkey. Mu Kyung, still dodging, thinks to himself. Like a monkey, you say? That's usually Mu Yul's specialty. Namgung Jinshin's voice booms across the arena. But it doesn't matter. Namgung Jinshin unleashes a flurry of attacks, his swords dancing like lightning. Each strike is a calculated blow, aimed to overwhelm Mu Kyung's defenses. The swords gleam ominously. But Mu Kyung is ready, bracing himself to unleash the 10 iron sword art. A blinding explosion of energy erupts. The attack sends Namgung Jinshin flying backwards. Mu Kyung finds himself surrounded by a storm of incoming fists. Each strike glows with fierce energy. Mu Kyung unleashes the 10 iron fist strikes. Namgung Jinshin is shocked. Brat, you dare! Namgung Jinshin's expression twists with fury. To mimic my technique. The force of the collision sends Namgung Jinshin staggering backwards. Mu Jin grits his teeth, realizing that copying Namgung Jinshin's technique won't be enough to win. What do? I copied his technique and countered it, but this won't end so easily. The difference in inner energy between me and Namgung Jinshin is this vast. He wonders if a certain someone could win this fight. But if we're that guy, would he be able to win? Suddenly, Namgung Jinshin's attack strikes Mu Jin. Namgung Jinshin's voice drips with disdain. So this is all you amount to, Shaolin. Disappointing. He declares the fight over. My interest has faded. Let's end today's game here. Namgung Jinshin crushes the wooden staff in his hand. Mu Jin's fist glows with power as he declares, invincible anti-demon punch. Who says it's the end? Namgung Jinshin responds, still, you were more amusing than the rest. I'll show you something special. Namgung Jinshin draws his sword, ready to unleash his technique. Namgung Jinshin prepares to strike Mu Jin with his sword. Namgung Jinshin's blade descends, accompanied by the declaration, Heavenly Emperor / Mu Jin stares in disbelief as the sword comes down. Namgung Jinshin's Heavenly Emperor / connects, engulfing everything in a blinding light. The force of the impact craters the arena. The crowd watches in stunned silence, unsure of what just happened. One of the spectators exclaims, what monstrous strength is that? Mu Gung! Another one yells, Mu Jin is gone. He continues, what? Where the hell did the guy disappear to this time? Amidst the chaos, a hand grips the orange fabric of a Shaolin robe. Namgung Jinshin's sword is gripped tightly by Mu Jin's hand. Namgung Jinshin shouts, what the hell do you think you're doing? Mu Kyung was driven by his inner demons. There was no choice. He continues, do you even know what he did after forcing his way into my strike? He dared to unleash a killing strike against me. Namgung Jinshin's face contorts with rage as he yells, a precise blow, aimed directly at my heart. And now you dare try to take such a dangerous weapon away? Mu Jin, still holding onto the sword, retorts, the killing strike was born from my inner demons, and I stopped him before he caused any real harm. Besides, you'll probably face me in the finals. If you've got a problem with me, we'll settle it in the duel. No one will stop you then. Namgung Jinshin releases his grip. Fine. Make sure you climb to the finals. Namgung Jinshin glares at Mu Jin, his eyes promising a brutal showdown. I'll break you, your false confidence, and him as well. Both you and that dangerous weapon will meet your end by my hand. The Neurim Alliance leader is asked if they are the last matchup, and he responds that he must show his face at the Dragon Phoenix summit he organized, or it would be unacceptable. Someone comments that it's surprising Shaolin lasted to the end and asks if they truly think they can topple the Namgung clan. They laugh, saying there's nowhere in the world to find another next-generation talent who can surpass the Namgung clan. The Neurim Alliance leader notes that it looks like the other person has placed all their bets on the Namgung clan and offers a piece of advice. He tells them not to be so certain that the Namgung clan will always win, because in life, nothing is guaranteed. The Neurim Alliance leader tells the other person to watch closely. The narrator asks who will earn the title of dragon in this Dragon Phoenix summit, and if it will be the newly risen star, monk Mu Jin from Shaolin, or will it be Namgung Jinshin of the Namgung clan, said to be the most promising the next generation talents? Don't miss even a single moment of this heated battle. Mu Jin vs Namgung Jinshin final matchup. Alright then, let the match begin. The crowd looked on with bated breath. It started, yeah? The match has officially begun. Mu Jin's fist collided with Namgung Jinshin's blade, the force of the impact visible. Namgung Jinshin unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike aimed at a vital point. Mu Jin met the sword with his bare hands, sparks flying as flesh met steel. The clash of power sent shockwaves rippling through the arena. Dust and debris filled the air as the two fighters remained locked in a deadly dance. Namgung Jinshin grimaced, his face a mask of frustration. It is true that this Dragon Phoenix summit has gone different from what I expected. What do you mean all of a sudden? Namgung Jinshin's voice echoed through the arena. Ever since I first gripped a sword, there hasn't been a single person, not one, who could properly withstand or block my strikes. Not a single person who did not fear me. Namgung Jinshin's eyes narrowed, the blue energy around him intensifying. I thought it'd be the same here, at this summit, but I was wrong. Images of Mu Jin blocking his sword flashed through his mind. That crazed monkey yesterday dared to strike at me with killing intent, and you blocked my sword with your bare hands. I was hailed as the strongest of the next generation talents, and you have shamed me. The humiliation was etched on Namgung Jinshin's face. This is the first time in my life I've ever felt such humiliation. His rage reached a boiling point as he prepared to attack. They say the world is wide and filled with the powerful? Fine then. I'll crush you here and reaffirm that I am the strongest. Mu Jin remained unfazed by the outburst. I suppose I'll take that as a rough acknowledgement of my strength. Namgung Jinshin's blade came crashing down. But dash! Don't talk as though you're standing above me. You insolent brat! The impact of the blow reverberated through the arena. Namgung Jinshin unleashed a furious barrage of attacks against Mu Jin. How dare you humiliate me like this? Namgung Jinshin grabbed Mu Jin by the collar, his face contorted with rage. How dare you grab me by the collar? Namgung Jinshin's face was a mask of fury as he prepared to strike. He lunged forward, blade extended, ready to end the fight. Suddenly, Mu Jin's voice boomed across the arena. Not so fast. Destroyer's divine stride. Namgung Jinshin unleashed his ultimate technique. 10 Iron Sword Art. The clash was imminent as Mu Jin closed the distance. Impact of their techniques created a blinding flash of light. As the dust settled, the crowd was buzzing with anticipation. I've never seen Namgung Jinshin struggle this much. That just shows how immense Shaolin's strength has become. Another spectator agreed. That's true, but doesn't this monk seem different? He's overwhelmingly different from the other Shaolin monks. Yes, I would say so too. The sheer force of the collision reverberated through the arena. It was clear to the onlookers that the invincible Namgung Jinshin, it seems he has finally met a worthy opponent. Mu Jin and Namgung Jinshin were locked in a deadly dance, each strike carrying the weight of their reputations. Namgung Jinshin's face contorted in fury as he pushed back against Mu Jin's relentless assault. Mu Jin unleashes a devastating palm strike. Namgung Jinshin is sent crashing down. He manages to grab his sword. Mu Jin is too fast, landing another blow. Namgung Jinshin's eyes widen in disbelief. Mu Jin presses his advantage. Were you just aiming for my throat? Have you, like Mu Kyung yesterday, also fallen into demonic deviation? Namgung Jinshin struggles against Mu Jin's relentless assault. Or is this simply your first time facing such a situation? This oppressive pressure. He grunts in pain as Mu Jin's fist connects. Ugh! Namgung Jinshin, eyes blazing with fury, channels his inner power. Don't you dare look down on me! Heavenly Emperor Art. Heavenly Emperor Jinshin style. A blinding light erupts as Namgung Jinshin unleashes his technique. The attack soars into the night sky. Mu Jin crouches, his fist glowing with power, ready to strike. He declares, then take this. Mu Jin unleashes his uppercut 100 steps divine fist strike, promising, I'll send you flying. The force of Mu Jin's blow sends Namgung Jinshin spiraling into the air. Watching crowd is stunned as Namgung Jinshin is sent flying, blood gushing from his face. One of the spectators gasps, Mu Jin. The announcer stammers, the victor is. The crowd erupts as they declare, Shaolin's Mu Jin. One of the spectators, who had bet against Mu Jin, cries, haha. What did I tell you? I said not to be so sure. My money. Another man remarks, looks like it's time to welcome the new dragon. Mu Jin looks to the heavens, declaring, I can't remain at a level where I am merely your equal. I must climb higher than this, to a place far above where I am now. He furrows his brow, thinking, for example. Mu Jin looks towards the horizon, a figure silhouetted against the sun. Yes, for example. The crowd roars, congratulations on your victory, Mu Jin. Mu Jin envisions his future, to a level like that man. Weiji Hack, one among the 10 great martial masters, Murim Alliance leader, the Fist King. Word from above has arrived. They've said that even if Shaolin wins the finals this time, it's fine. A man remarks, is that true? I wasn't expecting Shaolin to defeat Namgung and take the championship. It seems this victory, together with the revival of the 12 monks of Shaolin, has led to a huge impact on the higher-ups' decision. So, the divine monk of Shaolin has truly returned. Another man smiles. Still, preparations are complete. There's no issue with the prize, right? Now, since you've become, he continues, the dragon, it's only right we give a fitting reward. Now that Mu Jin's strength has been confirmed, he concludes, all we need to do is welcome a new powerful piece onto the board. The scene shifts to a temple nestled amongst lush greenery. This place is where our Murim Alliance comes to train ice arts. The prize for this Dragon Phoenix Summit has been kept here. Mu Jin kneels, ready to receive his reward. It's the ultimate elixir, nurtured over thousands of years in extreme cold, condensed within energy, A voice booms. The camera zooms in on the prize, the 10,000-year snow ginseng. The speaker continues, with me, the Alliance members, and Shaolin standing guard, you may consume it without worry. However, the moment the box is opened, the thick energy of the ginseng will escape with it. He emphasizes, it's best to eat it quickly. Mu Jin's face contorts as he grabs the ginseng. The chill really is incredible. He shoves the ginseng into his mouth. Got it. Mu Jin realizes that, in the novel, Namgung Jinshin wasn't truly a scoundrel. He was simply unlucky, until he ate this. He discovers the bug is a trap laid by the demonic cult, a yin-yang parasite that coils itself around the upper energy core of the host and allows the sorcerer to brainwash or corrupt them. Once it parasitizes, it emits the same energy as the host, making it impossible to detect even through diagnosis. It can control the host's body or inflict pain. Once infected, it's over for the hosts. They plan to make the tournament winner into a puppet they could freely command. Mu Jin grins. But since the winner is me, that plan has failed. He thinks to himself that the Great Rejuvenation Pill is a divine item of verdant nature, while this 10,000-year snow ginseng is like the pure water of the cold snowy mountains. Mu Jin grits his teeth, feeling the effects of the ginseng. Even though more than half of it was ruined by the bug, Mu Jin feels the effects of the ginseng and exclaims, I'm still able to gain this much energy? The monk takes a step forward. Grandmaster Hyunguang asks, are you alright? A monk replies, yes, Outer Hall leader. Mu Jin, surrounded by a red aura, says, thanks to your protection, I absorbed it without worry. Thank you? 15 years' worth of internal energy successfully absorbed. From above, a figure wonders, did he absorb it all? He continues, then, it's time to start the preparation. A dark, shadowy figure looms over Mu Jin. Congratulations, Mu Jin. Kahahaha. Mu Jin contemplates his next move. He realizes that if he uses too much power, they'll think he's been taken over by the parasite, so they won't leave him alone. He decides to keep what's left, since it might come in handy. Mu Jin reflects on his journey. I met Du Wulchen. I've powered up enough. I've done everything I could in this Dragon Phoenix summit. Mu Jin thinks to himself, now, only one thing remains. The last night before returning to Shaolin, his fellow monks overhear him. Did I hear it wrong? No, you heard right. Mu Jin, do you mean it? Mu Jin grins. Yes, let's stay out in the secular world a little longer. The Great Escape. One of the monks stammers. Are you suggesting to escape? A secret nighttime escape. Desertion. I can't do it. Running away from home. Hee hee. Mu Jin looks to the future. The future Shaolin Chronicles I'm about to create. I can't carry it alone. He realizes, they're also protagonists of this story. I need all of them. Didn't the great patriarchs and grandmasters also reach enlightenment through countless experiences? One of the monks replies, outside, that's still escaping. Don't copy and paste your earlier excuse. If we leave without permission and get caught, for Hai Guan, he might literally eat me alive. Mu Jin counters, he'll also report that you only made it to the semi-finals and failed to control your madness. But do you think he won't beat you even if we go back now? Mu Jin smiles deviously. Either way, you'll get beaten. Wouldn't it be better to take a few months off, then get beaten after we've rested? Mu Jin repeats the phrase Mu Gung over and over, trying to convince himself of his decision. He doesn't hear anything. One of the monks argues that Monk Haidam never left Shaolin, and the duty of the 108 Arhats was always to guard Shaolin and the Sutra Hall. He stammers, that's true, if you return now and become a second-class disciple. Another monk declares that if he returns now and becomes a second-class disciple, he'd rather take the punishment than live that life. Mu Jin laughs, realizing they're all in on this escape together. He quips that it'll be fun, and he won't rot for the rest of his life. Mu Yel didn't even hesitate. He asks if that's a relief. Mu Jin announces that he's already prepared, and once their resolve is firm, they'll escape using their mobility art at dawn. Two more monks pile their hands on top of the group, declaring that they want to go too. Mu Jin smirks, knowing his plan is coming together. Right, we'll all join you. Just as planned, the monks begin to sneak through the temple, their footsteps light. One of the monks whispers that the Shaolin camp is so old and worn out that the guards are lax and the place is practically unguarded. He cautions them to still be careful, then asks Mu Jin when he learned frequency whispering technique. Another monk excitedly tells the group that there's a carriage waiting once they cross the wall. Suddenly, someone grabs a sword. The unknown assailant shouts, "Stop! Something's coming!" The monks are caught off guard, but before they can react, a sword is already out. It's Chung Su. He demands, Chung Su? Why are you here at this hour? And with a real sword too. I couldn't sleep so I came out for air, and then I sensed suspicious movements. To think it would be you and your friends. Mu Jin tries to play it cool, offering a weak excuse. I see. My apologies. We have some very important business, so we really must hurry. Mu Jin and the other monks are surrounded by Chung Su and his posse. Chung Su isn't buying it for a second. I smell the wind of freedom on you. Chung Su, with his sword still drawn, has a proposition. Excellent. Then may I join you? The monks exchange worried glances. One of them stammers, What? Join us? I know it's not my place to say, but have you gotten permission from the Wudang sect's elders? Chung Su waves off their concerns. Don't worry about that. Taoist and Hyo himself told me after the summit that I should go see the world. If I can do so together with you all, it would be reassuring. One of the monks sighs, already regretting this development. My head hurts already. But still, he'll become the second strongest person in the return of the Demon Supreme. Mu Jin, ever the pragmatist, cuts through the tension. If he has his elder's approval, then it's probably fine. Mu Jin, we're okay with it. Then, please take care of me. Chung Su has joined the party. Suddenly, an urgent voice breaks the relative calm. Big trouble. The kids who participated in the Dragon Phoenix Summit. The monks are in a panic. They had all left while only leaving a note behind. What? Even the Wudang boy, Chung Su, has disappeared with them. Grandmaster Hyun Guang is informed of the situation. Is it true that all 4 of them are missing? Yes, that seems to be the case. And just like that, this moment became the starting point of a chain of events that would shake the Murim and the lives of countless people. Mu Gung, your driving is terrible. Have you never driven a carriage before? Mu Gung replies, I've only lived in the mountains. Who would I have any experience? Chung Su asks, Can you drive? Another replies, I've never done it either. Someone grips the reins tightly. Damn it, guess I'll have to do it. But if I'm driving, then I decide where we go. Someone declares. Do you even have a plan? The reply comes, Of course. Mu Jin is fired up and ready to go. Let's begin. The first page of the remastered Shaolin Chronicles. After escaping Guizhou province at Fanjing Mountain, someone asks, Do we really have to wear these kinds of clothes? Another replies, It's not a bad idea, especially since we need to hide our identities. It's been far too long since I've worn clothes that aren't martial robes. Haha. Everyone looks great. Someone calls out from inside the carriage, If you're all dressed, then come out. Starting now. The group emerges from the carriage, now in disguise. Mu Jin declares, The treasure hunt begins. Mu Jin sprints forward, eager to start this new chapter. Mu Jin took the lead, leaping through the forest. Mu Yo, I'll go further ahead, so you move to the left. Got it. Another voice called out, Mu Jin, I'll go first. The monks moved with incredible speed, their forms glowing with internal energy. One of them gasped, Is it real? The group had heard rumors of a hidden treasure. Yes, I heard that somewhere around here, an incredible elixir is hidden. An elixir in a place like this? The monks gathered around a fire, discussing their strategy. I heard it from someone reliable, so it should be true. Once we arrive at Fanjing Mountain, let's decide the order and time slots, then split up to search. Monk with the sword smiled serenely as the others searched for the hidden treasure. The search party, however, was getting discouraged. Even after searching everywhere, we couldn't find anything. Could this all be for nothing? One of the monks mused. Still, Mu Jin isn't the type to lie, right? But if we've searched this thoroughly and there's nothing, maybe even he was tricked. Another monk wondered, Are Mu Jin and Mu Yel still searching? Seems so. Mu Jin probably feels responsible since he brought it up, so he's looking harder. And then Mu Yel, well, maybe he's just enjoying himself, he thought, watching Mu Yel leap through the trees. Mu Yel continued his search, but he was having no luck. After all, it's been a while since he had fun. I still can't find anything. Mu Yel continued his search, enjoying the freedom of climbing trees. But climbing trees freely after so long feels so nice. Suddenly, Mu Yel's eyes widened. There's something fast. His green eyes reflected the image of a monkey. Mu Yel, surprised, jumped back in alarm. What? He stared in disbelief at the small monkey. The monkey made contact with Mu Yel's face. Yua! Don't tell me this is a mon-dash. Ki! The small monkey sent Mu Yel flying into the ground. The monkey landed on its hands and feet, ready for more. Okay. Wow, you're amazing. He narrowly avoids colliding with a bird. Damn, I almost collided with it. He continues, Every animal I saw would just run away the moment they noticed me. I'd end up avoiding them myself. Mu Jin exclaims, But you're the first one to ever knock me out of a tree. You're really strong and fast, aren't you? Monkey sits, seemingly bashful. Mu Jin smiles at the monkey. Mu Jin and the monkey touch fingers. Their fingers touch. The forest canopy echoed with strange shrieks and laughter. Mu Jin's head snapped up, his brow furrowed. What's with that sudden screeching? He squinted, trying to pinpoint the source of the commotion. Mu Yel appeared, grinning ear to ear with the monkey perched on his head. So it's this way, huh? Whoa! Mu Yel? What's going on? What's with the monkey? The monkey chirped, seemingly in response to Mu Yel. Just a little further? Mu Yel waved excitedly. Wait, are you actually talking to that monkey? How? Oh? Mu Jin, you were here too? Follow me. I think we found the elixir. Really? The group arrived at their destination. Mu Yel stops, grinning. We're here. Wow. It's just like Mu Jin said. Mu Yel turns to Mu Jin. Mu Jin, is this the place you were looking for? Mu Jin's eyes widen. The scene cuts to the cover of a book. From the author, Geijeong, the martial arts novel Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles Volume 2 in a Resolved Heart. The title of the book appears to glow. The clan had fallen, and Du Wulchen had nothing left. All that remained were a blood-stained martial robe and a chipped sword. This was in the mountains of Zhengan County, Guizhou Province. Brooding on how the destruction of his clan had come from his own weakness, he just continued to walk, and walked, and walked even further, simply pressing forward until he no longer had the strength to take another step. Du Wulchen stopped. For him was a field of manju blossoms, blooming in full. Beneath a cliff, carved inward to form a natural roof, he decided to set down his belongings and rest for a while. The sight of the nameless red flowers blooming reminded him of the bright smiles of his younger sister and his mother. Mu Jin is nearby, looking at the scene. Found it. It looks exactly like the illustration from the novel. Mu Jin thinks to himself, in the original work, Du Wulchen obtained the elixir here, but since I already handed him the lesser rejuvenation pill before, the elixir here shouldn't be necessary anymore. We did come all the way here for the elixir, after all. Mu Jin stares at the scene. Apparently, this was its home. Was there ever a setting about this being a monkey's territory? Mu Jin wondered it was its home? Why the past tense? He recalled the illustration in the book. Originally, it lived happily here with its family. Mu Jin continued reading the Shaolin Chronicles, until that guy came and took it all away. Suddenly, a massive, grotesque boar-like creature with tusks the size of swords appeared, drool flying from its fangs. Mu Jin's eyes widened in shock. The beast charged at Du Wulchen, who was caught completely off guard. The group continues onward. The monks press forward. Are we going the right way? Yes. I can hear noises coming from ahead. Let's hurry. The group rushes through the forest, sunlight filtering through the trees. The monks arrive at the scene. This place is what Mu Jin mentioned earlier. Wait a second. But what on earth? The monks are blown away by the force of the wild boar. The monks stare in disbelief. What's with the giant wild boar? Where's Mu Jin? Mu Jin stands atop the defeated boar, calling out, "Oh, perfect timing, you guys are here." He gestures grandly. I'll explain the situation later, but first, I've already caught the elixir, so eat up without worry. The monks arrive, staring in disbelief. What do you mean you caught the elixir? Elixir. One monk is particularly confused. Wait, you don't mean elixir, you mean inner essence? They're the same thing. How the hell are we supposed to eat something like that? So, according to the monkey, that giant boar killed its family, took over its home, and went around looking for help, then ended up encountering you. Mu Jin replied, exactly. That's what Lingling said. One of the monks is still confused. You even gave it a name? What does Lingling even mean? A wild monkey capable of communicating with humans, and a house-sized monstrous boar. Could it be that both of them are enchanted beasts? The monk comes to a realization. If that's true, then that boar definitely has an inner core essence. Mu Jin's arm glows with power as he asks, should I try subduing it with this? Mu Jin prepares a secret technique. A secret technique discussed and researched together with grandfather. Iron Guard absorbs energy through the skin, then into the body, and then feeds with energy control. Iron Guard Maiden Art then fuse it with Maiden Art, which increases the texture and resilience of the skin. Mu Jin prepares to use a technique that can build strength without limit, along with various martial arts that protect muscles and bones. He unleashes a compressed muscle release, a first real-life usage. Mu Jin's face is set with determination as he focuses his power. The boar is sent flying from the force of the blow. Mu Jin's hand glows as he continues to channel his energy. He shouts, take this. Mu Jin unleashes an enhanced unyielding maiden art suplex. The boar cries out in pain. The impact shatters the ground. Boar's limp body is reflected in the water. Mu Jin washes the blood off his hands in the stream. Du Wulchen grins, holding up 3 glowing orbs. Found the inner core essences. With this, our group will become stronger. The narrator declares that balance will finally be achieved. The group stands over the boar's corpse. Mu Jin asks, Taoist Chung Su, may I speak with you privately for a moment? Chung Su asks Mu Jin what he wants, and Mu Jin replies it's nothing major, but Mu Jin asks Chung Su if he could yield the inner core essence to the 3 others. I had the Great Revival Nation pill and you've had the Taiyang fluid. You have overflowing inner energy, but those 3 have only eaten one lesser Revival Nation pill so far. Chung Su smiles, I see. Since it was you who provided me with this information, I will do as you see fit. Du Wulchen stares at the glowing orbs, thinking, that light, but still, this inner core essence was taken by killing a beast. Then does that make it meat? Can we really eat it without worrying? You're saying you won't eat it after all that effort to get it? He continues, besides, wasn't it supposed to be an elixir? Why is it inner core essences instead? Probably because that boar and monkey's family already ate the real elixir. Because if I had called it an inner core essence, you would refuse to take it, wouldn't you? It's sad what happened to the monkey, but in the end, you killed the boar, didn't you? You killed it. That boar attacked first, so we had no choice. Duwulchan holds up the monkey doll, stating, besides, the monkey is the one that survived in the end. Uki? If we had left it alone, it might have reunited with its family in the afterlife. He then glances at Mujin, thinking, Mujin's personality. He really isn't normal. Not entirely wrong though. He turns to the monkey, saying, anyway, we got back your home, and we've gotten what we needed. Looks like our work here is done. The group prepares to leave. Duwulchan waves, saying, we'll be going now, monkey. If we meet again, so be it. Mujin wonders, we're leaving already? Why am I tired already even though I barely did anything? He adds, since the inner core essence isn't much different from a lesser rejuvenation pill, let's consume them as soon as we reach the carriage. One of the monks looks at the glowing orbs in his hand. I'm telling you, I feel uncomfortable eating it. And so, Mujin spent 30 minutes gaslighting and persuading them. In the end, he successfully made him consume an elixir, an inner core essence. The monk begins harvesting energy. Mu Yo, who was sitting in meditation, suddenly disappears. Mu Yo, where did you go? Mu Yo reappears, holding a bag. I just had to take care of something real quick. Mu Yo hands the bag to Mujin. I finished packing up all of our belongings. Thanks for sorting everything, Mu Yo, you should eat this now. With that, Mujin's group completed all their work at Mount Fanxing and headed to the nearby city to rest. But resting was not the only thing Mujin had planned. Mujin's group had left Mount Fanxing and headed to the nearby city to rest, but it seems that rest would have to wait. They were now in Sichuan province, Xiang, the famous city that's home to Sichuan's Tang clan, the Ame sect, and the Qingqing sect, which are all factions belonging to the Miram alliance. Recently, due to a certain rumor, the city has been restless, and public security has grown unstable. The locals were already gossiping. Have you heard? One asked. Another replied, heard what? The first man leaned in conspiratorially. The story of the man called the Divine Thief. The other man's eyes widened. What, you mean that legendary thief? 100 years ago, he shook the world with his deeds. The thieving of the Divine Thief was ghost-like. With otherworldly stealth and unparalleled martial arts, it was said that there was nothing the Divine Thief could not steal, from priceless treasures and weapons to mysterious martial arts manuals. But now, people say it might not just be a myth. What? You mean he was real? I also find it hard to believe, but it is said that someone has discovered the Divine Thief's tomb. That person claimed all the treasures the Divine Thief stole throughout his lifetime were buried there. The problem was, the one who discovered the tomb drew a treasure map and then suddenly went missing. Because of that, no one could learn where the tomb was hidden. But his last words before disappearing were that the Divine Thief's tomb lay near Xiang. Oh, in that case, should I join the treasure hunt too? A once-in-a-lifetime chance for riches. The man leaned in conspiratorially. Sure, you'd best not get involved. Huh, why not? Because, he gestured to the crowded room. There are already martial masters who heard the rumor, and have gathered here in droves. Think about it. What do you think will happen if you run in among those martial masters? This isn't a treasure hunt anymore. It's become a battle for loot. If you don't want to get dragged in and die, you'd best give up now, he scoffed. I was getting excited, but I'll just forget it then. The hooded figure turned away, seemingly uninterested. And so, martial artists flooded into Xiang, and between the Qingqing sect, the Sichuan Tang clan, and the Ame sect, a treasure war broke out. From that day, the three factions became irreparably divided. Up until this point, I could accept things as they were. Mujin was shaken by the turn of events, but the future has changed. Why has the Divine Nine's tomb incident, which should occur about 10 years later, already happened? He was clearly troubled. I came here to erase the seeds of conflict among the three factions in advance. What kind of butterfly effect has caused this? What exactly happened? Mujin decided to get some answers. Still, it's not too late. Excuse me, shopkeeper. A moment please. The shopkeeper approached him. Yes, sir. What is it? Mujin placed some coins on the table. I want to ask you a few things. The shopkeeper's eyes turned to golden coins as he became eager to help. He stammered, desperate for the money. Ask me anything. The group mulled over the rumors they had heard. Do you think those rumors are true? Well, judging from how many people have gathered here. Mujin addressed the group. Everyone, I know we just arrived in Xiang, but, he declared, we need to head to Ganyang first. The others were shocked by this sudden change of plans. Huh? Without searching for treasure? I thought you'd be the one most eager to start hunting for treasure, Mujin. Mujin, you're not going after it? Mujin recalled the shopkeeper's words. This is information I heard from that shopkeeper. Frequency whispering technique? So it's information that mustn't be leaked outside? He continued, relaying the shopkeeper's information. They say the rumor spread around is about one particular sect in Ganyang. According to what I've heard, that sect is extremely vicious and greedy. Mujin considered the implications. Then why would such greedy people spread information like this around them? Normally they'd keep it to themselves and hoard the treasure. Could it be that they have another purpose? Mu Jin considered the shopkeeper's information and the rumors swirling around them. Doesn't it smell fishy to you? Mu Jin decided to take a proactive approach. For now, let's break into the source of the rumor directly. We'll uncover the truth of the treasure rumor, and figure out their true objective. He set his sights on the Tai sect. Upon arriving at the Tai sect, the group found a scene of apparent submission, with members prostrated on the floor. One of them pleaded, "Please, we've done nothing wrong. Why are you acting like this?" The Tai sect leader, Bang Ji-hyuk, clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication. "We're just ordinary people, living day to day, trying to survive. We even went out of our way to help others struggling outside not long ago." One of Mu Jin's companions, visibly confused, questioned their mission. Jin, is this really the right place? Weren't they supposed to be some kind of vicious group? Seems like we've wasted our time. Gum. Mu Jin, however, remained unconvinced, his eyes narrowed behind his mask. He sensed something was amiss. The leader of the Tai sect groveled before Mu Jin, attempting to maintain his innocent facade, when suddenly he recognized Mu Jin. "Sorry, it looks like we misunderstood." "No, this isn't a misunderstanding. Jin," Bang Ji-hyuk continued to beg for mercy. "You can take all of our money, just please spare our lives." Mu Jin was unmoved by the display. "Do you really think I came all the way to Ganyang the moment I arrived in Xiang without reason or proof? Isn't it about time you dropped the act?" Bang Ji-hyuk feigned ignorance, though a hint of panic crept into his voice. "What are you talking about? Damn, your acting really is impressive." Mu Jin decided to reveal his trump card. "But can you still keep that up when you hear this title? Sichuan Branch, number 1? Mu Jin accused the Tai sect leader of a conspiracy. "What are you planning, gathering all these martial arts masters in one place? Hoping to cause a bloodbath at the Heavenly Merchant Guild's number 1 and the Hunan Branch's number 2 incident? Did you think I wouldn't know?" Bang Ji-hyuk's expression hardened as he pressed Mu Jin. "And where did you hear all that from?" The masked assassins shifted nervously. "Do you think I'd just tell you like that?" Bang Ji-hyuk sneered. "The atmosphere just changed. Yeah, it doesn't look like you'll talk easily." Bang Ji-hyuk drew his sword, a sinister glint in his eye. "In that case, time to silence everyone here." Suddenly, a voice boomed out, "All of you, get down!" The assassins looked around in confusion. "What? Why?" A massive explosion ripped through the building. Blood dripped onto the floor. The assassins were shocked at the turn of events. "Branch leader, YS2. Bang Ji-hyuk addressed the remaining assassins. "Those who I haven't killed, draw your swords. A guest has arrived, so we should treat him properly, right? That bastard killed his own comrades. Deal with them." Bang Ji-hyuk prepared to face his new opponent. "You're not going anywhere. I'll leave the small fries to you guys." "What?" The newcomer moved with blinding speed. "Don't worry." The assassin launched an attack. "You'll win." Destroyer's divine stride. One of the masked assassins steadied himself, ready to fight. "All right. Guess it's time to show what I can do." He steeled himself for the upcoming battle. "It's do or die." From the floor, the assassin wondered about their opponents. Who are they anyway? He focused on Bang Ji-hyuk, especially that man who seems to be their leader. Not only did he instantly see through my spear, he even protected his comrades. He has both beast-like instincts and rapid situational judgment. He analyzed Bang Ji-hyuk's features. Though he has a young frame, his voice sounds somewhat youthful. That means he's probably not an old martial artist. But if someone this young can handle things this well, he wondered about their origins. Could they be from the Namkung clan, or Wudang sect, the Murim Alliance's rising generation elites? Or maybe that Shaolin disciple who won the recent Dragon Phoenix Summit? The masked assassin's eyes narrowed as he heard Bang Ji-hyuk's taunt. "Hey, bad guy. You're slower than I expected." The assassin's face contorted in frustration. Bang Ji-hyuk unleashed a flurry of blows. The assassin coughed up blood as he was struck. The force of Bang Ji-hyuk's attack sent the masked man flying backwards. His vision tunneled as he saw a storm of fists coming his way. Hooded assassins launched their assault on Mu Jin. One of the assassins struck with a powerful blow. The masked man, sitting on the floor, demanded, "You're Shaolin's new dragon, Mu Jin. What's going on? I heard you returned immediately after the Dragon Phoenix Summit ended. So how are you here?" Mu Jin grinned, revealing his teeth. "Even in this situation, you're still trying to gather information? Your professional dedication is amazing." "Not that I plan to answer." Mu Jin continued to taunt his opponent. "Instead, I'll have you tell me your information, your objective, and even the color of your underwear." The assassin, bruised and bleeding, realized he'd underestimated his opponent. So this is the power of Shaolin's new dragon. He's much stronger than the report suggested. The assassin realized that if he got caught, it was over. And if this information spread, their side wouldn't stay still. He decided that it was better to commit suicide as soon as his identity was exposed. He shouted, "Stop!" Blood trickled from his mouth as he coughed. Mu Jin looked down at the body. To think he'd bite poison and take his own life. One of the hooded figures cursed. "Why do these bastards always choose suicide the moment they're caught?" At this rate, even if we capture them, it's useless. Mu Jin realized that if things kept going like this, he'd have no choice but to squeeze info from the small fries. It wouldn't be important intelligence, but since they didn't know the exact scope of the Shadow Syndicates right now, any info was better than nothing. He thought, I have to capture at least one more. One of the hooded figures shouted, guys, first start with their mouths. Sorry Mu Jin, Namu Ameba. The assassins had killed themselves in the middle of the fight. One of the men asked, are you all okay? Another responded, yeah, I'm alright, aside from feeling a little bad about this situation. One of the fighters said, Mu Gung, but still, those guys really were villains. You saw it earlier, didn't you? They even cut down their own comrades. Mu Kyung, you must not lose. Pull yourself together. Another man stood over the scene. We were lucky we could stop them. Lucky, right. I always thought a day like this would come. Mu Jin knew that when facing villains, bloodshed was unavoidable, something he could accept. But the rest of them were still young. He knew it in his head, but now that it was actually happening, it felt pretty damn awful. No matter the reason, watching someone die right before your eyes wasn't exactly a good experience. The two surviving assassins huddled together, shaken. One of them screamed that he'd at least take one of them down with him, but then he noticed Mu Jin's sudden arrival. When did he get here? Mu Jin, with a cold expression, prepared to strike. Mu Jin's attack lands squarely on the assassin's face. The assassin spits out blood, shouting for the demons. The other assassins are shocked by his words. For the demons? That aside. Suddenly, a voice chirps from above. You're the monkey from back then? Okay. We've been caught? Hey. One of the assassins exclaims, how's that thing here? We definitely left it behind back then. Wouldn't it be better to return it to nature? Another responds, but Lingling wanted to come with us. Still, I'll take good care of it. I'll feed it well and groom it. The leader of the assassins is annoyed. That's not the issue right now. What a mess. No, what a monkey mess. The leader of the assassins sighs, well, alright. One of the assassins, with the monkey on his head, shouts, let's bring it along. Are you seriously saying that? The leader responds, at this point, since it's already followed us all the way here, there's no point in arguing. And just now, the assassin continues, if Lingling hadn't stepped in, Mu Yo would have been hurt. Also, you guys must have noticed too. He holds up the small monkey. This is an enchanted beast. I don't see any harm in taking it along as a companion. The assassin with the monkey says, but feeding it and cleaning up after it, that's your job. I've saved enough money so that's fine. But bathroom duty for an enchanted beast. Surely it'll handle itself, right? Kiki okay. He says, what do you take me for? And he wants you to put him down. Mu Jin smiles wryly. Thanks to your appearance, the mood has changed. Thanks, monkey. Explains, anyway. We defeated the villains, and we've learned their rough objective. They want to use the Divine Thief's treasures to draw attention from martial masters nationwide, thus stirring up chaos. One of the group asks if that means the Divine Thief's treasures are located here, and Mu Jin confirms, exactly, and in enormous quantities too. Mu Jin peers into a dark space, grins, staring down at a stash of treasure. Bingo, found a stash of treasure. Have you heard the saying? Mu Jin continues, if you have trouble solving the problem. One of the group members exclaims, no way, Mu Jin, are you? Mu Jin, peering into the treasure chest, declares, before unnecessary chaos erupts across Sichuan, we'll eliminate the problem ourselves. Just get rid of it altogether. If we seize the treasure first, it'll all be over. The Tai sect has collapsed? Yes. What on earth happened? We received an emergency signal from Sichuan's number 1 and dispatched a special unit. But it wasn't just the building, inside archives, and the supplies, everything was destroyed. Judging from signs that the entire Sichuan branch committed mass suicide, it seems there was an attack from a strong enemy. For the Heavenly Merchant Guild and Dragon Phoenix Summit, nothing's going right. However, the conflict among the three sects has already reached its peak. Amei sect, Qingqing sect, Tang clan, we just need to give them a little push from behind. That's all that's needed. A figure stands silhouetted against the window, issuing orders. Scatter the prepared secret maps throughout the city and tell those already planted in the major Sichuan sects to start the grand plan. A subordinate kneels. As you command, the figure clenches their fists, confident in their plans. Whoever it was, they seem to have found our trail. But it's a meaningless struggle. Elsewhere, a sign marks the entrance to the Divine Thief's secret tomb. Mu Jin and his group have arrived at the entrance. We finally found it. The dungeon entrance. A member of Mu Jin's group steps onto a pressure plate. The plate depresses slightly. A volley of arrows shoots down the corridor. Trap. The arrows strike a figure in black, identified as Iron Guard. Mu Jin surveys the scene. Nice, the trap is disabled now. Sure enough, without the secret map it would have been nearly impossible to find the path. After all, even from high ground the entrance wasn't visible, he thinks to himself. The path to the tomb, as well as inside, was littered with traps. Alright, Mu Yo, keep leading the way. Okay. Hee hee. Mu Jin is grateful for his companions. Good thing Ling Ling and Mu Yo were with us. Thanks to her beast-like senses, we've come this far without injury. Mu Jin asks, how long has it been since we entered here? His companion replies, since we came in after lunch, quite a while. Ling Ling perks up, sensing something. It'll probably be dusk by the time we get out. Mu Yo, perched on the shoulder of one of the fighters, asks, what's wrong? Did you sense something? Ling Ling replies, something unusual to the right. There's something there. Probably treasure. Mu Yo chimes in, Ling Ling's reacting too. The treasure is close. Are we here already? Let's go check out the reward. What's a reward? Mu Jin narrowly dodges the trap's attack. A massive blade swings down from above. Mu Jin uses the Iron Guard's swift whirlwind sweep. One of the fighters exclaims, even up to the end, it's still full of traps. This is annoying to no end. If it weren't for Mu Jin, we'd be in big trouble. Are we safe now? Hey, look over there. The group stares ahead. The treasure room is revealed. There it is. It's real. The treasure of the divine thief. The group is overwhelmed by the sheer volume of loot. So there really was treasure here. We probably can't take it all. Wow. Isn't this a martial arts manual? Wow, there are so many glittering items. Mu Jin observes the scene. Everyone's so excited. And the treasure isn't the kind that would cause infighting. He's confident that they're in the clear. Besides, we burned all the secret maps on the way here, so no one else will come. Mission complete if we just take the best treasure. This episode ends here. Mu Jin grins, already planning the distribution. Guys, take out the sacks. Then let's head back. However, contrary to Mu Jin's expectations, chaos had already erupted inside Sichuan. While Mu Jin and his crew were busy divvying up the treasure, the Shadow Syndicate's secret maps were scattered throughout the city. Those who obtained them were ready to move. Some had already departed. Some fell into traps along the way, and others headed toward the tomb with different purposes. Two figures in dark cloaks finally reached their destination. One of them seemed unimpressed. So this is the legendary thief's tomb. It's more disappointing than I had expected. I thought there would be something greater here. The other figure replied, not necessarily. Look ahead. The cloaked figures descended further into the tomb, only to find the traps completely destroyed. What on earth? The traps here are all destroyed. The cloaked figure assessed the scene. These are far different from the low-level traps we encountered outside. If all the traps here have been destroyed, it means someone got here before us. The other figure looked shocked. That person must be highly skilled too. Impossible. The first figure wondered, who could it be? Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed the first figure's hood, pulling it back to reveal Tang Somi, the youngest daughter of the Sichuan Tang clan. Aren't you curious? Tang Somi, youngest daughter of the Sichuan Tang clan. You need to keep your face hidden. Tang Somi griped about the heat. What's the big deal? I even dressed as a man for this. It's too hot. But wait, didn't you say it happened to obtain the secret map before the pieces got scattered? Was Hyuksa bullshitting? Young miss, what's not something a proper young lady should say? Cloaked figures continued deeper into the tomb, but they were not alone. Huh, someone ahead of us again? This is getting troublesome. The lead figure turned to see a cloaked figure standing before them. No matter, as long as we deal with them quickly and take the treasure, that's enough. You are. Tang Somi looked concerned. The aura I sense is someone at least of peak martial master level. With our current members, it'll be hard to win. The lead figure demanded, how did you even get in here? Weren't the warriors from our Tang clan on the outside keeping watch? Oh, them? The cloaked figure responded, I just pressed down a little, and they exploded. No way, even if they weren't elite Tang warriors, for them to be wiped out so easily. Tang Somi looked up at the cloaked figure with a nervous smile. And if you caught up to us, the vanguard, cloaked figure addressed Mu Jin's group, that's right. Soon your reinforcements will arrive. But he had other things in mind. But more than treasure, I hear that the fair-faced boy among you is actually a girl. Tang Somi's eyes widened. The cloaked figure revealed himself to be the Black Crow blood fiend. If she's from a noble house, her ransom will fetch quite the price. The Black Crow blood fiend lunged forward. If you don't want to die a meaningless death, then come quietly. Tang Somi's eyes widened. So the rumors were true. The Black Crow blood fiend has appeared in Sichuan. Tang Somi yelled, we need to escape. Now, the purple-haired assassin attempts to escape, declaring, do you think I'll let myself be captured so easily? The Black Crow blood fiend has Monk Biab Gang and the other assassin in his grasp. Now doesn't this make you want to listen to what I say? Young miss, don't worry about us, just run. Tang Somi is conflicted. If anyone dies here, it'll only give them justification to attack us. Damn it, what should we do? We can't call for reinforcements right now. The Black Crow blood fiend smirks. See? I told you so, didn't I? Mu Jin arrives at the scene. I said I smelled people, didn't I? Don't say smelled like that. But wait, Jin, weren't we the only ones who could come here? What the hell is happening? Mu Jin sees a group of masked assassins. How did others get in? Are they fighting? The purple-haired assassin notices Monk Biab Gang. There's even some super bald guy? He's balder than us. Ha! The Black Crow Blood Fiend is taken aback. Bald? Ha! So that's the treasure, eh? Black Crow Blood Fiend's eyes glow red as he prepares to attack. Change of plans. First I'll seize all the treasure. Then I'll rip out your hair along with your heads. Meanwhile, back at the Tang clan's camp, chaos erupts as it's discovered that Miss Tang Somi has disappeared. One guard nervously speculates, could she have gone to the tomb? He then turns to his companion, fear evident in his voice. How are we supposed to report this to the clan patriarch, you fool? The other guard replies, the clan patriarch has already departed. The first guard is shocked. What? Where to? The guard continues. After receiving the report, his face turned pale. He said there's only one place the young miss would go to and immediately rode straight to the Divine Thief tomb grounds. The other guard stares in disbelief. What? Suddenly, a woman screams, you must not fight that man. A woman screams a warning. The Black Crow Blood Fiend is a murderous demon who once turned the entire Jianghu into a sea of blood. He's both evil and a martial master of the highest caliber. The Black Crow Blood Fiend faces his attackers, unfazed. I don't know who you people are, but you won't win that easy. Doesn't matter. One of the hooded figures starts to reply, Before he can finish, the bald monk Biab gang is struck by a powerful blow. The force of the impact sends him flying. Another one of the hooded figures shouts, busy right now. Great work, Gum. Are you insane? You're facing the Black Cross Fiend. Mu Jin, arriving late to the party, realizes who they're up against. So this man is him, the same one from the novel. Wait. Mu Jin recognizes the woman who just took down Monk Biab gang with a single blow. A second, isn't that Lady Tang Somi? I pressed as a monk. You just took down Monk Biab gang in a single blow. She's just like in the novel. No, she's more than that. If members of the Tang clan are here, then that means the Black Crow Blood Fiend turns to face Lady Tang Somi. How did you get here? It's not all easy to come all this way without a map. Lady Tang Somi looks at him, confused. What do you mean, without a map? She explains that the maps have been scattered all over the city. I happened to obtain mine early and arrived before everyone else. What about you all? How did you get here? One of the hooded figures shouts out. Jean, what's going on? I guess there were more outside of that room. The Black Crow Blood Fiend surveys the landscape, realizing the situation has become dire. Damn it, that means a massive crowd is about to swarm in. Now that the Tang clan has arrived, the Shaoxing sect and the Ma sect will follow right behind them. The Black Crow Blood Fiend realizes that if they're found in their current state, Mu Jin's party will be seen as perfect prey, and the Tang clan's presence will spark political strife. This won't end well. Mu Jin shouts to the group that a horde of martial masters is about to flood in, and even though they're all low on inner energy, they have to escape safely somehow. He notes that it's escape time, but suddenly senses powerful energy ahead of them, hundreds of strong presences. They have no other choice but to try. Just then, one of the hooded figures speaks up. He suggests that there might be another exit, prompting Mu Jin to ask what he means. He explains that just before they turned to the treasure chamber, he felt a faint draft, indicating air from outside. He suggests that if they follow that path, they might be able to get out without fighting. Mu Jin shouts, Well done, Chung! Everyone, let's get out of here now. Right. The hooded figure glances sideways, his expression unreadable behind the mask. Mu Jin turns to the group, saying, You guys come with us too. If you don't want to become the seed of further chaos, that is. The group dashes forward, with Mu Jin shouting, We're almost there. It's just up ahead. The hooded figure clutches a sack tightly as he sprints. Mu Jin wonders, I didn't think they'd keep following us while passing on the remaining treasures. They don't seem interested in the treasure at all. The hooded figure realizes the Tang clan isn't after treasure. So the Tang clan's purpose here isn't treasure? Then what on earth are they? No way. He reaches the end of the tunnel, but the hole is too small. I focus too much on the outside air. The hole's too small. Chung stands before a dead end. I'm so sorry. It's a dead end. What should we do? We can't force our way through. The wall is too thick. Mu Jin steps forward, ready to take action. Move aside, Chung. I'll break it. Mu Jin prepares to unleash his inner energy. I still have a bit of inner energy left. When it comes to destructive power, I'm the best here, so leave it to me. Chung steps back, giving Mu Jin space. Alright. The stage is all yours, Gum. Damn it, is this not the way? There's no way this tomb's treasure would only amount up to this much. Let's go deeper. Wait, do you hear that? There are voices from the other side. Gum, hurry up. Mu Jin gathers all his remaining energy in one spot. He focuses it until it reaches the far end of the thick wall. Once the energy connects to the outside, he commands it to ignite. He unleashes the Rulai Divine Palm Strike, channeling all of his power into a single, devastating blow. Strike creates a path through the wall. Chung is amazed. Alright, I made a path. Gung, you're incredible. Seriously, you're amazing. I didn't know you could do that. Chung realizes the explosion will bring unwanted attention. The explosion must have drawn their attention. We have to get out before more martial masters arrive. The sound of an alarm pierces the air. The masked assassin pauses, as his monkey companion, Lingling, suddenly cries out, "Key! What's wrong, Lingling?" Lingling replies, "There's someone there." The assassin and his companion stand in the forest. Another masked man grins, "See? I told you I'm good at sniffing out treasure. They probably have the treasures of the Divine Thief tomb." The Black Crow blood fiend was right. Good thing we scouted around. The first assassin narrows his eyes. If we kill these guys and take what they have on them, the big boss will be happy. How annoying. The masked assassin shouts, "Kill them and take the treasure. There are enemies behind us too." From above, the view shows just how overwhelmed they are. Absolute worst possible situation, a voice thinks. The masked assassin steels himself. "I'll use what little strength I have left to open up a path. Run when that happens," the woman with purple hair declares. "We'll hold the rear." The assassin pauses. "Huh!" Another masked man exclaims. "What's that?" Look at the sky. Above them, a dark shape flies across the face of the moon. In the sky, a hail of needles rains down on the battlefield. Piercing. The needles strike true, felling the assassins. The Black Crow blood fiend collapses, riddled with wounds. Mu Jin lands gracefully nearby. "Don't worry, you'll be able to move again by tomorrow." Mu Jin turns his attention to the remaining assassins approaching from behind. "As for the ones behind, if you wish to sleep forever, then come closer." The assassins hesitate, fear evident on their faces. One of them stumbles back in terror. Suddenly, Tang Somi spots someone in the distance and cries out, "Father!" The man silences her with a stern tone. "Somi, we're outside right now. Address me formally." Tang Peijin, patriarch of the Tang clan, one of the 5 great clans of the Mirim Alliance, Tang Somi's father. Tang Peijin then asks about Mu Jin and the others. "And the people beside you are?" Somi responds, "We met them in the tomb. They protected me from the Black Crow blood fiend and other martial masters." One of the assassins is shocked. "What? From the blood fiend himself? So this man is the patriarch of the Tang clan? He's a total big shot." The assassin wonders aloud, "What's someone like him doing here? Could it be that you personally came here for the treasure of the Divine Thief tomb?" Tang Peijin dismisses the notion. "No, Somi disappeared, so I came searching for her. I have no interest in your treasures. You can rest easy." The assassin replies, "Is that so?" Tang Somi, feeling indebted, insists, "Still, it doesn't feel right to have him leave empty-handed like this. Jin, shouldn't we get going?" Mu Jin replies, "Oh right. Let's get out of here. Plus, where will we stay tonight? We'll think about that later." Tang Peijin, observing Mu Jin, muses, "That was some pure inner energy. I haven't seen something like that in ages, but in the midst of all this chaos, you'll stand out like sore thumbs if you stay in the city. And if any of those who fled earlier see a chance, they might come back for revenge. Wouldn't you agree?" He continues, "The Tang clan has one very clear rule. Return kindness and repay grudges in folds." Tang Peijin extends an invitation. "Please come with us to the Tang clan's estate. We wish to properly repay the debt we owe you for today." As the group made their way through the forest, Mu Jin asked Kyung, "How do the books we took earlier look?" Kyung replied, "They include martial arts manuals that appear to be advanced techniques from certain clans, like fist and sword arts, as well as martial arts the Divine Thief himself seems to have used. The selection is incredible. It's basically like a horde of everything he found interesting. The part I'm most fascinated with right now is the," he continues, "staff techniques in this book. Do you think you can decipher it?" He gets a reply, "Of course. I don't know how long it'll take, but it's been a while since I've had something this fun to study." Mu Jin responds, "Thanks. I'm glad you found them interesting." Mu Jin thinks to himself, "So we've looted treasure, and somehow ended up with the Tang clan. Even if we're the descendants of young Miss Tang Somi, there's still something suspicious about all this." He continues his train of thought. "My goal is to prevent the Qingqing sect, the Emerald sect, and the Tang clan from going to war. When we're at the Tang clan, I'll start by investigating the spark of the coming conflict." He concludes, "The first of which will be Tang Haixu. The problem is how to naturally get introduced to Tang Haixu. I didn't expect the Tang patriarch, Tang Peijin." As Tang Somi is greeted by the Tang clan, she thinks to herself, "To be such a daughter-crazy father, how long has he been fussing like this?" She then wonders if she should start gathering information about the clan member. Tang Peijin continues his fussing. "Why did you go somewhere so dangerous? That could have gotten really dangerous. How would I be able to live on without you?" Tang Somi replies to the patriarch, "Patriarch, your concern is suffocating. Please just die." Tang Peijin laughs. "I can't possibly die when I have such an adorable daughter." Tang Somi reminds him, "Also, please compose yourself. We have guests behind us, and I'm still disguised as a man." Tang Peijin replies, "What's wrong with a father showing fatherly affection?" Tang Somi asks, "Patriarch, I have a question." "What's that supposed to mean?" Tang Somi inquires about the Divine Thief. "I was wondering if the grave of the Divine Thief actually exists, as well as about its location. The masked figure asks about the other's wrist, and is assured that it's fine, but he wonders how the others managed to arrive at the tomb so early, and why they hide their identities. There are so many questions. Tang Somi hopes that the real culprits behind this mess aren't those people. Tang Peijin asks how she knows that. Tang Somi replies that he already knows. She explains that she has that intuition. Messenger informs them that the Tang Patriarch requested their presence, and asks that once they've settled in, they move to the inner chambers. Mu Jin acknowledges, then tells Jin they'll take a walk for a bit. The masked figure stands tall and silent. Tang Peijin sits at a table in a large room with Tang Somi. Sorry for calling you while you were resting, but there are a few things I wanted to ask. Welcome. First off, I must thank you for saving my daughter. I don't even know how to properly repay you. Mu Jin replies, no need. Providing us shelter after all that chaos is more than enough. Tang Peijin leans forward. Come to think of it, I don't even know your name yet. May I know it? Mu Jin thinks, my name? All of a sudden? He's probably trying to figure out where I come from. Mu Jin reasons, I can't tell him I left Shaolin, so I won't use the name Mu Jin. I'll use the fake name I asked Lady Silwa to register. He continues to himself, it's a Murim-sounding, simple, and familiar name, my real name. Mu Jin squares his shoulders and announces, I am called Kanghyuk. He thinks to himself, Kanghyuk. Tang Peijin studies Kanghyuk, processing his new name. I've never heard that name around here. Where did you ahem? The Tang clan will make sure you're rewarded handsomely. Is there anything in particular you desire? Kanghyuk's eyes narrow beneath his mask as he studies Tang Somi's reaction. He wonders if Tang Somi has recognized him, just as he recognized her. Why is she giving me that look? Could it be that she realized my identity, just like I recognized her earlier? Kanghyuk decides to cut to the chase. I have nothing I desire, but I do have questions. Tang Peijin seems intrigued. Oh, what kind of questions? Kanghyuk leans forward, his tone serious. What's the real reason the Tang clan went to the tomb of the divine thief? And where did your daughter obtain the treasure map she had? Tang Peijin stares intently at Kanghyuk, his expression unreadable. You make it sound as if you already know something. What exactly are you trying to confirm? Kanghyuk feels the pressure mounting. As expected of Tang Peijin, he's all bluster until the tongue turns serious. Now the pressure is immense. Kanghyuk steals his gaze. This is just my personal deduction. He begins to lay out his reasoning. First, the Tang clan didn't seem interested in the treasure we possessed. You avoided unnecessary conflict, and simply rescued your daughter's group. He continues, explaining the delicate balance of power in Sichuan. Second, right now in Sichuan, there are 3 factions, Tang clan, Qingqing sect, Ame sect. The sudden discovery of the divine thief's tomb has only worsened the tension among these 3 factions. Kanghyuk concludes his analysis. Third and lastly, I picked up the treasure map near the ruins of the destroyed Tai sect. All of them except one were burned. That's why I thought no one else could possibly reach the tomb besides us. Kanghyuk continues to explain his reasoning, but suddenly, rumors spread that the map was circulating in the city, so, I wondered if someone was manipulating things behind the scenes. I assume you've felt the same, haven't you? Kanghyuk asks. Tang Patriarch? Mu Jin continues, then I'll be direct. I want to find out who's trying to provoke war between the 3 sects. Mu Jin adds, I have a few guesses as to who the real culprit might be. Tang Peijin is taken aback by this. Mu Jin thinks to himself, I mixed a bit of truth and lies to persuade him. As long as I don't meet that man, things shouldn't go too wrong. Mu Jin reflects on the dangers of his situation. The Tang clan's lie detector, and their insane mad scientist. Outside the Tang clan estate, a man demands entry. You can't just barge in here like this. Please return at once. I heard the group that safely escaped the tomb of the divine thief is here. I've come to speak with them. Tang clan's guard retorts, if you're hiding them, does that mean you're after the treasure as well? So the Green Forest bandits are already spreading rumors. We're only trying to protect them from those who seek the treasure. We harbor no ill intent. The man presses further. Are you sure that's truly their will? Or did you pressure them somehow? The Tang clan's methods are infamous for being shadowy and secretive. After all, the guard's patience wears thin. Mind your words. Barging in without notice while dragging your men here, that's hardly proper etiquette. Mu Jin and the others appear. You came out instead of resting. The noise outside caught my attention while we were taking a walk. So those are the ones which took the divine theft's treasure. Man turns to Mu Jin. Why would that sinister Tang clan want to protect you? Come with us. We'll keep you safe from them. The man's accusation sparks outrage among the Tang clan members. What did you say? These people rescue Tang clan members in the tomb. Another Tang clan member adds fuel to the fire, claiming, we brought them here only to repay that debt. You're the ones spreading false rumors and stirring chaos. Aren't you the ones who came here coveting their treasure? The tension is palpable, and the man realizes that this argument is going nowhere. This is going nowhere. How about this? He proposes a solution. Why don't we settle it with a duel, as martial artists should? The stronger side will protect them. Watching from the shadows, a masked figure wonders about the escalating conflict. Are they really after the treasure? Why are they taking things this far? The relations among the three factions seem worse than I thought. Another masked figure, with a sinister grin, sees an opportunity amidst the chaos. Did Mu Jin and the others know it would come to this? Before they start fighting, let's claim the treasure first. Man steps forward, a strange energy crackling around his hands. Please give me a moment. This will all be over soon. From the shadows, one of the masked figures realizes the situation is spiraling out of control. No! At this rate, this will turn into a full-scale fight. The man channels his energy into a small, metallic object. He unleashes a burst of energy. Suddenly, a flying needle appears, striking with incredible force. Where did that flying needle come from? The elder's equipment is melting? A figure emerges, his face obscured by shadows, but his intent clear. Someone of the level of an elder wishes to fight with our youth? Then I, too, shall join this duel. The shadowy figure scolds the assembled fighters, fighting at someone's front gate over a few scraps of treasure. How utterly disgraceful. It's quite shameful for elders of great sects to behave in this manner. Don't you feel any embarrassment? One of the men retorts, you were supposed to be dead, and how can we believe there's not more treasure? The shadowy figure replies, so you are openly admitting you're after it. You dare speak of truths and lies before me? He continues with a sinister tone, well, this is convenient. The person I just used is my newest experiment. I ran out of test subjects. The man explains, you see, if you lose to me in this duel, a sinister smile spreads across his face. Then I can test it on your body. Shadowy figure's taunts seemed to have worked, as the assembled fighters appeared to be wavering. One of the men decided to cut his losses. Let's end this here for today. I hope you make it out of the Tang estate unharmed, young heroes. The shadowy figure watched them go, unimpressed. You came all the way here just to run away scared. The name of the 9 great sects is wasted on cowards like you. He turned his attention back to Mu Jin and his group. Isn't that right, little guests? Among the strongest in Jie Kyung's Murim universe, as one of the top 10 martial masters. This was the man who mastered both poison arts and hidden weapons. The words loomed ominously. The Dark King, Tang Peijin, the Dark King, had been waiting for them. You've come at the perfect time. There are a few things I need to ask you about that boy named Jin. At that time, the province of Sichuan had fallen into great turmoil. The chaos had begun as a struggle to seize the treasure of the divine thief, and although the treasure itself wasn't particularly large in scale, for the major sects of Sichuan, who had been watching for a chance to expand their influence, including the Tang clan, a Mei sect, and Qingqing sect, it was an irresistible lure. Stop fighting. Doesn't something feel strange here? Sensing something unnatural, Tang Peijin tried to halt the conflict. Isn't this situation suspicious? Suddenly, the Tang clan appeared out of nowhere, and somehow, the two or both sides were subtly manipulating it. Patriarch. Bad news. The intelligence officer, Tang Haixu, then brought a report. Lady Somi was gravely injured during a scouting mission in the secret cave. She was ambushed. Her condition is critical. Tang Peijin's face contorted with rage. What? Somi's injured? Who would dare do such a thing? A subordinate stammered, relaying the terrible news. She was attacked by the Qingqing and Mei sects. Tang Peijin demanded confirmation. Are you certain? The subordinate responded, yes, sir. I heard it directly from her. Tang Peijin's fury reached its peak as he issued orders. All units to your positions. Those insolent fools! How dare they lay a hand on someone of the Tang clan? My daughter? Enraged, Tang Peijin personally intervened, causing the fragile balance between the three sects to shatter completely. That was the beginning of the Sichuan internal war. Later, the Tang clan's intelligence officer, Tang Haixu, mysteriously vanished. The mysterious disappearance of Tang Haixu was still a puzzle. Was he killed in battle? Or was there another reason? His whereabouts remain unknown. Tang Peijin slammed his hands on the table, his face a mask of fury. So what you're saying is, there was someone within our own ranks deliberately instigating conflict between the sects? The masked figure responded, yes, sir. Lady Somi mentioned she had obtained the treasure map before it was spread out. The maps have already spread throughout the region. Where exactly did she get that map? Somi, standing beside Tang Peijin, revealed the source. Tang Haixu gave it to me. Implications of this revelation began to sink in. Then where did he get it? And why would he give it to you first, rather than to the clan or the clan patriarch? Could it be, the gears turned in their heads, that someone wanted to harm the young lady and provoke the clan patriarch's wrath to deliberately start a war? That's as far as the story goes in the original story. The masked figure makes his case. Are you framing a member of the Tang clan with such baseless speculation? If you asked me, you're the suspicious one. He continues, you'd better choose your next words carefully. Ha! It won't be easy to talk my way out of this after all. In that case, masked man realizes his strategy is failing. It doesn't look like my other plans will work. I didn't want to resort to this, but he resolves to take a different approach. It looks like I'll have to use that method. The masked man addresses Tang Peijin. Since I'm under suspicion, and the clan patriarch suspects me as well, I have a proposal. The Tang clan is renowned for its mastery of poisons and medicine. He finishes his proposal. Do you have anything similar to a truth serum? Tang Peijin studies him, thinking, I wonder if that's confidence or desperation. The masked man faces Kang Hyuk directly. If it's a gamble you want, you've chosen the wrong opponent, Kang Hyuk. Very well. I'll use a drug that is as powerful as it is dangerous. Demands, bring me 2 capsules of the mind pill. Meanwhile, Mujin observes the scene near Tang Peijin's private chamber. I didn't expect things to get this troublesome. He continues, realizing the situation was unavoidable. Then again, since Tang Peijin already doubted me, I guess this was inevitable. One of the Tang clan members points at the masked man. This is him? The one who accused me of being a spy. The masked man explains his reasoning. That's why I suggested doing this. This man, he's the one who handed the treasure map to Tang Somi in the original plot. Once misunderstandings are cleared, this will all be over. Tang Hyuksa, Tang clan's intelligence officer and cousin of Tang Somi, explodes in outrage. Why accuse me though? Masked man presents the mind pill, a dark purple orb in a wooden box. You dare bring the mind pill before me? He explains the pill's origins and effects. The mind pill is a grotesque creation made accidentally by the Tang clan's grand elder, Tang Gak, during his research into poisons. It acts like a modern anesthetic and truth serum, though it is lethally toxic. Once ingested, the subject must answer truthfully, but unless an antidote is taken within 10 minutes, the victim bleeds out from every pore and dies. The masked man proposes a solution. Since you're both under suspicion, let's settle this properly. Tang Hyuksa is furious. Why must I be suspected? Patriarch, do I really have to listen to this nonsense? The masked man insists he is trying to protect the clan. He's trying to sow confusion in our clan. That's why I said I'd take the pill too. Tang Hyuksa scoffs, suggesting the masked man is ignorant of the risks. You fool, you don't even know the side effects. The masked man retorts, I heard as long as you take the antidote, there's nothing to fear. What are you so afraid of? Tang Hyuksa is beyond insulted. Me? Afraid? Enough, both of you. The masked man doesn't even acknowledge him, simply ordering, shut up and swallow it. Tang Hyuksa, in a fit of pique, swallows the mind pill. He chokes it down. Time to eat the pill. Suddenly, Tang Peijin's father, a man with long white hair, appears, looking disappointed. Father, where did you come from? Lately, you've seemed more concerned about your own safety than the clan itself. It's disappointing. Kukuku. The Dark King announces, I've already heard from his companions. Begin the interrogation. Tang Peijin's father is still alive. The Dark King, Tang Gak, prepares to interrogate Tang Hyuksa, one of the strongest beings in this world. Before this man, even a single careless word could mean death. He had mastered the study of toxins to such an extent that he could read minds through one's pulse, breath, and even their heartbeat. Kang Hyuk realizes he just has to hope he doesn't say anything stupid under the pill's effect. The Dark King announces, then, let's begin the interrogation. He raises a finger. First question. Did you know the treasure of Divine Thief's secret cave was a trap? Under the influence of the Dark King's drug, Tang Hyuksa replies vaguely. He admits, yes, I did. Tang Hyuksa continues, where did you obtain the treasure map? Near Tai Sect. Tang Hyuksa says, it was given to me by the Great Ones. The Great Ones? He then replies, and who are these Great Ones? I don't know. The ones who planned all this. Tang Peijin continued to interrogate Tang Hyuksa. Are there other spies in our clan besides you? To which Tang Hyuksa replied, of course. Tang Peijin pressed him, name them, every single one. By the time 10 minutes had passed, the interrogation was complete, with Tang Hyuksa having divulged everything he knew. Tang Peijin ordered, give both men the neutralizing pill. Have you written everything down? A subordinate replied, yes, sir. Every word. The subordinate summarized the findings. The spies were Tang Hyuksa, Tang Min, his father, an elder of the Tang clan, and a woman who had infiltrated as Tang Hyuksa's wife. It was that woman who had planted the seeds of espionage within the clan. The Cloud Fragrance Hall leader was an individual never mentioned in either Return of the Demon Supreme or Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. Tang Peijin grimaced, absorbing the revelation. To think they infiltrated us through that woman. But did you hear what he said just now? Grandmaster Hyun Guang, standing nearby, listened intently. That all of this was for the sake of the Tang clan. To say that with such sincerity. Hyun Guang continued, his voice laced with skepticism. If it were truly for our sake, there were other ways to help. Tang Peijin's expression turned sinister as he held up a vial of poison. As it happens, we've been needing a new test subject for a poison experiment instead of mice. You'll do nicely. Plus your father and your wife. A masked figure listened nearby, impassively. Tang Peijin continued, take pride in serving the clan in death. I think we need to leave his wife and father alive. For now, we'll track their movements to catch the rest of the spies. The masked figure remained silent, awaiting further instructions. Mu Jin, disguised as a masked figure, realizes the poison pill isn't working. What? Why isn't the pill affecting me? Completely fine when eaten, it's supposed to cloud the mind, make you blurt out even what you don't know. He wonders, could it be that my body neutralized it? Mu Jin recalls his past training. My body has been fortified through countless poisons and elixirs. Perhaps it, he smiles, realizing the implications, produced antibodies that counteracted it. Grandpa, thank you? He looks at the antidote in his hand. Did he predict even this? Well, if I just act half-dazed after taking the antidote, they'll... Suddenly, the Dark King's voice echoes in his mind. You've got quite the interesting body, boy. Frequency whispering technique. The Dark King stares intently at the masked Mu Jin, holding up the antidote pill. I made that pill myself. Did you really think I couldn't read the state of the one who ingested it? Or that you answers? Traces of lies mixed in. What exactly are you hiding that you had to weave truth and falsehood together? I thought I got past him, Mu Jin thinks, sweat trickling down his face. So he already saw through me. Grandmaster Hyun Guang's gaze is unwavering. I know you mean no harm, but that doesn't mean I can trust you. Fine then. Hyun Guang takes a step forward. Hyun Guang says, we're heading out to deal with that bastard, the Cloud Fragrance Hall leader. You'll come with us. Prove your innocence in battle. Cloud Fragrance Hall. 2 figures stand guard on the balcony. Someone's coming? Near the outskirts of Sichuan province, the Cloud Fragrance Hall stands tall. Inside, the mood is tense. Has there still been no contact from the Tang clan? Not even the crows we sent have returned. So after the Tai sect, now even Sichuan's Tang clan might be in trouble. One figure replies, I doubt this is the case, but if they'd been discovered. Another voice chimes in, the Tyrant Blade faction, Heavenly Merchant Guild, and now, even Sichuan province. I can sense it too. Something's definitely off. However, it's fine. A subordinate asks, the antics of rats will end here. What do you mean by that, sir? The leader declares, it means they've personally come all the way here. The fight breaks out, the Cloud Fragrance Hall under siege. A figure confronts the Cloud Fragrance Hall master directly. Hey, are you the Cloud Fragrance Hall master? The masked man prepares to fight. Just one look and I can tell you look like a bad guy. I came to protect the unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles, you bastard. The hall master recognizes the technique. That technique, I've seen it before, back at the Dragon Phoenix Summit. A crimson and golden energy shimmered through the air. Hall master realizes who he's facing. The Shaolin Divine Dragon, is it? I don't know how you tracked us down, but I'll give you the honor of dying for our Lord's sake. The masked figure smirks, confident in his backup. Oh? Then why don't you try? You think I came here alone? The Cloud Fragrance Hall master stands his ground, unfazed. I already, he finishes, know that. He launches a counterattack. A crimson energy blade aimed at the Shaolin Divine Dragon. The Hall Master is surprised by the Shaolin Divine Dragon's speed. At least you're quick-witted. An afterimage. The Shaolin Divine Dragon unleashes a flurry of attacks. Arrow rain. Grandmaster Hyun Guang surveys the scene, standing amidst the fallen bodies of his enemies. Worthless trash. Now only 2 remain, then. Masked Man declares, I'll take the Cloud Fragrance Hall Master. I'll take care of his bodyguard then. The Cloud Fragrance Hall Master laughs, cuckoo. Fighting a woman won't bring you any honor, you know? When it comes to strength, man or woman doesn't matter. There's only the strong and the weak. Surely you know that. The masked man scoffs, that's what you call strong. Pathetic. Well then, I'll let you have her. Grandmaster Hyun Guang interjects, but don't even think about laying a hand on this one. The masked man and the Cloud Fragrance Hall Master clash. The man in the shadows observes the fight. At that level, they'll both end up dead. The masked man unleashes a flurry of attacks. His movements a blur of crimson energy. He taunts his opponent, you're pretty fast, huh? Iron guard still, you won't take my head so easily. The Cloud Fragrance Hall Master narrows her eyes, unimpressed. Fine. The masked man's blade dances dangerously close, as he declares, the neck isn't the only weak point of the human body. I'll skip the neck and aim to kill through another body part. The masked man lunges, his sword aimed not at her neck, but at a more vulnerable target. Sparks fly as the Cloud Fragrance Hall Master manages to parry the blow just in time. The Cloud Fragrance Hall Master barely manages to evade the masked man's attack, but not without a grunt of pain. Ugh! The masked man retaliates with a blazing strike. Invincible punch fist energy. The Cloud Fragrance Hall Master is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. She crashes into the ground, leaving a trail of dust in her wake. The masked man watches her recovery with narrowed eyes. Damn it! She's faster than I expected. The Cloud Fragrance Hall Master flips backwards to regain her footing, blades at the ready. If you're at that level of skill, masked man smirks, convinced of his victory, then you must know a lot more than the small fries do, huh? But she recovers quickly, her expression filled with rage. Small fries, you say? So it was you, Were you behind the death of the number one in the Heavenly Merchant Guild in Sichuan? The masked man unleashes a devastating combination attack. Chain punch, Arhit palm strike. He follows up with a crushing blow. Downward smash. Masked man is determined to get answers. I'll make sure you spit out where you got your information. He's shocked by her speed. What was that footwork? She disappeared in an instant. He's completely baffled. This never appeared anywhere in Geijiang's universe. Is this some unique martial art of their own? Lady Somi's eyes glow red as she moves with impossible speed. The masked man is caught completely off guard. When did she? 6. Masked swordsman unleashes a devastating attack. He coats his blade with enhanced sword energy. The two clash, their combined power creating a blinding flash. The masked swordsman and the grey-robed figure trade blows. Grandmaster Hyun Guang watches with a grimace. Ho! There aren't many who can unleash energy blasts like that. Now I'm even more curious. Who the hell are you people? For a dying old man, you sure talk a lot. And, he notices an opening. Time is truly merciless. For the great Dark King to show such an opening. Masked swordsman presses his advantage. No, judging by how you switched from hidden weapons to swordsmanship. Grandmaster Hyun Guang glares back. You've exhausted your hidden weapons, haven't you? The masked swordsman's eyes widen. That silence, don't tell me. He lunges forward, blade crackling with energy. One of the 10 great martial masters made such a rookie mistake? I'll just kill you and take your place myself. Masked swordsman prepares to strike. Enhanced sword energy looks like this is the end for you. A blinding flash fills the area as the swordsman's attack connects. A new world. The masked swordsman's attack slams into the pagoda, obliterating the structure. The masked swordsman sneers. You should have stayed holed up in your back room, researching poison like always. You think you're lucky to have found us, but it won't change anything. His eyes burn with malicious intent. There's no place for you in this new era. Grandmaster Hyun Guang chuckles darkly. Kukuku, you sure talk a lot, brat. Hyun Guang stands tall, unfazed. First, yes, I was silent because I was a bit shocked when I found out I wasn't as strong as I used to be. He glances down at his sleeve. Second, when I reached into my sleeve, it wasn't because I ran out of hidden weapons. It was because the little bean I brought along turned out to be weaker than it thought. The poison needles strike true, paralyzing Tang Peijin. This is paralyzing poison. When did he use it? Meanwhile, the masked swordsman continues his assault on Lady Somi. Grandmaster Hyun Guang prepares to force a pill down Tang Peijin's throat. Even in this situation, you still make that face of defiance. In that case, take this. Tang Peijin struggles against the paralysis, sweat beading on his brow. Pill glows ominously as it approaches his mouth. What kind of this? Hyun Guang smirks. Don't worry, it won't kill you. Now then, Grandmaster Hyun Guang grins down at him. It's a medicine I developed myself. There are side effects. But since you've digested the mind pill, you won't die. You'll just feel like there's energy surging. Kukuku. Meanwhile, a surge of energy emanates from Mu Jin, who is kneeling on the ground. The narrator explains the origin of the drug. Tang Gak, the Dark King, master of poisons, toxins, and medicine. It's no exaggeration to say he devoted his entire life to research. His known achievements include timed paralytic poisons and confession serums. His unofficial creations number in the hundreds or thousands. What Mu Jin swallowed was Tang Gak's original stimulant drug, which temporarily focuses all senses and explosively amplifies inner energy. Elsewhere, the masked swordsman continues his assault, his blade glinting menacingly. The masked swordsman, eyes burning with fury, snarls, "You bastard. I've been thinking about how I can block a sword strike that can pierce iron guard." He gathers his energy, declaring, in this situation, the most appropriate technique, golden sphere art. With my current inner energy, I can do this to imitate grandfather's technique to some degree. Energy condenses into a perfect sphere around him. By gathering my energy into a perfect sphere, its density and strength is incredible. Your blade shattered easily. The masked swordsman, realizing the odds are stacked against him, thinks, I have the Shaolin Divine Dragon and the Dark King in front of me. There's no way I can win this. In that case, he strikes himself, aiming for a fatal blow. But Mu Jin is too quick, intercepting the attack. I've already experienced what you'll do next from the Tai sect. You think I'll just let you kill yourself? Mu Jin moves with lightning speed, hoping to extract the poison before it's too late. Now, if I can just extract the poison from his mouth. Suddenly, Grandmaster Hyun Guang descends with a terrifying aura. The force of his arrival shatters the ground. Grandmaster Hyun Guang moves to combine something with the masked man's poison. Now then, if I combine this with what was given earlier, when did he get there? The masked swordsman coughs violently, his face contorted in pain as the poison takes effect. Cough. So this is how this combination reacts. Grandmaster Hyun Guang grins sadistically. Judging from the result, a fine poison will be completed. Kukuku, how's your body condition? Grandmaster Hyun Guang stands over the masked swordsman, his hand dripping with blood. Well, he grins sadistically. I guess you can't speak anymore. Another successful experiment. Mu Jin watches the scene unfold. The masked swordsman asks, the medicine I took, does it have any dangerous effects? It only causes a brief outburst of inner energy. Nothing major to worry about. There'll be some fatigue for a few days, that's all. Mu Jin replies, I see, that's a relief. Mu Jin reflects on the sudden surge of power. Although it mixed with my inner energy, it still startled me. I've built this body naturally through effort, and for a moment I thought I'd turned into a steroid user. He pauses, considering the implications. Wait, if I think about it, pills like lesser revitalization pill, greater revitalization pill, or even 1,000-year snow ginseng are also technically drugs, aren't they? He shakes his head. No, those are cultivation items for inner energy. They have to be. He clenches his fist, testing his newfound strength. Still, the performance is undeniable. My reaction speed improved, and the stability's excellent. A technique I only pictured in my head is now fully realized. Grandmaster Hyun Guang realizes Dark King, Tang Gak. He's not just skilled in poisons but in medicine as well. I thought he was only good at killing people. Mu Jin's eyes narrowed. If he can make medicine, then maybe he can make other kinds too. He looks startled. Could that be possible? Suddenly, an idea sparks in Mu Jin's mind. A compound without poison or side effects, that gives strong energy to bodies like ours. Hey, supplements! He shouts out, hey, Shaolin Divine Dragon. Grandmaster Hyun Guang yells back, hey! Mu Jin snaps out of his thoughts as Grandmaster Hyun Guang approaches him. What are you thinking about so deeply you don't even answer when I call? Mu Jin replies, apologies. I was lost in thought for a moment. Grandmaster Hyun Guang stands over the man who attacked Somi, blood pooling around him. So, it really was that guy, huh? The one who flung my granddaughter. There were some unavoidable circumstances. He turns to Shaolin Divine Dragon, who stands nearby. Anyway, fortunately, we've finally caught one of the people trying to throw Icon into chaos. Once we interrogate him, we'll know who's behind it. You'll need a mind pill, right? I'll make some. Shaolin Divine Dragon looks at the Grandmaster. Can you make something else? Grandmaster Hyun Guang seems surprised by the request. Are you requesting something from me? Is that not allowed? Well, if it's just one request. Meanwhile, back at the Tang clan, the remaining members sit around a table. When do you think Mu Jin will return? He said this morning, so he should be here soon. Two men sit at a table, one leaning over the other's shoulder. Are we really going to be alright like this? Huh? What do you mean, Mu Kyun? The man in the foreground is shown from a low angle, looking up at the other. It seems you're thinking the same thing as me, Mu Gum. What thought, Mu Gum? A montage of images flashes by, showing the group's escape and the battles they faced. I mean, after everything that happened since we escaped, I'm starting to wonder if I can really handle what's ahead. And that ties sect from the past, may demons prosper, right? May demons prosper. Isn't that something the demonic cult says? Man at the table looks concerned. We chose to run away, so we can't complain. But if we've stumbled into something absurdly dangerous, the man falls silent. Mu Gung's companion snaps at him, trying to shake him out of his doubt. Mu Gung, this isn't like you. It hasn't even been that long since we left. Don't start sounding weak already. Mu Gung looks up, startled by the outburst. The man with the tattoo on his head continues, explaining the Wudong's philosophy. At Wudong, we value mental discipline above all. That's why we constantly train to read the flow of the world. He pauses, focusing his senses. From what I sense, Mu Jin. A montage flashes through his mind, showing Mu Jin in various situations. Always carries the scent of wind. Wherever he goes, trouble follows. But he overcomes it, and stirs favorable winds for those around him. He finishes his thought, a hint of concern in his voice. And somehow, he always feels like someone who could leave at any moment. The man with the tattoo on his head declares that everyone wants to see the world alongside Mu Jin, mostly because it's fun to be around him. Yeah, that's right, everyone. We've gone through so many things already. Another man chimes in, his expression determined. We've trained so hard till now. We can handle anything that comes our way. Mu Yo clenches his fist, agreeing wholeheartedly. Yeah, Mu Yo, you're right. Another man, his face set with resolve, remembers his own motivations. He's right. I almost forgot why I worked so hard to grow stronger, to surpass the geniuses, to make my name known across the land. The group's confidence swells as they declare, what's so scary about the demonic cult? We'll just beat them down. The man with the tattoo on his head recalls a dangerous encounter. Back in the Tai sect, I nearly got devoured by that thing. It's dangerous if I can't control it. But if I can control that overwhelming strength. The man with the tattoo on his head declares that he'll be able to protect his friends on this journey. But Lingling suddenly perks up, sensing something. What's wrong, Lingling? Lingling blurts out, you said Mu Jin's here? The group of masked men turn to see the approaching figure. Why are you so late? Huh? Wait, what are you doing? Man carrying what appears to be a giant sack is none other than Mu Jin, with Grandmaster Hyun Guang sitting on top. You look insane. See? Even they said I look weird. Mujin chuckles, you're exaggerating. Why did you even ask me to carry you in the first place? Oh, you brat, don't you know how to respect your elders? He then notices the man's unmasked face. Why'd you undo your disguise? And what is that luggage? One of the top 10 martial masters of the world is lecturing about respect for elders. Mujin groans, ow my back. Alright, everyone. I've got some concerning news, some good news, and some even better news. Mujin says that they caught one of the people trying to mess up Sichuan, and once they interrogate him, they'll uncover their goals and more. Someone exclaims in disbelief, asking how they even managed to capture one of them, since the conspiracy theory was supposed to be fake. Mujin explains that he's a pawn of a shadow syndicate who weren't even supposed to be in the original story, but after multiple attempts, they finally got some clues and caught him. He continues, declaring that they'll expose those filthy bastards before someone asks what the even better news is. Mujin gestures at Grandmaster Hyunwang, stating that they can all get stronger from here because the Dark King has shown him that it is possible. Someone asks if it has to do with those bags, to which Mujin replies with a chuckle that those are just sub-ingredients. Mujin gives a thumbs up, declaring, don't tell me you didn't go to pick up another core essence, did you? No, I'm making something even better. This will become the medium to enhance our inner energy and muscles. He explains, it's great as an emergency ration too, with perfect nutritional balance and protein supplementation. Mujin then presents the modern-day equivalent. In the modern world, they call these protein dark chocolate low sugar high protein KG24G protein revolution energy bar protein and energy bars. Someone asks what the concerning news is. One of the masked figures replies, our disguises were blown, so we don't need to stay disguised anymore. Oh, the Tang clan decides that they just need to hand over the captured person to the Tang clan. Mujin declares it's time to go make protein. He wonders about Britain. The group laughs at Mujin's antics. He orders them to prepare a banquet for the guests and gather the main ingredients for the mind pill, which will be used for the interrogation. He adds that even if he wasn't told to do it, they owe a huge debt, so naturally, he intends to prepare a grand banquet. Captured female martial artist was handed over to Tang Peijin, and Tang Gak planned to use the mind pill to conduct the interrogation. What would happen after the interrogation was predictable and unpleasant, so they chose to bury that truth for now. The main event this time, even if a moving corpse appeared later, don't be startled, is the research of protein and energy bar. The scene shifts. Mujin's eyes widened. This place is Tang Gak's personal laboratory. The laboratory was filled with traces of dangerous poison research, unknown substances, but clearly powerful and effective, lined the shelves. Mujin's eyes scanned the room. I can't believe I'm actually inside the laboratory of Tang Sak, the king of poison. He turned to Grandmaster Hyunwang. Well then, about that protein supplement you mentioned. Mujin grinned. Let's make it. He mused that after becoming Mujin, the opportunity to consume real protein had been rare. Secretly eating meat had its limits, after all. But, Mujin gestured around the lab. First, we must create the base of your protein. Grandmaster Hyunwang looked confused. Protein? What is that? Mujin explained. Oh, it's a nutrient that helps people build muscle. Grandmaster Hyunwang tilted his head. Ah, you mean meat, egg whites, and similar things? What sort of strange regional dialect is protein supposed to be? Mujin nodded. That's right. Animal milk also contains protein, but Shaolin monks cannot consume meat due to our doctrine. In that case, something obtained without killing, yet possessing nutrition comparable to meat. He trailed off. Then, a light bulb seemed to go off in Mujin's head. Right. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Mujin continued. One of the most well-known protein supplements is whey protein, and the main ingredient of whey protein is milk. Milk that has been fermented becomes cheese. Mujin excitedly proposed, if we could use the fermented milk the northern nomads and foreign rice as the core ingredient, also known as sous, it would be ideal. How does that sound? Grandmaster Hyunwang stroked his beard thoughtfully. Fermented milk, interesting. Grandmaster Hyunwang countered, but fermentation takes a long time. Won't that delay the banquet? Mujin confidently replied, you don't need to worry about that. Mujin grinned, eager to apply his modern understanding of nutrition. It won't be the traditional method, but I know a way to solidify milk in the shortest time possible. I'll teach you everything I know. He needed help to put his plan into action, so please lend me your help. Thus began the creation of the cheese-based protein supplement, labeled Protein Dark Chocolate Low Sugar High Protein, and Tang Gak's Special Energy Bar, made from medicinal herbs, nuts, and honey. The Special Energy Bar was simple enough, but the protein was far more difficult, since there was no modern-day processing equipment in the Murim. The mixture didn't seem to be blending properly, so Mujin suggested to Grandmaster Hyunwang, how about adding this herb? Mujin's knowledge surprised the Grandmaster. That sounds perfect. But how do you know all these things? Mujin explained, I learned them while studying many different things. Kukuku. This is more so cooking than medicine making. Even with nutritional knowledge, making it by hand was challenging. Having a mad scientist like Tangak around made the difficult parts easy. 2 days later, after working through the night despite exhaustion, Tangak appears with a tray of food. Father, I'm coming in. I brought your breakfast. Are you not eating it again? Grandmaster Hyun Guang is offered a dark bar. Not that. Try this. He takes a bite. MMPH? The Grandmaster's eyes widened. What is this? Why is the food you're giving me delicious? Tangak looks on proudly. This will be our future nutritional food, let's call it. Tangak is proud of his new creation. Calorie bar. Calorie bar perfect for both emergency rations and training. He continues to present his innovations. And this. Tangak grins, presenting a barrel. This is the protein food we made in the shortest possible time, Kumis. How about using this for the banquet? Wu Jin vouches for the taste as a plate of the food is presented. Grandmaster Hyun Guang eyes the food cautiously. So this is the food your people always enjoyed. The assembled crowd of monks stare at the plates with open skepticism. This is Kumis? Is this even edible? I've never seen food like this. Tangak explains the cheese-making process. Originally you ferment milk, but since the banquet was urgent we used a shortened process. You heat boiling milk, add 2 to 3 spoons of vinegar, and when it begins to curdle, you strain out the whey and shape the solids, then it hardens. Cheese. If we had more time I could make proper kumis and proper protein too. Almost everything is ready. One of the monks eyes the cheese with suspicion. The calorie bar is amazing, but I'm not sure about this one. It even smells strange. Just then, Somi tries the cheese. Her eyes widen in shock. What is this? Did Mujin make this? Delicious. This is amazingly delicious. Tangak smiles, relieved. Mujin responds, I couldn't have made it without the Grand Elder. Does it suit your taste? Somi beams. It suits it perfectly. The other monks were desperate to try the cheese too. Then me too. Their enthusiasm was almost a little too much. I want one bite too. And me. Idiots. What kind of disgrace is this in front of guests? One monk was overheard saying, but thanks to Tang Somi and the starving group, it's so good. It's so good that even if Tang Hyaksu died now, I wouldn't notice it. With the cheese incident resolved, the banquet was able to proceed, and after so long, everyone could finally rest. Those with built-up exhaustion used this chance to breathe. Everyone enjoyed themselves. Wahahaha. By the way, this protein. What is this, Mujin? Mujin just smiled. You'll understand soon. The festivities continued from day till late into the night. It was only near dawn that the hall grew quiet. Mujin, stuffed from the feast, was already fast asleep. Another monk mused, anyway, that's what the martial art was. It really was something. I guess that's to be expected of the divine thief's martial arts. He summarized, Phantom Steps and Dark Shadow Art. Phantom Steps is a movement technique that resembles moving without any feet. Dark Shadow Art is a technique that blends one's presence with darkness, erasing one's presence. He continued, it's not suited for us, but it doesn't hurt to know. A new martial art, yeah? Especially if we think about our future travels. He concluded, thanks, Mu Kyung, we'll learn together later. For now, I should visit Tangak. See you later. Joyful times are good, but what must be done still has to be done. Patriarch, you're here as well. This is a serious matter. Did the mind pill interrogation reveal anything? Firstly, they used martial arts we've never encountered before. Even as corpses, they maintain this state. And something strange flows through their meridians which is not pure inner energy. I don't even know if I can call that martial arts. Something that's not inner energy? And the cipher patterns and rules they used. The tension was palpable as the investigation continued. We've identified which organization they belong to. The man in the brown robe stepped forward, his expression grim. You discovered their identity? Who are they? The other man, with the dark beard, stood firm, his gaze intense. The reveal came with ominous weight. Their organization is New Heavens, based on what you told us about the Heavenly Merchant Guild incident, and what occurred here in Sichuan. They seem to be preparing plans all across the Central Plains. The weight of the information settled heavily, and that name of theirs seems to indicate that their purpose is to throw the world into chaos and become the New Heavens themselves. The purpose of New Heavens is to plunge the world into chaos and then crown themselves as the New Heavens. Mu Jin's eyes widened, the revelation hitting him hard. New Heavens? New Heavens? What are they? Some deranged cult. The woman with the dark hair spoke, her expression grim. And it seems they're trying to cause chaos not only here in Sichuan but in other regions as well. The man with the goatee stroked his chin thoughtfully. With that level of strength and the fact that they operate on the scale of a country, we can assume their organization is far larger than we imagined. Mu Jin sighed, running a hand through his hair. They must have planned to instigate conflict among the orthodox sects, drain their strength, and then strike at the perfect moment to rule the entire Murim. To think their third principle is we are everywhere. How ridiculous. The man in the green robe turned to the others, his face etched with concern. How do we inform the Qingqing anime sect of this? The man with the goatee considered the implications of the information about new heavens. If what you said is true, there will certainly be some infiltrators hiding there as well, and those two sects practically look like allies, an alliance. Grandmaster Hyun Guang stroked his long white beard, then proposed a solution. To counterbalance the Shaolin and Wudang sect that are rife with rumors, I propose that we form a 5-great clan alliance. The others around the table considered the Grandmaster's proposal. One man spoke up. What does everyone think? An alliance among us? I agree. I also believed it's necessary. The man with the goatee addressed the Qingqing sect leader. Qingqing sect leader, regarding this matter, don't you have something more to discuss with us? The normalization of Sichuan, right? Very well. Qingqing sect leader exchanged a sinister glance with the man with the goatee. The man with the goatee smirked. Grandmaster Hyun Guang urges the Tang clan patriarch to make his decision. The Tang clan heir sighs, agreeing with the Grandmaster. He's right, father. The Tang clan patriarch turns to Mu Jin. Mu Jin, there's something I wish to ask you regarding this. He continues, would you be able to form a connection between the Shaolin and our Tang clan? With the meeting concluded, the Tang clan patriarch considers his next steps. So that happened. So I plan to send a message to the Shaolin through the Heavenly Merchant Guild's Sichuan branch, and also give them an update. What do you all think? Back in Mu Jin's guest room, the group discusses the implications of the New Heavens organization. This New Heavens matter isn't something we can decide or solve on our own. We're already involved to this extent, so it can't be helped. Mu Jin emphasizes the importance of sharing information. It's definitely not something only we should know. Unlike the rumors, the Tang clan were actually incredibly good people, and the Shaolin abbot and Grandmaster Hyun Guang will surely understand our intentions. The Tang clan patriarch's spirit looms large as he speaks. The world is too vast and diverse to be contained in one place. You should broaden our perspective by going out into the world. Tang Gak, eager to contribute, chimes in. Just as he said, the outside world is vast. In that case, can I also send a message to the Wudang sect? Mu Jin is surprised. What? You want to do that? Mu Jin raises a hand, concerned about the potential risks. Huh, you want to include the Wudang sect too? There's no guarantee the Wudang sect won't be targeted as well. The image shifts to a dark premonition, a vision of violence. And Mu Jin, if you're right, something terrifying may happen soon. Our journey so far was already chaotic. If even more blood is spilled across the Mirim, the vision intensifies around Mu Jin. More blood. Mu Jin's vision of the future is filled with blood and death. Chun-Su, do you feel unwell? Are you alright? I'm fine. I just have a sudden headache. What was that just now? The moment I recalled that brutal scene in my head. Understood. I will prepare the message for the Wudang sect as well. But our seniors might chase after us. I'm not mentally prepared for that yet. Mu Jin decided, then let's leave immediately once we send out the letters. Thus, after writing letters about new heavens for both the Shaolin and the Wudang sect, they delivered them to the Heavenly Merchant Guild's Sichuan branch, escorted by Tang clan members due to the importance of the letters. Mu Jin turned to the Tang clan member. Oh, by the way, Kang Hyuk, where do I send the remaining letter? Kang Hyuk replied, oh, that one is to be given to Ryu Seowa when she arrives. Mu Jin nodded. Understood. Group then moved to a hidden passage. So there was a hidden passage here. We must move without being seen by those who covet treasures. The Tang clan built several such routes long ago in preparation for emergencies. Mu Jin made sure they were prepared. For the journey, I put in some of our protein powder, energy bars, and other food supplies. The Tang clan member expressed his gratitude. That will make the trip much easier. Thank you. And also, though it's not my place to say this, he continued, his smile strained as he imagined all the ways things could go wrong. The alliance between Tang clan and Shaolin, the elders of Shaolin will surely view it positively. But if we get caught, we die. We will be absolutely robbed blind. We must escape before we get caught. The man narrowed his eyes, thinking about the other sections about the Qingqing sect and Ame sect. The Tang clan leader reassured him. As the ones forming ties with Shaolin and Wudang sect, how could we start a war and trouble you? We will handle everything here. Do not worry. Mu Jin turned as he heard someone call his name. The woman whispered, truly, thank you for everything so far. But more importantly, the Tang clan member leaned in conspiratorially. I think Chi-He likes you. What do you think of her? Mu Jin chuckled, oblivious. Oh, Jin, he is a good person. I'm diligently training for that spa we promised each other. The woman with purple hair stared at him, dumbfounded. Huh, what kind of reaction is that? She thought to herself, she approaches him so directly. Does he not know, or is he pretending not to know? He doesn't seem like someone oblivious to such things though, don't tell me. Her eyes widened in horror. Is he romantically dense? What will happen to my dear Jin-He? Grandmaster Hyun Guang, overhearing the conversation, shook his head. You're talking too much nonsense. If Shaolin's people arrive now, won't it cause trouble for you? I stayed up all night. Grandmaster Hyunguang, clearly exhausted, glared at the intruders. I want to sleep. Get out, you strange creatures, before I use you as test subjects. The intruders, clearly intimidated, retreated. We'll take our leave. We'll be back again. Come any time. Back at the Shaolin Temple, a storm raged overhead. Meanwhile, an important meeting was taking place. These people who call themselves the New Heavens, the evil organization moving across the entire nation. Even with such a massive scale, they're staying hidden everywhere. The speaker continued, the people who attacked the Heavenly Merchant Guild, and the Tang clan wants to join forces with us. The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air. I do not disagree that New Heavens must be stopped, but more importantly, the elder continued, his voice laced with urgency, we must immediately retrieve Mu Jin, Mu Gung, Mu Kyung, and Mu Yel. Now that they know this information, those children are in danger. The bald monk Biab Gang slammed his fist on the table, his face grim. If New Heavens targets them, we must rescue them as soon as possible. Another monk held up the document containing the information, his voice trembling slightly as he read. I thought their departure from Shaolin was just an impulsive escape, but to think they were involved in something like this. Mu Jin, the elder monk continued, bringing the children back must be our first priority. I will leave that matter to the outer hall leader, Monk Hyan. And we must contact the Heavenly Merchant Guild regarding the physician. Another monk looked concerned. But how do we report all this to Grandmaster Hyunguang? He must already be extremely worried. Grandmaster Hyunguang looked on with concern. The smell of blood is getting stronger, from now on. Elsewhere, a group of fighters prepared for a mission as one of them thought, things will not be easy, Mu Jin, but I believe in you. Ban hoped, overcome this, and returned safely. Meanwhile, a lone building stood against the stormy sky. One does what must be done as a human, then awaits heaven's will. Back at the temple, a distressed monk reported, and now there are reports of Cloud Fragrance Hall being struck as well. The situation is not good. The figure stood over his victim, blood dripping down his face. But it doesn't matter. The shadowy figure loomed over the bloody mess he made. A small flaw won't derail the grand plan. The sinister tone, the figure declared, the Sichuan operation continues. He ordered his subordinate, summon all 6 captains except the one from Cloud Fragrance Hall. The subordinate responded, yes, sir. The figure noted, for even the 7th captain to fall, it seems the Tang clan's Dark King has moved. He walked away from the carnage, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. But so what? We just need to adapt so that even the heavens won't be able to stop us. The shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, declared the time is near, for the plan that has been passed down for hundreds of years to be completed in my generation. Grandmaster Hyunguang's face was visible as he proclaimed, the day will come when everything under the sky is erased, and I become the new heavens. Now it is time. Hyunguang's eye glowed red as he finished his thought. For me to make my move.